Liu Yun awoke from his slumber, reborn in S5, and transformed into a professional player, founding his own team. Lacking a system, he was nonetheless endowed with extraordinary reflexes and prolonged focus, propelling him to become a versatile player on a path to greatness within the LPL. During the S5 World Championship, he emerged as the savior of LPL, masterfully wielding champions such as Riven, Fiora, Renekton, Gragas, Gangplank, Ryze, Kinnan, and Akali across 15 matches, ultimately defeating SKT to claim the championship title to INS6. Unforeseen challenges arose for the sake of his team. He assumed the position of mid laner, showcasing champions like LeBlanc, Syndra, Orianna, Ryze, Aurelion Sol, and Victor, vanquishing Faker and establishing himself as the true overlord in the eyes of all Koreans. BYS7. He once again astonished the world with his unparalleled hero pool, leaving Faker to lament, before the player Avenger. I feel as though all my efforts with those champions have been in vain. The coach remarked, without Avenger, LPL would be shrouded in eternal night, while analysts noted that his repertoire surpassed that of all professional players combined. Chapter 1. A debut at the pinnacle, once more ascending to the summit of Korean solo queue. On May 13, 2015, 3 days had passed since the conclusion of MSI. A high-stakes match in Korean solo queue had reached its climactic dragon battle. Various poke skills dazzled the eyes, as the elite players, fully engrossed, utilized their skills to deplete their opponent's health while skillfully dodging incoming attacks. This was a match among the top echelon of Korean solo queue, with all participants boasting scores exceeding 1,000 points in the highest tier. Among the distinguished IDs, one stood out prominently, Hideonbush. This was none other than Faker. Following his MSI defeat, this former titan of the game began an intense grinding session, driven by a singular ambition to avenge EDG at the 2015 World Championship. He ranked 25 matches in a single day, continuously honing his muscle memory, engaging in nightly discussions with teammates about patch changes, and strategizing new tactics. Such relentless dedication marked him as a paragon of effort in the esports realm. Success was never attained in a single leap, especially for a legend. At this moment, he wielded the champion Fox, with a score of 807. In possession of the coveted items Morlanomican, Rabadon's Deathcap, and Void Staff was poised to charm the opposing Jinx and alter the tide of battle. The ID of Jinx, well known among esports enthusiasts, belonged to EDG's Deft. The OB livestream had amassed 3 million viewers, all on the edge of their seats. The audience was electrified, their excitement palpable. AS Faker concentrated, his gaze fixated on the Jinx on the screen, ready to unleash his dragon-like agility and eliminate her in an instant. Opportunity, he declared, seizing the moment as he anticipated Jinx's attempt to auto-attack. He activated his charm ability, aiming to ensnare the Jinx who had already used her cleanse. The angle of his charm was masterfully calculated. The seasoned Faker allowed no room for maneuver. With Jinx stripped of her flash, a successful hit would spell doom for the red team. Yet, just as this genius intended to secure the kill, a poised figure materialized, blocking his Fox with grace. On the day of the sword's reforge, the night had returned. A fierce cry echoed through the air as a silver-haired woman transformed into a dragon, flashing forward to intercept the lethal charm while utilizing cleanse to free herself from its grasp before stunning the ambitious Fox with her W ability. The dance of the winged blade radiated in green light, the colossal sword of glory slicing through the air, directing its lethal energy toward the Fox. That a flawless execution of the third QR combo, coupled with 2 auto-attacks from Jinx, resulted in the instantaneous demise of the Fox. The sequence unfolded with an elegance akin to a masterpiece, fluid and seamless. Although the final quadruple kill was claimed by Jinx, the audience recognized the true hero of this climactic encounter. Who but Riven could rightfully claim the MVP of this showdown? The name of this Riven was none other than Avenger 7. Faker, gazing in disbelief at the impending destruction of his nexus, struggled to comprehend how his Fox's charm could be thwarted in such a manner. He had traversed the heights of Korean solo queue, encountering countless prodigious talents along the way. Yet, he had never witnessed a Riven with such astonishing speed. 3 consecutive maneuvers executed in less than 0.3 seconds, like a dragon in flight. In that moment, he foresaw the adversary he would inevitably face in the future. Staring at the darkened screen, he could only helplessly tousle his tousled hair. Oh, a profound yearning enveloped Faker's heart. He yearned to confront such a genius. He understood the potential that lay ahead for this prodigy. The battle for supremacy in Korean solo queue concluded with player Avenger 7 once again claiming the apex. The emotions erupted at that moment, a surge of adrenaline coursing through the veins. This was the allure of esports, heralding the dawn of a new era. From this moment forward, the ID of this Riven would be etched in the annals of time. Video content creators began to ponder how to craft commentary videos. Avenger, The name of this Avenger belonged to none other than the reborn Liu Yun. In this reincarnation, Liu Yun possessed no system, yet fate bestowed upon him 4 exceptional talents: reflexes that transcended logic, an extraordinary capacity for focus, an unparalleled understanding of the game, and an unyielding spirit of youth that refused to succumb to adversity. Crucially, Liu Yun had cultivated an understanding of champions that surpassed the era, mastering 48 distinct top-lane champions over the past 6 months. He recognized that only a vast hero pool could overcome the seemingly insurmountable dominance of the LCK. Only with such depth could he alter the fate that once befell LPL. At the summit, he declared as the enemy nexus shattered. Taking a deep breath, familiar memories surged forth. He was acutely aware that the LPL would endure 3 years of darkness, from S5 to S7, having been reborn in this era. Equipped with such gaming prowess, he resolutely embarked on this journey. His relentless pursuit of the top rank in Korean solo queue served to demonstrate his abilities to his fellow investors. Rather than joining any LPL team, he chose to self-fund the creation of his own team, named ANR. The pre-rebirth Liu Yun hailed from humble beginnings and a challenging family environment. Whenever Liu Yun's parents quarreled, he would retreat to his room to immerse himself in his studies, becoming a renowned problem solver rather than a mere internet addict. It was only after gaining admission to Fudan University that he ventured into the esports training camp during his freshman year. Blessed with the innate talent of a problem solver, Liu Yun excelled in his middle school entrance examinations, securing a place in a prestigious high school within the city. There, he forged his first connections, befriending a few straightforward and affluent classmates who appreciated his composed demeanor. Among his peers, 2 students had parents engaged in venture capital. After entering the workforce, Liu Yun's exceptional eloquence and remarkable mindset caught the attention of his superiors, propelling him from a program tester to a project manager, thereby expanding his network further. Coupled with the connections he amassed over the past year through streaming, crowdfunding became an endeavor of little challenge for Liu Yun. Upon his rebirth, he sought out acquaintances eager to invest in esports, leveraging his unparalleled skill demonstrated by 7 consecutive ascents to the pinnacle of the Korean server to establish this club. Despite possessing a profound understanding of game mechanics and an ability to transcend the current meta, Liu Yun invited not only a coach, but also a team manager and tactical analyst to his side. Having previously navigated this realm, Liu Yun was acquainted with several underappreciated talents. For instance, Old Chun, the manager of ANR, was once a key player for RNG, only to be relegated to the second team by the club's upper echelons in favor of hiring a Korean coach. Among others were Rookie, the mid laner, Crystal Brother, the AD carry, MLXG, the jungler, and Lu Song, the support. This assemblage represented the most cost-effective and elite team composition imaginable in this era. Chapter 2. An era of expansion, an era of darkness. These players were at the peak of their potential, their reflexes sharper than ever, yet they lacked only the experience of competition and the fortitude required in high-stakes situations. In this lifetime, Liu Yun was resolute in refusing to become merely a tool for capital gain. Thus he declined the overtures of the factory manager. Although EDG is currently the most reputable club in the LPL, with an outstanding reputation, even the finest club is still someone else's enterprise. Having endured the discomfort of relying on others, he resolved to carve out a new path in his second life. Rather than reliving such helplessness, beyond ambition, Liu Yun was a pragmatic individual, fully aware that to alter his fate, he must proceed step by step. Attempting to create an all-star team right from the outset would lead only to failure. He stood by the window, gazing at the vibrant nightscape and reflecting on his life. A pair of familiar, gentle hands draped a coat over his shoulders. It was none other than his fiancée, the future most beautiful commentator in LCK, Jean Minna, also known as Jean Meiwa. Liu Yun gently patted her hand and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. Congratulations on reclaiming the top spot on the Korean server. You are truly remarkable," Jean Meiwa replied with a smile. As the most devoted female fan in the esports realm and influenced by Korean esports culture, she had longed for a connection with the industry since her middle school days. Aspiring to work in a related field, born into a prestigious family, she was well acquainted with the sordidness of wealthy Koreans and yearned for the purity of esports. After that fateful night, undeterred by her friend's counsel, she resolutely followed him to Huaxia. "Your Chinese has improved significantly," Liu Yun remarked with a smile. "It is only fitting that I learned so much Korean for you," she replied. With that, Jean Meiwa embraced his solid chest from behind, resting her head on his shoulder. From the moment she first laid eyes on him, her heart had been captured by his mature charm, reminiscent of the handsome and suave men of the 1990s Hong Kong. Influenced by her parents, she particularly favored the allure of that era over the current, less masculine Korean wave. "Tomorrow, I will officially become a professional player, so I won't have much time to spend with you," Liu Yun stated earnestly, his tone steady. "I understand. Good luck," Jean Minna replied softly. Thank you for your understanding, Lu Yun said, patting her left hand. She remained silent, savoring the warmth of the moment. I must head down and meet my teammates for a meeting. You should get some rest. All right. No need to wait for me. Lu Yun resided in a villa shared with Jean Minna for members of ANR and some trusted club staff. Captain's done it again, reaching the top of the Korean server. Aren't you treating us to a meal? Exclaimed Crystal Brother, the most vivacious among them. Humorously dubbed the LPL's evil sword immortal, Lu Yun sought him out not only to rectify past regrets, but also due to his remarkable abilities. During the S5 era, his lane performance was on par with Deft, as evidenced by the 298 kills he achieved in the 2015 LPL Spring Splitter record that remains unbroken even in S13. Considering that 2015 lacked a best-of-3 format and featured fewer teams than later years, regrettably, such talent was squandered in a single event, suffering severe consequences that necessitated hospitalization and treatment. With his rebirth, Lu Yun was determined to amend these past grievances. Whether it was EDG or RNG, he would no longer be subject to the whims of others, as he had been during his time in the training camp, where refusing to engage in match-fixing led to being sidelined by a high-ranking club official. In this lifetime, Lu Yun would not tread the same path. After collecting his scattered thoughts, he smiled at Crystal Brother and said, I just treated you to dinner yesterday. To alleviate any potential pressure on these talented individuals, Lu Yun withheld his identity as the owner of the ANR team. All right, genius captain, Crystal Brother chuckled, albeit with a tinge of regret. Today, you outperformed Deft, preventing him from taking the tower. If the boss had seen that, he would surely grant you a raise. Lu Yun laughed. Really? The boss watches our matches? Crystal Brother exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. The boss is also a fan of esports. Otherwise, why would he establish this team? Lu Yun replied. The others present maintained their smiles, though they were not as animated as Crystal Brother, being just 17 and somewhat shy in nature. Despite their youth, the fervent desire for victory burned brightly in their clear eyes. Let us return to the topic of MSI. Lu Yun redirected the meeting's focus. Captain, just as you predicted, EDG indeed made a comeback to seize the MSI championship. Lu Qingsong remarked with respect. EDG triumphed in their draft strategy, thanks to the factory manager's widow, and secured champions like Malphite and Alistar, while SKT's draft was woefully inadequate, Lu Yun stated calmly. Having been reborn, Lu Yun's greatest asset was the duality of his memories. Thus, he was more lucid than anyone else, acutely aware that this MSI victory was merely a fleeting moment for the LPL, which would continue to endure a prolonged period of darkness for the next 3 years. From S3 to S7, 5 consecutive world championships were dominated by LCK. This was an era of chaos for LCK, a time when the gods of esports reigned supreme. Yet, the LPL was not without opportunity. Regrettably, they succumbed to arrogance, timidity, self-doubt, and mutual distrust. While the youthful aspirants of LCK fervently pursue their dreams, the LPL is engulfed in a myriad of scandals, ranging from unplanned pregnancies to treacherous betrayals. In the past 5 years, has there ever been a whisper of such sensational gossip emanating from LCK? This is precisely why Lu Yun is disinclined to join any team within LPL. Imagine dedicating oneself to meticulously preparing strategies and diligently honing one's skills, only to witness others engaging in reckless antics. What a torment that must be. In this new life, he yearns solely to fight for his team, to battle alongside the comrades who stand before him. Chapter 3. Awakening. In the mortal realm, the competitors seated before him possessed the potential to be world champions, yet they could only languish in solitude, awaiting the impending explosion of their base, exchanging bittersweet smiles with their teammates. As a reborn individual, Lu Yun felt compelled to rectify the regrets of their past lives. He established a singular criterion for selecting teammates. No scandalous distractions were to be tolerated. His ambition was singular, defeating all opposing teams and emerging victorious in every encounter. Captain, please share your insights. I revel in your discourse, Xiong was suddenly inquired. Nodding, Lu Yun approached the white tactical board, writing and elucidating simultaneously. Blue side, top lane. Nar. Jungle. Nunu, mid lane. Yao Ji, Agart, support. Titan, red side. Top lane. Big Tree, jungle. Widow, mid lane. Morgana, Will Mother, support. Bullhead, finals. This marked the final round, showcasing both teams' compositions. The chosen lineup was designed for a singular explosive strike, lacking any sustained damage, a strategy not inherently flawed, specifically crafted to counter flow-based formations. However, Lu Yun abruptly shifted his tone, his demeanor growing stern. He had relinquished the most effective counters against explosive lineups, namely the Big Tree and Morgana, essentially courting disaster. Should they withstand the initial onslaught, it would be the Wheel Mother's turn to reap the rewards. Setting down his pen, Lu Yun remarked, thus, their defeat was not unwarranted. Their hubris led them astray. They had previously triumphed with the big tree in 2 games, yet faltered at the critical juncture by abandoning it. Was this not a path to self-destruction? Moreover, what can this lineup initiate? The opposing Widow would always flank during team battles. Morgana wielded both a guardian angel and a magic shield, while Wheel Mother had magical protection, supplemented by Bullhead's defense. They could only initiate an empty assault. Liyun spoke with unwavering conviction. In this era, he was the only one audacious enough to voice such critiques. This iteration of the finals would forever mark an indelible disgrace upon the legendary coach. After hearing Liyun's explanation, the others suddenly grasped the situation. The captain truly exemplified his title, possessing a comprehension of the game that transcended the confines of this time. Even the typically proud Xianghua found himself compelled to commend the coach. In truth, Liyun had previously identified the issues with the lineup 3 days prior during the match. Though he had refrained from delving into extensive discussion at that time, I believe Bullhead was pivotal. His performance was indeed lacking, Lu Qingsong remarked. Liyun rapped the whiteboard decisively. Have you discerned the most significant difference between these 2 lineups? The group exchanged glances, pondering for a moment before shaking their heads. Did you not notice that one lineup can only initiate, while the other cannot counter-initiate? Liyun articulated with piercing clarity. This revelation struck the young prodigies profoundly, akin to a fog lifting and clarity emerging in their veins. Indeed, this lineup possesses no means of counter-initiation, while the other can both initiate and counter-initiate, boasting superior early game tempo. Goodness, had the captain not pointed it out, I would have remained oblivious to the myriad flaws in this lineup. Xianghua exclaimed, exhilarated. In that moment, he absorbed an abundance of knowledge. With a gentle smile, Liyun continued. Furthermore, should this lineup secure the Baron, their chances of victory would dwindle, as their wave-clearing capabilities are woefully inadequate. In truth, they possess no ability to clear minion waves whatsoever. A composition that falters in early game tempo compared to the opponent, and lacks teamfight attributes, while Nar risks being forced to split push, yet must remain prepared for a strong initiation from Bullhead and Morgana, all the while incapable of clearing minion waves in the late game. Such a lineup aspiring for championship glory is but a delusion. Upon concluding, Liyun unceremoniously sketched a large symbol on the board. The captain's understanding of the game is indeed formidable. It is no wonder he could ascend to the pinnacle of the Korean server with 7 accounts, Shui Jing remarked. Previously, when they had voiced their aspirations to contest for the global championship, it had seemed somewhat unrealistic. Now, however, their hearts brimmed with an insatiable yearning for the title of world champion. With such a profound analyst and coach, coupled with the captain's terrifyingly exceptional individual prowess, their dreams no longer appeared fanciful. So, would you say our hard power still falls short? The contemplative Lu Qingsong queried. It's a 50-50 chance, Liyun replied candidly. Unlike those who had succumbed to arrogance following a championship victory, Liyun remained ever clear-headed and grounded in reality. Even in the previous realm, he understood that this win could only be termed a Pyrrhic victory. Triumphing over their inflated egos would render them vulnerable upon their return to the world stage, making it difficult to engage in direct confrontation. As the saying goes, while all are intoxicated, I remain sober. No one recognized this as a bitter triumph. Every bout of hubris exacts a toll. Thus, the year 5 became the darkest of times, the season marked by the poorest historical performance. 3 teams, 2 making it to the top 16 and 1 reaching the top 8, fell victim to a sweeping defeat with a score of 40. It was the most humiliating global championship to date. Should the captain voice such sentiments on the forums, I can scarcely imagine the aftermath, Ma Xianghua laughed. I would never engage in such folly. We are merely a newly formed team, focused solely on performing well in our matches. These words are reserved solely for you. Liyun replied with a calm demeanor. In the ensuing hours, Liyun meticulously imparted his extraordinary understanding of the game that transcended this era. He covered aspects such as lineup composition, early landing intricacies, mid-game vision control, mid-game rotational strategies, late-game Baron decisions, synergy between jungle and support, and the nuances of hero combos, among other topics. With each session of instruction, the 4 young prodigies felt as though they were experiencing a rebirth. They began to realize that League of Legends could be played in ways they had never fathomed. Matches could unfold in manners previously unimagined. Champions could be wielded differently than they had thought possible. Chapter 4. Establish the lower limit before setting the upper limit. The first principle. In the bedroom, Liyun was on the phone with his closest friend, the manager. This manager had always been passionate about discovering various prodigious talents. And upon learning that Liyun had achieved the remarkable feat of reaching the pinnacle of the Korean server 7 times, he immediately forged a friendship with him. Pragmatic in nature, he understood well what a genius signifies for a team. Are you really not coming? The manager inquired with a hint of urgency in his voice. Recently, Tong Yang's demand for a salary increase had stirred quite a commotion within the industry. Ever since their triumphant return from the championship, this prodigious top laner, known as Tong Wudi, seemed to have transformed into someone else entirely, not only requesting a raise, but also insisting on bringing his girlfriend to stay at the training facility. If he were to maintain such a stance, the management would likely acquiesce, for the club was known for its benevolence towards its key contributors. However, Tong Yang's recent performance had plummeted. He struggled to even secure a position among the strongest players in the domestic server, let alone the Korean server. I truly apologize, but I will not be able to join, Lu Yun replied regretfully. The manager sighed deeply. Brother, feel free to voice any demands you have. The boss and Abu are quite accommodating, and with your talent, joining the team would be a tremendous asset. Trust me, if you come aboard, I guarantee you a championship. Believe me, truly. According to him, Lu Yun was a genius among geniuses, an all-encompassing hero. After a considerable pause, Lu Yun finally stated, I have already signed a contract. Upon hearing this, the manager felt as if his heart had shattered. He could not comprehend Lu Yun's decision. It was evidently a win-win future. Why? He sighed. But recognizing the resolve of his counterpart, he refrained from further persuasion. Very well. Life is about dreams, and we each have our own brilliance. We shall meet on the battlefield. Can we still arrange a training match? Lu Yun asked with a smile. Of course, brother. Just say the word. And I assure you it's no problem. The manager declared enthusiastically, patting his chest. He was a man astute in the ways of human relationships. Though they could not fight side by side this year, there was always next year. This relationship must be maintained. To sever ties over a disagreement would be a hindrance to great achievements. Furthermore, this training match could potentially prompt Tong Yang to confront the disparity between himself and genuine talents, encouraging him to temper his arrogance, which would be of great benefit. Otherwise, allowing Tong Yang to continue in his reckless manner would inevitably lead to trouble. Truly, the manager was forthright. After the training session, you are invited to a 5-star hotel. No problem, my cloud, he joked. All right, my wind. After hanging up, Lu Yun let out a soft sigh. His feelings towards the manager were complex. He admired the man's dedication to esports, yet felt exasperated by his timidity at critical moments, regardless of how others mocked him. Calling him an idealistic jungler or labeling him as a perennial quarterfinalist, at least he was dedicated. In this era dominated by sensationalism, the manager's ability to maintain integrity as a highly visible player was commendable. Wow, the captain really managed to arrange a training match. Upon hearing that they could engage in a training session in 2 days, Xianghua beamed like a sunflower. Which team? The champions. In contrast, the newly formed team, according to the usual conventions of the esports community, would find it nearly impossible to arrange a training match with a championship team, as these champions always aimed for the next title. Thus, they would only engage with other strong teams, never wasting time and energy on weaker opponents. He probably wants to use this opportunity to confront the gap between himself and the captain. Recently, he's been quite inflated, Lu Qingsong analyzed calmly. Ever since winning the championship, Tong Yang has been rather arrogant. Last time, he even disconnected during a match. The manager must have been furious, Shui Jing remarked. How he navigates his life is his choice. We must focus on ourselves, Lu Yun asserted. This statement resonated deeply with the young individuals present. They learned to refrain from judging others and to concentrate on their own paths. Having gone through certain experiences, Lu Yun had matured significantly. Regardless of others' rise or fall, he no longer cared. He simply wished to ground himself and excel in his current endeavors. Only the most timid of them, who had been sitting quietly, smiled foolishly. Although he could hardly grasp the conversation, the joyful atmosphere was contagious. After some exchanges, everyone dedicated themselves fully to preparing for the training match 3 days hence. The sole objective of this training match was to thoroughly assess their collaborative abilities. As a newly formed team, no amount of pre-match talk could substitute for the practical experience gained from a training match. In the training room, the 5 professional players were already on high alert. Each time Lu Yun sat in such a chair, he felt a surge of adrenaline. This was the life he had always yearned for. As a reborn individual, he could leverage the information gap of these past years to amass great wealth. He could gallop through the night, adorned in this guise. He could become the most formidable esports streamer. Each path was a grand avenue leading to Rome, a route to achieving financial freedom. Yet, what lay beyond that financial freedom? Lu Yun was often plagued by this question. There remained many aspects of life that money could not procure. Thus, he ultimately chose this path, the dream he had once fervently desired. Lu Yun was astute. He understood himself well. If he were to abandon this journey, he would undoubtedly face endless anguish and remorse in his twilight years. Conversely, if he were to once again secure the global championship and ascend to the status of an everlasting legend in this realm, in his twilight years, he could invite his former comrades, those who once fought alongside him for their dreams, to sit together in the audience, reminiscing about the glorious past. This evening, You must experience the pinnacle of my prowess. Even at the age of 50, I am still in my prime. Regardless of age, one must simply take action. These scenes are imbued with warmth. Suppressing these sudden thoughts, Dai Yun donned his headphones and embarked on the journey of a lifetime. Captain, can we win this game? The ever-spirited Shuai Jing Gu jested first. If you maintain a steady line in the bot lane, victory is assured, Dai Yun replied with utmost sincerity. Captain, do you not trust us? What if we obliterate the world champion? Shuai Jing Gu retorted defiantly. Dai Yun smiled faintly before adopting a serious tone. As a professional player, one must first establish a limit for oneself, and then strive for greater heights, particularly as a captain. Dai Yun commanded respect. He would never indulge this group of prodigious youths as if they were mere brothers. Certain truths must be laid bare from the outset. Chapter 5, you choose freely. I shall only play. This position demands the utmost steadiness. Even for the ever-impetuous A Shuai, during the finals of Season 8, his records were as follows. Kaisa 719. Lucian 514, Kaisa 1207. Furthermore, in the Season 9 finals, he achieved an unprecedented feat, finishing the finals without a single death. 110, 80, 20. Such numbers epitomize true steadiness. One must serve as the foundation for the entire team, not merely as a vanguard. Unless absolutely necessary, when the mid and jungle are underperforming, one might gamble on that fleeting moment of aggression. Many players of this era relentlessly pursue their limits, leaving their baselines entirely dependent on their teammates, ultimately becoming subjects of ridicule. Upon hearing Dai Yun's previous remarks, Shuai Jinggu suddenly gained clarity, his expression turning grave. The captain's words are wise. I understand now. Captain, how do you perceive my and Changzhang's chances? Xiang Guo inquired unexpectedly. He possesses more experience than you. Your execution surpasses his. His awareness is superior. Yet you exhibit a daring spirit in your maneuvers. Currently, it's roughly 50-50, but awareness can be cultivated over time. While the courage to act is a gift that cannot be learned, Dai Yun articulated. These words resonated pleasantly with Xiang Guo. Just as Xiang Guo basked in his own delight, Dai Yun swiftly redirected his tone. Yet talent also demands relentless effort for refinement. We must progress together. Captain, what about you? Shuai Jinggu could not resist asking. In one match, I single-handedly eliminated him 14 times. Can you guess? Dai Yun chuckled. I guess it was 10 o'clock. Xiang Guo replied, prompting laughter among the group. Were it anyone else, the crowd might have deemed such a statement pretentious. However, in the presence of this man, an unexplainable sense of assurance enveloped them. They had never once reached the pinnacle of the Korean server, yet this man accomplished it 7 times in merely half a year. Were they to achieve such feats, they would only appear more ostentatious than he. Undoubtedly, the confidence of all team members surged. In the realm of instilling confidence, Dai Yun's experience was unparalleled. In stark contrast to the soaring ambitions over here, the atmosphere on the other side felt somewhat stifling. Tong Yang, take this training match seriously. You are well aware of who your opponent is, Chang Zhang said bluntly. As the most dedicated professional player, he found Tong Yang's demeanor utterly intolerable. I understand you wish for a salary increase, Ming Kai. I can appreciate that. I comprehend your desire to cohabitate with your girlfriend. But if you only play a few matches each week, I can no longer condone that, he asserted. I know, Tong Yang acknowledged earnestly. Having realized that he had indeed crossed a line previously, he was acutely aware of the genius opposing him. The exceptional reflexes, understanding of minion waves, distance control, and the intricate relationships between heroes, as well as the timing of engagements in late-game team fights. He conceded that he lagged far behind this individual. The past is the past. I have turned down all other teams for training matches and scheduled this with them. You should understand whom this is for, Chang Zhang stated with grave seriousness. I understand. He responded in a subdued tone. He indeed recognized the well-intentioned wisdom of Chang Zhang, and he felt remorse for his earlier arrogance. This training match is crucial for us all. Let us remain vigilant. The players on the opposing side merely lack competitive experience. Their talents are not inferior to yours. At this moment, still serving as coach, stepped in to alleviate the tension, gently patting Tong Yang on the shoulder. Is correct. The individuals on the opposing team are all prodigious youths. One must commend the owner's foresight in gathering them together. Whether a club can secure a championship often hinges on the fortune of the transfer period. As this was a training match, each team had tailored their strategies accordingly, and it concluded swiftly. The opposing team banned Rumble, Nar, and Fizz, 3 prominent top lane champions. Meanwhile, they countered with the bans of Makai, Mother, and Horseman. These champions are the darlings of the current meta. Before long, both sides finalized their compositions. Blue side, top, Kinnan, jungle Gragas, mid Yasuo, Ashe, support Titan. Red side, top, to be determined, jungle Spider, mid Echo, Callista, support Brown. What shall our final pick be, Captain? Lu Qingsong inquired. Dagger Girl, Dai Yun declared emphatically. Since his rebirth, Dai Yun had established a guiding principle for himself. You choose freely, I shall only play. Upon witnessing the selection of Kaisa by the opposing top laner, he unhesitatingly opted for the champion known as Dao Mei. For Lu Yun, the top lane, Qi Jiamei, has always held a special place in his heart. The Dragon Blood Warrior Shyvana, the Blade Dancer Aurelia, the Exile Riven, the Shadows Embrace Akali, the Duelist Fiora, the Steel Shadow Camille, and the Spirit Blossom Gwen. It was once his aspiration to secure a championship skin for each of them. In the era of Season 5, however, only the three sisters of the top lane, Riven and Fiora, were prominent. Additionally, both the Blade Dancer and the Duelist had yet to receive reworks, their abilities remaining quite rudimentary. The Blade Dancer, whose true name is Aurelia, was adored by the players from Huaxia for her enchanting visage and graceful form, long before she was rebranded as the Blade Dancer. She was the beloved champion of every gentleman in the top lane, and Lu Yun was certainly no exception, never shying away from this fact. As a gentleman who hasn't harbored some whimsical fantasies, it is hardly something to be reproached when kept separate from the realities of life. All right, Captain. With that, Lu Qingsong assisted Lu Yun in securing the selection of. Against Kaisa, Captain, be gentle. Brother Shuijing jestingly remarked. I am always gentle, came the reply, leaving the others with a lingering sense of dissonance. Was gentle meant to imply reducing opponents to a mere score of 0 to 12? To render them victims of the system's judgment of intentional feeding? On the other side, the coach of the new team exhibited a commendable understanding of the game. The lineup they have chosen is indeed quite impressive, Coach Abu acknowledged with a nod. He could not deny that the opposing coach possessed a notable level of game comprehension. Had it been one of those coaches who only knew how to order takeout, they would never have secured a first pick with Gragas, followed by Kalista and Alistar. A victory is determined halfway by such decisions, a phrase Abu etched in his mind. He understood well how to secure victories, thus he strived for excellence each time. If I told you that the opposing coach is that individual, would you think it a dream? The factory manager chuckled. Abu paused momentarily. They did not hire a coach? The factory manager waved his hand dismissively. They have 7 accounts reaching the pinnacle of the Korean server, with a win rate exceeding 80% across 5 positions. Currently, the only excellent coaches are you and Homie. The others simply order takeout. Why did their owner purchase them? It would be wiser to invest more in these players. If I were their owner, I would not bother hiring a coach. At this juncture, the factory manager hesitated briefly. That individual does not seem like a mere 17-year-old. I have conversed with him, and he possesses a maturity that is quite beyond youthful exuberance. Are you suggesting he is exceptionally mature for his age? Abu inquired. Perhaps even more so than you might imagine. He is more acquainted with the game than you, which is why their owner feels no need to hire a coach. The factory manager teased. Abu felt a twinge of frustration at the factory manager's words and rubbed his nose. The younger generation is becoming increasingly arrogant. Minkai, you must help me vent my frustrations. You know my character. I am never lenient with such prodigies. I have been waiting for this moment. Let us engage them. Abu firmly clasped the factory manager's shoulder before returning to the observation room. Undoubtedly, the focus of this showdown lay in the top lane versus Kaisa. Regardless of the evolving meta, remains an undeniable force against Kaisa. Should execute her maneuvers with precision, dispatching Kaisa would be a trivial matter. Hence, the pressure does not rest upon Lu Yun, but rather on his opponent. Should he fail to master the nuances of the landing phase, particularly the management of attack ranges, he would inevitably become a source of income for. Speaking of Kaisa, much like Misfortune, she epitomizes a champion with a distinct power curve. She is strongest upon leaving the fountain, capable of dominating all but the likes of Jace among top lane warriors. However, once the opposing warrior returns home and acquires their first item, such as the Lich Bane, Kaisa may find herself in peril of being trained by the jungler. Upon acquiring the trifecta of items, Kaisa will once again reach her zenith, capable of delivering explosive damage that can effortlessly eliminate her foes. Therefore, in the early phases of the landing confrontation, Kaisa must strive for dominance and cannot afford to be at a disadvantage. The familiarity of this matchup versus Kaisa stirs a wave of memories within Lu Yun, who finds himself favoring the Season 5 meta over future iterations. One reason is that this version champions the top lane, while another is the plethora of champions available for selection. Evaluating whether a Kaisa player possesses the skill to handle landing intricacies boils down to 3 fundamental aspects: the accuracy of their skill shots, the timing of their abilities, and their control over attack range. In the early landing phase, these 3 elements are essential lessons. Regrettably, the opponent is renowned as a player of extraordinary prowess, possessing only 2 champions that could be deemed world-class, Makai and Gnar. Beyond these, his other champions falter against the elite top laners of the world. These elite top laners include the likes of Jin Gong and others. As for his Kaisa, it remains the champion with which he is least familiar. In the days of Season 6, his Kaisa was caught by the blind monk and Makai, resulting in a dismal score of 0-6, with all blame directed towards the factory manager's final game on the blind monk. Reflecting on this now, perhaps his criticism of the factory manager was a bit excessive. Setting aside such thoughts, Lu Yun flexed his fists with ease, preparing to put on a remarkable performance for all present. Upon entering the game, neither side opted for an early skirmish. The most significant distinction of the Season 5 era compared to others is the ability to engage in lane control. Lane control involves having the duo from the bottom lane pressure the opposing top laner, compelling them to farm alongside their jungler. This approach not only restrains the growth of the top laner but also limits the development of the jungler, while simultaneously allowing one's own team to prosper in advance. It can be described as achieving 3 objectives in one stroke. However, this strategy does come with a drawback. Teams lacking mid-game operational proficiency often find themselves collapsing due to overcommitting to lane ganks. If memory serves correctly, there was a European top laner who, due to poor management, found himself in a dire situation with only 4 minion kills at the 12-minute mark, earning him a place in the annals of infamy. In this match, they did not execute any lane ganks. During the standard opening, Xiang will place the first ward in the bot lane, preventing Chang Zhang from executing a level 2 gank there. As the game loaded, Lu Yun began to direct his teammates through the microphone. "So, I won't be heading to the top lane this match?" he inquired. In this patch, the bot lane holds greater importance than the top lane. Follow the current meta, focus on preserving the bot lane while I remain unpressured in the top, Lu Yun asserted. "All right, wherever the captain directs me, I shall go," came the confident reply. This was not merely Lu Yun's bravado. The significance of the current patch outweighed that of the top laner. The era of the top laner single-handedly determining the game had yet to arrive. Furthermore, the champion Makai was excessively formidable in this patch, to the extent that even the designers later admitted he was the least balanced champion they had created. A Makai with a score of 0-5 could contribute more to a team fight than a Katarina with a score of 5-0, which is undeniably unreasonable. In the game, at 2 minutes and 10 seconds, the minions clashed in the top lane. For his starting items, Lu Yun's Katarina opted for a crystal flask, while his opponent, Kennen, chose a Doran's blade. At 2 minutes and 15 seconds, Lu Yun emerged from the brush, positioning himself at the utmost distance and intentionally presenting Kennen with an opening. Habitually, as a blue-collar top laner, he aimed his cursor directly at Katarina, executing the first basic attack. However, just as he prepared to unleash a second attack, Katarina deftly sidestepped. Evading the strike, he promptly activated his ability, gaining a surge of movement speed to pursue Katarina relentlessly. Unfortunately, she had already slipped into the brush, rendering his skill use futile. While he could place his first trinket ward in the lane brush to continue harassing Katarina, he had to remember that the opposing jungler was a spider. The spider is the most formidable jungler, bar none, and the most suitable choice for the top lane. Without exception, if he were to take that action, it would be equivalent to signaling, "Please, come quickly and eliminate me. I have no vision in the river." Despite this being a practice match, Abu was an exceptionally strict coach, and if he dared to place that trinket ward, he would undoubtedly face Abu's wrath upon his return. The control of distance, having been momentarily interrupted, plunged his spirits into despair. This feeling was all too familiar for him. The opponent, seemingly born for League of Legends, always made him feel a tantalizing distance when playing Kennen against Katarina. The moment Kennen initiated his attack, this player would instinctively retreat. And if Lu Yun made even the slightest mouse error, he would find himself thwarted. The timing of that first moment was crucial. Many Katarina players struggle against Kennen because they fail to meet 2 key criteria: reaction time and spatial awareness. Many players wait until Kennen's shuriken is already airborne before they attempt to pull Katarina back. Some even only react once the shuriken has struck Katarina. What does this equate to? It is akin to realizing that the opponent wielding a sword is about to strike only after being hit. Such a response will undoubtedly fail to interrupt Kennen's attack. Only by perceiving Kennen's movement the moment he strikes can Katarina effectively evade his assault. If Kennen's mouse control falters, he will inevitably be thwarted. This is the first detail. Moreover, for Katarina to secure a kill on Kennen, she cannot remain hidden at the back. She must draw Kennen's attacks and compel him into making a mistake. This requires unparalleled spatial awareness, maintaining an approximate distance of 550 Kennen's attack range, keeping him perpetually in a predicament. This constitutes the second detail. Lu Yun's meticulous maneuvering was not for naught. In the top lane, as Kennen was momentarily interrupted, he found himself under fire from the red side minions, disrupting the formation of both minion waves. Remaining composed, Lu Yun once again stepped from the brush, skillfully manipulating his positioning to pull Kennen's aggression while simultaneously managing their respective minion lines. Following a masterful display reminiscent of divine intervention, The formation of Liu Yun's minions became more concentrated, while Kinnen's were scattered. In a flash, as Kinnen completed his final basic attack and prepared to retreat, Liu Yun directed his cursor towards him and activated his skill for the first time. The blade surge propelled the Ionian champion towards Kinnen, landing a basic attack that diminished nearly 1/5 of Kinnen's health. In his flustered state, Kinnen made a critical error. Instead of retreating immediately upon Katarina's approach, he greedily attempted to secure an additional basic attack. Such greed? A smile crept across Liu Yun's face. There was no way he would squander this golden opportunity. Exploiting Kinnen's avarice, Liu Yun directed Katarina to strike twice more. This ambush ultimately cost Kinnen 1/3 of his health. After setting the stage for the kill, Katarina finally withdrew, utilizing the brush to obscure her vision. Chapter 7. The Hand of God. Despite this sequence, Katarina did sustain 1/4 of her health due to the concentrated fire from the minions and Kinnen's retaliation. However, it is essential to remember that Kinnen is a marksman, while Katarina is a warrior. Kinnen's base health is inherently lower than Katarina's by a substantial margin of 140, thus making this health loss acceptable for Katarina. However, Kaisa found this utterly unacceptable. Furthermore, while Kaisa wielded the Doran's blade, the opponent, known as the Blade Dancer, utilized a crystal flask, resulting in a stark disparity in their regenerative capabilities. At this moment, the player controlling Kaisa felt a twinge of regret. He realized that he should not have been so enamored with that initial attack, but rather should have immediately retreated. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly suffer another blow from the Blade Dancer. His regret was justified. The Blade Dancer, a remarkable heroine from Ionia, possessed a unique trait: her attack range. Indeed, as a warrior, her attack range extended to an impressive 200, while traditional warriors averaged only 125. This distinctive characteristic rendered the Blade Dancer exceptionally alluring and was the core reason for her natural advantage over Kaisa. If Kaisa did not wish to create distance the moment the Blade Dancer approached, he was certain to endure another hit. A single hit could easily escalate to 2, what then of 3? Should Kaisa fail to maintain a healthy amount of health before the Blade Dancer reached level 2, he would inevitably fall victim to her lethal prowess. It was essential to recognize that the Blade Dancer's equilibrium strike at level 2 would prove devastating in this landing scenario, potentially resulting in a stun. Had it been Echo in that position, such a sequence could have been executed, for Echo's attack range was merely 125, thus preventing the follow-up hit. This illustrates the allure of League of Legends. The intricacies of landing differ vastly among various champions. Liu Yun was currently relishing in this captivating experience. Turning our attention back to Kaisa, the intricacies of his maneuvers were still breathtaking. The player controlling Kaisa took a deep breath, refocusing his attention. It was evident that his health was in a precarious state. Meanwhile, the Blade Dancer, having utilized her crystal flask for regeneration, had restored her health, while Kaisa's health remained stagnant. At that moment, he suddenly realized that his ranged minions were being approached by the opposing melee minions. A sense of despair washed over him. How could he consistently manipulate the minion waves so adeptly? Reluctantly, he had to concede that the opposing genius's understanding of minion control had reached a level of mastery he could not aspire to. His despair was understandable, for he knew that in order for Kaisa to effectively suppress a warrior, he needed to seize control over the minion wave, what is termed as wave control. How could one ascertain that Kaisa had established wave control? One need only observe the targeting of the melee minions after the initial skirmish. If the Blade Dancer's melee minions continued to target Kaisa's melee minions, it would indicate that wave control remained with him. Conversely, if the Blade Dancer's melee minions shifted their focus to Kaisa's ranged minions, it would signify that he had lost wave control. The reason for this lies in the Blade Dancer's skill, Blade Surge, which allows her to use the ranged minions as a launching pad to strike down weakened foes, simultaneously closing in on Kaisa. The Blade Dancer's skills refresh cooldowns upon executing minions. Once she closes the distance, her unique attack range of 200 would unleash a devastating combination, leaving Kaisa in a dire predicament. This is the fundamental operation executed by the pinnacle champion, the Blade Dancer, against Kaisa. At 232, after regaining her skill cooldown, Liu Yun began to implement this series of fundamental operations. Seizing upon Kaisa's momentary misstep, he directed his mouse towards the low-health ranged minion beside him and activated his skill. Instantly, he closed the gap to Kaisa, utilizing the 200 attack range to deliver the first strike. He swiftly followed with Blade Surge. The sequence flowed seamlessly, akin to a graceful dance, leaving onlookers like Abu in awe. However, a slight lapse in reflex led him to miss the opportunity to use his skill the moment the Blade Dancer approached. Consequently, his Kaisa endured a full sequence of attacks from the Blade Dancer. It was only after the second hit landed that he finally activated his skill. Alas, it was too late. In such a high-stakes duel, there exists no notion of remedying a mistake. A single error magnifies exponentially. This is the nature of combat among masters, especially when facing an opponent of such caliber. The Blade Dancer's flawless execution momentarily depleted Kai'Sa's health by nearly 1/3, compounded by previous health loss, bringing him to a critical threshold. Following this fundamental maneuver, Lu Yun chose not to press the attack on Kai'Sa, but instead began to strike the minions while retreating. His movements were exquisitely smooth, allowing Kai'Sa, who could have dealt 3 hits, to only manage 2. The Blade Dancer once again seized an advantage with a well-timed strike. Combined with the previous hit, this amounted to 2 successful attacks. Through impeccable execution, Lu Yun minimized the health loss of his Blade Dancer by approximately 130, laying the groundwork for a forthcoming solo kill on Kai'Sa. In the observation room, Abu marveled at the Blade Dancer's performance. "How can her movements be so fluid?" he exclaimed. "This is her innate talent," sighed the assistant beside him. They all lamented the missed opportunity to recruit such a prodigy. In the footage, the Blade Dancer skillfully maneuvered through the brush, evading Kai'Sa's vision and the minions' aggro. If this were a formal match, some viewers unfamiliar with the nuances of top lane might question why the Blade Dancer chose to attack the minions rather than retreat into the brush. Wouldn't that have granted Kai'Sa 2 additional hits? It seems counterproductive. Clearly, these viewers failed to grasp Lu Yun's thoughtful strategy. The rationale behind Lu Yun's actions is quite straightforward: to diminish the health of the opposing minions and expedite his ascent to level 2. In the game of League of Legends, reaching level 2 in a solo lane necessitates the experience from 7 minions. It is unequivocally impossible for the champion, Dagger Girl, to secure a solo kill on Kennen at level 1. She must attain level 2. Thus, the crux of victory hinges upon the second wave of minions. To achieve level 2 and secure a solo kill on Kennen, Dagger Girl must sacrifice her own health to manipulate the minion wave. The option of desiring a solo kill on Kennen while simultaneously hesitating to forfeit her health is a choice only players below platinum rank would make. At 2 minutes and 42 seconds, the second wave of minions enters the fray. At this moment, confusion reigns. He realizes that the health of his minions is depleting at a pace identical to that of the enemies. Every elite top laner comprehends the implications of this scenario. As a champion top laner, he could not possibly be oblivious to the potential repercussions. Such profound comprehension of minion control. He now finds himself in a predicament. Attacking Dagger Girl fails to suppress the health of the enemy minions, ultimately allowing her to reach level 2 mere seconds after he does. Conversely, attacking the minions would afford Dagger Girl the opportunity to eliminate his minions, resulting in a similar outcome. Chapter 8. Securing a solo kill. The testament of a hero from Ionia. As a champion top laner, he lacks the luxury of hesitation. In this high-stakes confrontation, an immediate decision is imperative. He opts to strike Dagger Girl, landing 3 basic attacks that cause her health to plummet rapidly. This choice plays directly into Lu Yun's strategy. He promptly consumes a second crystal bottle, braving Kennen's damage to continue attacking the minions. Utilizing his skills, he executes a low-health minion and, exploiting a 200 range, sneaks in a hit on Kennen. At that moment, Kennen reaches level 2 first. Fueled by youthful vigor, he chooses not to retreat. Fully aware that Dagger Girl is but 2 minions away from level 2, he swiftly learns a skill, poised to unleash a shuriken imbued with lightning. However, under Lu Yun's deft maneuvering, Dagger Girl dances gracefully among the minions, granting him no opportunity to strike. He cannot afford to delay any longer. Should he wait until these 2 minions fall, Dagger Girl will undoubtedly achieve level 2. At 2 minutes and 51 seconds, he makes his move, directing his mouse at Dagger Girl and unleashing his skill, sending a lightning-infused shuriken hurtling toward her. Yet, an unexpected scene unfolds. Dagger Girl utilizes a low-health minion as a springboard, her agile form resembling a dragon, successfully evading the shuriken while simultaneously eliminating a ranged minion beside Kennen. With a 200 range, Dagger Girl does not wait for Kennen to create distance, quickly following up with a basic attack. She then employs her skill to dispatch a second low-health minion. A golden flash descends from the heavens, enveloping this valiant heroine. The skill is instantly leveled up. Balanced Strike is unleashed, successfully stunning Kennen, whose health percentage surpasses that of Dagger Girl. The 1-second stun renders Kennen immobile. He positions himself to block Kennen's escape, denying him any chance to create distance with his flash. The rhythmic sound of his fingers dancing across the mechanical keyboard resonates like a symphony from Ionia. Kennen's health has dwindled to a critical threshold, prompting a panicked use of flash. This is nearly an instinctive reaction. He knows his role as a top laner is to avoid misfortune, thus he rarely conserves his flash in the face of danger. He has been waiting for this very moment. Lu Yun's pupils constrict sharply, his gaze sharp and regal. He has been anticipating Kennen's desperate flash. Kennen, now cornered, finds himself unable to use flash to escape Dagger Girl's grasp, who swiftly closes the distance once more. With a final basic attack, he successfully eliminates this blue-skinned Pikachu. The chilling voice of a female announcer from the rift heralds the birth of first blood. Gazing at the darkened screen, the champion realizes the significant disparity between himself and his opponent. He is curious to know how this player would operate Kennen to suppress Dagger Girl. What a monster! Frustration compels him to voice his thoughts. As a champion, he had a premonition of being solo killed. Nevertheless, he chose Kennen. Fully aware that if Kennen and Dagger Girl were to farm peacefully, he would inevitably face a solo kill in the subsequent landing phase. As a top-tier professional player, who has not solo killed Kennen with Dagger Girl, he did not anticipate that this solo kill would occur so swiftly. Meanwhile, witnessing their captain eliminate Kennen so rapidly instills a surge of confidence within all team members. Wow, the captain is still so formidable. Unable to contain their excitement, they express heartfelt admiration. He is too greedy, daring to challenge me. Liyun appears remarkably composed. Solo killing opponents has become routine for him in this era. His current interest lies not in merely solo killing opponents, but in achieving this feat with various champions. Undoubtedly, Liyun has perfected every detail to accomplish this level 2 solo kill. Of course, his own missteps have played a significant role as well. The operational difficulty of Kennen is exceedingly high, whereas that of Treant is merely moderate. Players accustomed to the latter's straightforward mechanics find it challenging to swiftly adapt to the complexities of Kennen. This exemplifies the manifestation of talent. Stabilizing the bottom lane. The captain leads us to victory. Xiangwu continued. At this moment, Liyun directs his mouse toward the bottom lane. Observing that Kalista and Alistar have been pushed beneath their tower, their health in a precarious state, it is evident that there remains a disparity in the bottom lane strength. However, Liyun remained unperturbed, for he had anticipated this situation long ago. After all, the opposing duo in the bottom lane was none other than the champions. Xiangwu sought an opportunity to ambush in the bottom lane, declaring that he would not return to the top lane as his Kennen had already been rendered ineffective. Rendered ineffective. Hearing these words spoken with such nonchalance, the group of prodigious youths felt their spirits ignite with fervor. The greatest thrill in esports lies in building one's passion and joy upon the pain and struggle of the opponent, does it not? Very well, my invincible captain, Xiangwu exclaimed. We shall hold our ground in the bottom lane. We have a chance this match. Just wait for the captain to lead us to victory. Lu Qingsong added. Thanks to Lu Yun's prior encouragement, which prompted them to confront the disparity in their bottom lane before gradually improving, their mindset remained remarkably stable. For youths of this age, the gravest fear is the imbalance of their mentality, which often stems from having excessively high expectations of oneself. To overcome such imbalance, one must remain grounded and take each step with care, never dreaming of soaring to great heights. Otherwise, the immense psychological gap may render one despondent. After a round of communication, they proceeded to implement their defensive strategy. In stark contrast to the confidence and composure exhibited here, the atmosphere on the other side felt somewhat oppressive. The champions had suffered the indignity of being solo killed at level 2 by a rookie. Should this news spread, it would indeed be unflattering. For the coach, what was most intolerable was not that his Kennen had been slain by the Zed, but that the Zed had achieved this feat without using flash, while also forcing Kennen to expend his own. Let us play it safe in the top lane. I will focus on the bottom. The first dragon in this patch is crucial, and I cannot attend to the top lane, the coach stated pragmatically. He was indeed correct. One reason for the diminished emphasis on the top lane in this patch is the significance of the dragon. In this era, elemental dragons are absent. Instead, players gain various benefits based on the number of dragons they slay. Defeating the first dragon bestows an impressive boost of 8 attack damage and ability power to all teammates. This tangible advantage, akin to that offered by the fire dragon, renders the first dragon exceedingly vital. This was also the rationale for selecting Nunu in the finals. Chapter 9. The eve of the second solo kill, the dawn approaches. Hearing the coach's tone laden with personal emotion, Tian Yi quickly stepped forward to lighten the mood. It's all right. Our bottom lane is at an advantage, and we just need to stabilize the top lane with Kennen. He sighed heavily, taking a deep breath. He was all too familiar with the feeling of being solo killed, akin to a seasoned veteran. He could not fathom what his Kennen needed to do to suppress this Zed. Not to mention suppression, he at least needed to achieve stable development. Avoiding being solo killed at level 2. How could he accomplish all this? What astonished him most was that this monster opposite him, upon acquiring the champion, could render his opponent utterly defenseless. In this match, the Zed, like the Gnar and Riven from the previous night, swiftly cast aside negative emotions and focused intently. On this side, after the Zed's solo kill, he maintained his health. Thus, Liyun could remain in lane for a while longer until he regained control of the minion wave. At 3 minutes and 6 seconds, after Kennen respawned, he opted to return to lane. Upon encountering Kennen again, Liyun made a choice that others would never consider. He consumed his last crystal vial. Now, the Zed's health stood at 327 and was gradually recovering. With the blade surge, he struck down a distant minion and closed in on Kennen. Unlike previous encounters, this time, upon approaching Kennen, Lu Yun chose not to evade. Those lacking in minion wave comprehension watched in disbelief as the half-health Zed charged directly at him, and controlling Kennen. He recklessly pursued the Zed with fervent determination. To be solo-killed is one thing, but to be so audacious. After all, he was a champion. Being slain by such a rookie left him unable to maintain his composure. Anger prompted him to make a foolish move, one he would soon regret. A remarkable scene unfolded. As Kennen relentlessly attacked the Zed's minions began assaulting Kennen in return. The minion wave was once again manipulated by the Zed. The Zed's health began to wane. While the overall health of the minions on the Zed side plummeted rapidly, it was evident that if this trend continued, Kennen's minion wave would inevitably push toward the Zed. What did this signify? It signified death. Death for Kennen. Let us not forget that when the Zed had previously slain Kennen, he had not used Flash, while Kennen had. Excellent. You have met your demise again. Wait for me to return and collect your remains. Lu Yun smiled faintly at this thought, promptly maneuvering the Zed into the brush, evading Kennen's vision. Finally, under the defensive tower, he initiated his recall. Returning home, he procured a pair of boots and a long sword. Preparing for a second solo kill on Kennen, Lu Yun held his own understanding regarding the Zed's build. When facing any long-range champion, his first item for Zed would invariably be boots, followed by the first component of Trinity Force, which he would undoubtedly select as the Sheen. Sheen provides a 20 movement speed increase when attacking enemy champions, for only then could he fully leverage Zed's unparalleled characteristics. With a staggering attack range of 200. When contending with long-range champions such as Kennen and Jace, Zed players who prioritize the Lich Bane are simply misguided. At 3 minutes and 22 seconds, a crimson beam of light descended from the heavens as Zed approached the defensive tower. Upon Zed's return to lane, the minion wave had begun to push toward him. Oh no, Tong Yang is about to be solo-killed again. This remark came from their coach, Abu. As a coach, his only shortcoming lies in his reaction speed. His hands cannot keep pace with his cerebral agility. However, this does not imply any deficiency in his understanding of the game. He is acutely aware that this is the prelude to Dagger Girl's impending solo kill on Kennen. The most intolerable aspect for Kennen, who has the upper hand, is that when the fourth wave of minions arrives at the top lane, Dagger Girl has already reached level 3. Presently, she is on the verge of attaining that milestone. His comprehension of the minion wave dynamics is remarkably astute. After dispatching Kennen, he opts not to return to base, but deliberately allows Kennen to farm. As the minion wave pushes towards Dagger Girl, Kennen finds himself in a dire predicament. The assistant coach analyzes, highlighting the disparity between them. Abu grows increasingly agitated, lamenting the absence of such a prodigy in their ranks. Returning to the top lane at the 327 mark, thanks to the experience acquired from the kill on Kennen, Dagger Girl attains level 3. A golden flash descends from the heavens, once again enveloping this heroine of Ionia. With a swift blade surge, she dispatches a low-health minion while simultaneously closing in on Kennen. Utilizing her 200 attack range, she strikes Kennen once. Learning from past encounters, he remains entirely focused on Dagger Girl's every move. As she approaches the minions, he activates his abilities, creating distance between himself and her. It is said that top-tier professional players are akin to the Saints of the Zodiac. The same tactic can only succeed once. As a champion, he maintains his prowess during this phase, ensuring he does not resemble those hopelessly mediocre top laners. Lu Yun remains unhurried, refraining from impulsively engaging. The art of securing a solo kill has always been gradual, akin to courting a lady. It requires patience and finesse. A player who rushes in proclaiming, "I love you, I wish to secure a kill," belongs to the ranks of Iron Tier players. After utilizing his abilities, he suddenly remembers that he still has skills at his disposal. Targeting Dagger Girl, who is both advancing and retreating, he activates his ability. In that fleeting moment, as the shuriken imbued with lightning soars towards Dagger Girl, she executes another blade surge, using the low-health minion as a springboard to effortlessly evade Kennen's skill, a classic replication. What will you do next? At this juncture, Lu Yun resembles a cold-hearted villain, observing the futile struggles of once revered esports champions in their final moments. Indeed, Kennen is devoid of summoner spells, akin to a product stripped of all utility. Without these abilities, should Kennen dare to approach, he is destined to be slain by Dagger Girl once more. It is essential to note that when Lu Yun closed in on Kennen, he refrained from using the skills Skyward Leap and Balanced Strike, and did not sever his pursuit. Skyward Leap, Dagger Girl's ability that grants her lifesteal on basic attacks, and, when activated, allows her basic attacks to deal true damage, synergizing with her skills. Most crucially, Dagger Girl still possesses her flash, and the spider has yet to reveal itself. Undoubtedly, Kennen finds himself in a precarious predicament. Approaching to farm minions would place him beside the low-health minion, exposing him to Dagger Girl's close-range assault. Conversely, Refraining from advancing raises the question of Kenan's purpose on the map. This is not a colossal tree. How can Kenan withstand pressure in this scenario? He opts for a conservative approach. A curious scene unfolds. Kenan, who should dominate Dagger Girl in farming, finds himself so pressured that he cannot even gain experience. Chapter 10, Skyward Leap. The heroic spirit of Ionia. This fellow, what manner of monster is he? His spirits plummet to the depths of despair. It dawns on him why Dagger Girl has refrained from advancing. To acquire the enemy minions, he must stand beside his own low-health minion. The implications are self-evident. He refuses to believe that there are no errors on her part. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decides to boldly advance with Kenan. How could a champion of his caliber be intimidated by such a rookie player? Clearly, he has entrusted the outcome of this duel to the opponent's mistakes. This is a cardinal sin among all players. Though he resolves to press forward, he remains exceedingly cautious, striving to maintain distance from the low-health minion on the verge of death. After all, he is well aware of Dagger Girl's characteristics. However, the health of the minions does not align with his expectations. As the front line falls, the health of the rear minions begins to plummet. He senses an unsettling shift in the air. An opportunity. Lu Yun seizes this exquisite chance, activating Skyward Leap, leveraging the true damage bonus to eliminate a critically low minion. Closing in on Kenan, he employs his 200 attack range to strike Kenan once. Targeting the remaining low-health minion, he unleashes another Blade Surge, canceling the attack animation and moving in on Kenan to strike him a second time. Up to this point, Lu Yun's Dagger Girl has yet to falter. As the blue lightning storm, Kenan's passive, dissipates, he finally directs his mouse towards Kenan and activates his skill. The heroine of Ionia reclaims her former valor, charging towards Kenan with her legendary sword, executing a Blade Surge. Following up with a basic attack, Balance Strike is unleashed, slowing Kenan, who is bereft of any abilities. A fluid and seamless sequence of Dagger Girl's combo reduces Kenan to a sliver of health. To avoid being solo killed, he instinctively retreats to widen the gap between himself and Dagger Girl. However, he soon realizes that her movement speed surpasses his own. He inspects Dagger Girl's equipment and uncovers the reason behind this disparity: the boots of speed. Undoubtedly, the movement speed enhancement from the boots has an immediate effect. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Chasing down Kainan, armed with an attack range of 200, the Sword of the Ancients delivered its final strike, turning back with grace. This single kill was achieved without the use of flash. The chilling sound echoed through the canyon, solemn and grave. The screen faded to gray, and his spirits plummeted to the depths of despair. He never anticipated a second solo kill would come so swiftly. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Being solo killed rendered any explanation moot. He began to meticulously recall the events that had just transpired. And after a brief moment, clarity dawned upon him. From the instant he returned, the opponent had been orchestrating this solo kill. What manner of creature was this? With newfound understanding, he tucked away his pride. He finally comprehended why this prodigy could ascend to the pinnacle of the Korean server with 7 different accounts. For professional players like himself, lane operations primarily stemmed from adaptability, spontaneous reactions, and decisions made on the fly. Never had a player approached lane combat with such meticulous strategy. This revelation utterly upended his previous perceptions. Furthermore, he was astonished to discover that this particular Blade Mistress was smoother than any he had encountered before. She consistently leveraged her abilities to cancel the animation of basic attacks, explaining her remarkable fluidity. It was no mere coincidence that this champion was beloved by so many top-tier top laners. Her allure was far from superficial beauty. For elite players, the true enjoyment of the Blade Mistress lies in her ability to seamlessly cancel the cooldown of basic attacks with her skills, a phenomenon often referred to as seamless play. This operational principle bears similarities to Yasuo's seamless mechanics, applicable solely in the early laning phase. Utilizing low-health minions, she darted about like a flowing dragon, leaving opponents in a daze. This demanded exceptional mouse control. A misstep could easily result in her being ensnared, leading to her being mockingly dubbed Elder Granny of the Blade. Such exquisite maneuvers were the essence of the Blade Mistress's appeal, and the very reason Lu Yun held her in such high regard. The visual impact of her performance could easily overwhelm opponents, making them feel like fools as they were outplayed, ultimately leading to catastrophic errors. For Lu Yun, he had long lost count of how many times he had solo killed Kainan with the Blade Mistress. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. To him, that series of operations felt as mundane as drinking plain water. The familiar and chilling voice of a woman reached the ears of the team captain, who sighed softly in resignation. There was a certain calmness that came with familiarity. After all, he often duo-queued with Lu Yun and was well aware of his skill level, which represented the zenith of all top laners. Every detail was executed to perfection by this genius. The most daunting aspect was that once he secured his champion, the results would only multiply. No worries, just play it safe. The Blade Mistress is relatively weak this patch. We still have a chance in team fights. The captain offered reassuringly. The captain's words held weight. Although Lu Yun was particularly fond of this female champion with an Eastern allure, she was indeed somewhat underwhelming in the current meta, unable to compete with the likes of Makai, Gnar, or Rumble, the quintessential top laners. He fell into a silence, seemingly transported to another dimension, scarcely registering the captain's words. It was understandable. After all, he bore the pride of a championship top laner, and the psychological imbalance stemming from this disparity was entirely justifiable. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter a simple The captain sighed again, offering a few more words of comfort before lapsing into silence. What surprised the captain most was not the 2 solo kills inflicted upon Kainan, but rather the performance of the mid laner. He could hardly believe that this mid laner could wield Echo to suppress Yasuo. It is known that only 2 players worldwide could accomplish such a feat, the first being, and the second being. Now, there was a third, a player who was already causing him considerable distress, and now there was yet another master. Who precisely was this mid laner? How could the team's owner possess such discerning vision, selecting players of this caliber? Even the duo in the bot lane exhibited commendable prowess, managing to withstand the pressure from their opponents. Chapter 11. Infinite solo kills. Kainan entangled in the cycle of life and death. He sensed, almost instinctively, that this team named was poised for greatness in the summer split. What left him most astounded was not merely the talent of these players, but also the owner's remarkable eye for talent. Let us play steadily. There is something special about this group of players, the captain pragmatically stated. He had coached countless exceptional players, yet he had never felt such pressure as today. The opponent is Eugene, and I cannot contain him, he murmured into the microphone. Though the captain was unaware of the identity of the opposing mid laner, he was all too familiar with the name. Full name, Song Eugene. Once a prodigious talent in the league. He had made his debut by solo killing a player who had just claimed the championship 3 times. It's worth noting that this was during the peak of. Ultimately, he accompanied the team to the summer split, where they secured the championship, only to lose their chance to compete at the World Championship due to a lack of experience, falling victim to their opponent's strategic maneuvers. Is he that formidable? The captain inquired, astonished. Let us talk later. For now, let us finish this match, came the somewhat awkward response in broken Chinese. He even hesitated to engage in conversation with the captain during the landing phase, as his junior, Song Eugene, executed every detail with impeccable precision. In the ensuing 6 minutes, Lu Yun once again showcased his absolute dominance in the top lane. At level 5, utilizing the wave of minions, he achieved yet another solo kill on Kainan. Captain, so impressive. Xianghua offered genuine praise. It's just all right, Lu Yun replied in a calm tone. Just all right. My captain, can't you be a bit more audacious? Shui Jinggu teased with a smile. The training match is merely a prelude, lacking in any elements that truly warrant exuberance. Only after clinching the championship can one revel unfetteredly. Lu Yun, my esteemed captain, has executed an operation of unparalleled finesse, fully harnessing the 200 range of attack. Any player familiar with the older iteration of Dao Mei understands the champion's dominance in the lane. Levels 5 and 9 mark the zenith of Dao Mei's power. Even the so-called lane bully, the crocodile, cannot prevail against Dao Mei under equivalent circumstances. The rationale behind this is straightforward. At level 5, Dao Mei's true damage reaches a staggering 45. Furthermore, in the early stages, Dao Mei can reset her basic attacks. A standard combo, executed with sufficient speed, can be delivered in a mere 3 seconds. In a flash, she dispatches a beleaguered Kennen, an endeavor almost assuredly successful. It is no exaggeration to assert that, had the roles been reversed, Lu Yun controlling the disadvantaged Kennen would have met a similar fate. During the ensuing period, Lu Yun spared no opportunity to eliminate Kennen. At level 6, he executed a decisive kill beneath the tower, although he ultimately fell to the turret. Kennen lost 3 full waves of minions. At level 7, he once again dispatched the 5th level Kennen. The repeatedly slain Kennen seemed trapped in an endless cycle of defeat, as echoes of a haunting phrase resonated in his mind. Life and death, an unending cycle. Presently alive, yet upon entering the fray, certain death awaited him. Lu Yun, wielding Dao Mei, undeniably became the deity presiding over his fate. At 9 minutes and 15 seconds, the top lane was declared a no-go zone. This term refers to the absolute lack of experience and safety. Any bold attempt to approach would result in certain demise. This exemplifies yet another reason Dao Mei counters Kennen so effectively. Once Kennen suffers a single death at the hands of Dao Mei, he becomes susceptible to relentless assassinations, perhaps even leading to scenarios where the jungler arrives at the top lane to facilitate a double kill for Dao Mei. Had Kennen been a treant, Lu Yun's Dao Mei, even at the peak of her capabilities, would only manage to slay the treant a maximum of twice at this juncture. The designers of League of Legends are fair, Having chosen a champion like Kennen, nearly invincible in the early game, one must endure the consequences of a collapse. Otherwise, if a champion with early dominance could maintain that power after being slain, the designer should tender their resignation to the company. In the observation room, the top lane had erupted. Kennen is certainly not a champion Tong Yang excels with, Abu remarked while jotting down notes intermittently. I've noticed numerous misplays on his part, interjected the assistant coach. He could palpably sense the mood emanating from the screen. It was overwhelming, akin to a muggle being slaughtered at will by Dao Mei. This player, I have studied him closely. His execution is flawless. The last time he used Riven to secure a kill, actions others would require 5 seconds to perform, he accomplished in merely 2. Such prowess is unparalleled on a global scale, Abu lamented with a wry smile. As the assistant coach had previously stated, the atmosphere was suffocating. His mood reached a critical threshold, his face flushed crimson. In this state, he felt as though he had entered an alternate realm. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? These profound questions echoed from his very soul, leaving his mind in a void. He dared not contemplate the potential backlash should this be a league match. Moments later, he chuckled bitterly, knowing he would not be the only one facing the repercussions. At 10 minutes and 23 seconds, Lu Yun, with an impressive score of 610, alongside 103 minion kills, returned home to acquire a Trinity Force and a pair of Mercury Treads. At that moment, Abu was astounded, not merely by the exquisite display of skill, but also by the impeccable minion control in accordance with the timeline, securing kills and maintaining minion count. This was the genius who ascended to the pinnacle of Korean servers with 7 accounts. Sitting in his chair, Abu expressed his heartfelt admiration. He had meticulously honed every detail, particularly his understanding of minion waves. Did you notice that each time he returned home, he lost at most 1 or 2 minions? At this point, the assistant coach, Akai, choked back emotion. As a former professional player, he understood all too well the significance of this accomplishment. It was not mere talent or reflexes, but a profound comprehension of the essence of League of Legends. Typically, such understanding requires the accumulation of extensive competitive experience. However, this remarkable 17-year-old had refined this ability to an extraordinary level within just 6 months. This completely subverted their logic and surpassed their previous notions. Without a doubt, obtaining a Trinity Force at this moment meant something significant to everyone present. The mischievous Xuan Gu promptly marked Dao Mei's equipment with a question mark. A Trinity Force? Quite swift, impressive. Xuan Gu chuckled. It's acceptable. After all, it's Kennen, Lu Yun replied nonchalantly. If it were anyone else, they might have died a few more times. Following his words, the others exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. What kind of nonchalance is this? They chuckled inwardly, redirecting their focus back to the unfolding match. We'll hold the bottom lane. Let the captain come down later, Lu Qingsong, possessing a keen sense of the overall strategy, declared. Both recognized that the opposing duo in the bottom lane exhibited superior individual skill and synergy. This disparity in their landing phase resulted in them trailing by a full 20 minions at this juncture, with half of their turret's health already depleted. They are Callista and the Ice Titan, and the strength of their lane combination is evenly matched, akin to a 50-50 split. To be pressured by 20 minions within 10 minutes undoubtedly reflects a disparity in personal skill, a gap that is particularly evident in their coordination. The first training match may be somewhat lengthy, but I ask for your understanding, as I wish to showcase the gradual progression of a professional player. The first training match. The first ascent, the first defeat of a prestigious team, the first victory against the Galaxy fleet, the first encounter with significant changes in the meta, the first demonstration of a new system, the first playoff appearance, the first championship, and the first world championship, among other initial experiences. I shall not recount repetitive matches. Chapter 12. Flanking to secure victory among all positions. The bot lane is the sole duo lane. Compared to the mid and top lanes, it relies more on the synergy between players than on sheer individual prowess. Upon hearing Lu Qingsong's words, Lu Yun stepped forward. I will clear this wave of minions and come immediately. They will likely become greedy for the tower. Xianghua, place a ward for the flank. This wave must establish our advantage. Good. Xianghua replied decisively, exuding confidence. An exceptional top laner must understand how to translate their lane advantage into an edge for their teammates. This is a fundamental lesson for champion top laners. Thus, Lu Yun was acutely aware that continuing to duel against the thoroughly weakened Kennen on the opposing side would merely be a waste of time. He needed to act decisively the moment he completed his 3 items. Inaction would be unacceptable. Once he acted, he must secure a decisive advantage. As anticipated by Lu Yun, Tianyi, having returned home, was greedily focused on the bot lane tower, failing to recall promptly. Clearly, they were playing too casually. If their team had been more cautious, they would not have dared to approach the tower with a champion like 610 who possessed both flash and a lethal assassin at their disposal. It can only be said that they were somewhat underestimating their opponents. At 10 minutes and 25 seconds, just as they were about to destroy the tower, an invisible red beam of light ignited in the nearby tri-brush. The hero descending from the heavens was none other than the peak version of the assassin. I will block him. Tian Yi remained calm, knowing full well that in this situation, it was impossible for both him and his ally to escape unscathed. Therefore, he resolved to sacrifice his titan, using his life to obstruct the assassin and provide the ice champion with the necessary time and space to flee. All right, was the immediate agreement. Meanwhile, Lu Yun chose his moment perfectly, as the assassin had just arrived, coinciding with the enemy minions reaching the tower. Subsequently, the Ionian heroine would emerge alongside the enemy minions. Any player familiar with the assassin's mechanics understands the implications of this. At this point, the assassin had constructed the Trinity Force and reached level 10, advancing beyond the expected timeline, capable of executing ranged minions with her skills. Seeing the assassin and her minions appear from behind, the experienced Tian Yi instantly grasped the situation. This timing, as the assassin charged from the flank, Tian Yi, controlling the Titan, aimed to create an opportunity for survival, targeting the formidable assassin and activating his skill. In a moment of urgency, a deep-sea Titan hurled his hook directly at the assassin's face. You must use your flash, he mentally urged himself, believing that the assassin would have to expend her flash to evade the Titan's hook. Regrettably, his plan fell short. The instant the Titan cast his hook, Lu Yun swiftly redirected his aim toward a distant minion, activating his skill. Not only did he successfully evade the Titan's attack, but he also closed the distance to the ice champion. The Titan, having missed the assassin, instead hooked toward the wall, completely severing his connection with the ice champion. It's over. The player controlling the Titan realized that he had been outmaneuvered by the assassin, rendered utterly ineffectual. If this were a professional league match, his blunder would undoubtedly be immortalized in infamy. The Titan, seeking escape by hooking the wall, found the assassin charging towards him, prompting a resigned smile of helplessness. There was no doubt that the ice champion had lost all avenues for escape. Hold on to your ultimate and flash. Do not waste them. The jungler, currently farming top lane, reminded over the microphone. Though he played jungle, he was acutely aware of the assassin's skill mechanics. The passive, Ionian Zeal. The resilience of the assassin is determined by the number of enemy and ally champions present nearby. With 4 champions in the bot lane, the assassin's passive could provide up to 40 resilience, combined with the 35% resilience reduction from Mercury's treads, rendering the ice champion's ultimate utterly ineffective at such close quarters. Rather than squander his ultimate and flash at this moment, it would be wiser to conserve them for a more opportune moment. Understood. He responded decisively. Choosing not to expend his flash and ultimate, he quickly found himself as the assassin's prey. With the aid of the spider's burst damage, the assassin eliminated the ice champion without even needing to use her ultimate. This was a fundamental maneuver for the assassin. When slaying an enemy champion, one must utilize their skills. The carnage did not cease there, as Lu Yun set his sights on the Titan. Does this fool still hope to kill me with his ultimate? Realizing that the assassin had not chosen to use her ultimate after dispatching the ice champion, the fleeing Titan suddenly understood the gravity of his situation. With his skills still on cooldown, escape would necessitate the use of his flash. However, expending his flash would deprive him of any capacity to engage rhythmically in the future. It was essential to know that this composition required the Titan to seek opportunities in the mid-game. Hesitation leads to defeat. Just as he contemplated whether to use his flash, the assassin was already charging towards him. With an exquisite precision, refrained from unleashing his skills, patiently awaiting this very moment. He clicked the mouse, targeting the Titan, and activated his ability. The blade surge propelled forward, as the champion with the unparalleled sword of Aoyunaya transformed into a celestial dragon, charging towards the Titan. Upon activating Supreme Blade, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed through the skies, the golden flying sword hurtled towards the Titan. Combined with the slowing effect of the spider's web, a sequence of explosive damage effortlessly dispatched the Titan. The heroine of Aoyunaya once again showcased her former glory. The triumphant kill was announced with a resounding roar, declaring dominance in this match. The captain's combination was remarkably smooth, and the damage was staggering. With excitement, he proclaimed he had secured 2 assists. The Titan had conserved his skills. Had he acted sooner, I would have been forced to use my flash, remarked Lu Yun with pragmatic honesty. Lu Yun possesses a commendable habit. After every kill, he reflects on how the opposition could potentially turn the tide. The captain's timing was impeccable, pondered Lu Qingsong after a moment of contemplation. Lu Yun smiled slightly, acknowledging, "You have uncovered my dragon-slaying secret. I believe it should be the Nanyang manual." "No, it's clearly the Sunflower manual," Lu Yun countered with a grin. Laughter erupted among the group. Lu Yun was never excessively serious. He adeptly utilized self-deprecation to lighten the atmosphere among his teammates. After the laughter subsided, they could not deny that this man, who had achieved the pinnacle of Korean servers with 7 accounts, possessed vastly more experience than those in the top lane. The captain's timing is something many could learn from. Lu Qingsong stated. Lu Yun nodded with a smile. It's adequate, primarily because they are too greedy. Lu Qingsong was correct. Timing is a pivotal factor that determines whether a player can ascend to champion status. Many rookie top laners struggle in competitive scenarios not due to inferior lane skills, but rather a lack of experience. This experience encompasses timing, which, if mastered, can dramatically alter the course of events. Many players fail to convert their advantages into team-wide benefits simply because they play too independently. Such a playstyle is ineffective in the current meta, particularly for top laners. The attributes of the first dragon are immensely significant. Securing the first dragon is akin to equipping all teammates with a pickaxe and a useless large rod for the late game. Numerous rookie top laners during the 5th season transformed matches into a spectacle, allowing the opponent to seize the advantage and become the hero of the moment, while they squandered time collecting experience from minions. These lessons had long been etched into Lu Yun's very being. Thus, he must emerge as the hero to establish dominance. Otherwise, he would lack the merit to lead this group of prodigious youths to triumph over their peak competitors. With this wave of intuitive maneuvering, he thoroughly grasped control of the match. Despite finding themselves at a disadvantage, there was no sense of urgency. Send the bottom lane to the top to dismantle the tower. The blade dancer is absent, the captain directed through the microphone. This was the best damage control strategy he could conceive. Damage control is indeed a crucial aspect of operational strategy. Alright, let Kennen farm in the bottom lane, came the agreement. After consensus was reached, they decided to reposition the bottom duo to the top lane. They aimed to neutralize the blade dancer's power spike through a sudden shift in lane dynamics, while fortifying Kennen's development. If it were any other team, such an unexpected lane transition would yield astonishing results. However, this time, they faced Lu Yun's leadership. Lu Yun had already mastered the intricacies of lane transitions. Mid. Go to the top to catch the wave. Don't venture out. Remain under the tower. Lu Yun instructed in fluent Korean. No one understood the game better than he did. He had witnessed this strategic maneuver countless times. Understood, came the prompt response. At this stage, the players lacked extensive competitive experience. Thus they adhered strictly to the captain's directives. He clearly recalled how he had once lost to Samsung due to their superior mid-game lane transitions. Each time the opponent executed a lane shift, he only realized the implications afterward. Therefore, he had to comprehend the essence of lane transitions. This time, he could not afford to repeat past mistakes. You have flash and your ultimate. They won't dare to engage you. I'll head mid while the bottom lane and Spider take down the tower. Lu Yun continued to direct. I know, rest assured, came the reply. Lu Yun recalled the saying, you can always trust Song Yijin. Among all mid-lane champions, he favored working with Song Yijin the most, followed by others, determined to ensure this talented mid-laner, burdened by his teammates, secured more victories. Understood. The team will not falter. The players responded with unwavering certainty. They always placed their faith in the captain's judgments. Meanwhile, upon respawning, the Frost Archer and Titan arrived at the top lane, resolutely intent on dismantling the first blood tower. However, just as they were about to achieve this tactical objective, an unexpected figure emerged at the top lane. The time assassin, Echo. This revelation momentarily dampened the captain's spirits. He understood that their operational strategy had been outpaced by the opposition. What is operational strategy? The mid-game lane transitions are a critically vital segment. A team in an advantageous position can expand their lead through lane shifts, while a team at a disadvantage can avoid the enemy's strengths through similar maneuvers. This exemplifies the current operational wave. If their bottom lane duo revives and continues to venture downwards, it would hold no significance, as the vision in that area has been entirely dominated, and the control over the minion wave rests firmly in their adversary's grasp. Consequently, they will be led by the nose for an extended period. Conversely, dispatching their duo to the top lane may yield opportunities. Should the response be delayed, there will be no one to defend that lane, especially considering that DOMI has just engaged and is currently with the team securing the dragon. During this window, while taking the dragon, the bottom lane and support can act in unison, capitalizing on their opponent's weaknesses to dismantle the outer turret in the top lane, which boasts a notably low health in this version. However, their meticulous plans were thwarted by K's strategic rotation. More importantly, K did not even deploy his ultimate, as if he had preemptively anticipated their operational strategy. Factory Manager took a deep breath, sharpening his focus. Even in a practice match, he would never allow himself to slacken. His singular desire was to triumph over every opponent. The opposing command showed a level of proficiency that demanded respect, signaling that this match would not be easily won. After vocalizing this sentiment, Factory Manager immediately heightened his mental acuity. The opposing captain, that man, clearly possessed a keen understanding of strategy. T&I Dao. Regardless of the circumstances, I do not wish to lose. Factory manager's tone was resolute. Undoubtedly, thanks to LYN's astute command, their intention to exploit the opponent's weaknesses was deftly neutralized. What could have been a profitable maneuver, yielding at least 700 or 800 in economic advantage, had now dissipated into mere vapor. Most critically, they found themselves utterly helpless against K, who was guarding the top lane. K's abilities were designed to thwart any attempts at aggressive tower dives. At 11 minutes and 45 seconds, a mournful cry echoed from the dragon pit as the first dragon was effortlessly secured. In this version, the first dragon boasts a staggering health of 6,000, unless one manages to eliminate an opponent in the bottom lane or selects a champion like Nunu. It is virtually impossible to steal the dragon. This explains why LYN insisted that she and Gu's spider should head to the top lane. The value of the first dragon, when converted to economic terms, reaches an impressive 2,000, which must not be carelessly surrendered to adversaries. I will head to the mid lane, while K remains in the top lane to contend with KINN, and we can attempt to secure a solo kill. After acquiring the dragon alongside Shi and Gu, LYN directed with confidence in Korean through the microphone. I believe we can do it. The response was brimming with self-assurance. Chapter 14. Such swift blades. His K was developing normally, whereas the opposing KINN stood at 0 to 6, presenting no pressure for a solo kill. Furthermore, K possesses a slight advantage over KINN in the mid-game. I believe in you. LYN encouraged steadily. All right. Although his tone was rather unremarkable, the fierce determination within ignited a fervor within him. LYN understood that guiding this entirely new team to victory would not be a matter of mere days or the efforts of a solitary individual. League of Legends is a team game. LYN would always keep this in mind. He must ensure that these future prodigies recognize their eligibility to compete at a high level. Regardless of external opinions, as a professional player, one must harbor a firm sense of self-confidence. Once consensus was reached, they switched the mid and top lanes, with LYN's DOM facing off against Ysu, while K would pressure KINN. The DOM not only counters KINN, but also proves quite formidable against Ysu, almost akin to a maternal figure to Ysu. This is precisely why LYN picked DOM in the last slot for the red side. For this match, LYN meticulously considered every detail and executed them to perfection. Speaking of which, I have yet to face off against him. LYN silently contested in his mind. He held a deep respect for this genius mid laner, and out of that respect, he felt compelled to give his all. At 12 minutes and 55 seconds, LYN maneuvered DOM to the mid lane. Upon encountering each other, he utilized the half-health minion of the opponent as a springboard, closing in on Ysu, and with a 200 attack range, unleashed a basic attack. The moment Ysu retaliated, he struck with another half-health minion. The blades danced and flowed, reminiscent of a dragon in flight. To execute that basic attack, LYN skillfully repositioned DOM a short distance away. Immediately after, the dragon-like DOM returned and retaliated with another basic attack against Ysu. This exquisite visual spectacle allowed watching the match to once again appreciate the essence of grace. As a prodigious talent in this field, he too launched a counterattack. A perfectly timed minion slipped seamlessly beside DOM, aiming to strike. LYN did not relent. The instant Ysu charged, he unleashed an attack, leveraging the damage from the triumphant force, swiftly depleting 1/5 of Ysu's health. This combination of moves took just 0.5 seconds, showcasing LYN's mastery of DOM's ability to reset basic attacks. Such swiftness. Never had he witnessed a DOM respond with such alacrity, as though she intuitively understood the timing of her abilities, initiating her attack even before Ysu completed his assault on the minions. By the time Ysu struck the minions, he had already endured a full barrage from DOM. The substantial slow effect from her skills left Ysu momentarily stunned on the ground, evidently a misstep on his part. He clicked his mouse too hastily, attempting to withstand the heavy slow while executing his combo, but alas, his cleverness backfired. A mistake incurs a price. In that instant, LYN's heart raced instinctively, and he seized the opportunity. As Ysu's abilities momentarily lingered, he unleashed a precise sequence of attacks, reducing Ysu to half health. He then targeted Ysu with his skills, denying him any chance to retaliate. The blades surged forth once more, sweeping forward with monumental force. The blood of Ysu diminished at a visibly alarming rate. Realizing the impending danger, he promptly used his flash to create distance. What a seamless performance from AI Ruelia. Never had he witnessed such swiftness in blade work or such rapid reflexes. He understood clearly that had his flash been delayed by even a second, he would surely have fallen victim to the swift strikes of the Blade Maiden. Observing the decisive use of flash, a cascade of memories surged in Lu Yun's mind. How composed. A subtle smile graced Lu Yun's lips. But how will you contend with me in lane without your flash? Lu Yun was not greedy. He refrained from pursuing Yasu with his own flash. Without the vision provided by the barrel, Lu Yun's greatest virtue was his composure during critical moments in the game. I could chase you down with my flash, but it is unnecessary. In the observation room, the decision of the Blade Maiden to conserve her flash instead of pursuing was a strategic move to gradually torment Yasu, compelling Ming Kai to come mid. Such a seasoned tactic. At this juncture, Abu paused. At just 17, he had grasped the value of flash to its utmost potential. This unique style is not something that fleeting talents can compare with. Had this been another rookie top laner, they would have undoubtedly used their flash to chase. While they might have secured a kill on Yasu, the surrounding vision was shrouded in darkness, and should the barrel emerge from the side, the risk would outweigh the reward. They had the perspective of gods, yet the Blade Maiden did not. Yasu was in a precarious position. Without flash, he was reliant on his jungler for protection. Feeling somewhat led by the nose, remarked the assistant coach. This player is extraordinary, truly remarkable. I have never encountered such a competitor. Although this may sound exaggerated, I sense he plays as though he has competed for over a decade, Abu stated gravely. It all hinges on how the jungler orchestrates this play. There remains a glimmer of hope, the assistant coach added. In the game, the jungler, upon witnessing the earlier scene, could only sigh deeply. With the top lane crumbling and the bottom lane devoid of any advantages, if the mid lane faltered further, a comeback would be utterly impossible, even against a brand new team. The jungler made his decision. I shall attempt to ambush him in mid. This is our only chance, he declared suddenly into the microphone. Despite knowing that eliminating a level 8 Blade Maiden with flash would be no easy feat, and could even result in his own demise, how could he know the outcome without attempting? Let us give it a try. The team agreed with the jungler's plan. As champions in the jungle and mid duo, they understood that this play had to be executed in conjunction with the Blade Maiden. At 1354, the jungler made his move, drawing upon an abundance of experience. The barrel, under the jungler's control, executed a flawless vision block, silently arriving at the Blade Maiden's flank. Although Lu Yun had perfected the vision, the jungler's unparalleled experience was difficult to surpass. The maneuver he devised to navigate the wall and circumvent vision had become foundational knowledge for junglers in the future. He can evade my vision as well. He truly lives up to his reputation, Lu Yun mused to himself. Just as the Blade Maiden had merely dispatched a minion, the jungler targeted her and struck. This time, I want to allow you to escape. With eyes sharp as a sword, the jungler recognized the opponent's capabilities and opted to unleash his ultimate ability. The explosive barrel detonated like a bomb, launching the Blade Maiden amidst the minions. With a roar, as the Blade Maiden was sent flying, Yasu followed up with his wind slash for control and damage. Just as she was about to land, the jungler, unwilling to conserve his skills, unleashed his ability. The hefty beer belly collided with the Blade Maiden, successfully securing the control. Stunned, the words appeared prominently above the Blade Maiden's head. Unlike the crocodile, the Blade Maiden was not a particularly tanky champion. Thus, this burst of damage stripped away more than half of her health. However, the Blade Maiden's strength lay in her agility as a swift warrior. With the Mercury treads and her passive, Ionia's zeal, she quickly regained her composure upon landing, despite having only 40 of her health remaining. The calm Lu Yun did not immediately use his flash. Instead, he waited until the moment of landing to activate Transcendent Blade. The golden blades pierced through both Yasu and the barrel, simultaneously damaging the nearby melee minions to facilitate the upcoming blade surge. This was a crucial detail for a Blade Maiden in command. The more enemies the golden blade struck, the more health she regained. This first strike restored her health to half. Yet, it was evident that a mistake had been made. Yasu's wind wall was deployed too late, delayed by a mere 0.1 seconds. In such high-stakes competition, a delay of 0.1 seconds equates to an eternity. Consequently, the pivotal wind wall failed to block the Blade Maiden's ultimate. Once more, the Blade Maiden targeted the closest low-health minion and another distant minion, seamlessly creating distance from Yasu and the barrel. Desperate to turn the tide, Yasu immediately pursued with his skills. 2 seamless strikes brought him close to the Blade Maiden. It was clear he was flustered. His reckless actions led to a scenario the jungler did not wish to see. Yasu and the barrel were now severely disconnected. With no mobility skills, the barrel was unable to keep pace with Yasu's frantic movements. What a pity. Lu Yun seized this exceptional opportunity. In the moment the 3 passive effects of Zhou-In vanished, as Yasuo landed, he activated his second skill. Zhou-Ren. The passive effect of Sanxiang Zhili allows a hero to inflict 200 damage with basic attacks after using a skill, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Accompanied by a fierce battle cry, the golden legendary sword pierced through Yasuo's chest, siphoning his life force while triggering Zhou-Ren once more. Utilizing the Zhou-Ren effect of Sanxiang Zhili, Lu Yun struck first at the approaching Yasuo, dealing nearly 1/5 of his health in a single blow. After 15 seconds, The effect of Zhou Ren was available again. The skill, Juanheng Daji, was unleashed, stunning Yasuo amidst the minions. It was over. The coach furrowed his brow, already foreseeing the impending scene. Although at that moment, his barrel finally reunited with Yasuo, it was a standard tank build without any gear. And all crucial skills were on cooldown. Helpless, he could only watch as Yasuo was mercilessly hunted down by the Blade Maiden. Activating Fei Tianjizi, she skillfully reset her basic attack technique, triggering the Zhou-in effect twice within 3 seconds, successfully eliminating Yasuo, who still had half his health remaining. With graceful poise, she danced with the spirit of Ionia. The golden legendary sword shattered the sky, the will of Ionia soaring once more. A roar reverberated through the heavens as the fourth golden blade struck, piercing through the barrel's body. The final blade's impact concluded the bout. A triumphant shout echoed through the firmament as the female hero, wielding the legendary sword, showcased her former prowess. In that moment, Lu Yun's heart surged with fervor. Each time he executed such maneuvers, it felt as though he truly stepped into the legendary realm of runes filled with heroic figures. The sword's song resounded across the seas. This exhilarating sensation defies mere words. The judgment was far from over. Lu Yun turned his sights toward the tanky barrel. Despite its full health, a tank could hardly withstand the Blade Maiden's onslaught. Soon, the coach was forced to flash away. Lu Yun followed suit, employing the pursuit capability of Sanxiangji Li, and after a brief chase, successfully dispatched the coach's barrel. There was no room for maneuvering. During that period, the tank barrel stood no chance against the relentless pursuit of the Blade Maiden. He was slain. At that moment, dismal news arrived from the bottom lane. Kennen had been solo killed by Echo. Another kill. Bad news kept pouring in, a double-edged sword. The coach's spirits dipped slightly. Chapter 16. Everything starts now. What a monster. The coach understood all too well that the sole reason for this predicament was the Blade Maiden's relentless assault in the top lane. In this match, she had single-handedly dismantled their 5 players. Lu Yun, you will undoubtedly become the focal point of global attention. The coach sensed a new star was rising. If this star remains grounded and steadfast, it is destined to become a monumental figure in esports. I hope you do not become arrogant. What saddened the coach the most was not being overshadowed by the Blade Maiden's dazzling performance, but the fact that this genius had not been scouted. He was thoroughly impressed by the talent on display. Indeed, he had a penchant for discovering prodigies. During every transfer period, he actively sought out various talents. A testament to his discerning eye during peak times. The champions that followed were also a result of his persistent efforts. He knew well that in this field, only geniuses could claim that hard work pays off. For non-geniuses, no amount of repetition of that phrase would yield any effect. Silence enveloped the room as everyone understood that a moment of reflection was needed to settle their suppressed emotions. In stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere here, the tension had lifted on the other side due to that spectacular play. That sequence was truly impressive. Captain, it can be summed up in 2 words: invincible. The first to offer sincere praise. Come on, the captain can't take on all 5 alone. That's absurd, such swift blades. Another chimed in. Just moments ago, as the Blade Maiden executed her moves mid-lane, he had been replenishing at the fountain, witnessing every step. The fluidity was a visual delight. To judge whether a Blade Maiden deserves to be world-class, one must consider her timing and skill execution and the subsequent basic attacks. Such seamless combos always leave onlookers yearning to take up the Blade Maiden themselves. Not bad, but I know the coach. He remains too cautious, Lu Yun remarked. His tone notably calm. Classic indeed. Another laughed. Now that all 3 lanes have been breached, let us proceed cautiously. Secure all dragons, and after taking the 3rd dragon, we shall directly engage the Baron. Lu Yun directed through the microphone. Although his tone was composed, the wild energy in his voice stirred the hearts of his teammates. Understood. My invincible captain, came the enthusiastic response. That's how we play. We seize the opportunity. Even the usually calm Lu Qingsong felt a surge of fervor. Despite Lu Yun having previously told him that their newly formed team was unlikely to secure a win, the prospect of victory now loomed large. If they could triumph in their first scrimmage against the reigning world champions, the confidence derived from such an achievement would be immeasurable. Everyone, steady yourselves, bring your best game. Do not let the captain's Blade Maiden down. The excitement spread among the team. A singular resolve unified all players, to win, to conquer all, even if the opponents were world champions. The ensuing game progressed into an extended period of idle time. Despite this period, bolstered by rich operational experience, several small-scale skirmishes were fought during which the character Dao Mei was absent, slightly altering the tide of battle. Nevertheless, the overall advantage still lay with the opposing side, especially considering that the first 3 dragons had been captured. Among the dragons of this era, the 1st and 3rd dragons stand as the most crucial. Slaying the 1st dragon grants an increase of 8 to both attributes, akin to the future fire dragon. The third dragon enhances damage to jungle monsters by 15%, comparable to the future Earth Dragon. All aficionados of Hero League are aware that Fire and Earth Dragons represent the two most significant attributes in the forthcoming seasons. The benefits of the Fire Dragon are quite tangible, while the Earth Dragon can reduce the time required for the Baron, making it arguably more important in the eyes of elite teams. A slight misstep from the opponent could result in a dramatic turnaround. Lu Yun had to concede that during this period, the peak performance of his team exhibited almost no flaws in coordination. In contrast, the newly formed team often encountered various coordination issues during their skirmishes, leaving them vulnerable to exploitation. The championship team showcased its rightful prowess. However, whenever the jungler and support were engaged in their tasks, Lu Yun's Dao Mei was not idle. The moment he revealed himself, he would secure a solo kill on Kennen in the side lane. As time progressed, Kennen's statistics began to deteriorate, causing the team leader considerable distress. According to the previous practice match rules, surrender would be the immediate course of action. Yet, Lu Yun had engaged in a lengthy conversation with the team leader, emphasizing the importance of not succumbing to a mid-game collapse. Why could they not win during this period? The prevailing attitude in practice matches was a significant factor. If they encountered a disadvantage at the 15-minute mark, they would surrender outright. This mentality could lead to dire consequences, namely an inability to force team fights around the Baron. In real matches, success is rarely so straightforward. It is not as if the participants follow a script like actors obeying a director. Chapter 17, the final decisive battle. During this time, Lu Yun's Dao Mei faced frequent targeting. His naivety in timing his recalls allowed the enemy to gather significant forces to ambush him each time. Meanwhile, their jungler and support were inexplicably replenishing resources in the fountain rather than making impactful plays elsewhere. Such lapses were unacceptable. This exemplified the operational disparities between the new and veteran teams. Clearly, these gaps could only be bridged step by step, starting from scratch. Despite numerous attempts to ambush Dao Mei, the genius player toyed with them as if he were fully aware of their intentions. Steady and ruthless. Such a player was truly breathtaking. The team leader began to suspect that Lu Yun had some form of foresight. This level of awareness was truly astonishing. The team leader, as Lu Yun's closest friend, was determined not to be outdone. The two sides exchanged blows during the mid-game, yet the commanding lead remained firmly in their hands. At 27 minutes and 35 seconds, both teams prepared for a decisive clash at the Baron Pit. Prior to this, Lu Yun had forced Kennen to expend his flash in the side lane. Without his flash, Kennen was merely a plaything in such a disadvantageous situation. Both teams engaged in a series of vision battles, but ultimately, being a new team, they still lacked sufficient vision from the gods' perspective. They should go for the Baron. We must act decisively, the team leader declared over the microphone. This was evidently their only chance for a comeback. Lu Yun chimed in, directing the team to engage without hesitation, noting that Kennen lacked his flash. Lu Qingsong immediately agreed. At this moment, Lu Yun, armed with extraordinary individual skill and a solid farming foundation, had acquired a magnificent 4-item build: Trinity Force, Blade of the Ruined King, Hextech Gunblade, and Iceborne Gauntlet. Lu Yun's understanding of Dao Mei's itemization was unique. He would invariably opt for the Iceborne Gauntlet rather than the Guardian Angel. The chilling effect of the Iceborne Gauntlet would enable Dao Mei to maneuver with greater audacity during team fights. With an impressive 297 minion kills, he astounded Abu, who was watching. In stark contrast, Kennen had merely 2 items and a paltry 192 minion kills, achieved at the cost of sacrificing the development of another champion. Clearly, in this upcoming team fight, the only chance of victory lay in the team leader's ability to secure the Baron. As the commander, the experienced team leader consistently denied the enemy the opportunity to return home and challenge the Baron. They were forced into a precarious position, having to attempt a Baron steal. For the team in the advantageous position, this was not a wise decision. If the jungler managed to steal the Baron, the situation would become exceedingly complicated. However, the seasoned Lu Yun was resolute in ensuring his teammates adapted to the strategy of forcing team fights around the Baron. The tragedies of the past would not be permitted to repeat within the team he had assembled. Later, Echo will focus on restraining their Gragas while I stay at the Baron Pit to limit their Kennen. Lu Yun commanded in a serious tone, his voice steady as he spoke in Korean. Upon finishing, he made his way to the Baron Pit. No problem, was the prompt and decisive response. In that moment, he felt a sense of renewal, a strong conviction instilling him with unwavering belief in Lu Yun's decisions. They could win. They wanted to win. Those 4 words encapsulated the emotions of the moment. We go head-to-head 4 versus 4. As soon as the support spots Kennen, we engage without hesitation. He lost his flash to me last time. There's no doubt he will fall. Lu Yun continued to lead. As captain, Lu Yun's reasoning behind such arrangements was clear. He understood Kennen's capabilities intimately. This champion, known as the god of the Baron Pit, could, even with only 2 items, turn the tide should his ultimate be executed perfectly. The effect of DeLong, reducing magic resistance, is tantamount to bestowing upon Kainan a void staff. Activating it will ensure his demise. Upon hearing Lu Yun's ambitious dialogue, Lu Qingsong responded with unwavering conviction, "No problem." Meanwhile, everyone remained utterly focused. Having just clinched the championship, their sense of honor was profoundly strong. They were determined not to succumb to such a fledgling team. "I will draw them to the shore. If she, the Knife Sister, comes to attack me, you must charge in. This is our final opportunity." The coach, calm and resolute, directed the strategy. Clearly, what Lu Yun comprehended was also well understood by the seasoned coach. To secure victory, they must triumph in this pivotal team fight. Securing the dragon was trivial. They needed to trap all 5 opponents in the dragon pit, creating an ideal moment for Kainan to engage. Simultaneously, they aimed to draw the Knife Sister to the shore, ensuring a devastating disconnect between their front and back lines. This was their sole chance for a comeback. Evidently, such an opportunity hinged on one critical premise: the Knife Sister must be provoked. "Lu Yun, will you take the bait? Allow me, Ming Kai, to witness your mature mindset, a gift more vital than mere skill." The coach harbored great anticipation. "I know, I will seek the opportunity," came the response from the top laner. Thunderstrike. As a user of Kainan, he was acutely aware of the current situation. If he could unleash Thunderstrike in this team fight, he would undoubtedly turn the tide. "You enter last. I will go in first to bait them." "All right." In the frame, just as the coach maneuvered the barrel to the dragon's shore, an unexpected figure materialized before him. The time assassin, Echo. As a jungler, the barrel stood no chance against the mid laner Echo. With a standard combo, Echo triggered his passive while unleashing a 3-ring attack, his movement speed surging as he relentlessly assaulted the barrel. The coach, clad in tank gear, could barely keep pace. The displacement skill had a staggering cooldown of 12 seconds. And even after the cooldown reduction from hitting a target, he still faced 9 seconds of waiting. Continuing like this was untenable. If Echo's next skill became available, the barrel would have no means of recovery. He had to dive in for the dragon. A gamble for survival. "I am searching for the opportunity. I am searching," the coach shouted into the microphone. Chapter 18. Believe in miracles, and miracles shall manifest. The disadvantage was insurmountable. A desperate fight was inevitable. The dragon's health was plummeting, and the barrel, now a lone warrior, needed to conserve his skill to contest the dragon. To his astonishment, the Knife Sister, who was attacking the dragon, showed no intention of leaving the pit, even after he provided her with a skill position. Just as confusion set in, Kainan suddenly charged into the dragon pit. Clearly, this move was reckless, for according to their previous agreement, the Knife Sister was not to leave the pit, and Kainan was to refrain from entering. Unfortunately, the player controlling Kainan, eager to become the hero who could turn the tide, had forgotten a crucial detail. He had no flash available. Damn, in the midst of fate, the experienced coach sensed disaster looming. Over here, an opportunity. Seizing this golden chance, Lu Yun promptly maneuvered the Knife Sister out of the dragon pit. With his mouse aimed at the oncoming Kainan, he decisively activated his skill. Soaring through the air, he exuded valor. The blade's impact surged forward, executing a flawless sequence that, in a mere 15 seconds, stripped Kainan of half his health. The explosive damage, akin to a vanishing health bar, instantly forced him to unleash his most crucial ultimate. Evidently, this ultimate was wasted. Charge, charge, charge. Kainan, Kainan. Eliminate Kainan. Focus on Kainan. The communication had transformed into a telegram system. Witnessing Kainan squander such an essential ultimate on the Knife Sister, the teammates became overwhelmingly excited. They understood that the dawn of victory was within reach. The spider followed up with a web. Callista unleashed her ultimate, and all crowd control skills converged, instantly obliterating Kainan. With the critical damage dealer down, the opposing team was already crumbling. Like startled birds, they began to scatter. Lu Yun would not grant them the opportunity to escape. Harnessing the formidable mobility granted by the Trinity Force, Lu Yun swiftly plunged into the enemy ranks. He began to execute extreme kiting, evading while dealing damage with the Knife Sister. The ultimate from Ashe, the Titan's crowd control, and Yasuo's wind were all unleashed to impede the Knife Sister's advance. As a nimble fighter, the Knife Sister was not particularly durable, and her health rapidly dwindled. Yet this also provided her with the opportunity for her skill, Balance Strike. Earlier, while pursuing Kainan, Lu Yun had conserved his skill. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. The skill's cooldown concluded, and the female hero wielding the legendary sword struck forward, targeting the fleeing Ashe. The golden supreme blade roared like a dragon, showcasing her divine prowess. The standard, with Spellblade, and then again, with Spellblade, utilized the slowing effect of the Ice Hammer, thoroughly adhering to Hanbing. The passive ability of Sanxiang Zhili was pushed to its limits, as was the cooldown of the Spellblade. Despite the Titan's utmost efforts to provide protection, It was futile. The advantage of Dao Mei lay in her utter fearlessness of control. With the assistance of Mercury Shoes and the passive ability, Ionia, Deriching, Dao Mei's tenacity had reached an astounding 103, 510, 407. In other words, 1 second of control was transformed into merely 0.3 seconds for Dao Mei. This is the essence of Dao Mei. This is the allure of the Blade's will, truly deserving of the name will. As if entering a realm devoid of resistance, the transformed Dao Mei swiftly dispatched Han Bing. Although she had exerted herself to the utmost, the damage dealt by Dao Mei was simply too extraordinary. A champion like Han Bing could not afford to be approached by her, especially considering Dao Mei's advantage of 2 additional orange items. A kill. A kill. With the resonating sounds echoing throughout the canyon, it was declared who reigned supreme in this domain. At least in this moment, everyone was thoroughly impressed by this 17-year-old. To avoid revealing strategies, as the team was on the verge of dismantling the base, they chose to surrender at this moment. This surrender held a completely different significance compared to a 15-minute surrender. He was indeed formidable. Staring at the gray screen, he scratched his head and let out a wry smile. Our team composition was certainly lacking, but he truly knew how to wield Dao Mei. The coach chuckled in agreement. Only the one who was beaten into submission remained silent. Gazing at the dismal performance in the upper right corner, this champion top laner seemed to have entered another dimension. He finally comprehended the vast gap between himself and true genius. Without Deshu and Nair, could he still be the invincible figure in the eyes of fans? He finally awakened. I'm sorry, His eyes glistened with moisture. Recalling the various conflicts with the club, he instantly felt a wave of regret. If it weren't for the coach's support last year, would he have achieved the successes he enjoys today? He began to reflect continuously, contemplating his previous arrogance. Lost in thought, he suddenly burst into tears. The prodigal son returns. The coach stepped forward and patted his shoulder. It's all right, focus more on the next game. No need for excessive words or comfort. A person seeking transformation must engage in introspection. The words of others hold little weight. Awakening early is certainly a positive sign. There is no need for excessive reproach. Undoubtedly, this practice match yielded substantial insights, allowing this champion top laner to rediscover his former humility and practicality, reclaiming the grounded essence of an esports player. Witnessing his willingness to repent, the coach felt a sense of relief. I understand your desire for a salary increase, Ming Kai. As a significant contributor, the disparity between your salary and that of the other two is indeed notable. However, just the day prior, I was discussing this matter with the boss, advocating for you in front of him. The very next day, you brought your girlfriend back to the base. Who could accept this? Isn't this a slap in my face? Thank you, Lu Yun. After patting his shoulder, the coach silently emitted waves of gratitude. Naturally, the opposing team also gained significantly from this match. In their first contest, freshly formed, they clinched the championship. Indeed, miracles can happen in this world. This was a win-win situation. Winning was truly remarkable and almost unbelievable. Xianghua, having removed his headphones, was elated, dancing with joy. Lu Yun nodded emphatically. As long as everyone works together, no miracle is beyond reach. Upon uttering this, Lu Yun recalled the miracles of the esports realm, particularly the champions of the 12th season, especially that blue and white champion skin, exuding an immaculate beauty. Miracles reappear. For Lu Yun, he yearned to recreate such wonders. A brand new team, standing on the pinnacle of this realm, defeating formidable foes against all odds, ultimately becoming the grand champion. Lu Yun believed that he could ensure these 5 individuals shine as the brightest stars. This is the sincerity of friendship and the responsibility of a captain. Only by believing in miracles can they be born. Yes, we truly feel that we can create miracles. Lu Qingsong, having removed his headphones, embraced Lu Yun. Among this group of 5, Lu Qingsong was the most modest and pragmatic, always emanating an air of gentlemanly humility. This was precisely why Lu Yun sought him out. Among all champion supports, he was Lu Yun's favorite. Observing his teammates' humility, the previously exuberant Crystal Gu promptly subdued his pride. Initially eager to exuberantly express his emotions, he suddenly calmed down, scratching his head. It feels like a dream. We really did win. Chapter 19, The Modest Gentleman. Struggling to comprehend Chinese. He removed his headphones and turned his face. Seeing everyone so joyfully laughing, he too revealed a shy and youthful smile. A profoundly strong belief compelled him to trust that these 4 individuals before him were indeed the best he had encountered. He even believed he could accompany these 4 to the stage of the World Championship. The World Champion. The champion of champions. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. For this, Song Yijin would undoubtedly give his all. At that moment, it seemed Lu Yun heard his heart, approaching to pat his shoulder. Indeed, Lu Yun sought out Lao Song because this shy, chubby boy radiated a genuine champion's belief. For 8, he had waited 5 years. In these 5 years, he ranked second in the team, surpassed only by the director. What left a lasting impression on Lu Yun was the number 7. They could have returned home to rest after the preliminary rounds, yet this man, named Song Yijin, insisted on training matches. During the 2018 Asian Games, while other teams took a break, they continued to practice with the competing teams. Without this unwavering belief in victory, who would persist after 5 years of failure? In such a high-pressure environment, when skills are evenly matched, it truly comes down to that tenacity. This match was entirely carried by the captain. Our own performance was rather inadequate, he remarked with a wry smile. Lu Yun shook his head with a smile. This is not a solitary game. I merely fulfilled my responsibilities. If you can ensure the safety of the bot lane, your contributions outweigh mine. Step by step, do not always aspire to leap to greatness. For Lu Yun, having experienced life twice, he was acutely aware of the strength of this era. Thus, regardless of the victories he achieved, he would forever harbor a sense of reverence. Although he recognized this as a humble statement, it still resonated pleasantly with Xianghua. Having previously been in a situation where he felt disdain for uninformed coaches, he now found solace in having a true mentor and friend before him. Thank you, Captain. You remind me of my homeroom teacher. Perhaps a bit verbose, but you understand what I mean, replied Xianghua with a laugh. Upon hearing Xianghua's words, everyone burst into laughter. They had to admit that this man possessed a unique charisma. Each member of the team had their roles to fulfill. Only then could they secure victories. Although this was merely a training match, their performance still left much to be desired. They were a newly formed team, requiring time and experience to solidify. I reiterate, in the presence of these seniors, we have much to learn, Lu Yun said earnestly. His heartfelt admonition encouraged all teammates to temper their youthful exuberance. Being young and impetuous is not a flaw, but true champions never vocalize it. Just as this individual has never declared himself a 3-time champion or the world's number 1. During the subsequent 30 minutes of rest, Lu Yun began a thorough review of the match. First and foremost was the composition. We triumphed because of our lineup, which was strategically effective across all lanes. The captain's insights are indeed valuable. Crystal nodded attentively at the white tactical board. If I ever make a mistake regarding the composition in the future, please speak up. I will do my utmost to ensure everyone enjoys a comfortable lineup, Lu Yun stated. This declaration elicited laughter from all. My captain, excessive modesty is a form of pride. You know, Captain, can your understanding of compositions truly be surpassed by others? Xianghua responded with a smile. A wise man may err, Lu Yun replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, the team members regarded their seasoned captain with newfound respect. The sense of closeness diminished, replaced by an air of reverence. I acknowledge the captain's idioms. I learned mine in an internet CAF, Xianghua teased. Laughter erupted amongst the group. After sharing a smile, Lu Yun redirected his focus to the composition. He could never forget the humiliations he endured, particularly during the 7th season with champions like Blind Monk and the 9th season with Lulu. Was it truly a matter of raw strength? If raw strength were the issue, why could they demolish a base with Vayne in 24 minutes during the 7th season? It was merely a case of poor execution of a good hand. The humiliation of being forced to select Blind Monk and the plane to counter Galio and Jarvan at the World Championship in Season 7 would remain etched in Lu Yun's memory for a lifetime. Therefore, regardless of whether they won or lost, he would analyze the composition immediately. The champions included Camille, Kennen, Elise, Gragas, Echo, Yasuo, Kalista, and Ashe. A comparison of both lineups would reveal to even an average player that the left side's composition completely countered the right. Camille counters Kennen. Elise counters Gragas. Echo has the upper hand over Yasuo. Kalista excels against Ashe. Alistar in this version can effectively counter Thresh. Nearly every position achieved a favorable matchup. To be frank, had the lineups been switched, Lu Yun could not have led such a team to victory. Their championship caliber is indisputable. For them, the choice of such a composition primarily aimed to test their limits, as they were a newly formed team. One cannot wield a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Without such confidence, how could they aspire to be champions? Let us strive forward, hoping to secure more victories. Lu Qingsong's attitude was pragmatic. He understood that this win was partly due to luck. The subsequent training matches were lost decisively. Once they employed their standard top lane pressure strategy, there was virtually no way to counter it. Avoiding the strong and targeting the weak, they focused solely on the lower half, allowing champions like Malphite, Sejuani, Gnar, and Rek'Sai, who excelled as tank champions, to shine. Even when they faced solo kills, they could still contribute in team fights, unlike Kennen, who would lose effectiveness after a few solo deaths in the side lane. Once the focus shifted to the lower half, they were completely outmatched. Despite the fact that Shu J NGG and Li Q NGS Ing were not completely overwhelmed in their lane, they struggled to maintain stable control over their territory in the bottom lane. Regardless of the champion composition chosen, they always found themselves pressed beneath the tower. Moreover, once CHNGZH Ing gained an advantage in the bottom lane, he invariably identified a suitable moment to disrupt Lyn's momentum, thereby assisting in stabilizing the top lane. In the current prelude to the World Championship, the role of the top laner seems to merely embellish victory, lacking the capacity to reverse dire situations. Under the protection of the jungle support, a 3-item build offers significantly greater contributions to team fights compared to a 3-item warrior build. It is indeed challenging. They have become quite earnest. Observing Shu JNGG's base once again in ruins brings a heavy heart. After 3 hours of scrimmages, they have suffered defeat 6 times in total. However, this was entirely foreseeable. We are a newly formed team, and others possess far more experience than we do, Lyn remarked. Such defeats were entirely within Lyn's expectations, hence no emotion was discernible on his face, resembling a merciless machine. Our coordination in the bottom lane is indeed inferior to theirs. This loss is mine, LQNGS sighed. As long as we are making progress, that is a positive sign. We should all strive to improve together, Lyn reassured. There has been progress, particularly in the synergy between LQNGS and Shi Gu in the jungle support interactions, which have gradually developed into a tacit understanding. Unlike their usual training sessions where such collaboration was absent. The crucial point now is that their bottom duo must not consistently lose lane control in the early game or be precisely caught by CHNGZH each time. Chapter 20 Facing defeat with a smile, even when Shu JNGG selected his most confident champion, Riven, and managed to push Zyra under the tower in the early game. CHNGZH inconsistently found an opportune moment to strike in the bottom lane, interrupting Riven's momentum. Once the mid-game rotations commenced, the disparity between both teams became evident. Mastery of game operations is not an overnight endeavor. It requires substantial time to cultivate. The captain rightly stated that we must remain humble in our learning. Any improvement is indeed a good thing, Shi Gu added. We should thoroughly review our performance. I feel that during the mid-game rotations, we are consistently led by the nose. And whenever they seize an opportunity, we find ourselves with no chance to respond, LQNGS remarked. The skill of seizing opportunities in lane is something we need to learn gradually. Everyone should maintain a calm mindset, Lyn advised. Speaking of which, this version 5 is undoubtedly one of the most challenging for operational strategy. Effectively countering the opponent's aggressive lane pressure demands extensive competitive experience, not merely innate talent in laning. After an afternoon of training, they participated in 12 scrimmages, winning only 2. Aside from the first game where they attempted to break from their usual strategy by selecting Kennen. The second victory came when Lyn played Rumble, completely overpowering the enemy Gnar in the top lane, leading the team to triumph once more. It is evident that such victories are unhealthy. With the ambition to revive in version 5, Lyn is not here to merely play a supporting role. His goal must be the championship, specifically the World Championship. Another loss, it is truly challenging. Gazing at the devastated base once more, Shi Gu managed a wry smile. At least we won a few team fights, Lyn comforted. The captain's prowess remains formidable. Jace single-handedly defeated the enemy Gnar 3 times. If it weren't for Jace's weakness in the late game, I believe we truly had a chance this match, Shu JNGG commented. Lyn smiled faintly, saying, it was decent at least. Regardless of the outcome, everyone has grown accustomed to facing defeat with a smile. In the stillness of the deep night, the training room lay quiet. Lyn was diligently reviewing all the scrimmages. Time was of the essence. In half a month, the summer season would commence. The 4 teammates seated around him were fully focused on his words. Despite the crushing defeats, their eyes still sparkled with an unquenchable thirst for victory. Their faces devoid of fatigue. Our issues are glaringly apparent. The composition is sound, yet we struggle with vision control and the aftermath of jungle ganks in the bottom lane. We need to address a few critical timings, Lyn explained patiently while pointing at the replay video on the computer screen. His face bore no signs of fatigue, nor did it reflect any complaints. Lyn understood that the defeats stemmed from 4 primary factors: team fight positioning, late-game split pushing, jungle support synergy, and vision control. These 4 aspects are the Achilles heel of nearly all teams. In this era, there is a complete absence of tactical team fight positioning. The selected compositions are predominantly one-dimensional, relying heavily on powerful ultimates. Champions such as Yasuo, Gragas, Thresh, Makai, Zyra, Rek'Sai, Shun, and Malphite epitomize this trend. These compositions are simplistic and brainless, possessing a high floor yet a low ceiling. Once the opponent utilizes flash effectively during the first team fight, such a composition becomes utterly outmatched. For instance, if the adversary selects Braum or Tahm Kench, they can be toyed with at will. Interestingly, since the introduction of Tahm Kench in July 2015, very few teams have utilized him, highlighting the predicament of this era. If memory serves correctly, when players first learned of Tahm Kench's ability to swallow allied champions, they scoffed at the notion. How can I deal damage after being swallowed? As Lyn elaborated on these timeless concepts of gameplay, everyone shared their perspectives. Stabilizing the landing phase is what we need to focus on in tomorrow's scrimmage, Li QNGSing stated. We will take it step by step, starting with handling pressure. Lyn affirmed. Even though he achieved a flawless performance in all 12 training matches, securing solo kills in each game, and even managing to execute 7 solo kills with Riven in one match, he would never express any dissatisfaction. Having experienced 2 lifetimes, Liu Yun's mindset had long since attained a state of tranquility. He would never cast blame on any teammate. This illustrates the distinction between esports and gaming. Liu Yun harbored a profound disdain for players who criticized their teammates, viewing it as a manifestation of immaturity. In the realm of esports, the outcome is paramount. As comrades in battle, disparaging a teammate leads to what consequence? A more devastating defeat, a more profound disgrace. Yet, in this era, such behavior has become increasingly commonplace. Every word was attentively absorbed by the 4 players. They understood that Liu Yun, as a top laner, had fulfilled his responsibilities to the utmost. It was they who had faltered and squandered the advantages conferred by the top lane. In their resolute gazes, a hint of regret lingered. They yearned for victory, for revenge. Most critically, whenever they faced a direct confrontation, they were invariably undermined by various flaws, succumbing to their opponents. Time and again, they fell prey to counterattacks, consistently finding their adversaries already assembled in the Dragon Pit. The game League of Legends often necessitates direct engagements, especially since the top laner must be responsible for split pushing in the late game. One cannot always maintain control. I feel that the jungler consistently finds opportunities to exploit our bottom lane. We must devise a strategy, Water Crystal remarked after pursing his lips. The current iteration of the bottom lane is still too crucial. We consistently fail to secure the first dragon, which is detrimental, Lu Qingsong added. No worries. We are merely at the beginning. We will take it step by step. In tomorrow's training match, Xianghua should refrain from joining the top lane. You will stay in the bottom lane just as you did in the first match, Liu Yun instructed. Xianghua, contemplating, began to reflect on the insights gleaned from the recent matches. In my third match, I also remained in the bottom lane, assisting with vision. Yet their jungler always arrived before me. This is an issue of your coordination with Lu Qingsong. Tomorrow, you both need to practice the synergy between jungler and support. In the upcoming training match, Water Crystal will take Ashe and Kalista, focusing on early game pressure to aid Xianghua in invading the enemy jungle. The summer season is about to commence. We must establish a strategy that we are thoroughly familiar with, a system that belongs to us. Liu Yun continued earnestly. Failure is the mother of success. Despite being thoroughly beaten for an afternoon, Liu Yun still identified several breakthrough points. This involves directly invading the jungler's territory. Chapter 21. Establishing our own system. Clearly, this strategy requires not only the cooperation of the bottom lane duo, but also a concerted effort from both the top and bottom lanes. The blue side is pivotal. Although Liu Yun, as a top laner, preferred the red side for its positional advantages, he recognized that sacrifices must be made for the sake of the team. System. Upon hearing the term system, Lu Qingsong's expression lit up with revelation. His thoughts suddenly became clear. The reason for their thorough defeat that afternoon was a failure to identify a suitable system for their playstyle. Their training matches had been a haphazard series of approaches. As a future champion support, Lu Qingsong knew that such a disorganized strategy would never secure a championship. The captain is correct. We must develop a system that belongs to us. If our bottom lane focuses only on strong early game champions and coordinates effectively, we can certainly establish lane dominance. Once we secure that dominance, we can stabilize in the bottom lane and directly assist Xianghua in invading the enemy jungle, Lu Qingsong exclaimed with enthusiasm. However, this presents a problem. If the enemy jungler starts in the bottom half of the map, isn't such an invasion futile? Xianghua countered. No, it is meaningful. Liu Yun suddenly recalled something and declared, if their jungler clears from the bottom half to the upper half, we can directly dive and eliminate their bottom lane. I will initiate the first dive. The captain will dive first at the bottom lane. Are we really going to execute a level 3 dive? Xianghua looked at Liu Yun with astonishment. Such a strategy is virtually unprecedented. A level 3 dive, what kind of approach is that? It is well known that if a top laner descends without accomplishing anything, the advantages gained prior to level 3 will be entirely forfeited. None of those top laners can surpass me. I can reliably secure lane control, so the opposing top laner cannot interrupt me. I believe this approach is feasible, Liu Yun asserted with conviction. Only this man could dare to make such a statement. In that moment, everyone couldn't help but laugh, their eyes reflecting a deep trust in him. Throughout the afternoon's training matches, Liu Yun had been grappling with a significant challenge: how to translate his lane advantages into benefits for his teammates, a fundamental lesson for all top-tier top laners. To be candid, as a reborn player, Liu Yun's understanding of laning had already transcended this era. as long as he secured a champion. He could render his opponent completely helpless. Champions like Zed, Kennen, Jace, Gnar, and others, whenever such matchups occurred, the opposing top laner's record would invariably start at 0-5. This represents Lu Yun's greatest asset as a reborn player, an invincible repertoire of champions. Lu Qingsong nodded gravely, fully agreeing with Lu Yun's perspective. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Therefore, if we aim to compete in the future, we should focus solely on early to mid-game compositions, forcing the enemy south bottom lane to rely on late-game champions. If their jungler clears from top to bottom, I will coordinate with Xianghua to invade their jungle. If they clear from bottom to top, the captain will go directly to the bottom lane and dive. This is indeed feasible, completely feasible. Indeed, that is precisely what I was contemplating," Lu Yun remarked. After expressing this thought, Lu Yun translated his perspective into Korean for the listeners. A sudden realization washed over them, akin to a rebirth. Previously, in his defeat against the Samsung team, he had solely focused on the landing phase, neglecting the broader aspects of gameplay. "How should I coordinate with you in the mid lane?" he inquired, facing Lu Yun. "The mid lane must seize lane control whenever the jungler prepares to invade the enemy's jungle, ensuring that our mid laner does not reach the scene first," Lu Yun explained. This is not an issue. His words exuded remarkable confidence, particularly in his landing prowess. In this era, he had never been bested in lane. The group continued their discussion deep into the night, oblivious to fatigue. Their singular objective was clear. They must establish their own system and avoid the disorganized play characteristic of mid-tier teams. During the past few days of scrimmages, this newly formed team, under Lu Yun's leadership, had achieved consecutive victories against mid-tier teams. While other teams struggled under the pressure posed by this new squad, they faced relentless defeats. It is no exaggeration to assert that Lu Yun's dominance in the top lane was insurmountable. As long as he secured any warrior champion, he could reliably gain lane control. He even achieved 3 solo kills against the Stone Golem using the Treant champion. This accomplishment stemmed from his understanding of the current version 5 as a reborn player. Version 5 is particularly demanding in terms of wave management, especially for the top lane. Furthermore, versions 5 and 8 are renowned as the 2 fastest-paced versions. In these versions, late-game compositions are virtually non-existent. Once the early rhythm is established, matches are guaranteed to conclude before the 30-minute mark. This was the core reason Lu Yun decided to execute his first tower dive to secure a kill in the bot lane. If a team gains an advantage yet fails to close out the match, it merely indicates operational deficiencies. Given these circumstances, Lu Yun could easily devise a flawless system for his team. News of their victories against major professional teams quickly spread beyond the gaming community. Lu Yun, having previously achieved the honor of reaching the top of the Korean server 7 times, amassed a substantial following. Even before the summer tournament commenced, discussions on forums had become fervent. Revenge Brother reaching the top of the Korean server is as easy as drinking water. We will witness his performance on the battlefield soon. I adore this new team. Annihilate those so-called elite teams. Indeed, let us hope they do not falter and fail to win a single match. A plethora of opinions emerged, sprouting like mushrooms after rain on various esports forums, filled with both anticipation and skepticism. As a professional player, Lu Yun's only response to both fans and detractors was a single word: win. Chapter 22. Let the past drift away with the wind in the late hours of the night. On May 21st, 2015, with just a day remaining until the summer tournament, Lu Yun stood on the balcony, gazing down at the vibrant streets of the capital city. At this moment in time, he recalled how, in the past, he had fought valiantly yet could only achieve diamond rank in the national server. It was not due to a lack of understanding of the game. Rather, his hands could not keep pace with his mind's reactions, ultimately forcing him to abandon his dreams and become a laborer striving for survival. Although he recognized that establishing a new team capable of claiming the championship was an arduous task, he pressed onward without retreat. From the moment of his rebirth, he cast aside the weakness of timidity inherent in human nature. He had once been a youth burdened with life's regrets, yet he felt he had nothing left to lose. Beside him stood his fiancée, Jean Minna. "Tomorrow, I will be competing, and I may not have much time to spend with you," Lu Yun said with a smile to Jean Minna, who leaned against his shoulder. I will attend every one of your matches," she gently replied. As a representative of modern exceptional women, Jean Minna was fiercely independent. Since her high school days, she had detested overly sentimental romantic relationships and was averse to early dating. She believed that the ideal relationship between the sexes entailed mutual respect and personal goals, rather than incessant entanglement. This, in her heart, embodied true and sacred love. Her aspiration was to become an outstanding esports host. She even harbored a fantasy of standing on the highest stage as a host, interviewing the man she cherished. What a romantic notion that would be. As she contemplated this, her heart fluttered. Thank you, Thank you for believing in me so wholeheartedly, Lu Yun said tenderly while stroking her silky hair with his left hand. Interestingly, his pursuit of her had been rather assertive. Either return with me to Huaxia and become my fiancée, or we have never met. I will be waiting for you at the Seoul airport tomorrow. Such a bold declaration was unlikely to receive consent, especially from someone like Jean Minna, born into a prominent family. Yet, she agreed. The next day, she packed her bags and made her way to the airport. In contrast, the former Lu Yun, a naive youth, had pursued her for 3 years without success. Thus, he would no longer accept any test from women. It was futile. Success was the ultimate romance, and he longed to sing the song he had always wished to perform. Every day, I love you more. If that were not to be, he would simply embrace the regret and let everything drift away with the wind. This encapsulated Lu Yun's current outlook on love. I will accompany you to that stage, Jean Minna said in somewhat halting Chinese. Thank you. Before he knew it, half a month had passed, and the date was now May 22, 2015. No one is more familiar with this moment than Lu Yun. The 2015 Summer Championship is set to commence on this very day. In 2015, the tournament format continued to follow a point system. Each pair of teams would compete against each other twice. A victory would grant the winning team 3 points, the runner-up 1 point, and the losing team none. Ultimately, the playoff rankings would be determined by the accumulation of points. Clearly, such a point system is rather unreasonable and susceptible to match fixing. The most notorious event, Oscar Night, emerged under the constraints of this very format. Lu Yun, not being an operational planner, does not concern himself with correcting the system's flaws. He is merely a professional player with a singular goal, to win. A total of 12 teams are participating in this summer championship. Lu Yun's team replaced the bottom-ranked team from the spring championship to garner sufficient attention. The opening match features 2 of the most popular powerhouse teams. These 2 teams have a long-standing rivalry. Despite winning championships, their popularity has dwindled compared to their former glory. After Lu Yun's interception, the upper management sought out Zhu Shun to join them as their mid-laner. Without this pillar's support, they could no longer replicate their previous season's performance, where they ranked 3rd in the regular season standings. In this match, both sides ended in an 11-11 stalemate. In the training room, as Lu Yun gazed at the screen revealing their impending defeat, his eyes involuntarily drifted towards the seated figure beside him. For Lu Yun, he is acutely aware of his capabilities. He can consistently outshine his mid-lane opponents, demonstrating his innate talent, dominating his adversary by 20 minions within 10 minutes. Any slight misstep from the opponent could lead to a swift elimination. What an extraordinary gift. The one true god is certainly not undeserving of his title. The bottom lane seemed too hesitant to engage. As the Crystal Brother astutely remarked, Lu Yun couldn't help but chuckle at this observation. This is the instinct of a true player, Lu Yun noted. The Crystal Brother smiled slightly, expressing that there were several opportunities to engage aggressively. Although Lu Yun advised him to prioritize stability, he nonetheless voiced his opinion. In this moment, I finally stand here, Lu Yun mused. One might wonder why he is so dutiful, especially considering he once took the deity to Paris. Of course, this is merely jest. Lu Yun holds a genuine fondness for this player. He is free from any scandalous rumors, representing a truly dedicated professional who solely aspires to win matches. Such purity is indeed rare in this era. In the realm of esports, where teams have disbanded over trivial matters and management squabbles, and where marketing strategies exploit players, it is refreshing to witness a player unmarred by controversy. This may very well be the reason they secured their first world championship. It seems that fate indeed favors those who uphold the principles of esports. Those who violate them seldom receive the goddess's favor, which is why Lu Yun harbors a deep reverence for the craft. Indeed, Lu Yun often encounters challenges in the mid lane, boasting a win rate exceeding 80%. Many spectators only remember the 443, the laughter directed towards his opponents, unaware that he is the first prodigy to dominate both the national and Korean servers. What he lacks is not talent, but rather the fortitude to transcend the constraints of his youth. Under pressure, he seemingly transforms, plummeting from the highest ranks to gold, or even iron, a phenomenon colloquially known as Big Match Soft Shrimp. This match serves as a testament to his struggles. Lu Yun saw none of the boldness characteristic of this gifted youth. Instead, he witnessed a timid child, aptly named. As for the player, he has become overly cautious. While stability is indeed paramount, if one is leading by 3,000 gold and still hesitates to engage, that player has lost their essence. Setting aside these thoughts, Lu Yun gazed toward the stage, memories surging forth, igniting a fervor within him. He felt an overwhelming desire to compete. His words momentarily stunned everyone, before laughter erupted among the group. The captain remarked on Lu Yun's eagerness, stating he was even more anxious than the rest of them. Lu Yun nodded emphatically, declaring that competing brings him unparalleled joy. This sentiment stirred excitement within the team. The captain concurred, echoing Lu Yun's sentiments. The Crystal Brother added his agreement. And even the usually serious Lu Qingsong instinctively adopted a colloquial tone, prompting further laughter. For Lu Yun, a professional player must learn to relish this stage and the purity it offers to rightfully aspire for victory. As a reincarnated individual, Lu Yun recalls the days when he toiled for meager wages, forced to work overtime, and engage socially, ultimately realizing that the value of such labor merely enriched capital. In the future, an increasing number of young individuals are drawn to esports, partly due to their yearning for this untainted realm. Here, deception is scarce, victory brings shared elation, while defeat merely invites another opportunity to try again, to compete alongside one's closest friends during the most youthful years, to pour forth one's passion in pursuit of the highest honor. What a joyous endeavor. This is the allure of esports. On May 25, 2015, on the third day of competition, the newly formed team finally faced their inaugural battle against a recently restructured team that had ranked second to last in the spring championship standings. Top lane, jungle, mid lane, marksman, support. Among these 5 roles, Lu Yun's most profound impression is of the Jungle King and the future coach. He is dubbed the Jungle King not because of his formidable prowess, but rather as a form of ironic jest. When he first joined, he was often caught out, ending up with a score of 0-6, yet he relentlessly farmed the jungle without bothering to secure the dragon. The top laner was subjected to rigorous training, and when they lost the dragon in the mid-game, the audience bestowed upon him the title of Jungle King. The Jungle King sets forth, leaving no grass in his wake. He was simply too enamored with farming the jungle. Of course, at that time, he had yet to earn the moniker of Jungle King. Overall, this was a rather lackluster team, one that merely flowed with the tide. Setting that aside, the real attraction was undoubtedly the team led by Lu Yun. With the honor of reaching the pinnacle of Korean server rankings 7 times, Lu Yun had become the focal point of various forums. His popularity rivaled that of championship winners. What captivated the audience was not merely the prodigious talent of this young man, but more so his unyielding ambition. Such talent could easily have secured him a position in any top-tier club, yet he chose to join a newly formed team. This was akin to a piece of jade falling into a cesspool. No one understood why he would make such a decision. He is ambitious. He understands the essence of individual heroism. If he were to end up at the bottom like his previous team, it would be rather amusing. Being number 1 on the Korean server, he must avoid becoming a laughingstock. Still, one can only hope he perseveres. Various opinions flooded the major esports forums. Whether in anticipation or skepticism, Lu Yun had long ceased to care. His sole desire was to win, to triumph in every match. In a bid to garner attention, the officials dispatched 3 veteran commentators for the match. Hua and Mi Lu were among the most prominent commentators of this era, underscoring the importance placed on this inaugural battle. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the summer split of 2015. Today marks a special day as the newly formed team embarks on its first match. The excitement surrounding this team is palpable. Hua, known for his lively demeanor, was the first to speak. Indeed, from the moment of its inception, this team captured the public's attention. Most notably, their captain, the top laner, achieved the pinnacle of the Korean server 7 times in just 6 months, an accomplishment that astounded everyone. Mi Lu concurred with a sweet smile, noting how effortlessly he climbed the ranks as if it were as simple as drinking water. Truly remarkable. To be honest, as a fan, I am quite eager for this match. Now, let me turn the stage over to the players. In just a few words, the contestants had already taken the stage. Yet, upon seeing Lu Yun's true visage, the crowd of fans fell into a hushed awe. Lu Yun possessed a striking appearance, with prominent features, a high-nose bridge, and bright, clear eyes that evoked memories of a special era. How could he be even more handsome than his promotional photos? What a unique appearance he has. If he plays as well as he looks, his future is beyond imagination. Doesn't he resemble a star from my parents' generation? Various comments had woven together like a spider's web, densely filling the screen. Standing on the stage, Lu Yun gazed at the crowd before him, feeling their genuine enthusiasm, and he was suddenly flooded with thoughts. Once, he dared not dream so grandly. He merely wished to break into the scene, and if he could attend a world championship, that would be even better. It was not that he lacked game comprehension or had slow reflexes. Now, however, fortune favored him, granting him such extraordinary talent, and he was determined to give it his all. The passionate young man clad in white embarked on this journey once more. After a moment of reflection, Lu Yun's gaze settled on her in the front row, and he felt a surge of inexplicable emotion. A romantic notion rushed into his mind. After collecting his thoughts, Lu Yun smiled and nodded at her. Jin Min Na returned the smile, waving gently, her beautiful eyes shimmering with sincere anticipation. Go for it. Following a brief opening ceremony, the 10 players had taken their seats. The arrangement of the venue was commendable. The first match pitted them against the second-to-last team. Straightforwardly, Xianghua spoke first. Let's test the results of our training over the past half-month. Just play as you would in practice matches, without too much pressure, Lu Yun instructed. The opposing team's strength is indeed somewhat unremarkable, Water Crystal remarked with a smile. This was not arrogance, but rather a reflection of insights gained from training matches. After 15 practice games, their match durations had decreased from 30 minutes to 25, then to 20, leading the opponents to question their very existence. Such disparity instilled confidence in Water Crystal. Meanwhile, as they conversed, the comments section exploded with activity. The sole reason for this uproar was the revelation that they had no coach. This is incredible. I've never seen a team without a coach before. Wow. Is this owner so impressive that he doesn't even hire a coach? I thought the rumors were false, but it turns out they are true. That man won't be taking the reins directly, will he? This is an ultimate humiliation. If their coach loses this match, it will be quite the spectacle. Oh wow, the head coach is actually warming up. As a reincarnated individual, Lu Yun understood all too well the nature of coaches in this era. Aside from Hong Mi and Abu, most coaches in this time were merely delivery drivers. The most profound impression on Lu Yun was his coach, Hua Hu, who selected mid-lane Vel'Koz for the World Championship, only for the opposing team to promptly counter with top-lane Malphite. The absurdity of such a decision was staggering. With even a modicum of game comprehension, one could hardly fathom such a foolish choice. What is more, mid-lane Vel'Koz had never been a favored champion in the World Championship, having never been utilized even once in that role. As a coach, how could he neglect to learn from the strategies of successful teams, instead engaging in such reckless experimentation? What right did he have to coach? A single mistake could be understood, as no one is infallible. However, to select top-lane Malphite in the second game, only to let the opposing team secure Vladimir, who subsequently wreaked havoc, resulting in the opposing team pushing to the Nexus Tower within 20 minutes, was inexcusable. This was still a renowned coach. One shudders to think of those less known. Lu Yun, in truth, yearned for a coach, someone he held in high esteem. Hong Mi. Only this ace coach had the merit to guide Lu Yun. Regrettably, Hong Mi was bound by a contract for a full year. Once that contract expired, Lu Yun would undoubtedly seek to recruit Hong Mi for himself. Shaking off these thoughts, Lu Yun took a deep breath and began to focus on the match at hand. Accompanied by stirring music, the game commenced. Since it was a best-of-2 format, both teams possessed the privilege of selecting their sides. In the first round, it was their turn to choose. Following their strategy, they opted for the blue side. Immediately, Lu Yun, in charge, selected Tree Makai. Prior to the advent of the one-man army meta, Tree was among the elite champions. Even in the adjacent region, a player had once showcased Tree in a spectacular moment, illustrating the hero's potency. Many were only aware of his prowess during Season 5, yet were oblivious to his impressive 94 win rate in the spring split. Soon after, the team on the red side swiftly banned Riven and Renekton. Such targeted bans elicited laughter from the commentators. To ban two top-lane warriors right off the bat is quite the strategy against the player. We all know that champions like Kalista and Ryze cannot be allowed to slip through in this meta. Does the coach intend to let them all through, allowing each player to pick one? This remark highlighted the current meta's dynamics, where Kalista and Ryze were equally formidable. Generally, as the red side, one must ensure these champions ascend to prominence. However, the coach chose to focus his bans on top lane, implying that the blue side would inevitably secure one of Kalista or Ryze. Given that the opposing team had already dominated the top lane with Riven and Renekton, it was prudent to show them due respect. Miller concurred, stating that the coach was indeed pragmatic, yet Kalista and Ryze would certainly be claimed by the team. The commentator, Wawa, chuckled, beginning to comprehend why the organization's owner refrained from hiring a coach with such a poor understanding of the game. Allowing the opposing team to freely acquire the meta's top champions, one might argue that hiring such a coach would be counterproductive. On the other side, the coach questioned, "Are we targeting the opponent's top lane so aggressively? This is a bot lane meta." The jungler scratched his head, puzzled by the strategy. "Aren't Kalista and Ryze supposed to be banned?" asked the top laner. "We've played enough scrims. You know their top lane performance. I never rush in blindly." The coach replied with a smile. After all, if their top laner were to fall to a 0-9 score against Riven in scrims, it would be disastrous for morale and difficult to explain to the owner. "Don't worry, I can hold my lane," the top laner assured with a nod. Despite his confident tone, the haunting memories of past failures surged forth. 0-5, 0-7, 1-9. Those suffocating dark numbers caused him to choke back emotion. After taking a deep breath, he managed to regain his composure. He could not believe that the opposing player would perform at their peak on such a grand stage. Meanwhile, they continued to ban Thresh and Alistar. Every decision served the purpose of creating a cohesive strategy aimed at securing kills against the opposing bot lane. Naturally, this left the commentators bewildered. To ban two supports right off the bat was a perplexing logic. It seemed a unique strategy was in play, necessitating caution. The commentator with the deepest understanding of the game was the first to elucidate. Miller chimed in, stating, "Regardless, this match has been meticulously prepared for victory. I hope these 5 young players can showcase their talents." As the commentary flowed, the final ban targeted Gnar. 3 top lane bans. Are they that fearful? If they're so afraid of being overwhelmed, perhaps they should reconsider playing. There's no spirit of contest. They're acting like professionals. They haven't even begun and are already showing fear. They might as well not compete. Banning Kalista and Rise together. Does that imply the top lane will use Rise? No wonder the owner refrains from hiring a coach. This is simply laughable. The barrage of comments ignited fervor among viewers, as even those with a slight grasp of the game recognized the strength of Kalista and Rise in this meta, knowing the blue side would secure one of the two. In the second phase, with the blue side firmly in control, they swiftly claimed Kalista. There was no hesitation. It was the meta-defining champion. It was astonishing that I was permitted to use such a formidable hero in my first official match, especially with the opposing coach being my comrade. Upon acquiring the crystal of KLST, Brother Shu Jae-ing beamed with delight. As a seasoned player, he was well aware of the supremacy of this champion in the current meta, even in the face of formidable opponents. He could utilize KLST to confine them beneath their turret. Such is the power of the child of the version. Over the past fortnight, he had gleaned much from LYN, one of which was the importance of respecting the meta. Should we treat their coach to a meal? LYN jested. Captain, cover my tab. I shall invite him to dine, Brother Shu Jae-ing quipped. Certainly, no problem. In an instant, laughter filled the room. The atmosphere was joyful and harmonious, lifting everyone's spirits. Beneath their beaming expressions, one would hardly discern that this group of youths was making their debut on stage, as if they had participated in thousands of matches. The opposing team is likely to secure Ruzi, Lu QNGS-ing remarked after a brief moment of mirth. There is no way they will pick Ruzi. Trust me, LYN asserted with unwavering confidence. These blue-collar top laners. Do they truly possess the qualifications to wield top lane Ruzi? I think not. He had faced these teams before. Top lane Ruzi. An exceptionally demanding champion that tests a player's talent. Even if selected, they could only showcase a fraction of its potential. In this era, Ruzi had not yet undergone the significant rework that would come with the 6th iteration, making this version the one with the highest damage output for Ruzi. His passive ability, Arcane Mastery, now only required 5 stacks to activate, whereas at the World Championship, it would be increased to 6 stacks. Though it may seem a mere increment, it significantly reduced Ruzi's effectiveness. Nonetheless, this champion remained a powerhouse in the World Championship, albeit as a niche pick. Could it be that they are selecting KLST and Ruzi without actually picking Ruzi? Lu QNGS-ing exclaimed. LYN nodded emphatically. You are right to trust me. All right, Lu QNGS-ing scratched his head, unable to suppress a chuckle. He had faith in LYN's judgment. As anticipated by LYN, the opposing team locked in Rammus and Rek'Sai. Classic. Every time LYN saw Rammus, he scoffed. If the difficulty of Makai could be deemed reasonable, then Rammus was the champion with the steepest learning curve among all historical top lane champions. Upon witnessing the opposing coach's decision to forego Ruzi in favor of a top lane Rammus, all teammates were left in awe of LYN's insight. Captain, you are truly remarkable. Brother Shu Jae-ing chuckled. If he can play top lane Ruzi, I shall return and practice the B11 sword manual. LYN replied humorously. Why not the sunflower scripture this time? She and Gu teased. What martial arts would emerge from practicing both the sunflower scripture and the B11 sword manual? Brother Shu Jae-ing chimed in. After indulging in playful banter, LYN gazed at the Rammus on the screen, memories flooding back. Rammus as a jungler. This era's top laners had become accustomed to using Rammus, which had weakened their landing fundamentals. Consequently, at the World Championship, they found themselves outmatched even by top laners from wildcard regions, particularly those 2 least competent top laners. Many spectators were quick to criticize, unaware that in the final game, the use of LeBlanc at least salvaged some dignity as she dominated her opponents. Yet, those 2 top laners, the Grand Princess and were utterly abominable. Champions such as Fiora, Darius, Riven, Renekton, Gnar, and Rumble, none of them could master even a single one. After finally opting for a top lane Lulu, they found themselves countered by a top lane Vladimir, who effortlessly outfarmed them. Shaking off these intrusive thoughts, LYN diligently secured Elise and Thresh in the 2nd and 3rd picks. KLST, Thresh, and Elise. Clearly, the coaching level of the opposing team was not on par with LYN's prowess. As the players of the opposing team beheld these 3 champions on the screen, their spirits plummeted. How will we manage the bottom lane now? Even the average viewer understood their predicament. This was precisely why LYN held such disdain for the coaches of this era. My coach, what shall we select now? The tone, once lofty and arrogant, began to take on a more irreverent tone, tinged with mockery. They are far too strong in the early game. Should we not opt for late-game champions? The coach inquired. Instantly, the conversation fell silent. Selecting late-game champions? The enemy has already revealed their cards. They intend to engage us in a battle for supremacy in the early game. With KLST and Ruzi, I expected you to choose Ruzi, yet you selected a top lane Rammus instead? The response came. Let us pick Ashe and Leona if they want to contest the early game. Then we must match their aggression, the top laner suggested. Reluctant to argue further, the coach conceded to the group's consensus. After reaching an agreement, they selected Ashe and Leona to counter the early onslaught. Lyn smiled slightly and proceeded to secure Yasuo. Clearly, this Yasuo was the piece de resistance. On one hand, it alleviated the issue of insufficient damage from the jungle and mid-lane synergy with Elise. On the other hand, it perfectly complemented Thresh and KLST's initiation potential. Although Yasuo could only be considered a tier 1 champion in this meta, not quite on par with the likes of Azir, Lyn would never forcibly select a champion that did not fit the team composition. With Elise, Thresh, and KLST, choosing Azir at this juncture would have rendered the composition wholly incompatible. Furthermore, Yasuo was the signature champion of the team. All spectators were aware that he was the first champion of the tournament, yet they were oblivious to the fact that he was also the innovator of Yasuo's double wind. Now, it was time for the final champion selection. In an instant, all eyes were fixed on this prodigious youth, anticipating which champion he would unveil in the inaugural match. Ruaewyn, the crocodile has vanished, leaving one to ponder his next choice. It must be Ruizi, one could only hope. If this lineup were to include Ruizi, it would indeed be remarkable. Should Ruizi be selected, the coach might as well resign. Almost all spectators believed that this prodigious youth would undoubtedly unveil Ruizi as the first champion of his professional career. After all, this composition lacked a late-game powerhouse. Just as anticipation reached its peak, an unexpected hero graced the grand screen. Chapter 26. I would rather err than remain inactive. A familiar phrase echoed throughout the esports arena, revealing the astonishment in the eyes of the audience. Time assassin AI Ku. How could it be AI Ku? What an unexpected choice for the top lane. Is this his understanding of the game? Why not select Ruizi? Could it be that this man is incapable of playing Ruizi? AI Ku in the top lane. A bold statement indeed. The barrage of comments surged like a tidal wave, stirring the emotions of all present. If one were to inquire about Lu Yun's favorite hero aside from the top lane's 7 sisters, it would unequivocally be AI Ku. Despite having an impressive win rate of 80 with champions like Nua Shou and the Crocodile, he had a preference for the more ethereal heroes. In this era, while AI Ku was exceedingly potent in the mid lane, few were aware of his potential in the top lane during specific matchups. For Lu Yun, the competition was so lackluster that he found little desire to employ Ruizi. The prospect of misleading team analysts into believing he would not choose Ruizi was far more enticing. In the first match, deploying AI Ku, a favored mid-lane champion, in the top lane could create numerous misconceptions. The thought of sending AI Ku to the upper lane was an amusing notion. In the commentary booth, the analysts expressed their approval. This lineup is truly commendable. AI Ku, Spider Queen, Yasuo, Kalista, and Thresh. At first glance, it exudes comfort and reliability, instilling a sense of victory. Miller nodded gravely. I feel that the Ice Archer is in for a challenge. Have you noticed how she will survive against this composition? Her greatest asset is her ultimate ability. But against the Spider Queen, Yasuo, Kalista, AI Ku, and Thresh, can she truly make an impact? Miller's assessment held merit. In the current meta, the Ice Archer ranked just below Wheel Mother and Kalista, firmly placing her in the A tier. Yet, facing such a lineup, her ultimate would be rendered nearly useless. With Yasuo's Wind Wall, Thresh crowd control, AI Ku's agility, and Spider Queen's mobility, the Ice Archer's ultimate would only serve as a reactive measure, coupled with Leona's initiation. As a reborn player, Lu Yun understood that once the Ice Archer's ultimate could only be employed reactively, the champion would be effectively neutralized. Thus, the question arose, if not the Ice Archer, who would suffice? Will Mother, Misfortune, or Twitch? Selecting any of these champions would inevitably result in losing lane control and being overrun by aggressive tower dives. In essence, regardless of the choice for the bottom lane, they had already succumbed to the opponent's rhythm. From the very outset, they had allowed the adversary to enter Lu Yun's domain. This was the allure of his strategy. The captain's understanding of the game was unparalleled, and such a harmonious lineup was exhilarating. Everyone, let loose and play. Our team naturally leads by 5,000 gold. Lu Yun quipped, leading by 5,000 gold at the start. How imposing, my captain, Xiangguo remarked, casting a glance filled with absolute trust toward Lu Yun. He believed this man would undoubtedly guide them to the world championship. The thought alone was exhilarating. No wonder our boss opted against hiring a coach. The captain is our best coach. Lu Qingsong relaxed his usual stern demeanor. The head coach is warming up. Crystal Brother chimed in. Captain, what hero will they choose for their final pick? Xiangguo inquired suddenly. I have studied their mid laner, and he is not proficient with Ruizi. Even if he were to select him, it would be of little consequence. His Azir, however, remains a possibility, Lu Yun replied coolly. He had meticulously analyzed every opponent. Impressive. This is the trap the captain spoke of, Crystal Brother noted. I enjoy delving into these matters, Lu Yun humbly stated. Laughter erupted among them, their spirits lifted. This composition left them unsure of how to lose. In stark contrast to their jovial atmosphere, the opposing team appeared rather despondent. Coach, what kind of dismal lineup have you selected for us? Manatee, Beryl, Ice Archer, Leona. We cannot contend with them in the early to mid-game, and we are outmatched in the late game. Putting aside these thoughts, it was now their turn to select the final hero. Azir would be wise. He can limit their entry, the mid-laner's side, fully aware that any choice he made would render little significance. Among the worst options, he could only select the least unfavorable one. Clearly, Azir was the only viable choice, as choosing Ruizi or Orianna would be futile against the onslaught of their opponents. Most crucially, this mid-laner was not skilled with Ruizi. This was indeed an intriguing situation, the most popular mid-lane champion in the meta, yet lacking proficiency. Such was the norm in this era. The rationale behind it was simple. These mid-tier players relied on their unique champions to climb the ranks, thus limiting their hero pool. Very well, Azir it is, the coach concluded. After reaching a consensus, they ultimately selected Azir as their final champion. Everything unfolded precisely as Lu Yun had anticipated. The rosters for both teams had been confirmed. The blue side consisted of Echo in the top lane, Elise in the jungle, Yasuo in the mid lane, Kalista, and Thresh as support. Meanwhile, the red side featured Rek'Sai in the jungle, Sejuani in the top lane, Azir in the mid lane, Ashe, and Leona as support. This composition appeared solid and comfortable. Although it was also a composition reliant on ultimate abilities, it differed from conventional ones, as it remained formidable even without access to ultimates. Thresh skills, combined with Elise's cocoon, could still generate explosive momentum in the early game. Lu Yun did not harbor a dislike for ultimate-reliant compositions. Rather, he disdained those that became utterly ineffective when deprived of their ultimates. For instance, the combination of Diana, Ashe, Rek'Sai, and Nocturne could accomplish nothing without their ultimates. In the commentary booth, a sense of peculiarity enveloped the atmosphere. Why does this composition feel somewhat strange? Miller mused, scratching his head, his expression replete with confusion. It could work, as Ashe and Rek'Sai could absorb early pressure and extend the match into the late game, allowing Azir to take control. However, it remains to be seen if they can endure the early onslaught, remarked Wawa. I find this composition rather reasonable, if they can stretch it to late game. Their range is quite extensive. Yet, swapping Leona for Braum would likely yield a more advantageous outcome, he added. This observation struck at the heart of the matter. The most significant flaw in this composition was the choice of Leona. Had they opted for Braum instead, the team would have possessed an archetypal late-game countercomposition. This lineup would rely on the advantage of superior range, with Ashe consistently establishing vision and pulling back, creating an effective strategic framework. Chapter 27. Unassailable Dominance in the Realm of League of Legends. 3 fundamental composition frameworks exist: skill-based compositions, counter-engagement compositions, and initiation compositions. These frameworks form a stable triangular relationship, where skill compositions counter counter-engagement compositions, counter-engagement compositions counter initiation compositions, and initiation compositions counter skill compositions. However, this particular composition could be described as an enigma. Azir, the quintessential emperor of siege warfare, was paired with Leona, often dubbed the Queen of Initiation. Was this not a clear misstep? Had they chosen Braum, Azir could have comfortably dealt damage from the rear, yet paired with Leona, how could he effectively output against an initiating opponent? Who would safeguard his damage potential? Rek'Sai? Or Elise? In this era, it has become commonplace for teams to adopt nonsensical compositions, to the extent that even mid-tier teams might select absurd combinations such as mid lane, Nidalee, jungle, Elise, and top lane, Yasuo. It is no exaggeration to state that many teams in this age lack a fundamental understanding of composition, operating on whims and fancies without consideration. Even the spring season's runner-up might present highly abstract compositions at the World Championship. Go for it. This coach seems competent. The composition is quite commendable. No wonder the owner did not hire a coach. Revenge Brothers' game understanding is impressive. I fear the bottom lane may be overwhelmed early. And if this match ends in a massacre due to composition, we are in for an interesting spectacle, echoed the sentiments in the booth. In the face of such enthusiasm, the match commenced. We must invade their jungle. We cannot allow them to swap lanes, Lu Yun instructed through the microphone during the loading screen. Understood. No problem. His teammates promptly concurred, since they had yet to fully acclimatize to the lane swap strategy. Lu Yun typically opted for invading the opponent's jungle, a tactic to counter the lane swap strategy. The 5 players, being professionals, capitalized on their early vision to discern the necessity of invading the enemy's jungle. Let us switch jungles. Their level 1 composition is too strong, the shot caller advised. In terms of game comprehension, this player, humorously dubbed the Jungle King, possessed considerable experience. He was acutely aware of the level 1 strength of the opposing Elise, Thresh, and Callista. Recognizing that their composition, centered around Azir, could not possibly contend at level 1. Should they falter early, their composition would struggle to transition to the mid-game, leading to a premature collapse. You head to their blue side. Let us switch jungles. I will secure my level 4, he declared. Alright, came the reply. Thanks to the vision established at level 4, everyone understood the enemy jungler's route and Rek'Sai's target. In this era, utilizing Smite on different jungle camps yielded various enhancements. Smite at level 6 provided reconnaissance capabilities, revealing the enemy's ward placements. Smite on the frog granted poison, inflicting magic damage when attacked by the enemy. To avoid disrupting their jungler's farming rhythm, they opted for Smite at level 4. By executing a strong invasion into the opponent's jungle, they effectively dismantled any plans for lane swapping. Both teams commenced in a standard manner, precisely as Lu Yun had envisioned. At 2 minutes and 5 seconds, the minions were poised to enter the designated confrontation zone. Aware that the opposing Rek'Sai was utilizing Smite, Lu Yun executed a maneuver that all elite top laners would undertake, guiding the enemy minion wave. Following Lu Yun's flawless execution, a dramatic scene unfolded. The blue side minions, directed by Echo, concentrated their firepower on a single enemy minion, while the red side minions dispersed their attacks. Clearly, this disparity would lead to a rapid decline in the health of the red side minions, enabling Echo to reach level 2 more swiftly. Having completed his Smite at level 4, the top laner, now controlling Rek'Sai, arrived at the lane. The time of his online presence has already reached 2 minutes and 25 seconds. At this moment, the red side minions on the top lane have finished spawning 3, leaving the remaining 3 with very low health. This manipulation of the minion wave suggests a defensive strategy. As a professional top laner, he quickly comprehends the rationale behind Echo's handling of the minion wave. Currently, both teams have exchanged jungle positions. The opposing Echo's jungler is in the bottom half, while his own Ramus jungler occupies the upper half. By employing this slow push on the minion wave, Echo can thwart the barrel's intention to gank at level 2. The opposing top laner has managed the minion wave in such a way that I cannot arrive at level 2. The jungler expressed this sentiment over the microphone. You continue farming, there's no need to come, was the confident reply. Indeed, he had faced relentless solo kills from this prodigious top laner during the training matches. But that was against champions like Darius, Renekton, and Riven. In this game, having selected the resilient Ramus, could I still be slain by you so many times? Well, recalling the various training match experiences, he felt an unsettling sensation within. In the top lane, at 2 minutes and 40 seconds, the second minion wave clashed. Lu Yun, with his exquisite minion wave management, swiftly reached level 2. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, the duo began accumulating minions, bolstered by the early game dominance of the spider. The bottom lane duo had no opportunity to farm, for any attempt to gain experience against the enemy Thresh and Callista would surely result in a fierce exchange of health points. Once their health dipped to a critical level, the spider would undoubtedly tower dive them. The calamities of the training matches were still fresh in their minds. At 2 minutes and 54 seconds, unable to resist the temptation of the nearby low-health minion, Ashe finally decided to leverage her range advantage to eliminate the melee minion before her. Lu Qingsong would not grant him such an opportunity. Executing Thresh with precision, he landed a skill shot directly on Ashe. Crystal immediately followed suit, as Callista unleashed her damage. Ashe's health plummeted at an alarming rate. To curtail Callista's output, Leona used her skill to immobilize Callista, only to have Callista respond with her flash. Clearly, Leona had sacrificed her flash for Ashe. In this exchange, Ashe lost a significant portion of her health, rendering her unable to recover in the immediate future. The bottom lane was on the verge of a double kill. The one uttering these words was the team manager observing from the viewing room. From the moment this composition was drafted, he understood the intentions behind it. That minion, Ashe dared to approach. Abu chuckled. As one of the dual coaches, he was acutely aware that Ashe had made a grave error, knowing full well that the enemy spider was active in the lower half. How could she dare to reach for that minion? Was this not a death wish? Chapter 28. Aggressive tower diving, flawless coordination. This is our team, playing far too casually. How else could we be ranked second to last in the spring season? The manager spoke with palpable disdain. He was not arrogant, but genuinely believed that this team was exceedingly weak. Deep down, he felt a sense of standing out among the crowd. This sensation gradually morphed into a feeling of unease. One of the manager's greatest strengths was that after 9 years in the professional scene, he had never become arrogant. Even after securing this match, he was keenly aware of how they had achieved victory. Meanwhile, the player controlling Ashe turned a shade of deep blue. Clearly, He had underestimated the situation. He believed that the two newcomers on the opposing team would prioritize a more cautious approach, which led him to attempt to secure that minion. Little did he expect that the opponents would not grant him any opportunity, launching an explosive counterattack instead. What astonished him the most was that after forcing out his heal, the opponents did not rush to capitalize, but rather exhibited remarkable patience, returning to manage the minion wave in preparation for the upcoming tower dive with the spider. Is this the level of execution a new team can achieve? Is this the mentality that a group of rookie players can showcase? As they were Korean imports, they did not request any assistance over the microphone. Instead, they were the first to inquire, can the mid laner come down? It feels like they are preparing to tower dive. He knew that Ashe would take the blame for this, but this was a formal match. All he could think about was how to mitigate the damage rather than blame his teammate for the misstep. No, after a moment of hesitation, he responded in a subdued tone. The camera then shifted back to the mid lane, revealing that his Azir was left with only half health, while the opposing Yasuo was nearly at full health. What is going on? How did Azir end up in such a state against Yasuo? It should be noted that Yasuo becomes strong after level 3, and in the early game, Azir can leverage his range advantage to suppress Yasuo. He immediately recalled the identity of the opposing mid laner. A player capable of solo kills is undoubtedly formidable. There was no question that Azir had been thoroughly outplayed. After another moment of hesitation, he could only choose to continue farming. At exactly 3 minutes, the first wave of minion clashes would commence in 10 seconds. Meanwhile, the bottom lane duo had reached level 2, while the opposing duo remained at level 1. All the spectators were acutely aware of what was about to unfold in the bottom lane. Everyone had to concede that this entirely new team had thoroughly prepared to secure victory in this match. From the outset, their jungle invasion had already set the tempo for the game. In the commentary booth, it was noted that the bottom lane duo had engaged in a disastrous trade. If this continued, they would certainly fall to the Spider's tower dive. It all depended on how the bottom lane coordinated. If they executed their strategy effectively, they could undoubtedly eliminate Ashe and Leona, Miller remarked. Wawan nodded emphatically. If they can successfully execute the tower dive, it would indeed prove that these 5 young men are exceptionally remarkable. When it comes to tower diving, in this era, it is not an uncommon feat. But only 2 teams can achieve a flawless tower dive. To comprehend, this tower diving requires an extraordinary level of synergy. The initial skirmishes of the bot lane duo, the timing of tower tanking, and the seamless connection of skills are all tasks beyond the capabilities of a solitary individual. Could it be that this newly debuted team has already mastered the art of tower diving for kills? The 3 commentators brimmed with anticipation. At 3 minutes and 15 seconds, as the bot lane Ferrari came under the onslaught of the opposing turret, a cascade of crimson beams descended from above, striking this Ferrari. It was, indeed, the doing of Yak. Concurrently, the spider had arrived beneath the turret, effectively severing the retreat route of the bot lane duo. What? The top laner is diving the tower directly? Miller exclaimed with rapid speech. The bot lane duo is about to suffer. Wawa followed closely. No sooner had Wawa's words fallen than he initiated action. At the very moment Yak touched down, Xiangwa maneuvered the spider, and after absorbing the skill from the Dawn, he finally struck with his web. The point-blank web ensnared the half-health Frost Archer, rendering her immobile. Titan flashed in, landing a basic attack, and, leveraging his passive, followed up with a control skill. Yak executed a flawless combination, coordinating with the spider's bite and Callista's spear throw, instantly eliminating the Frost Archer. She had no opportunity to flash away. The kill was secured. The carnage was not yet concluded. After absorbing a couple of hits from the turret, the spider pressed a skill. Utilizing the spider's unique ability to ascend, it successfully evaded the turret's ire. Next, Callista took her turn to tank the turret. At this point, Dawn had no skills left and could only succumb like a fish on a chopping board. The kill was secured, thanks to an almost flawless synergy. Achieving a double kill, Yak and the spider each claimed a head. The barrage of comments flooded in like a surging tide, one scene following another. The commentators' emotions surged with excitement. Wawa remarked, I can hardly fathom that this is a newly formed team showcasing such coordination. It is simply astonishing. Their tower dive was utterly flawless. Whether it be the early lane management or the seamless connection of control skills, they executed everything with remarkable precision. Miller concurred, nodding gravely. From the outset, they were well prepared. They truly exhibit the vigor of a youthful team. I have never witnessed such meticulous coordination from a new team. Indeed, the newly joined teams this year have relied on sheer momentum to secure victories, but this team has achieved such seamless collaboration. Miller added, I can sense they are on the verge of becoming a formidable team. After years of watching matches, I have never seen a new team daring enough to execute a tower dive at this juncture. Their audacity surpasses that of other teams. I am a fan. He did not hold back his praise. Chapter 29. I can, I dare, I did. This sentiment immediately ignited a fervent wave. After a brief moment of awe, All spectators had to admit that this indeed was a team worthy of admiration. At the very least, these young individuals dared to attempt what others would not. A team must captivate its fans, instilling a sense of I can, I dare, I did. Over here, the synergy is commendable. I said it would be easy to overcome them. Just remain calm, Lu Yun said with a smile. We can do this, Captain, if we continue like this. We truly have a chance, Xiangguo agreed. A chance for what? Crystal Brother inquired. A chance to win the championship, Xiangguo replied. Let's focus on this game first. Don't rush ahead to the championship. Lu Qingsong quickly redirected his teammates' mindset. Everyone, regain your focus. The match is not over yet. Lu Yun followed suit. For Lu Yun, he certainly envisioned an alternative strategy for victory. This involved directly overpowering the opponent in the top lane, executing various lane kills. However, such a strategy is unsustainable. The greatest allure of the game lies in its nature as a team endeavor. This explains why the game's popularity far exceeds that of StarCraft. Lu Yun must instill in these youths a belief in their teammates, nurturing the understanding of their collective synergy from the very beginning. Thus, he eschewed the pursuit of individual heroism in this match, opting for Yak over Rise. In stark contrast to the jovial atmosphere on one side, the mood here was notably tense. They never anticipated that such a new team could manifest such flawless coordination. Yet, just as they began to regain their composure, the operations of their opponents sent their spirits plummeting once more. In the bot lane, Yak made a direct decision to swap lanes. He had no intention of returning to base, but instead remained in the bot lane. Titan and Callista proceeded to the mid lane. As Yasuo seized the mid lane control, he immediately set his sights on the top lane the moment the tower dive commenced. A perfect execution. All professional players understand that this maneuver should not be carelessly employed in the early stages, as the cost of support is a loss in minions. However, this flawless operation resulted in no losses across all three lanes. The moment Yasuo arrived at the top lane, the Ferrari was just entering the turret's range. Likewise, as Callista and Titan reached the mid lane, the Ferrari was left with half health. This implies that this perfect lane transition effectively mitigated the early disadvantages. At this point, the morale of the players began to crumble. To understand, their greatest advantage compared to others lies in their abundant experience in competitive arenas. However, such experience is rendered futile in the face of this new team, as they appear to be mere playthings, manipulated at will. In the commentary booth, the seamless lane transition was nothing short of perfection. All three lanes maintained their integrity, showcasing a style reminiscent of formidable teams. Praise flowed generously. Wawa remarked, indeed. Executing such a strategic transition requires exceptional adaptability, a skill honed through extensive competitive experience. For a brand new team to achieve this in their inaugural match, I can only assert that their potential is boundless. The future is truly promising. It is essential that we do not burden this new team with excessive pressure. Achieving such a performance in their first game has already exceeded our expectations. Keep striving to exhibit your unique flair. You are yourselves. Milu stated unequivocally that this flawless lane transition has garnered them a substantial fan following. Simultaneously, this perfect maneuver has conferred a direct economic lead of 2,000 in this match. Now, a dilemma presents itself. Faced with such exemplary lane swapping, they must make an immediate decision. The early game champion, Han Bingshu Guang, must decide whether to continue contesting with Kali Sita or to suppress the opposing echo. I suppose I will continue to face him in lane, stated the top laner. He understood that if Kali Sita and Titan were allowed to pressure him in the top lane, his champion would become ineffective. It is crucial to note that a well-equipped Kali Sita and Titan, in conjunction with a first blood spider, could easily eliminate a flashless champion like him. Therefore, it is imperative for him to stabilize his development and maintain the team's rhythm in the early to mid-game, ensuring that Xia Huang can reach the late game. He is aware that the jungler, Renma, is typically a strong early to mid-game champion with little late-game potential. To develop, he must contend with Echo. Very well. Upon noticing their teammates' ping, the bot lane duo, hailing from Korea, reluctantly headed to the mid lane to face Kali Sita and Titan. Meanwhile, the mid laner was forced to maneuver Xia Huang to the top lane. This decision played directly into Lu Yun's hands. Lu Yun's strategy was to drive Xia Huang to the top lane. He has a fondness for this champion, as it embodies elegance and regal demeanor. However, this champion is rarely effective in the top lane. Should he appear there, he would undoubtedly face harsh punishment. In the future, various major teams have experimented with Xia Huang in the top lane, yet the win rate for top lane Xia Huang remains below 10%. The reasoning is straightforward. The minion wave in the top lane is excessively lengthy, and Xia Huang is a champion who excels at pushing lanes. If the opposing top laner merely stalls the minion wave, Xia Huang will find himself in a precarious position. Although Xia Huang possesses a second dash to evade ganks, the mana cost for his full combo is a staggering 170. As a mage, Xiaohuang's initial mana and growth mana are quite low, insufficient for him to utilize his mobility multiple times in the top lane. Nonetheless, two words encapsulate this, fundamentally. For Lu Yun, top lane Xiaohuang is a secret weapon he intends to reserve for later use. Setting aside Xiaohuang, the attention of the global audience now shifts to the duel in the bot lane. This prodigious player, who has reached the pinnacle of the Korean server with 7 alternate accounts, is poised to demonstrate his extraordinary lane pressure. All spectators are filled with anticipation. After all, the previous play was a testament to teamwork, while now, it is the moment for this young prodigy to showcase his remarkable individual prowess. It is worth noting that he secured a kill and an assist during that exchange. If he cannot convert an advantage into a kill, it would indeed be a misrepresentation of his capabilities. Chapter 30. The Chasm of Lane Discrepancy at 3 minutes and 50 seconds. The top laners clashed in the bot lane, Echo versus Renma. Interestingly, the current minion wave confrontation is occurring right in front of Echo's turret. This is no coincidence. Lu Yun intentionally guided the minion wave's trajectory before returning home. Upon his return, the wave was conveniently positioned in Echo's favor. At this moment, Echo, having secured 2 assists early on, has already returned home to purchase his Yaoguang. In contrast, Renma, after his return, could acquire nothing. On screen, Lu Yun displayed remarkable patience. To stabilize the minion wave, he refrained from recklessly engaging upon sighting Renma. Instead, he waited until Renma attempted to secure a last hit before activating his skills. A standard combo, utilizing Yaoguang, not only dealt passive damage but also granted significant movement speed, followed by another use of Yaoguang. As he landed the final blow, he adjusted his angle and executed the second part of his skill, perfectly striking Renma. This flawless exchange exemplified his skill. Gazing at Echo's agile figure on the screen, Lu Yun felt a rush of excitement. Despite his mature demeanor, this genuine passion kept him ever the dream-chasing youth. This combo inflicted nearly a third of Renma's health. In response to this sudden aggression, Renma did not back down, activating his skills to retaliate with 2 auto-attacks. However, by the time he sought to unleash his skills, Echo had already distanced himself rapidly, thanks to his passive. Should Renma attempt to forcefully execute his skill, it would undoubtedly disrupt the minion wave, leaving Echo trapped once more. He was completely oblivious to the spider's movements, surrounded by an impenetrable darkness. If he remained trapped by AI Ko for too long, he would inevitably fall prey to the spider. It is crucial to understand that the greatest flaw of the Centaur is the lack of a flash. In a disadvantageous situation, a single ambush could spell doom. Resolute and driven by a surge of emotion reminiscent of the humiliation from a training match, he activated his abilities. Leveraging his extraordinary movement speed to close in on AI Ku and unleashed his skill. Such desperation? Lu Yun mused with a slight smile. The moment he saw the Centaur activate his skill, he swiftly retreated to an area densely populated by his own minions. With this deft maneuver, he ensured that while the Centaur's skill struck him, it simultaneously swept through a multitude of minions. The Centaur's skill was formidable, hitting a total of 8 minions, which was devastating for him. The current clash of minions was taking place just outside AI Ku's turret, and the Centaur needed to employ various techniques to push the minions back and secure his own development. To facilitate this, he would have to sacrifice some of his health to regain control of the minion wave. You are finished. Lu Yun was acutely aware that the Centaur's understanding of minion control was abysmally poor, a quintessential example of a blue-collar top laner in this era. It's worth noting that the Centaur's skill had a cooldown of a full 20 seconds, while AI Ku's abilities had cooldowns of merely 8 and 7 seconds. In other words, as long as he patiently awaited the next skill cooldown, Lu Yun could orchestrate a solitary kill. Now, the Centaur faced an uncomfortable reality. He understood the looming threat of being soloed. Regret washed over him for his earlier impulsiveness in engaging AI Ku in a reckless exchange of blows. Suppressing these negative emotions, he chose not to retreat. He recognized that for AI Ku to secure a kill, he needed to accomplish one vital task, accurately landing his skill, Time Warp, on the Centaur. Having not previously faced this brilliant top laner AI Ku, who had eliminated him with champions like Crocodile, Riven, and Rumble, a flicker of luck surfaced in his heart. I refuse to believe you are that good, AI Ku. With a spirit of defiance, he did not let the past training match debacles deter him. The commentary surged. The Centaur is nearly out of health. AI Ku is so aggressive. Doesn't this AI Ku fear the jungler? He is exchanging blows without any vision. Such an impressive offensive. As the Centaur's health plummeted to a critical threshold, the barrage of comments flooded in. On AI Ku's side, witnessing the Centaur's refusal to retreat, Lu Yun seized the moment when his skill was ready and stepped directly in front of the Centaur. As he executed his attack, he aimed his mouse at the Centaur's anticipated escape route and unleashed his skill. AI Ku's abilities produced a distinctive sound, akin to the melody of time and space. Recognizing this familiar sound, the player controlling the centaur understood that AI Ku had cast his skill. He began to maneuver the centaur to retreat, speculating that AI Ku's casting position was at the top lane, prompting him to head downward. However, devoid of any skills, he was ensnared by the severe slow effect of AI Ku's skill, leaving him vulnerable to relentless assaults. AI Ku's figure weaved through the fabric of time, executing a precise combination while maintaining the angle and following up with a second strike, triggering his passive twice. This sequence of attacks drastically reduced the centaur's health to a critical level. Lu Yun maximized the potential of his radiant light, triggering it twice within 3 seconds, delivering explosive damage that astonished the audience. All fans of AI Ku recognize that this champion possesses high damage early on, but what he lacks is the opportunity to deal that damage in a direct confrontation. Being able to trigger his passive twice in one exchange and striking the opponent with a second hit, AI Ku's damage surpassed even that of Riven. What astonishing damage! Is he about to secure a kill? A single exchange resulting in 2 passives. This centaur is too naive, allowing AI Ku to trigger his passives in such a short span. In that fleeting moment, the curtain of time descended, landing precisely in front of the centaur. The centaur stepped into AI Ku's temporal domain. Instantly, the player controlling the centaur felt his heart plummet. It was clear he had been outsmarted by this genius who predicted his retreat. I anticipated your anticipation. It's over. He realized he had lost all maneuvering space. The moment the temporal curtain fell, AI Ku immediately entered the field, detonating the time warp and stunning the centaur in place. With a staggering 225-second stun, the centaur was rendered utterly immobile. Lu Yun effortlessly claimed the centaur's life with a final attack. A stern, cold female voice announced the victor of this confrontation. A tinge of disappointment washed over Lu Yun as he scoffed internally, feeling no pride from this kill, but rather a sense of sorrow. The disparity in their dueling capabilities was as vast as an ocean. Emotionlessly, he acknowledged that his true aim was the legendary Sheng Changgu, not this fleeting top laner. Chapter 31. Everything is preordained. A solo kill came so swiftly. This solo kill seems rather unremarkable. Such a plain solo kill. How did this centaur walk into AI Ku's territory? This centaur is truly foolish. It feels as simple as drinking plain water, such an effortless solo kill. A torrent of comments surged forth. Despite Lu Yun's accomplishment in securing a solo kill, he had not performed any particularly skillful maneuvers. It merely appeared as though he had predicted the centaur's retreat direction, creating an impression that luck overshadowed skill. But is that truly the case? Far from it. In this recent wave of solo kills, aside from the price paid for his own impulsiveness, Lyn has truly reached the pinnacle of his craft. This pinnacle is not merely about micromanipulation, but rather about judgment. His decision to place the most critical ability, Guing Gokyu, below rather than above was not a matter of chance. Lyn understood one crucial fact. For the centaur to survive, he must escape from below, as traversing the river was absolutely impossible. It is worth noting that in the initial exchange, it was K who initiated the attack, with the centaur responding subsequently. This means that K was the first to enter cooldown. The centaur's abilities have a cooldown of 20 seconds, while K, in conjunction with Lyn's unique runes, only requires 7 seconds. Should the centaur have chosen to escape upwards or into the river, by the time his skills were ready again, K would undoubtedly have been able to unleash a second onslaught. His abilities would slow the centaur down, while his passive would grant him acceleration, allowing him to easily latch onto the defenseless centaur. Coupled with the damage from Guing, it would be sufficient to slay the centaur. Until his demise, the centaur's skills would remain unavailable. Thus, the sole escape route for the centaur was downward, rushing towards the tower for a glimmer of hope. Regrettably, this slender chance was swiftly extinguished by K's foresight. No matter which path the centaur took, his death was inevitable. This exemplifies the elite gaming details that the audience may not perceive. Although these details lack any visually exhilarating effects, they are an essential lesson for top-tier professional players. In the realm of professional esports, any top player utilizing K relies on extensive experience for predictions, which does not necessarily involve stunning the opponent. Oftentimes, it is necessary to use Guing Gokyu to obstruct the movements of the opposing hero. This is also a form of skill. This form of skill is known by a name that may be unfamiliar to the audience, but is well known among professionals: cognitive suppression. Over here, the captain's swift solo kill elicited laughter from Xinggu. The opposing centaur sought to gift me a kill. I could only accept, Lyn stated calmly, his expression revealing a heart mature beyond his years. After all, for him, this was merely the beginning. The captain is so composed, Xu Jingji remarked. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, he would scarcely believe that such a mindset emanated from a 17-year-old prodigy. He truly embodied the essence of remaining unperturbed in the face of calamity. The opposing centaur was too impulsive, too eager for revenge, Lyn observed. Revenge? Isn't that what you meant, Captain? You should reflect on what our captain truly signifies. Xianggu teased. All right. Focus. We have yet to secure victory. Lu Qngs, equally mature, once again took on the role of steering the group back to the task at hand. In stark contrast to the jovial atmosphere here, the mood on the opposing side had grown rather somber. Clearly, this wave of solo kills had significantly dampened their morale as they donned masks of anguish. Their jungler hasn't even made a move, and all 3 lanes have collapsed. This is something no jungler can accept. With all 3 lanes in disarray, whom could he possibly assist? Don't let them accuse me of merely farming, he lamented. I'm under pressure beneath my tower ultimately. He stood up to acknowledge his mistakes. Indeed, he had erred, and this error stemmed primarily from his immature mindset, with operational flaws following closely behind. Had he not been so eager to prove himself, relying on health to secure minion waves, he would not have suffered a solo kill so early. At that moment, news from the top lane arrived like a harbinger of doom. Huing was caught by the spider and knocked airborne by Wei Su, who followed up with the spider's cocoon and explosive damage, leading to an instant death. Ultimately, he had also wasted a meaningless flash. It was evident that in this era, the mid-lane prowess of these opponents far surpassed his own. Whether it was understanding minion waves, timing trades, spatial awareness, or the sequence of ability usage, he was fundamentally a tier below these mid-laners. With all 3 lanes blooming simultaneously, the early game had spiraled into chaos. The 3 commentators at the desk were profoundly stunned by the tempestuous onslaught. They could hardly fathom the scene unfolding before them. A newly debuted team was dismantling their opponents as if they were mere bots. In less than 10 minutes, all 3 lanes have exploded. ML exclaimed. I can hardly believe this is the rhythm produced by a new team in just 10 minutes. It's outrageous, utterly breathtaking. WW added, beaming with delight. One can only say this team truly holds promise for the future. He concluded. What overwhelming lane pressure. What kind of team can dominate all 3 lanes? Wow, this is the first time I've seen a team achieve lane superiority across all 3 lanes. The barrage of comments surged like a roaring tide, expressing the astonishment within their hearts. Their astonishment stemmed from the fact that no team had managed to exert pressure across all 3 lanes, particularly in the top lane. Chapter 32, the second solo kill. An absolutely breathtaking dominance. Generally speaking, teams with formidable strength in the bot and mid lanes expect the top lane to bear the brunt of pressure. However, this team, named insert team name, defied expectations. The top lane not only avoided pressure, but also achieved a solo kill against its counterpart. How long has it been since a top laner accomplished a solo kill against their opponent? How long has it been since we witnessed a top-tier top laner? For a full 6 months, the top lane has been dominated by champions such as DSH or Centaur, leaving everyone fatigued by the monotony. The top lane, a position once filled with honor, has now devolved into this current state. It is always about surviving in lane, always waiting for team fights to shine. It is no wonder that commentators would later utter the phrase, the heavens did not give birth to the top laner, it is an eternal night. The barrage of comments surged like a tidal wave, each voice eager to express their anticipation. On screen, after executing a flawless solo kill, Lu Yun pushed the minion wave towards the enemy tower and returned home to acquire the Frostfire Gauntlet. When it comes to the itemization of Echo, Lu Yun, as a top lane Echo, naturally diverges from mid lane Echo. The first item must be the Ice Fist. Regardless of his formidable abilities, he would never act recklessly. This composition requires him to assume the role of a frontline tank, providing his team with a reliable space for output. Upon returning to the bottom lane, the game clock read 5 minutes and 10 seconds. All spectators were well aware that before reaching level 6, there were 2 crucial moments. The first occurred at 3 minutes and 10 seconds, while the second was at 4 minutes and 40 seconds. These 2 timestamps marked the moments when Ferrari could engage. And with the might of Ferrari, a team with strong lane capabilities could achieve much, especially the top laner. At this moment, the minion wave in the bottom lane was obstructed by the second cannon minion. Once the enemy's cannon fell, a massive wave of minions would soon surge towards the Centaur's tower. Before that, Lu Yun resolved to leverage his item advantage and Echo's mobility to execute 2 perfect traits. Maneuvering Echo, he positioned himself before his own low-health minion, waiting for the Centaur to use his skill. As anticipated, the player, unable to resist the temptation of the low-health minion, activated his ability once more. Seizing this splendid opportunity, Lu Yun initiated with an auto-attack, followed by a skill. Then another auto-attack, triggering Echo's passive and gaining a significant boost in movement speed. His figure danced elegantly through the fabric of time and space. The Centaur immediately retreated, attempting to evade Echo's second strike. At the very moment the second strike was about to connect, Lu Yun aimed at the Centaur and unleashed his skill. The second strike successfully hit the Centaur, executing a remarkably standard and proficient echo trait, reducing the centaur's health by nearly half. The absolute advantage conferred by his items was flawlessly exemplified in this exchange. This micromanagement, his mood plummeted to the depths. He never imagined that this genius opponent could master not only champions like Gnar, Renekton, Rumble, and Riven, but also a less conventional top laner like Echo with such finesse. In that instant, he starkly recognized the shortcomings of the Centaur champion. Cumbersome. Utterly cumbersome. Faced with Echo's formidable traits, he found himself utterly powerless. Had he been wielding Riven, Renekton, or even Rumble, he could have at least managed to whittle down Echo's health by a third. Yet, with the Centaur, he could only passively endure the blows. I shall never play Centaur again. With a resolute determination, he vowed never to touch this cumbersome champion again, as it afforded him no room for maneuver. As the comments flooded in, the seventh wave of minions for Echo had reached the second tower. The enemy's cannon minion was on the verge of demise. All top-tier players understood what this signified. It meant that at some forthcoming moment, Echo would be able to amass a formidable wave of minions, totaling 18, towards the Centaur's tower. Like an unstoppable tide of steel, the minion wave surged forward with great momentum. Clearly, Lu Yun had maximized the potential of this cannon wave. Like a commanding general, he led this iron tide into the enemy's tower. It was over, without needing further elaboration. The player controlling the Centaur understood the grim fate that awaited him. He would either be forcefully executed by Echo under the tower or abandon the tower, losing 3 entire waves of minions, falling 2 levels behind Echo. Undoubtedly, regardless of the choice he made, the Centaur would inevitably collapse. The touch of the divine. In that moment, he grasped the profound meaning of the phrase the hand of God. Such flawless minion wave management filled him with envy. In the top lane position, the most challenging task is the manipulation of minion waves. Knowing when to engage for trades and when to hold back requires impeccable timing. Many top lane players possess exquisite micromanagement skills, yet their understanding of minion waves pales in comparison to Lu Yun's level. Clearly, Lu Yun's moment was approaching. I cannot retreat. Despite having a foreboding sense of the inevitable outcome, as a professional player, he still possessed the spirit of a true swordsman. He refused to believe that this genius opponent could truly be flawless, devoid of any mistakes. Will you not move? Lu Yun remained calm, fully aware that the Centaur's only chance to act lay in one possibility, to interrupt him. At the moment Echo was struck by the tower, the Centaur would attempt to knock him down under the tower, using the tower to secure a counterkill. I know you intend to use the Centaur to interrupt my skill. If I initiate, how will you respond? With thoughts racing like lightning, Lu Yun first targeted the ground beneath the Centaur and activated his skill. The sound of the fabric of time resonated once more, akin to the melody of death, a sacred proclamation of demise. Which position? A decision must be made immediately. Predicting Echo's release position. Guess correctly, and perhaps there remains a sliver of hope for survival. Guess incorrectly, and death awaits. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. The reluctant Centaur advanced a small step downward, still intent on executing a reverse strategy. Regrettably, this reverse thinking was once again anticipated by Lu Yun. The center of the time curtain falling was precisely beneath the hooves of the Centaur. As the blue and white time curtain descended, Aiku immediately pressed his skill and entered it. Aiku arrived at his own temporal domain. The time curtain was instantly detonated, rendering the Centaur incapacitated beneath the turret. A staggering 25 seconds of dizziness left the Centaur with no room for maneuver. In a standard display, he executed 3 rings, triggering the radiant effect twice, and swiftly claimed the Centaur's head beneath the enemy turret. The audience erupted in excitement, their adrenaline surging in response to this breathtaking feat compared to his previous solo kill. This one was even more astonishing. In the commentary booth, I can only say that to reach the pinnacle of Korean servers with 7 different accounts is a testament to skill. The ability to secure a kill beneath the turret before level 5 showcases his personal flair. His prowess in lane is truly breathtaking, Miller passionately remarked. Lane prowess. These 2 words encapsulate Lu Yun's entire career. He is a prodigious talent who must establish a lane advantage. He understands that without lane prowess, one has no qualification to compete for championships. All tournament victories rely on outplaying opponents in the lane before discussing strategy. If one cannot win in the lane, everything else is mere rhetoric. We must acknowledge that this reflects the player's personal strength and charisma. He accomplished what is exceedingly difficult for other top laners, executing a turret kill before reaching level 6. Wawa followed up, stating, I can only call this the hallmark of a true master. From this match onward, everyone has been watching him, and he has truly become the chosen one of the night. As the commentators passionately articulated their thoughts, the emotions of the audience surged once more. Over here, Captain. This is too exaggerated. In under 3 minutes, 2 solo kills have been completed. The voices grew louder. Crystal commented, Captain, you need to tone it down. At this rate, I want to have any gold left. As the mid laner, he revealed a shy smile. Although he couldn't hear the discussions around him, he knew the atmosphere in the team was joyous. Winning the match is the most exhilarating feeling. All right, this is just basic operations for the captain. We've seen this in scrims before. Stay focused, the match isn't over yet. Finally, Lu Qingsong stepped in to redirect his teammates' thoughts. For Lu Yun, this wave of solo kills did not require extraordinary micromanagement. It was merely standard turret harass. AI executed the standard maneuver, adjusting his angle while pulling back to the second phase, pressing his skill at the right moment. It was indeed basic operation. Of course, this also had much to do with the opponent being a centaur. Punishing the centaur is truly a lament of this era. Lu Yun couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. In contrast to Lu Yun's composure, the top laner was feeling slightly disheartened. He was in a phase where his mental fortitude was on the verge of collapse. The timing of this solo kill was impeccable. The opposing AI not only succeeded in killing him, but also caused him to lose an entire 4 waves of minions. In League of Legends, early levels are more crucial than gold. Thus, it was clear that the opposing AI was about to surpass him by 2 levels, possibly even 3. If this continued, his centaur would undoubtedly fall victim to AI's relentless solo kills. AI possesses a tremendous advantage in this era, boasting exceptional snowballing abilities. Being solo killed twice by an alligator versus twice by AI carries entirely different implications. Can the jungler come? I can't hold on any longer. Ultimately, he set aside his pride and began calling for the jungler over the microphone. Unable to come, the response was a swift refusal. The reasoning behind this rejection was simple. Which jungler would assist a centaur with a punishment? It is well known that their most critical asset is the pharaoh. If he appears in the bot lane, the pharaoh will undoubtedly be tower dived in the top lane. Alright. Taking a deep breath, he could only bear the consequences of his misstep. The price was steep. Upon returning to the bot lane, he was instantly solo killed by the level 7 AI beneath the turret. The sorrow struck too swiftly, plunging his spirits to an all-time low. He felt as though he had entered a cyclical dimension, with the scenes before him repeating endlessly. Once a king of League of Legends in his city, at this moment, he felt as if he had forgotten how to play the game. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Such terrifying details. With no other recourse, he could only offer a resigned smile. In just 4 minutes, being solo killed 3 times left the audience in awe once again. In the following 15 minutes, AI's economy surged by 400, with his opposing economic advantage reaching 2,000. The performance of the centaur has gradually shattered the historical records of the worst solo lane performances over time. There is no mercy to be found, nor will there ever be. This is Lu Yun's way of respecting esports. Ultimately, it is the centaur hero that has spoiled these mediocre solo lane players, who, upon facing an opponent with top-tier landing skills, immediately reveal their true colors. At 18 minutes and 20 seconds, the centaur, as the solo laner, was once again brutally killed by Echo. This was no longer merely the first tower, but the second. At this moment, the centaur possesses only a pitiful catalyst, while Echo has already acquired 2 items. Despite repeated attempts to rescue the crumbling centaur, he could never find an opportune moment. He understood clearly that should he forcefully engage Echo, he would surely meet his demise at the hands of Echo's 12 kills. Such tragic outcomes have been witnessed in training matches before. Let them have the second tower in the top lane. Focus on catching Echo in the bottom lane. Ultimately, he made this decision. Sacrificing the second tower in the top lane, the 4 players forcibly went to capture Echo in the bottom lane. Clearly, this decision was profoundly unwise. Regardless of whether they could eliminate Echo or not, even if they succeeded, the final outcome would be a Pyrrhic victory. Nevertheless, an inexplicable fury compelled them to see this adversary perish. The Nexus could be given up, but Echo must die. Once consensus was reached, the entire team boldly decided to pursue the nearly fully equipped Echo. Due to the overwhelming economic disadvantage, their equipment consisted of only 2 purple items, lacking any orange items. There was no other choice. The spider that secured first blood had created an exaggerated early game tempo. Even if the Emperor remained under the tower, he could not escape the fate of being forcefully killed. Chapter 34, Polar Reversal. Echo's Flying Thunder God, Second Strike. On this side, upon witnessing the disappearance of the team from the map, Lu Yun, drawing from his extensive competitive experience, immediately grasped the situation. They are coming for me. You all go directly for the Baron. I can reach level 14 with my equipment, Lu Yun calmly stated. Level 14. Were anyone else to utter this phrase, their teammates would deem such confidence as arrogance. Yet, when spoken by this genius, it carried an undeniable gravitas. Alright, no problem. His teammates quickly reached a consensus. Echo alone drew the attention of the opponents, while the remaining 4 commenced the Baron. Lu Yun was never an arrogant individual. He knew he possessed the capability to reach level 14 at this juncture, leveraging his absolute advantage in equipment. The time was now 20 minutes and 5 seconds. The audience, endowed with a god's eye view, clearly saw heavy forces converging to encircle Echo. At that moment, all spectators held their breath in apprehension for this prodigious newcomer, their hearts racing. Yet, an inexplicable belief inspired them to anticipate the birth of a miracle. He can't possibly reach level 14, can he? Is he not retreating? Could he truly reach level 14? No way, how brave. Will a miracle occur? The barrage of comments surged like a tide, filled with collective anticipation. Tonight, could you become the chosen one? In the camera's view, aware of the impending ambush, Lu Yun had already maneuvered Echo to reduce the centaur's health to 1/3. A 2-item Echo, with the damage from the Ice Fist exhilaratingly devastating against the centaur at this moment. It is noteworthy that Echo, in the current version, possesses high base damage for his skills. Otherwise, he would not be slated for a rework in the coming months. The player controlling the centaur, fixated on the precarious health of his champion, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had lost the initiative. Should he rashly charge forward, he would certainly be instantaneously eliminated by Echo. I cannot take the lead. It must be up to you, he said into the microphone. No worries, I will initiate, declared the player controlling the barrel. The moment the words left his lips, the barrel suddenly appeared beside Echo. With a standard flash, the barrel transformed into a tank. Lunging directly at Echo, the composed Lu Yun immediately activated his skill, executing a minor displacement. Echo, with his ethereal form seemingly traversing time and space, effortlessly evaded the barrel's flash. The player controlling Echo did not hastily unleash his skill. Instead, he awaited the barrel's ultimate ability. Indeed, driven by a desire for victory after missing the flash, he immediately targeted Echo and pressed the button. In that instant, Lu Yun swiftly aimed at the centaur and activated his skill, utilizing the centaur's displacement to easily evade the barrel's ultimate damage and control. This microcontrol is flawless. 66666. The composed maneuvers ignited the audience's fervor. The visual feast was far from over. After hitting the centaur with his skill, Lu Yun pressed the button at this critical moment. The mouse was not aimed at fleeing, but at the opponent's turret. At this moment, the arriving allies, Dawn and the Emperor, charged toward Echo. Despite gaining a significant boost to movement speed, Lu Yun deliberately provided Dawn with an opportunity and angle for his skill. The player controlling Dawn could not miss this chance, targeting Echo and recklessly activating the skill. As Echo was momentarily controlled, the Emperor Azir, leveraging the dual displacements from his combo, reached Echo's side. Before Echo could react, he immediately unleashed his ultimate. The wall of soldiers formed by Azir's army successfully knocked Echo airborne. The centaur followed up with control, racing toward Echo. Kill him. The player controlling the centaur shouted excitedly into the microphone. All the resentment toward Lu Yun was completely vented at that moment. Regrettably, despite exhausting all skills from the top, mid, jungle, and support, they still failed to eliminate Echo. The stark visual disparity brought about by the equipment gap was fully manifested at this moment. The dual enhancement provided by Being Chu N and ZHNFN, along with the resilience granted by Shu Y and Shi, rendered IK as formidable as a towering mountain, standing resolutely before the crowd. 2 seconds. 1 second. The death symphony of time had already commenced. In that fleeting moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The curtain of time descended from the heavens, ensnaring all champions, mid, jungle, support, within its grasp. A polar reversal, accompanied by IK's iconic phrase. The curtain of time enveloped everyone like a golden bell, utterly extinguishing their hopes. An astonishing 25 seconds of incapacitation rendered them immobile. The barrage of comments surged forth. What a play. Unbelievable. What is happening? Miracle. Miracle. He is a miracle. Incredible. At that moment, people witnessed an IK not merely skill, but an indomitable courage and a tenacity forged through peril. This courage and tenacity stemmed from the genius's unwavering confidence, which, in turn, arose from his astute judgment. Amidst the throngs, I shall advance. As the comments cascaded, IK unleashed his wrath. With 2 swift strikes, he triggered the effect of Being Chu N, swiftly eliminating the champion with the lowest health. A kill. Immediately thereafter, Lyn shifted his focus to the most vulnerable champion, SH Huing. At this juncture, SH Huing had exhausted all skills and was left in a dazed state, utterly incapable of withstanding the damage from a level 15 IK with 2.5 items. Following IK's assault, SH Huing's health plummeted at an alarming rate. Of course, IK also faced diminishing health from the turret's attacks, yet the rates of decline were starkly disparate. As he executed his maneuvers, Lyn consistently monitored his shadow. Now, in the fleeting moment when the shadow aligned with the dawn, Lyn pressed down. A miraculous scene emerged. The recently awakened champions, unable to cast any skills in time, were once again enveloped by IK's temporal curtain, meeting with further incapacitation. This was the ultimate secret art of IK, the ultimate dual stun combo. This was IK's signature flying thunder god technique. Exhilarating. Before the audience could even simmer with excitement, Lyn's heart surged with fervor. This was the extreme maneuver he had longed to execute on the competitive stage. This was the allure of the game League of Legends. This was the reason he would choose to be an esports player even if he had to be reborn 1,000 times. The 25 and 15 seconds of incapacitation left everyone in a state of shock. Stun, 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 stun. For prominent characters appeared above their respective champions. What is happening? What is this? Someone bellowed into the microphone. Can we pause? Another shouted. All players were astounded by the scene before them, completely unaware that this was IK's ultimate combo. The mid laner requested a pause. Chapter 35. I can showcase, but I desire victory even more. Game paused. As the central message appeared, the screen instantly turned gray. In the commentary booth, as the game entered a pause, commentator ML quickly reigned in his overwhelming excitement, announcing to all viewers, "My goodness, at such a crucial moment, how could one request a pause?" WW exclaimed with fervor. After many years of commentary, he had never witnessed such a breathtaking sight. At the enemy turret, 14. How outrageous. He is creating miracles. In that moment, the female commentator could no longer contain her excitement. Most of the audience rose to their feet, their gazes fixated on the prodigious player named IK. How could IK trigger it twice? Is there such a play? It can't be true. If not, these five will surely be nailed to the pillars of shame. In his first competitive match, he forced the opponent to call for a pause. This is something even novels wouldn't dare to write. Chosen one, chosen one. Amidst the anticipation, there was also a simmering frustration. How could one request a pause at such a critical juncture? Meanwhile, Lyn gazed at the gray screen, offering a wry smile of resignation. What are they doing? Can this really be paused? Xianggu expressed his dissatisfaction. Just moments ago, when IK was at the enemy turret with 14 kills, he had been spectating, and now that a quadruple kill was within reach, the opponent chose to pause. What? Can't handle the pressure? No worries, that maneuver is indeed challenging. It is normal for them to be unfamiliar with it. Lyn remained remarkably composed. This was not his first experience with a game pause. The dual stun tactic of IK would only be fully realized next June when top lane IK gained prominence, an exceedingly advanced maneuver. Such an operation, transcending contemporary understanding, being misconstrued by the opponents was entirely understandable. After all, what the staggering 25 seconds and 15 seconds of mass stuns signify in League of Legends is self-evident. His calm demeanor caused Xianggu to once again question whether this man was truly only 17 years old. Not a single complaint escaped his lips. His face bore no trace of anger. So serene, he seemed almost otherworldly. Are they really going to rewind time? Can't handle defeat? The Crystal Brother, removing his hands from the keyboard, reclined back, his emotions slightly frayed. If it were him, he would never call for a pause. Should this not be the case? Would not these five individuals be ridiculed for all eternity? People do care about their reputation. Such humiliation could follow an individual for a lifetime. The thought was unbearable. Time travel is impossible. If it were, would they still wish to fight? Lu Qingsong said calmly. That makes sense. In contrast to Lu Yun's personal tranquility, the four individuals serving as mere background are undoubtedly akin to sows trapped in a narrow alley, caught between a rock and a hard place. It's over if this is not the case. We would be quite the spectacle. With hands outstretched, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. A bitter smile of resignation compelled him to utter a few words towards the mid laner. His discontent was understandable. After all, as the jungler, he had yet to make an impact, while the bottom lane had been decimated by the enemy's yak, reduced to a score of 0-8 in 20 minutes. Now he found himself dragged down by this top laner, becoming mere background to the opponent's genius highlight reel. What if this were true? Would he forever be the subject of others' conversations? The thought left an unpleasant taste in his mouth. I'm sorry I was impulsive. The mid laner's face turned a shade darker. He sensed that this was not just a fluke, but rather Yak's ultimate combo. The synergy of Yak's ultimate skill and the precise coordination was undeniable. It's all right, let us endure this together. Hearing such a sincere tone, he repressed his resentment and offered a comforting word. Thank you. I'm sorry. All the team members were acutely aware of the impending scrutiny they would face. It is worth noting that this prodigy had garnered a substantial following even before turning professional, thanks to his extraordinary individual prowess, rivaling that of renowned players. While everyone anxiously awaited, the tournament administrator promptly placed an international call to consult with the League of Legends designers. After 15 minutes of careful observation, they concluded that this was not a bug, but rather a unique game mechanic. Frankly, he was astonished that Yak, whom he had personally designed, could execute such maneuvers. In the commentary booth, based on the referee's ruling, it was determined that this was not a glitch, but a standard game mechanism. After a brief wait, Wawa announced the referee's decision. It was truly unexpected that this genius player, in his debut match, would directly cause a game pause. I can only say he truly embodies the phrase "the chosen one," Miller quickly concurred. While casually brushing his dark hair aside, he remarked with a smile. I must say the disparity in this match is quite pronounced. The difference in the top lane resembles that of a king versus an iron rank player. It appears that the top lane competitor is entirely outmatched, having suffered a score of 0 to 8 in 20 minutes. This indeed reflects a significant gap. Utilizing this pause, let us readjust our mental state. I believe the players will quickly regain their composure, yet we trust that they are leading the evolution of the top lane's competitive ecosystem. Miller added. Like Lu Yun, Miller is one of the few clear-minded individuals of this era. He clearly understands the struggles that ultimately led to victory. If there is a significant patch update, can these blue-collar top laners accustomed to enduring pressure withstand the onslaught of such prodigious talents? It's important to remember that in Season 3, a player wielding Jax single-handedly instilled despair. Now, with the emergence of another such genius, annihilating these blue-collar top laners and scrims. How exhilarating is that? Before long, the countdown appeared on the large screen. Lu Yun placed his hands back on the keyboard and mouse. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At the instant the gray screen regained its color, Yak unleashed his slaughter within his unique temporal domain. A staggering 25-second stun rendered the four opponents as motionless as wooden stakes. The tides have turned. Engage in the carnage. Revel in the slaughter. With an absolute advantage in equipment and Yak's formidable damage in this tank build, he effortlessly claimed the life of the Emperor. The Emperor, equipped with only one damage item, had no room for maneuver and could not activate his flash in time. He was slain. At that moment, the damage from the turret had reached its maximum threshold, and Yak's health was critically low. Lu Yun played with remarkable steadiness, resisting the urge to become overzealous after executing such a high-stakes maneuver. After dispatching the Emperor, he immediately began a strategic retreat, not going for more. Wow, is he this calm? What a composed genius. If he's this strong and still so composed, I'll eat my keyboard if he doesn't win the championship. Although the audience felt a pang of regret at Yak's withdrawal, they were simultaneously filled with genuine admiration for this prodigy. I can showcase my skills, but I desire victory even more. Chapter 36. Securing a triumphant start from a personal standpoint, Lu Yun certainly had the option to continue executing daring maneuvers beneath the enemy turret, perhaps even seizing another kill if the enemy's dawn and barrel faltered. However, such a display would rely on the opponent's blunders, particularly against a zero-distance barrel. Conversely, if he chose to withdraw now, utilizing Yak's passive, he could swiftly relocate to a safe zone and recall. This would grant him the boon of dragon blood, allowing him to exert even greater pressure in the side lane. This exemplifies Lu Yun's composure. All of this calmness stems from two words: pragmatism. He is indeed a pragmatic top laner. I can showcase my skills, but I desire victory even more. In the frame, Yak, having secured a double kill, leveraged the high mobility provided by his skills and passive to reach the brush near the three-wolf camp. There, he quickly initiated his recall. He is remarkably composed. I can tell he genuinely wishes to win. The one expressing this sentiment is none other than Lu Yun's closest ally, the factory director. This is precisely why he holds such admiration for this genius. He spoke with a tone of profound helplessness, reminiscing about his own top laner who could never achieve such miraculous feats of historic significance. A deep sense of regret welled up within him. During his debut match, he managed to force a pause from the opposing team, securing a double kill beneath their defensive tower, all while maintaining an astonishingly calm demeanor. Such character and innate talent are indeed remarkable. Abu echoed this sentiment of regret. It was not only the players who felt this way. Even the owner of the team, watching the match, lamented the missed opportunity to recruit such a prodigious talent. The statistics tell no lies, and the privilege of witnessing this genius perform on the professional stage is a sentiment that cannot be understated. In the game, the player, AI Ku, secured 2 kills against his opponents, in addition to the 300 gold reward from slaying the dragon, and exhibited an exceptionally solid farming ability, accumulating 3.5 items within a mere 21 minutes. With the Ice Fist, Spirit Visage, and Zhonya's Hourglass, complemented by a 20-stack Mejai's Soul Stealer, this explosive equipment loadout incited fervor among the audience. Aside from the initial kill achieved through teamwork, all advantages were single-handedly earned by this young prodigy. It is worth noting that this was his first appearance on such a stage. Could he possibly be the legendary esports protagonist? These professional players resemble Teletubbies. I can hardly imagine the ensuing public uproar once this match concludes. So impressive, go for it, Revenge Brother. The descent of the deity at 14, truly remarkable, my brother. Amidst the overwhelming barrage of comments, leveraging the dragon and an undeniable equipment advantage, they swiftly dismantled the opposing base. They even executed a complete team wipe in front of the enemy's stronghold. The 5 players, thoroughly demoralized by Lu Yun, displayed a complete lack of competency, committing a series of grotesque blunders. Such elementary mistakes are disheartening. Each time Lu Yun witnessed professional players making such fundamental errors, like misfiring ultimates or mispositioning champions, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. In these moments, he would reflect on the adage that a professional player should first safeguard their minimum standards before striving to surpass their limits. However, the current era seems to operate in reverse. The operations displayed by these players do not resemble those of professionals, but rather those of bronze-level players. Gazing at the exploding base on the screen, the 5 players wore expressions of despondence, yet there was an unsettling calm that followed their inevitable defeat. A stern female voice announced the victory of the match. Let us congratulate the victors. We hope they continue their momentum in the next game. Wawa was the first to speak. This match showcased the quintessential qualities of a strong team: strategic execution, lane dominance, pacing, mid-game rotations, an understanding of the meta and compositions, and vision control. It is hard to believe that this style was exhibited by a new team. Congratulations, Milu remarked. As I previously mentioned, this team truly has a promising future. We hope they deliver even more spectacular performances in the next match. The 3 commentators refrained from commenting on the failures of the team, not for lack of reasons, but because their performance was simply too abysmal. From start to finish, there was not a hint of professionalism to be observed. They were overwhelmed in lanes, recklessly rotated, and exhibited no strategic acumen. If such a team warrants consolation and sympathy, what of those ordinary people still struggling for basic sustenance? It is a disgrace to tarnish the noble quality of compassion. In esports, there is no room for pity. In this realm, the weak must endure the utmost humiliation at the hands of the strong. What does it mean to be a true talent beneath a glorious name? This is utterly suffocating. So he really single-handedly dominated all top laners. I will be your fan for life. I hope this is not a fleeting moment. Now, the audience's anticipation is no longer solely centered on how many groundbreaking maneuvers this talented youth can showcase, but rather on his consistency. Consistency. These 3 syllables encapsulate the essence of every championship player. Aside from him, all championship players exhibit a formidable level of consistency. The reason why the so-called peak version of a player lost to another was simply due to a lack of stability. In his prime, he secured the most solo kills while maintaining the fewest deaths. However, in the latter stage, while his solo kills remained high, his death count soared. The audience yearned for stability, and Lu Yun, this prodigious player, fully embodied that in the second match. With a flawless score of 9-5, he once again led his team to victory. This time, Lu Yun utilized Rumble, a champion with notably short legs, yet he managed to secure such an impeccable record, which exemplifies his consistency. Of course, this also correlates with the opponent's lack of prowess in lane. The team captain is leading us to victory, hooray! Upon witnessing the explosion of the opposing base on screen, he couldn't help but exclaim. Everyone coordinated splendidly. We should win this match. Lu Yun responded with a smile as he removed his headset. The captain's Rumble was able to establish such a significant advantage early on, Lu Qingsong remarked. Rumble should inherently generate early advantages. It's just that these top laners cannot capitalize on it, Lu Yun replied. He was acutely aware of what Rumble represented in the current meta. Chapter 37. I have finally ascended to this stage. In this era, there exists a crucial detail that few spectators are aware of. When online heroes utilize their skills, they do not attract minion aggro. Only normal attacks or similar abilities, like those of Kaisa, would draw the ire of minions. This alteration would not fundamentally reshape the ecosystem of lane dynamics until the significant changes in Season 8. Consequently, champions like Rumble possess formidable landing capabilities in this era. After the 8th match, there will no longer be any mention of Lonbo. This statement is far from baseless. In stark contrast to the lighthearted banter on this side, the atmosphere here is rather somber. 2 matches were played, both against AI opponents. The outcome is not the crux of the matter. Rather, their defeat in the first match, due to an ill-timed pause call, has already cemented their disgrace. In the years to come, they will undoubtedly face relentless criticism because of this. The first to remove their headset immediately began to pack their keyboard and exited the arena. The entire team struggled under the weight of their failure. No one stepped forward to offer a word of comfort, nor did anyone encourage the acknowledgement of their gap against the opponents. Teammates, once united in pursuit of a dream, now felt like the most familiar strangers. In the commentary booth, congratulations were in order for the team that, with thunderous momentum, triumphed over their rivals, delivering a match that was truly exhilarating. Miller, who is usually quite animated, couldn't help but break into a dance of joy. It was utterly astonishing. This is our star of the future, Miller added, nodding with a smile, expressing high hopes for this promising team, wishing for them to remain humble and steadfast in their future matches. The prospect of fast-tracking to the World Championship sparked a wave of controversy. However, based solely on these 2 matches, this new team certainly possesses the credentials to challenge for the championship. The matches were not only thrilling but also visually delightful. This was a game that everyone relished. showcasing extraordinary online prowess, seamless team synergy, and decisive operational strategies, all of which inspired countless individuals to believe in their potential. At this moment, standing on stage and taking a bow, Lu Yun felt no tumult within. For him, winning this match with such force was merely a matter of course. Should one be elated about what is expected? The audience rose to their feet, chanting the team's name. The vibrant energy that esports brings was evident on every face present. Upon returning to the training room, the staff warmly embraced Lu Yun. "You did it." Old Su, the team manager, choked up momentarily, suppressing his overwhelming emotions. "As long as everyone collaborates effectively, there is nothing we cannot achieve," Lu Yun stated with a hint of excitement. His emotionally intelligent words once again garnered the admiration of the young gamers around him. The captain is impressive, decisively dominating the opponents online. Lu Yun patted his shoulder and replied, "What matters more than simply dominating online is our teamwork and our decision-making in the mid to late game." Lu Yun has never been one to flaunt his extraordinary individual skills before anyone. Our decision-making in the mid to late game was undoubtedly world-class. Especially that pivotal moment with the dragon forcing a team fight, where the captain flanked and executed 4 with a single ultimate. The Crystal brother remarked. Their vision control during disadvantageous situations was severely lacking. After reviewing the match, we need to consider their perspective for a comeback strategy, Lu Yun said. Upon hearing this, everyone paused momentarily. Can one really analyze the game from the opponent's perspective during a review? After a brief moment of surprise, the attendees had to concede that this was indeed an astute strategy. Who can guarantee that future matches will be smooth sailing? In practice and competitive play, a third of the games are often uphill battles. When faced with adversity, how to respond is what everyone must contemplate. It seems these bottom-tier teams completely lack understanding of how to manage vision, Lu Qingsong remarked. Lu Yun spread his hands and smiled slightly, saying, "Is it any wonder they are at the bottom?" The audience chuckled. Everyone was in high spirits after securing this opening victory. Although they all recognized it was merely a starting point, the feeling of winning a match is always so gratifying. For true professional players, winning any match feels akin to having the goddess of their heart suddenly appear at their doorstep. At that moment, an official staff member appeared at the door, informing Lu Yun to prepare for a post-match interview. "It must be the captain," Xianghua commented. "A consecutive victory warrants an interview," the Crystal brothers said with a smile. "Get up there and say some witty remarks, like the factory manager," Xianghua continued to tease. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right. When Lu Yun stepped onto the central stage, the atmosphere was already electrifying. With his handsome features, refined demeanor, clear and resolute gaze, and his perfectly balanced physique. Even if this young man were not a professional player, he would still draw attention effortlessly. Lu Yun, Lu Yun. Some fans from his streaming career shouted his real name with fervor. These long-anticipated fans were witnessing Lu Yun become the chosen one of the night. How could their hearts not swell with excitement? For Lu Yun, he finally stood upon this stage. Reflecting on his past, he had trained diligently in the basement of the training camp with the sole aspiration of reaching this point. Regrettably, all his efforts felt futile in the face of fate. The factory manager, they aimed for the world championship, and for the former Lu Yun, simply attending the world championship felt like an unattainable dream. Merely participating was the goal worth striving for. This embodies the sorrow of lower-tier professional players. Chapter 38. Accompanying you to the pinnacle. The interviewer, Luoxin, also sensed Lu Yun's excitement and waited patiently. Congratulations to the team for securing this opening victory, demonstrating 2 exhilarating matches with a thunderous force. Let us extend our congratulations. Moments later, Luoxin's voice rang out with a resonant opening statement. The instant his words fell, applause erupted like thunder. Everyone is eager to uncover the mindset of the genius standing on the stage, anticipating his inaugural live interview. Once the atmosphere in the venue settled slightly, Luoxin faced Lu Yun and resumed her questioning. In the first match, you deployed a remarkably mature lineup, executing a tower dive on the bottom lane at level 2. Was this a tactical scheme you had prepared in advance? Lu Yun responded calmly. It can be said that this is indeed the case. We had successfully utilized this strategy against numerous opponents in our practice matches, allowing us to implement it directly. His words instantly stirred a significant wave of reactions. It appeared the rumors about the practice matches were indeed true. These teams are quite disgraceful, being thoroughly defeated by a new team. He is surprisingly candid, answering every question without fear of revealing tactics. The barrage of comments surged like a tide, each expressing their own opinions. Luoxin nodded and continued. From the first match, it was evident that the players exhibited exceptional synergy, particularly during the initial tower dive, which was executed flawlessly, akin to a veteran team with years of experience. How could such harmony be achieved? We trust one another. Lu Yun lifted the microphone and replied succinctly. His concise response allowed everyone to once again feel the allure of this young man and the charm of the esports game. What a mature response. Such a polished player is indeed a rarity. This young man is remarkably mature. Keep it up. Go for it, revenge brother. The audience erupted in cheers for Lu Yun, including countless onlookers. His extraordinary performance on stage, coupled with his demeanor, captivated them deeply. Among the audience, there was one spectator who stood out. She was Lu Yun's fiancée, Jean Minna. The young man on stage embodied the professional player she had always envisioned. There was no need for excessive shouting or grand gestures. I am right here beside you, accompanying you on your journey to greatness. Lu Yun's earlier statement also earned him the admiration of several professional players. What a mature young man. He is far more composed than I was at his age. This remark came from Lu Yun's closest friend, Chang Zhang. With a smile, he habitually touched his nose. At just 17, this youth possesses a profound understanding of the importance of others, a mindset unparalleled in history. Aside from Chang Zhang, several professional players watching the live stream were equally moved by this statement. Such a mentality is truly formidable. The speaker, smiling wryly, shook his head, a sense of inexplicable regret making him resentful of his former self. This statement expressed his heartfelt respect for the young genius. On stage, Luo Xin was also deeply captivated by this prodigy. The fluttering heartbeat evoked memories of her first love. Taking a deep breath, she regained her composure and continued her interview with Lu Yun. In the first match, you chose to play top lane Echo. Whether it was the initial assistance to your teammates in establishing a significant advantage or the extraordinary prowess displayed during the subsequent landing phase, you showcased your personal flair. You appeared exceptionally confident. May I ask where this confidence stems from? I believe that from the moment one becomes a professional player, all weaknesses must be set aside. Every professional player should have faith, believing that they can achieve success. Just like Echo's famous saying, I would rather make mistakes than do nothing at all. That is also the reason I chose Echo as my first hero on stage, Lu Yun said with a smile. His sincere and radiant smile, combined with such a mature response, made him the focal point of the world's spotlight at that moment. Lu Yun, go for it, revenge brother. You are the most promising esports youth of this era. Aim for the world championship, go for it. With such a mindset, there is no reason not to win the championship. This is the mentality of a 17-year-old. You are destined for greatness. Keep it up, revenge brother. The barrage of comments roared like the wind, as all the spectators eagerly anticipated the path this young genius would embark upon. For the next question, in the first match, you decisively charged forward while surrounded by 4 opponents, achieving a miraculous 14 under the enemy tower. How did you assess that it was possible to accomplish that? After allowing the lively atmosphere to settle a bit, Luo Xin continued her inquiry. In truth, as they disappeared from the screen, I already sensed they might attempt to ambush me. However, I had a significant equipment advantage at that moment, and I felt that my opportunity had arrived, which emboldened me to make the play. Ultimately, it was due to the overwhelming early advantage that I dared to execute this hero and assist the team in securing the Baron. Lu Yun continued with a smile. His genuine and earnest response once again elicited thunderous applause. So, your ultimate goal was to help the team secure the Baron. Luo Xin promptly followed up with her question. One could say that. Lu Yun nodded emphatically. I believe that as a professional player, one should possess such a mindset. Personal skill must be predicated on helping the team expand their advantage or reverse a disadvantage. This is the distinction between esports and gaming. The moment his words fell, the crowd erupted once more. This is the difference between esports and gaming. Take note, those internet-addicted youths, those late-night gamers and internet cafes. Observe the gap between you and this genius. This is the demeanor of a professional player. He is the benchmark in this field. All my personal maneuvers are based on assisting the team in gaining an advantage. I feel he is a boy born for League of Legends. For the next question, during your tower play, you caused the opposing player to call for a pause. What were your thoughts at that moment? Luo Xin continued to smile as she asked. Due to the extreme nature of my actions, I can comprehend their desire to call for a pause, remarked Lu Yun. From a personal standpoint, Lu Yun certainly felt a tinge of anger, as no one wishes for their limit-breaking maneuvers to be abruptly interrupted. However, all are professional players, crossing paths frequently, and harboring excessive resentment serves no purpose. His mature response once again left the audience in awe. If it were them, they would likely grumble a bit. After all, who among the youth is not spirited? Chapter 39. I cherish the tranquility of early summer. It softens my world. After listening to Lu Yun's answer, Luo Xin nodded emphatically, recognizing the player's remarkably mature mindset. Standing on such a grand stage for the first time, he exhibited no nervousness. Each word he spoke was composed and profound. A truly commendable feat, I inquire. How is it that a player at such a young age can maintain such a mature disposition? In my youth, I too had a fiery temperament, but after developing a passion for reading, I transformed my character. I genuinely adore the serenity of early summer. As it gently caresses my world, Lu Yun replied with a smile. I genuinely adore the serenity of early summer, as it gently caresses my world. A poetic statement that stirred the hearts of all present. Who would have thought him to be such a profoundly poetic young genius? What a romantic genius. Wow. That response is incredible. Such a profound young man. Too perfect. How can he be so poetic? I've rediscovered the feeling of first love. Such an uplifting response transported Luo-Xin, the interviewer, back to the vibrant days of his youth. After nodding with a smile, Luo-Xin continued, let us return to the first game. At 14 minutes into the match, while you were in the bottom lane, you chose to retreat with half health, although the audience believed you still had the opportunity to continue. Why did you opt for retreat at that moment? In that situation, if I had continued, I would likely have been eliminated by the Dawn and the Barrel. However, by choosing to retreat, I could secure the Dragon's Blood, thereby establishing a better rhythm for the final push. I could show off, but my greater desire is to win. Lu Yun's post-match interview swiftly ascended the trending charts, with his extreme individual maneuvers compiled into highlight videos by numerous bloggers. Both the interview and the videos garnered over 1 million views. In this era of the esports industry's meteoric rise, such viewership has shattered historical records. It is worth noting that this was merely a regular season match. Lu Yun's Weibo followers surged from a mere tens of thousands to over 100,000 in an instant. Fans inundated Lu Yun's Weibo with messages, eagerly anticipating his ascent to the pinnacle of this field. In response to their messages, Lu Yun inscribed his lifelong motto on Weibo, I shall continue to forge ahead. This statement received over 100,000 likes, even drawing applause from those who are not his fans. At this moment, Lu Yun was on the balcony, donning headphones while listening to soothing music and reading. The sunlight was brilliant yet not oppressive, and a gentle breeze occasionally wafted through, carrying the essence of early summer. Bathed in this serene sunlight of early summer, everything felt delightfully uplifting. As a professional player, Lu Yun was not overly obsessed with the game. Maintaining a practice regimen of 6 to 7 hours daily to keep his skills sharp sufficed. Ultimately, what determines a professional player's ceiling is their understanding of the game, their grasp of the current meta, and a robust inner strength. The captain is truly enjoying himself, remarked Shui Jing, who had just returned from purchasing ice cream. He shared a dormitory with Lu Yun. Thanks to the information advantage brought by his rebirth and the earnings from half a year of streaming, Lu Yun had purchased this villa, yet he had never lived with Jean Mei. This was a mark of respect towards his teammates. This feeling brings me immense happiness. Lu Yun set down his book and smiled at Shui Jing. After saying this, he accepted the ice cream from Shui Jing's hand. What book are you currently reading, Captain? I have nearly finished the Romance of the Three Kingdoms that you recommended last time, Shui Jing inquired. A university professor's thesis on the enlightening power of dialectical thinking in our lives, Lu Yun replied. Dialectical thinking? That sounds quite sophisticated. I certainly cannot comprehend it. Shui Jing chuckled. After spending time with Lu Yun, Shui Jing shed his former youthful exuberance, adopting a more composed demeanor. In his view, the ideal model for a professional player should be someone like Lu Yun, exuding a regal tranquility. How is your practice with misfortune coming along? Lu Yun chose not to dwell on such topics and swiftly redirected the conversation back to their recent specialized training. The reason Lu Yun brought up misfortune at this moment was that he understood well that she is the most unique champion among all. Across all competitions, her pick rate is the highest, directly surpassing the second-place champion, Tristana, by a full margin. Misfortune enabled a victory against adversaries, and her system was impervious to defeat. In the 12th season, no team excelled in the misfortune meta, being completely outmatched. This champion, with just a slight boost to her attributes, can transition from being a low-tier champion to the pinnacle of the meta. For instance, in the 11th season, a mere increase of 5 movement speed transformed her into the favored champion of the meta, with a league win rate soaring beyond 80%. This is misfortune, Catherine, the essence that other champions cannot aspire to reach. She is unique. She is the chosen one. I am still practicing, against anyone other than the top players. I can still maintain dominance, Shui Jing stated. This champion is a systemic hero, not one driven by individual heroism. We should not deliberately pursue lane dominance, but instead focus on establishing our own misfortune system, Lu Yun advised. For Lu Yun, he comprehends the operational principles of the hero, Nu Jing. Is it imperative for Nu Jing to exert overwhelming pressure on the lane and secure the first blood tower to demonstrate her worth? Absolutely not. In the 7th season, Nu Jing did not claim the first blood tower, yet the match was won. In the 12th season, not only did Nu Jing fail to capture the opponent's first blood tower, but she also conceded it. Nonetheless, victory was still achieved. Nu Jing embodies 2 distinct strategies. One is the traditional push strategy, where every effort is made to assist her in taking the first blood tower, allowing her to develop ahead of the timeline, thus gaining an advantage in equipment and capitalizing on her range of 650 to swiftly demolish towers. Almost all players and spectators are familiar solely with this approach. Little do they know, Nu Jing has an alternate strategy, one that focuses on her late-game potential. The jungler first aids the top lane in establishing dominance, enabling Nu Jing to withstand pressure in the bot lane due to her range advantage. When transitioning to the mid-game, all resources, including buffs, are allocated to Nu Jing, allowing her to rapidly catch up in development while the top laner absorbs pressure. Chapter 40. You are a genius. You must believe in yourself. Lu Yun sought out Shui Jingge due to his extraordinary prowess in the lane. His remarkable record of 293 kills during the 2015 spring split remains unmatched. As the saying goes, while exceptional horses are common, true connoisseurs are rare. Anyone familiar with Shui Jingge understands that he is indeed a remarkable talent. Regrettably, such gifted players often fall victim to ineffective or even detrimental coaching staff. Even in the 21st century, some still cling to superstitions and outdated practices. Therefore, Lu Yun firmly believes that this prodigy can undoubtedly master Nu Jing, the sole queen of the battlefield. I realize that my current mindset is to ensure I do not die throughout the game before focusing on early game pressure. I feel that my landing skills still lag behind those of the veterans, Shui Jingge admitted candidly. He always remembered Lu Yun's classic adage: as a professional player, one must first secure their baseline performance before striving to exceed it. You must have faith in yourself. You are not inferior to them. You have previously dominated in scrims. What you lack now is merely consistency, Lu Yun reassured him. Shui Jingge nodded in understanding. I know. I am not as impulsive as I used to be. In the upcoming match, we will employ the Nu Jing strategy. If we lose, we will resort to another strategy in the second game, Lu Yun declared resolutely. This statement momentarily surprised Shui Jingge. Isn't that a bit premature? I am still not entirely proficient with this hero. Lu Yun smiled, enjoying his ice cream, and waved his hand dismissively. You must believe in yourself. You are a genius. This affirmation struck a chord within Shui Jingge, filling him with newfound confidence to receive such praise from the talented captain before him. All right, he replied emphatically, I will practice diligently over the next few days. The two Nu Jing strategies would be the focal point of their upcoming scrims. Unlike other teams, the practice sessions led by Lu Yun were intensely focused and tailored to develop their unique playstyle. They had already mastered the upper lane strategy, one that even the formidable teams could not contend with. However, Lu Yun was not complacent. He understood that to claim victory, they would need to master both strategies. At 2 a.m, the lights in the tactical training room remained illuminated. The 5 players continued to discuss the outcomes of the day's scrimmage, particularly the intricate details of the Nu Jing strategy. No one felt a hint of fatigue. Everyone was striving tirelessly toward that ultimate dream. They had become the most tenacious team in the league. Compared to those teams that had already established themselves, there remained much to learn. Time swiftly passed to May 21st, the day of their second match. Their opponents were the most popular team of the era, due to certain sentimental ties. The fanbase of this team was nearly equal to that of Lu Yun's squad. Early on, dedicated fans had gathered at the esports venue, eagerly anticipating the arrival of their players. Regrettably, the actual strength of this popular team could only be described as dismal. Their top laner, jungler, mid laner, and support, each renowned in their respective positions, had failed to deliver. The top laner was last year's summer split champion. The jungler a prodigious talent who dominated the national server for half a year, and the support was once a championship player. Yet, this star-studded lineup concluded the regular season in second to last place. Their greatest flaw was a lack of organization, playing as if they could choose any champion whimsically without a mature team structure or operational strategy. It seemed winning was not their priority. Rather, playing their preferred champions took precedence. Ultimately, they suffered from youthful arrogance, attempting to prove their superiority by playing the meta, only to be outclassed by meta champions in every match. Aside from Lu Yun's fans, many others cheered for the 5 young players. Particularly, when Lu Yun stepped out of the vehicle, the atmosphere erupted like a volcanic eruption. Such fervor instantly drew the ire of some spectators. What was there to boast about? Having merely defeated a team languishing in last place? Whether in anticipation or skepticism, Lu Yun, as a professional player, had never allowed such sentiments to weigh on him. He had become a professional not for anyone else, but for himself and the purest of dreams. Today, as commentators were Xiao Xiao, Mi Lu, and Xiao Lu, 3 highly popular casters of this era. Today's match is highly anticipated, featuring a team that has undergone a reorganization during the summer season and another that is a completely new contender, a collision akin to Mars striking Earth. The atmosphere was immediately invigorated by a stirring opening statement from Mi Lu. The spotlight of today's showdown is predominantly on the top lane, where the remarkable performances of the players from the previous match still linger in memory. I meticulously reviewed past match data, and the scenario of a player securing 2 kills under the enemy's second tower is unprecedented globally. This has become an eternal legend in the arena. Xiao Lu Dao, with a playful smile, remarked, a genius emerges, reaching the pinnacle right from the start. I hope this prodigy can maintain such a state. My greater anticipation now lies in whether he can execute similarly groundbreaking maneuvers in every match. Such consistency is essential for claiming victory. With Xiao Ludao's words, the audience's excitement was palpable. Everyone eagerly anticipated the performance of this genius and his reliability. As people's cultural consciousness awakens, expectations for young prodigies, especially those as mature as Lu Yun, have surged. Accompanied by passionate music, the 10 players seated in their chairs donned their headsets, marking the official commencement of the match. The blue team promptly banned Nyo 2. Lu Yun is acutely aware of the current dominance of Nyo 2 in this version. Furthermore, to establish a system centered around Nu Jing, it is crucial to ban Nyo 2, who poses significant pressure on her during the mid-game. Although Nu Jing is referred to as the queen, she possesses an unavoidable flaw. She is exceptionally weak in the mid-game, arguably the weakest among all heroes. Therefore, to ensure Nu Jing transitions into her powerful phases with 3 or 4 core items, it is imperative to eliminate heroes capable of initiating fights during the mid-game, preventing them from hindering her development. Nyo 2, Titan, Shu Guang, Lan Bo, and Yu are all heroes that can create explosive mid-game momentum. However, the coaches of this era are entirely unaware of such advanced game theories. They have no concept of what constitutes a Nu Jing system. Consequently, the initial ban on Nyo 2 did not garner much concern. Let us at least show him some respect, remarked the coach, who was more focused on the opposing genius top laner. After all, this genius has completely reshaped his understanding of prodigies, and he does not wish to become a mere backdrop to this exceptional talent. The coach readily agreed to the decision, sending Lu Yun's outstanding performer, AI Ku, to the ban list. Following this, they proceeded to ban Lu Yun's Rue 1. Upon witnessing the ban on AI Ku, Lu Yun could not help but chuckle. Clearly, the smokescreen had worked. Such a timid approach elicited discontent from the fans present. It is worth noting that this team had previously claimed a championship on the world stage. How could they exhibit such trepidation? Yet, this was entirely within Lu Yun's expectations. Coaches typically base their decisions on the outcomes of scrims, and during training, this former spring season champion top laner could not withstand the pressure exerted by Lu Yun's warrior. Choosing a tank may provide some resilience in the mid to late game, but selecting a fighter leaves them without a frontline. Let us continue to ban heroes that can restrict Nu Jing's mid-game development. In the first match, we should play it safe and ban Titan, suggested Lu Yun. I see no issue with that, replied Lu Qingsong, the support player, fully agreeing with Lu Yun's decision. Alright, let's proceed to ban Titan and Kali Sita. I will prioritize picking Thresh for you, Lu Yun stated. Agreed. Once consensus was reached, Lu Yun shifted his focus back to the support role. Kali Sita and Titan were subsequently banned. This left the coach baffled, leading him to ponder whether the opposing support was indeed a weakness for their team. Otherwise, why would they proactively ban 2 supports? The blue team's decision to ban Kali Sita was particularly perplexing. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Should we ban Ruizi? After collecting his thoughts, the coach inquired, addressing the top laner with a hint of resignation. Everyone knew that Ruizi is practically invincible in this version, yet their top laner claimed to be unable to play him. I can't play Ruizi, came the subdued response. No worries. The coach nodded, patting his shoulder in consolation. With internal agreement established, they ultimately decided to ban Ruizi. There was no alternative. The explosive damage Lu Yun displayed during scrims had become an unforgettable nightmare for them. If they had been overwhelmed in scrims, how could they expect a turnaround in a formal match? Such reasoning seemed utterly unrealistic. After several rounds of strategic negotiations, both teams finalized their compositions. Blue team, top Lan Bo, jungle Zhizhu, mid Ka Pai, Nu Jing, support Thresh. Red team, top Deshu, jungle Jogu, mid Yasuo, Xiao Pao, support Shu Guang. Lu Yun once again endeavored to manifest his ideals. You may choose freely. I shall play my game. In the commentary booth, the 3 commentators were astounded by this audacious selection. Lan Bo, Zhizhu, Ka Pai, Thresh, and Nu Jing. Even viewers with only a gold rank could discern the primary flaw in this lineup, a complete lack of frontline, an entirely frontless composition. Particularly one that constitutes a 4 protect 1 strategy for Nu Jing, is an audacious gamble indeed. Clearly, this era's players, who have just reaped the benefits of the version's Deshu, cannot comprehend how a team could win with such a frontless composition. In their eyes, is this lineup not destined to shatter at the slightest touch? Where lies the output potential of the female marksman? I can only assert that this choice of lineup has once again upended our understanding. A 4 protect 1 composition centered around the female marksman, devoid of any frontline. What sort of waves can it truly stir? We shall await the outcome, Miller gravely remarked. It ultimately hinges on how the female marksman system is operated, Xiao Xiao commented. I can only say that this team possesses a unique understanding of the game. daring to deploy the female marksman in a meta where she is not particularly strong. This requires immense courage, as we all recognize that she is no simple hero. Beyond possessing formidable individual skill, it necessitates a high degree of team synergy. The three commentators are striving to uphold this lineup. Yet the audiences of this era remain baffled as to how one could dare select a composition lacking a frontline. Their mindset is still too confined to the present age. If a lineup genuinely requires a frontline, then what of Kai'Sa? What of Rumble? What of Riven? It is merely that in these two patches, they have indulged in the benefits of top lane tanks. The audience began expressing their opinions through barrage messages. This lineup's initiative feels terribly lacking. At least they dare to experiment. Why does it feel like this lineup is countered by Rumble? Ultimately, this barrage once again highlighted the flaws of the composition, a standard engage lineup, utterly countered by Rumble. In this era, Rumble is an exceptionally dominant hero, renowned for his prowess. His strength lies in his ability to counter any engage composition. As long as Rumble refrains from using his ultimate, the opposing team would never dare to dive in and eliminate the female marksman. If she survives even a second longer, they shall endure an additional second of his fiery onslaught. Conversely, if they fail to decisively eliminate the female marksman in a team fight, their lineup, bereft of any offensive capability, will certainly suffer grievous attrition. The dilemma arises: if they do not swiftly eliminate the female marksman, they risk being severely weakened by prolonged engagements. Should they charge in and eliminate her in one fell swoop, all will be charred to a crisp by Rumble's ultimate. The exuberant players are evidently still enraptured by the fantasy of swiftly dispatching the female marksman, entirely oblivious to their lineup's shortcomings. Their confidence stems from the fact that this composition performed admirably in their practice matches. As the game commenced, we must endure some pressure in the early game. Everyone stabilize your lanes, and when the first dragon fight arises, we will hold the advantage, the strategist commanded as the match loaded. We can only stabilize our lanes for now, and the top lane must exercise caution. That fellow's Rumble performed exceptionally in the last match. The support, Ku-e, remarked in Korean. I shall withstand the pressure, came the calm reply. Despite never having triumphed over this emerging genius in practice matches, he firmly believed that today, Lady Luck would favor him, allowing his miracle to unfold. Upon entering the game, neither side opted for aggressive lane ganks, maintaining a standard opening. The rationale for this decision was simple. They sought to demonstrate their formidable early pressure, particularly in the top lane. Any player wielding Rumble has no excuse for failing to secure a solo kill on Makai. A Rumble unable to slay Makai is deemed inept. This is Lu Yun's Rumble creed. For them, the decision to refrain from aggressive lane ganks was even simpler. Why would one attempt to engage a female marksman lineup? This merely allows the female marksman to develop on an accelerated timeline. Over here, the fragrant pot remains in the bottom lane. I need not worry about the top lane. Lu Yun reiterated the pre-established tactical strategy. You have stated this 3 times now, Captain. The fragrant pot responded with a smile. Is that so? Lu Yun replied with a slight smile. Then let me say it once more. Very well. The tactical strategy is unequivocally clear. The spider will remain entirely in the bottom lane to assist the female marksman in establishing tower pressure. Thus, the spider, with Rumble's aid, opted for a blue start. Clearly, this strategy carries a significant flaw. It necessitates avoiding the opposing team's level 2 gank in the bottom lane. To this end, Lu Qingsong placed the first trinket ward in the center of the river in the bottom lane. This ward effectively blocks all routes for the red team's barrel to gank at level 2. Once the barrel is denied a level 2 gank, by the time the female marksman and Thresh both reach level 3, the barrel will have no opportunities left. At this juncture, should the spider have already arrived in the bottom lane, the barrel's forced attempt to engage would lead to utter devastation in the lower half of the map if caught off guard. The jungler, though once among the famed Samsung roster, clearly ranks as the weakest of the group. He harbored no grand ambitions, adhering to the conventional mindset of pursuing a swift level 6 jungle route, a hallmark of the Korean jungle style. In contrast, they placed greater emphasis on personal development. At this moment, the audience's anticipation remains fixated on the duel in the top lane. Whether this genius can replicate Rumble's prior dominance is their sole concern. The camera shifts to the top lane. At 2 minutes and 10 seconds, both sides' minions enter a clash. Prior to departure, Lu Yun had already begun stacking temperature with his skills, and now his temperature has surpassed 50. Rumble's blue bar is a unique skill mechanism. Using any skill will raise Rumble's temperature, and once it exceeds 50, each skill will gain additional property bonuses. Here, Lu Yun played a clever gambit. He did not, as in the previous match against Riven, arrive with the minions. Instead, he lay in ambush within the brush. As soon as Makai entered the lane, Lu Yun commanded Rumble to unleash a calibrated sequence of scorching attacks, reducing Makai's health by nearly 1/3. This exchange of blows vividly showcased Rumble's expected dominance in lane, catching the opponent entirely off guard. It was utterly ludicrous for Mackay to even attempt to farm experience against Rumble. After Lu Yun executed this flawless exchange of health, he could not help but scoff inwardly. Clearly, he had made a rather elementary mistake by grossly underestimating the damage potential of a level 1 LNB unbeknownst to him. LNB had equipped a full attack talent, with yellow runes and blue glyphs that provided early magic power and initial advantages. Consequently, LNB could stack temperature right from the start. This alteration remained effective until level 7, thus rendering LNB an exceedingly formidable top lane champion until that point. The damage was remarkably exaggerated. He felt a lump in his throat. According to his understanding, the damage output of a level 1 LNB should not be so explosive. Full magic power runes. After a moment of shock, he swiftly discerned the reason. These top lane champions were always a step behind. Hence they could never ascend to the ranks of the world's elite top laners. Due to the unique enmity mechanism of this era, this exchange of health did not disrupt either side's minion wave formation. This is precisely why LNB was extraordinarily overpowered in this age. There was no need to consider the minion wave while exchanging health without repercussions. In situations where both sides possessed equal individual prowess, the initiative in health exchange invariably lay with LNB. When to engage in health trade, when to guide the minion wave, and when to tactically retreat were entirely dictated by LNB. Even in later versions of the World Championship featuring armored champions, LNB maintained absolute lane dominance in the early game. Under Lu Yun's rune system, LNB's skills had a mere cooldown of 55 seconds. This brief duration allowed Lu Yun to manipulate the temperature at will, consistently maintaining a high temperature. How audacious to even consider touching experience. Observing that the opposing tree champion showed no intention of retreating, Lu Yun felt a surge of determination. The moment his skills came off cooldown, he immediately directed his mouse towards the tree and unleashed his abilities once more. The roaring flames erupted like a galloping fire dragon, relentlessly scorching the tree's form. In cultivation novels, fire is known to conquer wood, and this principle applied seamlessly within the realm of League of Legends. This series of high-temperature burns reduced the tree to mere charcoal, instantly diminishing its health from 3/4 to half. The tree champion bore a significant flaw. He could not start with multiple blue shields and was limited to a Doran's ring. Without that additional 15 points of magic power, he could not clear a wave of ranged minions by level 5 with his third ability. This deficiency rendered the tree incapable of effective self-healing. He needed to touch minions to regain health. This was a crucial reason why LNB had a significant advantage over the tree. In the presence of a top-tier LNB, the tree could hardly attain the opportunity to touch minions. As a professional player and former champion top laner, he was well aware of LNB's early damage output. His decision to risk it all and engage with LNB's high temperature was not out of ignorance. Rather, he sought to exchange health for minion advantage. He understood that facing LNB in the early game, the tree would undoubtedly fail to gain any advantage. Yet, he could not appear overly timid, lest LNB seize control of the minion wave, leaving him without even the chance to gain experience. Therefore, the optimal strategy was to sacrifice health in exchange for minion control. While LNB utilized high temperature against him, he would inevitably scorch the minions as well. Thus, the minion wave would quickly push towards his side. Alas, such thoughts ultimately proved to be mere fantasies. LNB's angle and timing for the second ability were executed with remarkable precision. Under Lu Yun's control, LNB did not approach directly from the lane, but rather emerged from the brush to roast the tree, thereby not excessively scorching the minions. This meant that LNB could manipulate the first two minion waves, preventing them from entering the turret's range prematurely. Furthermore, the opposing genius showcased a LNB technique he had never encountered before, the nodding and shaking burn. What new maneuver was this? Gazing at the screen, watching LNB sway left and right, he was rendered utterly speechless in astonishment. He suddenly realized that LNB's continuous head movement while casting high temperature resulted in damage significantly surpassing that achieved through conventional methods. What was the underlying principle? A powerful thirst for knowledge surged within him, compelling him to comprehend the mechanics behind this operation immediately. Little did he understand the extraordinary limits of such advanced micro-operations. Chapter 44. Effortless solo kill. LNB, as a champion, operated under a damage mechanism defined by instantaneous calculations. All spectators familiar with the game understood that damage was not computed over time, but rather at the moment of impact. In essence, the moment LNB's flames scorched the target, the subsequent damage began to be calculated. By extending the duration of this instantaneous calculation, LNB's skills could inflict greater damage. Simply put, manipulating the mouse to create head movements could prolong LNB's abilities, resulting in an unconventional operation capable of inflicting an additional 10 damage compared to standard execution. Was this individual an inventor? Why was he producing a new invention every day? After being completely bewildered and momentarily speechless, He suddenly recalled the extreme double stun performed by K in the previous match, leaving him devoid of any fighting spirit. Under the pressure exerted by LNB, he could only maneuver his tree champion back towards the safety of the turret. Since he was equipped with a Doran's ring, he could not restore his health to a healthy state with 2 health potions. The current time was 2 minutes and 28 seconds, while the second wave of minions would clash at 2 minutes and 40 seconds, with LNB's skill cooldown being 55 seconds. This meant that in the ensuing 12 seconds, he would have to endure yet another round of LNB's scorching burns. He was acutely aware that the best option now was to return to base and then re-emerge. Rather than risk being solo killed under the turret later, it was wiser to return now and replenish his resources. However, the stubbornness within him ultimately led him to abandon the idea of returning home after a brief moment of hesitation. It had to be this way. In a moment of ingenuity, after a disrupted return journey, he inserted the first ward into the thicket. He intended to ascertain the whereabouts of LNB, ensuring that he could retreat promptly at the first sign of LNB utilizing his abilities, thereby minimizing health depletion. However, just as he placed the ward, a crimson light abruptly emerged in his field of vision. This was the light of a scan. What? A scan? He could hardly believe that a top laner would dare to bring a scan into play. In his astonishment, LNB had already disposed of his ward with the scan. All of this was part of LYN's strategy. After a slight smile, LYN awaited the next opportunity. As the skill recharged, LYN maneuvered LNB out of the thicket, directing the mouse to target the towering tree remaining under the turret, pressing the skill for the third time. The roaring flames transformed once again into a raging fire dragon, encircling the tree. Another sequence of abilities brought the tree's health to a critical threshold. Under the gaze of the global audience, LNB, having overcommit in his pursuit, was struck by a turret. What a blunder. Top lane, level 1, cannot gain experience. What is this LNB? I have never seen a level 1 LNB inflict such devastation on an opponent. This must be a mistake. How could a level 1 champion withstand a turret hit, losing a third of his health? All spectators interpreted LNB's turret tanking maneuver as a mistake. After all, which top laner would voluntarily choose to absorb turret damage? Was it merely to deplete the opponent's health? Not only the viewers, but also professional players found it incomprehensible. He could not fathom that this LNB would willingly endure a turret strike to diminish his health. What kind of playstyle was this? Was it a 7 injuries fist strategy? Did he intend to dive me? This was the only plausible rationale he could conceive to explain LNB's reckless advance. At this moment, the spider had yet to reveal itself, and with such low health, the tree would face certain death if targeted by the spider. However, the issue at hand was that he had no means of regaining health. Should he attempt to return to base now, he would still be vulnerable to a turret dive, equivalent to a direct death. To return or not to return. That was indeed a dilemma. True to the saying, hesitation leads to defeat. Under immense pressure, he had forgotten a crucial fact. LNB had cleared his ward with the scan. The ward was akin to experiencing a single ranged minion's worth of experience, meaning that LNB only required 6 minions to reach level 2. At 2 minutes and 40 seconds, the second wave of minions would reach the battleground. Yet, the battleground remained at the mid lane. Prior to this, the tree had resolutely adhered to the team's directive, sacrificing the experience of 4 minions. If he continued to play defensively under the turret this wave, he would forfeit another 4 minions worth of experience, placing him a full level behind LNB. I refuse to accept this. Like all top laners, his intense pride compelled this former champion to step forward. Nevertheless, he maintained a cautious demeanor. He advanced with careful steps, ready to retreat the moment LNB revealed himself. However, he found it perplexing that LNB did not show himself. Could it be that he feared my jungler? He crafted a self-assured explanation. There was no time for further contemplation. He was determined to claim the experience from those 3 minions. The minions he had long desired were on the verge of demise, and he bravely moved forward. Yet, the position was not yet optimal. LYN did not rush to act. He awaited the moment when the tree was in a position of certain doom before moving LNB out of the thicket. He activated his skill, scorching the tree while simultaneously burning the last minion. The instant the minion fell, a divine light from the heavens enveloped LNB. Instant level up. At this moment, LNB's temperature was precisely 50 degrees. As a yellow temperature harpoon struck the tree, the temperature surged by 20. The tree, severely slowed by the yellow temperature harpoon, resembled a snail trapped in the mud. Talent. LNB fires a maximum of 2 harpoons at enemies, dealing 608-511013511600 magic damage, and slowing them by 304-050-6070 for 3 seconds, stacking. Yellow temperature bonus. Damage and slow percentage increased by 50. The horrifying memory of imminent death compelled him to expend his flash. Yet, just as he landed from the flash, LNB's harpoon struck him once again. The perfect prediction ignited a surge of adrenaline among the audience. LNB's temperature rose another 20. Now at 90. The tree, ensnared in a debilitating double slow, found itself utterly immobilized, akin to a snail entrapped in mire. There was no escape. Lyn's gaze sharpened. His nerves finely tuned as he deftly controlled his fingers. At this critical juncture, he pressed the skill. The temperature soared from 90 to 100. Red temperature overload. Chapter 45. Grim news and dual lines flourishing warning. Accompanied by this familiar phrase, LNB, now at red temperature, simultaneously scorched the tree with his fiery dragon while dealing significant passive damage. Just one red temperature hit secured the tree's demise. He was slain. A familiar yet stern female voice heralded the commencement of this slaughter. Seasoned spectators and players alike recognized that this indicated a direct lane breach. A lane breach signifies a situation where even the jungler's arrival could only result in a double kill. If the Great Tree were to face other heroes, a solo kill would be within the realm of acceptability. However, being solo killed by Longbow is an entirely different matter. The strength of the Great Tree lies in its ability to manipulate minion waves to outmaneuver warrior heroes such as Ichio and Rue-1. Yet, against Longbow, this strategy becomes utterly ineffective, as the minion aggro mechanics of this era render Longbow impervious to minion influence. This situation is dire. I had previously asserted that selecting the Great Tree merely serves to provide Longbow with an opportunity to score points. Those who favor the Great Tree should continue to choose it, while the coaching staff appears to be utterly incompetent. The top lane is bound to be overwhelmed. The barrage of criticism directed at the foolishness and arrogance of both the players and the coaches is entirely justified. Even in the version of the spring tournament where the Great Tree was exceptionally powerful, many teams would consider banning Longbow, the ultimate nemesis of the Great Tree, before selecting it. Most importantly, in the previous game, the coaching team had provided an excellent demonstration of the opposing team's genius. A world-class Longbow player adept at controlling the game's tempo. Yet, all of this went unheard by the coaching staff. This reflects a common flaw among coaches, an obstinate arrogance. I acknowledge the strength of this hero, yet I wish to unleash it and see what unfolds. For the one who has been solo killed, aside from feeling dejected, there is a tinge of regret. I should have recalled to base sooner. In the commentary booth, I can only say that this solo kill was anticipated. What brings me greater relief is not the solo kill itself, but the player's condition. From the moment I saw Longbow selected, I was reminded of his remarkable performance against the opposing team in the previous match. If he can maintain that form, I firmly believe he can achieve another solo kill. Xiao Xiao expresses his thoughts candidly. Mi Lu adjusts his glasses in reverence for this prodigious player. Indeed. From the moment he picked Longbow, I could hear the endless cheers from the crowd, and I knew he could fulfill all the expectations of his fans. This is pure genius. Mi Lu seldom employs such language to describe a player, yet at this moment, he cannot suppress his elation. He wishes to exhaust all his poetic prowess to extol this exceptional talent. In this era, anyone with a modicum of intelligence cannot help but admire genius. One could even argue that this world is shaped by the hands of geniuses. I have meticulously studied this player's Longbow, and his temperature control technique is remarkably refined. Let us dissect Longbow's maneuvers. Before the minions arrive, he skillfully maintains his temperature above 50 degrees. As the minions enter the lane, he steps out of the brush and unleashes a yellow hot attack. The Great Tree's positioning was far too aggressive, resulting in a full-on roasting from Longbow. He then uses a scan to eliminate the Great Tree's ward, gaining experience from a minion, allowing him to reach level 2 sooner. Ultimately, when the Great Tree sought to greedily claim experience from those minions, the outcome of this solo kill was already sealed. As a former professional player, Xiao Xiao analyzes each frame of action. Xiao Lu nods in agreement. I feel that the genius has unveiled a completely new approach today. It seems his skills with Longbow inflict significantly greater damage than those of others. After the match, we can delve into the principles underlying this mesmerizing technique. The commentary continues as the bot lane engages, with the Spider teaming up with Thresh to take down the opposing support, securing a kill for Misfortune. The bad news keeps coming, with both lanes flourishing. Although Shui Jingji's Misfortune has not exhibited the lane dominance that Lu Yun desired, it is of little consequence. Progress is made step by step. There is no such thing as an overnight success. Interestingly, Shui Jingji's steady playstyle has given the opposing support a false sense of security, daring to advance without spider vision. The support, facing off against the duo of Misfortune and Thresh, should indeed seek opportunities to break through. Otherwise, they will be condemned to languish under the tower, allowing Misfortune to farm without pressure. However, such opportunities must be predicated on a thorough understanding of the opposing jungler's pathing and timing. In other words, the support must be a top-tier jungler who has previously ranked among the top 3 in the Korean server. This is the advantage of a versatile player. Unfortunately, this advantage is completely absent from the opposing support. Consequently, They handed over a kill. Chapter 46. Perfect Vision Control, a legendary new team. The enemy is so reckless. Without our spider's vision, they dare to advance. I thought their jungler was nearby, putting on a show. Lu Qingsong, having secured an assist, coldly critiques. Since spending time with Lu Yun, he has developed a disdain for players lacking intelligence. It echoes Lu Yun's frequent reminder, utterly disorganized and undisciplined. Cherish these few years of professional play. The enemy, having witnessed their top laner being solo killed, must be feeling anxious. Shui Jinggu takes on the role of the aggressive leader. This game, we should play a bit more aggressively. I have an absolute advantage in the top lane. Lu Yun remarks. When have we not had an absolute advantage? Xiangguo replies. Let's focus on vision first. Captain, please inform the mid laner to place the second ward at the enemy's blue buff, so we can fully ascertain the jungler's position. Lu Qingsong directs. Understood. Lu Yun relays Lu Qingsong's words to his temporarily less fluent Chinese teammate. I understand. Under Lu Yun's specialized training, he has become more adept at the game's operational tempo, fully grasping the significance of such actions. At 4 minutes and 10 seconds, 3 wards and 1 river control ward illuminate the entire lower jungle area. Now, the whereabouts of the barrel are completely exposed to everyone's vision. This is precisely the vision suppression that LYN frequently emphasizes within the tactical room. In this era, apart from achieving vision suppression, other teams seem to lack any effective means of controlling vision, or perhaps their vision suppression is riddled with vulnerabilities. Now, as the jungler, he finds himself in a quandary. Adhering to the principle of aiding the advantaged over the disadvantaged, a creed held by Korean junglers, he sets his sights on the mid lane's KPI. It must be noted that as a former member of the legendary Samsung roster, this Korean jungler possesses a certain degree of skill. Utilizing his extensive awareness, he maneuvered through the upper river, catching the overextended KPI off guard. Even without the use of his flash, the slain KPI was left in a state of utter resignation, acutely aware of his significant miscalculation. Given that the entire team's vision was concentrated in the lower half of the map, KPI should have consistently positioned himself towards the bottom lane while pressuring the lane. However, in an attempt to exploit a passive on Waisu, he opted to drift upwards, a decision that proved ill-advised. No worries, just be cautious and lean towards the bottom, LYN calmly advised. Okay, I will be careful, he replied, taking a deep breath to quell his inner remorse. Mistakes among teammates are inevitable. All LYN can do is stabilize their mindset. Although a kill was conceded, this moment did not significantly disrupt the flow of the game. As long as NJing could maintain her development on this lane, victory was assured. The director once again shifted the camera to the top lane, which had entirely fallen under LYN's dominion. Despite not returning home immediately after securing first blood, LYN, leveraging his advantage in minion waves and levels, continued to dictate the fate of the DSH. The newly spawned DSH could only cower beneath his tower. After a grueling wait for the fourth wave of minions to approach the tower, he was met with a perfectly executed combo from LYN's RNB, who delivered a textbook instance of controlled aggression. The immense damage from full ability power runes astonished this former league champion top laner once more. This onslaught stripped away nearly 3/4 of DSH's health. What a flawless execution of controlled aggression. He had to concede, acknowledging that his opponent's mastery of our NB's abilities had reached an almost transcendent level. If he were to control our NB, he would have needed to unleash his abilities twice before reaching level 4. Yet, this prodigy managed to achieve maximum effectiveness with just a single instance of overheat, utilizing all abilities in a state of yellow heat. The terror of AR-NB who maintains yellow heat on all abilities while landing is unquestionable. Turning back to our NB. Although LYN held on to his flash and DSH's health had dwindled to a critical level, he did not allow himself to become overzealous. After amassing enough gold for his sorcerer's shoes, LYN decisively chose to return to base. This action elicited a sigh of relief from his ally, who finally felt entitled to breathe in the fresh air outside. Why did he choose to return? As an adversary, he could not comprehend our NB's decision. Had it been him, he would have seized the opportunity to flash into the tower and eliminate DSH. Little did he know, LYN was patiently biding his time to reel in the big catch. In terms of itemization for RNB, LYN did not deviate from the norm, prioritizing the sorcerer's shoes, an item that synergizes perfectly with RNB. With 18 ability power penetration in the early game, this item can provide at least a 30 damage increase against opponents without any magic resistance. Additionally, the 45 movement speed bonus effectively compensates for our NB's relatively short range, whether on the offensive or in fending off the jungler. This 45-point movement speed advantage at this juncture proves invaluable. This time, LYN opted not for a teleport, but instead walked back to lane. For the player controlling DSH, his nightmare was just beginning. With sorcerer's shoes in hand, our NB became utterly unreasonable. Utilizing his exquisite skills, Lyn's harpoon struck with perfect accuracy, leaving DSH gasping for breath. Having pushed the minion wave entirely to the enemy tower before returning home, Lyn found the wave pushing back towards him upon his return. This spelled dire consequences for the player controlling DSH, who was acutely aware of the implications. "I'm going to get stuck in the wave," he requested in a low tone over the microphone. "I'll finish the Krugs and come." The jungler responded in somewhat halting Mandarin. Having secured a kill, he felt emboldened to make such a statement. Yet, deep down, he sensed something amiss. In the professional arena, how often do junglers assist a level 1 DSH in attempting to engage a level 10 RNB? Moreover, RNB had returned home to acquire Sorcerer's Shoes and was on the brink of reaching level 5. The camera panned back to the top lane. DSH, trapped by the minion wave, could only stand at a distance, absorbing experience, which left him looking despondent. However, he was soon met with a shocking sight. RNB, unwilling to farm, was determined to force DSH out of the experience zone. Such an unreasonable approach was something he had only previously experienced against this genius in scrims. In no time, DSH found himself pushed back beyond the experience zone. If this trend continued, he would soon fall 2 levels behind RNB. Willing to forego farming just to deny the opponent experience, this pressure is unprecedented. I declare, this is the most pitiful DSH I've ever seen. What a farce. If this continues, DSH will be useless in team fights. The strongest defense is a good offense. This is the strategy of a composition without a frontline. 50. I'm off to play RNB. Tonight, it's an all-nighter with RNB. Under the lens, everything surged like a tidal wave of comments, as all spectators were profoundly shaken by such an unreasonable playstyle. Suppressing others' last hits is trivial. Denying the opponent any opportunity to gain experience is the true essence of dominance. In this era, the hatred mechanism suits Lanbois perfectly, rendering him virtually invincible. Lu Yun, controlling Lanbois, could not help but reflect on this truth. No other hero could manipulate the minion waves with such unfettered freedom. This is the allure of Lanbois. It is no wonder he was selected 3 times in the World Championship Finals. In stark contrast to Lu Yun's calm demeanor, his opponent, trapped in despair, could only call for the jungler to help clear the waves. Clearing the waves refers to the jungler assisting in rapidly eliminating minions, allowing the waves to push towards the enemy's turret and then quickly revert back. Otherwise, if this scenario continued, the Great Tree would stand no chance of gaining experience. Thus, the jungler was compelled to comply. For any jungler, wave clearing is the most intolerable task. The jungle role serves as the engine of rhythm. An exceptional jungler is akin to a sharp sword, remaining sheathed until unleashed, resulting in a bloodbath. However, the sword's unsheathing was merely to prevent the top lane from gaining experience, effectively reducing the jungler to a mere caretaker, severely diminishing their impact. The camera revealed the top lane transformed into a duo lane, as the barrel and the Great Tree began to unleash skills to push the minions. This included abilities from both the barrel and the Great Tree. Lu Yun's eyes suddenly sharpened. Clearly, he had made another reckless yet decisive choice. He aimed for 12. This courage stemmed not only from the opponent's mistakes, but also from his own experience bar. At that moment, his Lanbois required merely 2 minions worth of experience to reach level 5. Furthermore, his temperature was precisely at 50. With determination, Lu Yun propelled Lanbois forward. The additional movement speed from the yellow temperature, combined with the inherent speed from his magic penetration boots, caused Lanbois' velocity to soar to an astonishing 507. Temperature at 70. The player controlling the barrel immediately sensed Lanbois' impending threat and targeted him with a skill. Unfortunately, Lanbois' superior mobility, alongside a multitude of minions, caused the barrel to collide with the minions instead. This was a chaotic yet fortunate turn of events. The barrage of comments flooded in, with mixed reactions and humor. Yet, the menace from Lanbois was far from over. Skillfully dodging the barrel's attack, Lu Yun urged Lanbois forward, akin to a steel juggernaut. With his sights set on the Great Tree, which had no flash available, a harpoon missile struck the Great Tree at a remarkably acute angle. Emerging from the heart of the minion wave, temperature soared to 90. The Great Tree, now severely slowed, resembled a snail mired in a marsh, struggling to move. Without needing a second harpoon, Lu Yun activated his ability. At that moment, a minion fell, and a golden light descended from the heavens. Bathed in the sacred glow of leveling up, he instantly upgraded his skill, and the explosive damage from the level 3 ability caused the Great Tree to disintegrate within 2 seconds. The disparity in attributes due to levels manifested entirely at this moment. A kill was secured. Now, Lanbois had entered a state of red temperature overload, delivering explosive damage that forced the barrel to hastily use his flash. Quite decisive. Lu Yun held a great admiration for such decisive players. With the barrel's next skill nearing cooldown, Lu Yun, despite holding onto his flash, refrained from an extended pursuit. It was futile. As a top-tier professional player, Liu Yun took pride not in his extreme maneuvers, but in his astute judgment. One aspect of this judgment was his assessment of kill thresholds. After taking a breath, he promptly reported into the microphone. The barrel has no flash. The brothers, hearing his seemingly calm tone, sensed an underlying peculiarity despite their accustomed nonchalance. The captain showcased yet another operation, seemingly mundane, yet regrettably allowing the opponent to escape. The captain showed restraint. Xianghua, while maneuvering his spider downwards, teased, "You guys better dive the tower quickly." Liu Yun responded with a smile, "No problem." Lu Qingsong answered calmly. Meanwhile, as the team remained in shock, their bottom lane faced dire news once more. The spider, in coordination with Thresh, effortlessly eliminated the small cannon that had yet to regain its flash and promptly dispatched the unprotected Lux. This was the consequence of the spider's earlier play 3 minutes prior, which had forced the cannon to use flash. The comments surged like a storm across the screen, with the majority critiquing the incompetence. How could fans accept the once mighty team being so thoroughly dominated by a new squad? In the commentary booth, I could only remark that this handling was rather crude. How could a great tree with 1/3 health waver before a full health yellow temperature Lanbois? It seemed they had completely disregarded Lanbois' potential. Did they not realize he had previously played Lanbois? After speaking, Xiao Xiao scratched his head and, while admiring the decisiveness of the players, was filled with skepticism regarding the actions of the jungler. I truly feel like an observer watching a muddled situation. It seems their awareness has become somewhat hazy, remarked Miller. The top laner resembles the Buddha. Have you heard the legend of the Buddha sacrificing flesh to feed an eagle? This top laner sacrifices himself to illuminate his opponents, continued Xiao Xiao with a jest. Chapter 48, Flawless Positioning and Devastating Team Fights. Calm your minds. We will engage in one last dragon fight, someone asserted as the atmosphere in the voice chat grew somber. I will maintain my position in the top lane, came the response. Unfortunately, before this statement could be fully articulated, he fell victim to a solo kill by Rumble within 30 seconds. The score evolved from 0 to 2 to 0 to 3, leaving him speechless. His mind had completely stalled, and he was at a loss as to why he was even sitting there. Warning, warning. Rumble's voice echoed like a death knell, incessantly gnawing at his neural pathways, leaving him uncertain whether he was ensnared in a dream or reality. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The existential questions from his soul rendered his mind a blank slate. He has been slain. When the familiar phrase appeared on the big screen once more, the three commentators could not help but begin to critique the situation. I feel these solo kills are occurring rather too frequently. After all, this is a professional arena, yet it feels akin to a ranked match, Xiao Xiao teased, capitalizing on the audience's excitement. Not declaring this match a bot game already shows considerable respect. Miller, a longtime fan, could not resist adding a few words of praise. Their performance today indeed seems subpar. I believe they have made far too many elementary mistakes, especially since the player excels at capitalizing on the errors of others. Just now, the Treant merely used a skill to clear minions and immediately fell into his trap. Xiao Lu remarked, the mid-jungle duo has yet to perish. We shall see how the team fight unfolds after level 6. There remains a glimmer of hope. This polite observation from Xiao Lu kept a sliver of anticipation alive in the hearts of some fans. However, Xiao Xiao promptly doused that hope. I believe there is no opportunity. Rumble hasn't even used his summoner spells yet. In this initial dragon fight, Rumble has the advantage, while the Treant can only make his way from the lane. I feel they should exchange resources while securing this dragon. As soon as Xiao Xiao finished his sentence, the situation took an unexpected turn, leaving him dumbfounded. The Treant abandoned 2 entire waves of minions, opting instead to head straight to the dragon pit, joining teammates for the impending clash. Have they lost their minds? In contrast, Rumble, who was supposed to be clearing the minion waves, was still focused on the top lane. In truth, for their team, this audacious decision posed no issue, as a reckless initiation could lead to the Treant's sudden appearance from the shadows, catching them off guard. Provided they acted decisively and utilized the barrel in Yasuo's initiation, the fight could conclude before Rumble even arrived. However, what none could have anticipated was Rumble surfacing in the mid lane shortly after the Treant vanished from the top lane. What? The emotional roller coaster of the players surged wildly. Indeed, Rumble, after clearing a wave, had walked to the mid lane. The hope of catching them off guard evaporated instantly. How experienced he is. Upon witnessing Rumble's arrival in the mid lane, the commander felt both astonished and contemplative. The rookie player, having earned his first stage appearance, displayed remarkable selflessness, prioritizing teamwork over greed for minions. An astonishing feat. It is well known that many newcomers to the stage often fall prey to the temptation of minion waves, leading to countless missed opportunities. This is precisely why they aim to exploit this weakness during the upcoming team fight. Rumble is here. Should we engage? Asked the support. Kui, through the microphone. We must fight, came the battle command. Despite knowing the odds were slim in this confrontation, he understood this was their sole chance for a comeback. The opposing team boasted a composition of misfortune and twisted fate. Should they miss this opportunity to group up, they would face relentless pressure from twisted fate on the sidelines for the foreseeable future. Let them engage the dragon first. As long as twisted fate and misfortune stand together, the barrel can directly unleash its ultimate. He articulated over the microphone. It must be noted that, as a homegrown prodigy, his awareness was commendable. He knew that for this team fight to be victorious, there existed but a singular opportunity. This involved the barrel launching misfortune and twisted fate into the air, allowing Yasuo to follow up with his ultimate, complemented by the control from Leona, ensuring a swift elimination of both misfortune and twisted fate. Once they dispatched them, they could deal with Rumble afterward. This was the optimal strategy for a turnaround. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, his focus unwavering as he monitored the positioning of misfortune and twisted fate, akin to a hunter awaiting a slip from his prey. However, what he never anticipated was that the positioning of the opponents did not reveal the vulnerabilities he had envisioned. Twisted fate and misfortune stood at either side of the dragon pit, with the spider positioned directly in the center. Thresh remained behind misfortune, ever ready to save twisted fate from being engaged. Meanwhile, the Rumble he had been vigilant against was not attacking the dragon but lurked in the blind spot of their vision, biding his time like a seasoned hunter. Who is the hunter, and who is the prey? At that moment, he was utterly astonished. What an extraordinarily mature team this was. It is well understood that a newly formed team could never cultivate such adept positioning, no matter how much the coach might instruct beforehand. The players often forget the guidance once they enter the fray, lost in the chaos of the game. Unbeknownst to them, the coach of this team was seated. Clearly, their positioning afforded no opportunities. Should they recklessly initiate a team fight, even if they were to eliminate the ADC, the marksman could still collaborate with the AP champion to devastate them completely. Moreover, with Thresh providing protection, how could they possibly eliminate the ADC so easily? However, the health of the dragon was plummeting rapidly, and if they continued to hesitate, the last glimmer of hope would vanish. The anxious Gragas could only aim his mouse at the ADC and press the button. The disadvantage from the previous engagement, where Gragas had to flash away, became evident at this moment. Due to his lack of a flash, he could not follow up with further crowd control, leaving him with only mobility skills. In essence, Gragas was deprived of a crucial control ability. On screen, the ADC was sent flying, followed by Yasuo's control, and then another control from the support. The ADC's health began to decline swiftly. Such an impatient initiation could only lead to dire consequences. Just as the ADC's health dwindled, a surging fire dragon encircled them. The controller of this fire dragon was none other than Lu Yun, commanding the AP champion. The angle and timing of this ultimate were remarkably astute, striking all 5 of them, including the artillery champion at the back. Everyone was profoundly awed by the brilliant execution of this prodigious youth. The 5 players struck by the AP champion's ultimate saw their health diminish at a visibly alarming rate. Without a doubt, Lu Yun achieved what every player of this champion dreams of, a quintuple kill. The excitement was palpable as Miller exclaimed loudly, his words racing to keep pace with the unfolding action. This team fight was about to erupt. Following closely, Xiao Xiao echoed the sentiment. The camera captured the team members working in concert, each fulfilling their role. Thresh followed up with various crowd control measures, targeting Yasuo, the core damage dealer. Coupled with the explosive damage from the AP champion and the spider, Yasuo had no time to deploy any defensive maneuvers before being obliterated the moment he landed. 1 second, Yasuo's health was full. The next, it evaporated in an instant, providing a stunning visual spectacle that ignited the fervor of all onlookers. Following Yasuo's demise was the tank champion, then Gragas, and finally, the support. The red health bars vanished one after another, as heroes fell to the ground. The flames of the AP champion consumed their very souls. The artillery champion, attempting to escape with a flash, found no avenue for flight, as she was ensnared by the ADC's ultimate. With the AP champion's fiery devastation, the last of the artillery fell. Accompanied by a cold and serious voice, the team was eliminated. Despite their strenuous efforts to eliminate the ADC, the scenario they dreaded unfolded before their eyes. The barrage of comments expressed both admiration for the prodigy and criticism of their recklessness. Such a disjointed team fight was hardly indicative of a professional team. They disregarded the AP champion's damage, blindly attempting to eliminate a mid-game ADC who lacked firepower. A strategy that seemed utterly befuddled. Many viewers, however, held a clearer perspective. Professional players are human, not machines. Under such immense pressure, they often cannot make perfect decisions. After all, professional players do not possess a god's eye view while gaming. The battlefield always presents limited information, and faced with fleeting opportunities, they can only take calculated risks. Their team fight positioning revealed a wealth of experience. The commentator, with a tone of resignation, acknowledged the moment Gragas had targeted the ADC and pressed the button. He had already foreseen the outcome. Yet, he felt compelled to take the risk. All failures stemmed from the pressure exerted by the AP champion, compelling him to admire this genius. With such formidable lane prowess, his insights into team fighting were strikingly lucid. It felt as though he were a relentless machine in competition, having already discerned the thoughts of his opponents. Truly a monster. After a brief moment, he sighed deeply, acutely aware that for any professional player, excelling in both landing and team fighting is akin to balancing fish and bear's paws. Achieving both requires a wealth of competitive experience. Yet, this prodigy displayed an abundance of team fight expertise from the outset, provoking both admiration and astonishment. They seemed highly experienced in countering compositions reliant on ultimates. This player had a profound understanding of the game. Kui concurred, offering no further commentary. He genuinely envied these players, competing under the guidance of such a talent. The reason their spring season league standings were at the bottom was that they consistently encountered various issues with their team fight positioning. Even though they recognized the problems after each match, once the competition commenced, past lessons were quickly forgotten. This led them to shy away from similar compositions requiring extensive coordination, forcing them to resort to various ultimate-dependent strategies. It was not that they were unaware of the shortcomings of such compositions, but their current capabilities could only accommodate these formations. This is a flaw of this era, present even among the top-tier teams. As professional players, they all understood the limitations of ultimate-dependent compositions. The reason they stubbornly continued to select them was that such strategies demanded the least synergy. The ADC, devoid of kills, felt there was still a chance for another team fight. Kui consoled through the microphone, observing how they utilized lane rotations to support the female marksman. After calming the negative emotions stemming from failure, there remained a glimmer of hope for victory. All advantages were concentrated on Lanbo. If an opportunity arose to swiftly eliminate him, a comeback was not out of the question. However, the subsequent decisions extinguished the remaining flicker of hope within. This new team excelled at converting economic advantages. Following the last team fight, Lanbo transformed into the female marksman's personal bodyguard, remaining in the bot lane to assist her in demolishing the first turret. He then quickly transitioned to the top lane, leveraging the advantage gained from previously forcing back the bot lane duo to help the female marksman secure the top lane turret. Undoubtedly, the pace of turret destruction by the female marksman was now fully ignited. What did it matter that she had no kills? Lanbo's actions indeed allowed the already crumbling tree to stabilize and develop for a time, akin to a long-imprisoned convict finally given a chance to breathe fresh air. But what could be done? Upon Lanbo's return to the lane, the tree, having momentarily basked in the light of day, was once again confined. The turret fighting alongside the tree seemed to have defected, ignoring Lanbo's relentless harassment. The turret, oh, how could it be? Lanbo's impeccable harassment left the player controlling the tree feeling as if the turret had contracted some sort of virus, utterly useless like a mere ornament. At the 10-minute and 10-second mark, the bloody tree fell victim to another brutal execution beneath the turret. What on earth is happening? The screen darkened once more, leaving him in disbelief, as the reigning champion of last summer's tournament was utterly overwhelmed by a newcomer. This is truly a bot. This is a massacre. What a handsome Lanbo. The unremarkable solo kill evoked an air of habitual indifference among the audience. In the commentary booth, there was a palpable familiarity with the female marksman's strategy, as Lanbo had seamlessly transitioned his advantage to her. And it was evident that the disparity in lane prowess between the players was significant. Miller praised the operational strategy of the rotation. It is indeed rare for a new team to execute such a system, and one can only commend the coaching staff for their understanding. In a small corridor, Xiao Xiao smiled slightly, suggesting, "Is it possible that the coach is actually playing in the match?" This remark sent the audience into fits of laughter. The coach had completed his warm-up and was now wreaking havoc in the game. Chapter 50, a decisive momentum, a blood-tinged decision. Undoubtedly, the two perfect rotations in the mid-game allowed the female marksman to completely offset the disadvantage incurred from being eliminated in the first team fight. Under Lu Yun's command, Shui Jingji's female marksman was developing beyond the expected timeline. If this pace continued, acquiring the Storm Blade and Hurricane by the 15th minute would be a mere formality. Regarding the female marksman's build, Lu Yun's choices diverged from those of the current meta. He would never allow Shui Jinggu to go for a bare Infinity Edge. As a versatile player, Lu Yun understood that a female marksman with a naked Infinity Edge was akin to a novice, regardless of the overwhelming advantage. The optimal path was to first acquire a Storm Blade, followed promptly by a Hurricane, as this constituted the most rational build for the female marksman. Such a build enabled her to clear the mid lane minions more rapidly, swiftly eliminate the 4 and the 3 wolves, and thus foster her growth. By clearing the mid lane minions more efficiently, the support gained the opportunity to venture into the enemy jungle for deeper vision, effectively suppressing the opposing team's sight. At the 12-minute and 20-second mark, after demolishing 2 turrets, the female marksman advanced to the mid lane. The red and blue buffs, along with the 6, were all left for her, while the spider had gone on a hunger strike. The famished spider continued to amplify their advantage, teaming up with Lawn Bow to execute yet another kill under the turret against the tree. Prior to this, Lawn Bow's superb harassment had already brought the tree's health to a critical threshold, and the spider merely swooped in to claim the kill. Such effortless slaying left the audience with an unsettling feeling. Is this truly a professional arena? Why does it seem as though this tree is merely a plaything? How can one win with a boss like this? I could do it, I'm not joking. How did you become so pathetic after a year? I heard you were the champion 2 years ago. Players blame the coach, a classic. Despite the evident disparity in player skill, it was primarily the inherent advantages of the heroes at play. The notorious reputation of coaches in this era stems from the uncertainty surrounding their purpose. Only a coach of this era could deploy a tree to withstand Lawn Bow's onslaught. At 15 minutes and 20 seconds, the female marksman finally acquired Luna's Hurricane, complementing her existing Stormblade, and commenced a 5-man push down the mid lane. 5 heroes suddenly congregated in the mid lane, marching forward with bold strides, a formidable force advancing. The rationale behind Lu Yun's decision was predicated on the fact that the opposing tree, after being solo killed in the previous engagement, had used his summoner spell. Generally, a sudden team push carries inherent risks, often stemming from potential flanking from the top lane. Lu Yun had vividly recalled the disastrous instances of being encircled in such pushes. However, at this moment, such risks were entirely absent. Furthermore, Lu Yun's decision was informed by the deep vision acquired in the enemy jungle. Having just seen the opposing Shun returning from the 3 wolves, this was the advantage conferred by vision. In the face of such profound strategic understanding, it was akin to the Earth fleet from the 3-body problem encountering the water droplets, a strikingly one-sided confrontation. It seemed they were indeed aiming for a mid-lane push. The feelings of the player currently split pushing in the bot lane were abruptly shattered. He never anticipated that the opposing new team would execute such a decisive strategy. According to the norms of a fledgling team, this time frame was not one to push forward in unison. We can't hold them off. Kuiyu responded in a somber tone after just returning home for supplies. As a barely competent support player, he immediately deduced that his timing for retreat had been discovered. The sudden coordinated advance caught them off guard, leaving them no time to regroup. They unwittingly surrendered the critical strategic point of the mid lane turret. In this era devoid of Rift Heralds, the strategic value of the mid lane turret is akin to that of the first dragon. Losing the mid lane turret at this juncture would lead to a complete blackout of vision in the area. It is essential to note that the hyper-developed Jin Xing compared to their little cannon possesses far superior wave-clearing capabilities. Without this mid-lane defensive structure, the opposing Thresh could infiltrate their jungle with impunity, illuminating their territory completely. Critiques surged forth like a tidal wave. What are they doing? The enemy has already assembled while they are still farming on the side lanes. Their tempo is always a step behind. No wonder they are at the bottom of the spring split standings. How could they so easily relinquish the mid-lane turret? Is there no one to command? Various criticisms poured in incessantly. Thus, the question arises, why were they unable to foresee this sudden coordinated push? There are 2 reasons. The first is that their vision was thoroughly suppressed. Without adequate vision, they could not anticipate the enemy's next move, perpetually being led by the nose by their opponents. By the time they realized what was happening, it was already too late. The second reason is a common pitfall all players in this era fall into: greed for minion waves. In their eagerness to secure a few more last hits, they missed the optimal time to gather. Only when their forces had finally assembled did they think to mount a defense. In warfare, such delayed decision-making compared to the enemy inevitably leads to catastrophic defeat, and League of Legends is but a microcosm of war. In the commentary booth, the sudden shift in strategy was astutely noted. This unexpected line change was brilliant. We never anticipated how easily they lost the mid-lane turret, exclaimed Miller with excitement. Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement, stating, I can only say that there is indeed a significant disparity in operational prowess between the 2 teams. Did they not consider that Rumble and Twisted Fate might suddenly appear in the mid lane? How could they lack any awareness and allow a little cannon to farm mid while the support returned home? Xiaolu added, there is certainly a gap in operational strength. Just as Xiaolu finished speaking, the subsequent actions left them in awe. The players on screen, after destroying the first blood turret, did not choose to retreat, but rather continued their advance. Are they aiming for the mid lane second turret? Miller exclaimed. Due to their repeated deviation from the norm, he dared not question their decision, yet he felt it might be overly reckless. It is crucial to note that Yasuo had not yet fully entered a state of fatigue. What if the Jin Xing was struck by the barrel's ultimate, allowing Yasuo to retaliate? He dared not contemplate further. Such a high-risk strategy seemed perilous. Undoubtedly, the gaze of the world was fixed upon this moment, where a strong team's demeanor was once again showcased. This demeanor emanated from the precise positioning of each hero. Jin Xing stood at the center, while Twisted Fate and Rumble flanked either side, with the spider lurking in the shadows and Thresh positioned at the rear, ready to toss out his lantern. Such impeccable positioning left more knowledgeable viewers in awe. This formation could only be executed by a team of world-class caliber. Meanwhile, as Twisted Fate prepared his yellow card, Jin Xing began to strike the turret. Beware of the enemy's barrel, Lu Yin reminded through the microphone. Although he had likely repeated this advice 100 times in scrims, he still felt compelled to remind his teammates at such critical moments. Chapter 51. The top players' reactions. Shining golden in despair. I know, exclaimed Shui Jinggu, fully focused, unwilling to let his guard down for an instant. He did not wish to repeat the mistakes of the training matches and fail to utilize his flash at a crucial moment. The yellow card from Twisted Fate must be preserved. Without it, they should retreat, and they must not stand together with Jin Xing. I will protect you from the flank. Lu Yin articulated the battle commands in fluent Korean. Every word flowed with clarity and precision. I understand, came the confident reply. In the frame, Twisted Fate, wielding the yellow card, pressed forward to create space and time for Jin Xing to strike the turret. Once the yellow card was expended, the team retreated immediately, denying any opportunity for a preemptive strike. This seamless cooperation rendered their opponents powerless. They were acutely aware of how they had suffered a complete annihilation in the previous team fight. This time, they could not afford to repeat that mistake. As the engine of tempo, they continued to seek opportunities, looking for moments when Jin Xing and Twisted Fate stood together. Meanwhile, during the retreat, Shui Jinggu, controlling Jin Xing, laid down 5 traps to apply further pressure for initiating a fight, while simultaneously creating more space for the next turret strike. Even with a considerable equipment advantage, they had to remain vigilant as they were still under the enemy's turret. Such flawless teamwork once again astounded the global audience. They realized that the synergy between Twisted Fate and Jin Xing could be executed in this manner. Wow, what an eye-opener. Their positioning is so targeted, completely eliminating any chance for a frontal initiation. You tell me this is a new team? What a perfect collaboration. Countless praises filled the chat. Yet critiques and doubts remained abundant. In the face of an imminent onslaught, the pressure on the marksman, known as NJing, was palpable. Should she succumb to a single enemy skill, her chances of survival would be utterly extinguished. Yet, Lyn aimed to acclimate Xu Jiaying, the player controlling NJing, to this high-pressure environment, fostering a profound sense of reflexive prowess. As Lyn eloquently articulated, with a flash available, 5 traps laid beneath her feet, a distinct equipment advantage, and allies flanking her, there was no reason for her to be overwhelmed by the opposition. After a tense 10 seconds of anticipation, the second wave of minions was poised to reach the tower once more. Inaction would result in the destruction of the tower at NJang's hands, rendering any attempt to confront her futile. The critical moment was upon them. A decision had to be made swiftly. Engage. Engage. He proclaimed into the microphone, clicking fervently on the tower-focused NJang. Following his command, the barrel, under the directive of its player, aimed directly at her and executed the attack. However, the presence of NJang's traps deterred any attempts to evade. Furthermore, our NB remained a vigilant threat, poised to strike. The moment the barrel unleashed its ultimate, a well-angled harpoon missile struck, further impeding its escape. The camera captured the massive barrel crashing into NJing, sending her flying. Yet, just as it seemed that the dawn of victory would illuminate the battlefield, a golden flash signified the return of despair. Undoubtedly, this brilliant gleam emanated from NJang's flash. This maneuver was pivotal, for mere seconds before. The Yasuo player had sought to capitalize on the barrel's ultimate. The ensuing chaos resulted in a severe disconnect between Yasuo and his teammates. Isolated and charging into the fray, Yasuo quickly became a target, rendered helpless by the overwhelming disparity in equipment. Before Yasuo's ultimate could even land, he was ensnared by a web and struck by a golden card from KPI, compounded by our NB's fiery onslaught, leading to his swift demise. The dramatic evaporation of his health mirrored the tragic fate of many before him. The outcome was all but certain. Although the team fight raged on, the screen darkened, unmistakably signaling a crushing defeat. As anticipated, in a desperate attempt to save the dawn, she inadvertently triggered a trap, meeting her end at NJang's hands. Aided by our NB's flames, vanishing within mere seconds, the remaining teammates, striving to protect their last crystal, scattered like startled birds. This monumental clash culminated in an unequivocal victory. Such is the response of champions. Lyn exclaimed into the microphone, his praise resonating deeply with Xu Jiaying, who felt an immense swell of joy, not merely from Lyn's commendation, but from his own performance. At that moment, he could scarcely believe he had evaded danger, his heart racing to 180 beats per minute. All thanks to the captain's guidance, he humbly remarked. Believe in yourself, and you shall achieve greatness, Lyn encouraged. I shall strive to do so, Xu Jiaying replied with a calm demeanor. For Lyn, with his unparalleled prowess in the lane. Defeating the giants of this era was but a trivial pursuit. Yet, such victories could not be sustained indefinitely. Thus, from the outset, Lyn sought to cultivate his 4 players into world-class competitors, emphasizing not only skill but the vital mindset. He was determined to instill in them the belief that they were not inferior to the seasoned veterans. Chapter 52, The Completely Defeated. Ambitions of 1,000 miles. The subsequent matches held little significance, as they maintained a strategically sound formation, denying the Beryl and Yasuo any chance of reversal. In the final team fight, despite their strong initiation that once again felled Jiaying, the cost mirrored their earlier skirmish by the dragon, a total annihilation. Although Xu Jiaying had swiftly repositioned with his flash, the desperate intent to eliminate Jiaying had clouded their judgment. Perhaps I committed a grave sin in my past life to warrant such relentless pursuit, Xu Jiaying lamented upon the screen's darkening. Lyn chuckled heartily. Perhaps in your previous life, you were a hero who saved the galaxy, and they envy you. Captain, do not jest. I cannot abide falsehoods, Xu Jiaying retorted playfully. I speak the truth. Very well. At 25 minutes and 20 seconds, invigorated by the dragon's power, they swiftly demolished the opposing base, culminating in yet another team wipe at the enemy's front tower. The familiar sounds echoed through the Shanghai esports arena, igniting a fervor among the audience. The most exhilarated were the 3 commentators, witnessing this fresh team not merely triumph, but do so in a uniquely captivating manner. Their exceptional lane control, clever mid-game rotations, flawless vision dominance, agile positioning in team fights, and seamless coordination underscored that this was no ordinary squad, but rather a potential champion in the making. It is truly magnificent. I can only say that this team has fully demonstrated the prowess of a formidable force. I feel as though I have been subjected to a dimensionality reduction blow. Utterly incapable of playing the game, Miller proclaimed loudly, his excitement evident as he gestured animatedly. As a perennial commentator, he understands the necessity for such fresh talent. I hope they can adjust during this break. Their current performance is woefully inadequate. In the next match, they must devise a strategy, as so many eyes are upon them. They cannot afford to be trampled as if they were mere bots. Laughing, he scratched his head and remarked that he was relieved this was not in his own streaming room, or he would have been tempted to voice his frustrations. Neither the players nor the coaches seemed to comprehend what they were doing. Particularly, the top laner, a champion from 2 years prior, was being outperformed by a newcomer to such an extent. My greater concern lies in whether they will ban the champion, Nu Jing. It seems they have mastered her playstyle and are utterly dominating without any resistance. In the lounge, the atmosphere of despair brought about by their defeat rendered the space akin to a morgue. They can accept failure, but not such a dismal defeat. It is essential to remember that they were once prodigious youths, having traversed from city leagues to training camps, from those camps to the professional arena, enduring countless hardships and setbacks to arrive at this moment. The summer season saw a reformation of their roster, dubbed the Galaxy Battleship by the outside world, charging towards championship glory, only to be overwhelmed by 5 rookies who had never even attended a training camp. What differentiates this outcome from being force-fed defeat? I have repeatedly emphasized the need for communication. When issues arise in the top lane, a timely lane swap should have been executed, yet my words fell on deaf ears. If they continue in this manner in the next match, the result will be identical. They must consider teamwork and play cohesively. Despite the coach's earnest efforts to realign the young player's mindset, his lack of eloquence rendered his every utterance akin to a monk reciting scriptures. Should we ban Nu Jing in the next match? After the coach concluded his discourse, the support player, Ku Yi, suddenly interjected. Compared to the coach's emotionally laden pep talks, this statement was evidently more pertinent to the current situation. I believe it is unnecessary. There is still a lengthy regular season ahead, and losing one match does not warrant elevating the opponent's champion. The dissenting opinion was not without merit. The regular season had only just commenced, and as professional players, they must rise again from where they fell. If one loss leads to granting the opponent's champion a free pass, how will they hone their skills? This is the regular season, not the playoffs. Moreover, from what he knew, the Nu Jing composition was not even their core setup. If they cannot contend with the opponent's non-core composition, how will they manage their core lineup? If they ban Nu Jing, the opponent might simply adopt a 4-protect-1 strategy in the top lane, complicating matters even further. What champion can we use to counter Nu Jing? Ku Yi inquired, fully aware of the psychological dynamics at play and no longer insisting on his viewpoint. I believe that Lan Bo could suffice, if the top laner is willing. Lan Bo can handle their Nu Jing. After a brief pause to gather his thoughts, he glanced at the player sitting beside him and articulated this. He recognized that the crux of the previous match did not lie with Nu Jing, but rather with the top laner, Lan Bo. After the lessons learned from the last match, he understood that Lan Bo was a champion grossly underestimated by all top laners. If their top laner could channel even half the brilliance of the opposing player, victory in the next match would be assured. This assertion left those on the verge of collapse in a state of disbelief. They had yet to recover from the recent anguish and barely registered what was being said. Only the name Lonbo resonating through the fog of their despair. Do you have confidence in securing Lonbo for the top lane? Perceiving the player's expression teetering on the edge of breakdown, the coach inquired gently. Yes, the player choked out, responding with fervor. In stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere, the victorious team radiated confidence. Chapter 53. The Day of Reforging the Broken Sword. The Return of the Night. It feels as though there has been no progress compared to the spring season, the straightforward Xiong will bluntly stated. Their playstyle remains entrenched in an ancient era. Have you not noticed their complete lack of reverse vision control? Whether in the upper or lower jungle, they are wholly suppressed by us. To the extent that they were oblivious to when we stole the Baron. Lu Yun unapologetically criticized. The inadequacies of this era stem from their outdated strategies. Reminiscent of the era of Wei Xiao, players of that time relied on instinct to substitute for vision, winning matches solely through individual prowess. My awareness is my vision. Who needs to buy control wards? The captain frequently emphasized vision control, as if it were etched into his very being, Water Crystal Brother remarked with a smile. This is the foundation of our championship. I cannot afford to overlook it. Lu Yun, suppressing his smile, adopted a more serious tone. Championship. Upon hearing this, everyone was ignited with passion. Upon reflection, perhaps there truly is an opportunity. After both teams had a moment to regroup, the 10 players returned to the crossroads of their destinies. Despite this being merely a regular season match, the significance placed upon it surpassed that of typical regular season encounters. With exhilarating music resounding, the match commenced. This time, they actively chose the blue side. After extensive strategizing, both sides had largely finalized their compositions. Blue side, top lane Lonbo, jungle Man Ren, mid lane Jie, Han Bing, support Bulong. Red side, top lane to be determined, jungle Lei Kusai. Mid lane, AI Ku, NV Jing, support, Mo Gon Na. Clearly, the composition of this match is highly targeted. They deliberately allowed the opponent to secure NV Jing while selecting a mid-game power-centric lineup, aiming to disrupt NV Jing's rhythm during the mid-game. Such a formation was entirely beyond Lu Yun's expectations. He is but a man, not a deity, and upon fully confirming the lineup, he had to concede that he had fallen into a deliberately crafted trap. He had initially assumed that the opponent would not select Lonbo. However, in this world, assumptions often lead to misjudgments. After a brief inhalation, Lu Yun began to confront his oversight. He must take this as a lesson. Despite feeling somewhat disheartened, Lu Yun did not exhibit overt emotional turmoil, for he understood the adage, even the wisest may err. Fortunately, this time they had chosen the red side, and the lineup was not yet fully determined. Now, a mid-game formidable warrior hero was required to dismantle the opponent's strength and achieve personal redemption. Clearly, this final hero could only be selected from 3 candidates, Crocodile, Ruewen, and Jace. What will the captain play this time? Continue with AI Ku in the top lane? Lu Qingsong inquired. We cannot use AI Ku. He struggles against Lonbo. Lu Yun waved his hand and replied. This statement astonished the team. As the player who had forced the opponent to call for a pause with AI Ku would utter such words. After a moment of surprise, these internet-savvy prodigies recalled the 2 words frequently spoken by Lu Yun, pragmatism. In that instant, they once again felt the embodiment of this pragmatic spirit. Although Lu Yun was aware that the opponent, known as a player, was not particularly adept at using Lonbo, he treated every match as if it were the final championship. Thus, he envisioned the opposing player as the strongest Lonbo user. This individual was, in fact, the Lonbo Lu Yun had encountered in the mid lane while using AI Ku. Despite executing every maneuver to perfection, he had ultimately failed to secure a solo kill against Lonbo. Clearly, the reason for this outcome could be attributed to a singular factor. In this era, AI Ku was no match for Lonbo. The rationale was rather straightforward. AI Ku's first item is Ice Fist, which offers no magic resistance, leading to him being unable to withstand Lonbo's damage in the mid-game. Although Lu Yun had attempted to build a Spirit Visage as his first item, an AI Ku without Ice Fist could deal no damage in the mid-game. Setting AI Ku aside, he now needed to select the most suitable hero from the 3 candidates to complete the picture. Jace, Crocodile, Ruewen. Lu Yun quickly simulated various scenarios in his mind. The opponent had too much crowd control, making Jace precarious. Crocodile could not penetrate Lonbo's defenses in the early game, and this version was relatively weak. Ruewen. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yun ultimately locked in his favorite hero, the Exile Blade, Ruewen. On the day of the Broken Sword's reforging, the night returns. With a familiar and chilling phrase, a well-known visage appeared on the big screen. Ruewen, Ruewen. He has finally selected Ruewen, finally. We see his Ruewen. The number 1 Ruewen and Hanfu finally takes the stage. The opposing top lane is going to suffer. Isn't Ruewen too weak in this version for top lane? Finally, we witnessed top lane ruin. The last statement encapsulated the tragedy of this era, as no top lane player dared to select a hero like Riven, which demands exceptionally high levels of skill in a professional setting. This led to the darkness of the 5th season. In fact, since the 3rd season, some players had begun to realize that top lane was, in fact, more crucial than mid lane. For instance, the Holy Gunbrother. However, the past glories rendered these opinions largely disregarded, as the first world champion from Huaxiao achieved victory through the efforts of Wei Xiao, where the strawberries merely needed to withstand pressure. Even after the 5th season concluded, such sentiments emerged. Once, the strategy of 4 protecting 1 could secure a runner-up position. Now, without it, even that was lost. What a case of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. In the commentary booth, the caster finally witnessed the player unveil his signature hero, Riven. His Riven, which had ascended to the pinnacle of the Hanfu rankings multiple times, undoubtedly speaks volumes. Xiao Lu was the first to extol. I can only say that this player is indeed a genius. He dares to make such attempts. This courage is what we, the audience, eagerly anticipate, Mi Lu added. After a significant nod from Xiao Xiao, more focus was shifted onto the top lane player. Compared to the player, I am currently more concerned about his mindset. He has taken away the opponent's lawn bow, and should he be solo killed in the top lane? Xiao Xiao trailed off, for had he no historical achievements, he would have undoubtedly completed that sentence. Chapter 54. You drooling. At this juncture, as the captain brought forth Riven, I could sense the pressure on the opposing side, even from across the screen. Water Crystal said with a smile. This match, we are playing a late-game NVG composition. The opponent is strong in the mid-game. You must use your flash during the mid-game team fights. I believe in you. Lu Yun replied, clenching his fists. Rest assured, Captain. Water Crystal's tone brimmed with confidence. In the previous match, under such high-pressure circumstances, he activated Flash, which equated to breaking through his mental barrier. As all eyes were on them, the players entered the match. Again, they refrained from initiating ganks in the lanes, for the opponent was NVGing. As the top lane player, he still harbored some hope of ganking the lane, for this would spare him from facing that monstrous opponent and the suffocating pressure. Regarding the choice of equipment, Lu Yun directly opted for the Doran's Blade, an item synonymous with flirting with danger. When facing off against Lan Bo, from a perspective of champion attributes, both were evenly matched, relying heavily on the nuanced micro-operations of each player during the landing phase. This micro-operation encompasses not only the precise use of skills, but also the manipulation of minion waves. Generally, during the initial 3 levels, Riven holds a slight advantage. But once she reaches level 4, Lan Bo begins to assert dominance. This disparity arises from Riven's reliance on the enhancements provided by her equipment, while Lan Bo benefits more from the inherent attributes gained through leveling up his skills. Prior to either champion returning to base for items, Lan Bo's damage at level 2 decisively surpasses that of Riven's, and the gap widens further at level 3. Therefore, Riven's optimal opportunity to exert pressure on Lan Bo lies within the first 3 levels. Nonetheless, Riven must exercise caution. Recklessly pursuing Lan Bo's health could lead to an premature advance of the minion wave, given that Riven's swift movements coupled with her attacks could draw the ire of the minions. To simultaneously pressure Lan Bo's health without provoking an early wave push requires an exquisite understanding of minion mechanics and impeccable microcontrol. These intricate details of the landing phase, transcending the norms of the time, have long been ingrained in Lu Yun's mind. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to deliver a flawless exhibition of Riven for all spectators. At 2 minutes and 10 seconds, the minions entered a state of conflict. At this juncture, Riven positioned herself below the minion wave, while Lan Bo stood above it. Clearly, this positioning favored Lan Bo immensely, as he could swiftly retreat into the brush, evading the minion's wrath. For Riven to pressure Lan Bo, even to secure a kill, she would need to swap positions with him, thereby gaining control over the brush. Evidently, this necessitated Lan Bo's willingness to concede the brush. Here, take a bait. Confidently, Lu Yun feigned a vulnerability to seize control of the brush. Eager for retribution, Lan Bo fell for the trap. Observing Riven's overly aggressive positioning, nearly brushing against him, he decisively targeted her with his abilities. The crimson flames began to sear Riven's form, causing her health to dwindle. Aware of Lan Bo's formidable strength, Lu Yun refrained from recklessly launching a full assault with Riven, instead maintaining a calculated distance. This proximity was exquisitely crafted, compelling Lan Bo to navigate past the minion wave to engage fully. Furthermore, Lu Yun directed Riven's movement diagonally upward, indicating that after a counterattack, she could swiftly retreat into the brush. Such a lack of understanding. Can't you see through such a simple feint? Lu Yun mused internally while maneuvering Riven to engage and retreat simultaneously. He never expected Lan Bo to be so easily deceived. To quote his favorite phrase, it's simply mouth-watering. In this exchange, Lan Bo, in pursuit of a complete combo, overextended and made a critical error. Any player controlling Lan Bo must exercise patience against Riven, waiting for her to initiate rather than impulsively engaging with skills upon first contact. The rationale is simple. When Lan Bo's abilities conclude, an elite Riven will undoubtedly retaliate, leaving the defenseless Lan Bo as a target for her swift onslaught. It is crucial to note that prior to level 3, Riven's damage and mobility surpass that of Lan Bo. Additionally, waiting for Riven to act first allows Lan Bo to time his skills more effectively, delivering a blow before Riven's second skill is available. This is due to the fact that Lan Bo's cooldown is merely 7 seconds, while Riven's can extend to 11 seconds in the early game. However, the key factor remains that Lan Bo must never yield the brush to Riven. It's my turn. As Lan Bo's abilities neared their conclusion, Lu Yun promptly targeted him with his mouse, launching a counterattack. The Blade of the Exile surged forward, striking Lan Bo due to the meticulously maintained distance, followed by a basic attack. This standard combo swiftly depleted approximately half of Lan Bo's health to inflict maximum damage. Riven had also suffered a portion of Lan Bo's fiery assault, losing a quarter of her own health in the process. This time, Lu Yun was pragmatic. Recognizing that Lan Bo had not equipped full offensive runes, he opted to replace the blue rune with early-game magic resistance. This substantial magic resistance of 44 greatly mitigated Lan Bo's magical damage. What a swift blade! He marveled, slightly taken aback. His astonishment stemmed from Riven's speed. He sensed that this man's swiftness surpassed that of other Riven players. This was no mere illusion, but rather a testament to Lu Yun's mastery of speed. All professional players and high-level gamers understand that Riven's rapid movements resemble a form of equivalent operation to walking, albeit with an additional keystroke before executing a basic attack. The key to this operation lies in movement. Through movement, Riven's blade animation can be cancelled, thereby achieving the effect of swiftness. Typically, executing this combo would require at least 21 seconds, but through this meticulous mouse control, the time can be reduced to 12 seconds. The originator of this swift technique is none other than the former world champion Riven. This form of rapid movement can be categorized into two modes: right-click movement and left-click movement. The vast majority of players favor left-click movement for its stability and safety. However, Lu Yun opted for right-click movement, a choice akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, demanding exceptional mouse control. Faltering in rhythm could render the speed meaningless. As a high-risk, high-reward maneuver, this precarious operation enables Riven to move at a speed approximately 0.2 seconds faster than the ordinary light speed. This phenomenon elucidates why one perceives Riven's velocity to be superior to that of others. Within the frame, Riven's formidable counterattack inflicts significant suffering upon Rumble. Yet the player controlling Rumble remains unflustered. When my minions are absent, how can one exchange health like this? Just as he believes that Riven will inevitably pay the price for this aggressive exchange, Riven suddenly disappears into the brush, causing his heart to plummet. By entering the foliage, Riven instantaneously evades the minion's wrath, mitigating a loss of at least 60 health points. It dawns on him that from the very moment Rumble made his move, this genius had been strategizing this step. Initially, he was the one who occupied the brush, but in his eagerness to deplete Riven's health, he pursued too deeply and relinquished his advantageous position. In an instant, the tide of battle turned. Such astute gameplay. One cannot deny that this genius on the opposing side possesses a superior understanding of the game. He always seems to be one step behind, only reacting after the opponent executes a maneuver. This characteristic, reminiscent of Yuan Shao, is utterly incapable of yielding any significant achievements in the realm of esports. Regret begins to creep in. He laments his decision to pursue too deeply for an optimal exchange. In this world, there is no remedy for regret, especially in the realm of electronic sports. Following the reversal of offense and defense, Rumble now finds himself in a precarious position, lacking vision of Riven. Any attempt to utilize skills will likely fail to incinerate her. He must wait for the next opportunity. Undeterred, he is acutely aware that Riven's skill surpass his own. He can certainly wait for the next skill to enter the brush and reclaim this strategic vantage point. After 5 seconds, he indeed executes this plan, activating his skill and re-entering the foliage. However, as Riven had already secured her position in the brush, she can now predict his movements and retreat preemptively, causing Rumble's second flame to inflict only a third of its potential damage. By the time Riven's next skill is ready, Rumble is struck by a complete onslaught of her swift attacks. Clearly, the player controlling Rumble has failed to gauge distance effectively, consistently falling victim to Riven's full assault. This tendency to prioritize offense while neglecting defense is all too common among top laners in this era. It is essential to recognize that the Conqueror rune is not available in this current meta. A relentless pursuit of aggression will ultimately lead to self-destruction. In the exchanges that transpired, Rumble's two most crucial skills yielded only a third of their effectiveness, while Riven unleashed 2 full assaults, leading to an inevitable outcome. Both champions consumed their first health potions, Yet Riven's health now surpasses Rumble's by a staggering 216 points. Once Riven's next skill is available, this vulnerable Rumble is destined for annihilation. The dilemma now presents itself. Should he place a vision ward in the brush, effectively signaling to the opposing Rek'Sai to come and eliminate him? Yet, if he refrains from placing the vision ward, the failure of the previous health exchange is bound to repeat itself. Should he falter again, the consequences will extend beyond mere failure of an exchange. It will either lead to utter disgrace or provide an opportunity to redeem himself at this critical juncture. Time ticks away, and he must make a choice. Ultimately, the former champion top laner curbs his instincts and refrains from immediately placing the vision ward in the brush. The opposing Riven seems quite formidable. Can anyone assist me in an ambush? He calls upon his jungler through the microphone. The jungler, who only partially comprehends Chinese, promptly declines the request and clicks on the opposing Caitlyn's portrait. Though he does not directly respond to the plea, the implication is clear. He cannot afford to assist Rumble in the top lane. Has the lesson from the previous match not been severe enough? As soon as he exposes himself in the top lane, the bottom lane will undoubtedly suffer a dive kill. Despite being a new team, they have mastered the Caitlyn strategy that others dare not employ. Furthermore, they have not adopted a protective strategy for the top lane during practice matches. It is merely a position to withstand pressure. Unfazed by the rejection, he retains his resolve as a professional player. The shame he has incurred must be rectified by his own hand. Relying solely on teammates does not define a true top laner. He is indignant. Consequently, he presses the key, confirming that the opposing Riven lacks a scanner, and ultimately places the vision ward in the brush. His sole purpose in doing so is to confront Riven with his next skill, determining their fates. How impatient he feels. Upon seeing the yellow vision ward, Lu Yun immediately signals. Without any need for verbal communication, the jungler comprehends the intent at once. This is a blatant disregard for my jungler's role. Abandoning his plan to farm the 3 wolves, he diverts to the frogs and prepares to gank top at level 2. Aware that the triangular brush lacks vision, Xiong stealthily approaches, waiting for Rumble to cross the threshold of danger. At 2 minutes and 40 seconds, the second wave of minions enters combat. Since he had already utilized his skills twice at level 1, Rumble's temperature has reached a precarious level. Although Rumble possesses a mechanism to ignore minion aggro for a damage exchange, the minion wave still remains close to the midline. This situation arises from Lu Yun's meticulous manipulation of the minion wave. Chapter 56. The Rumble with Failed Temperature Control, the year's best ATM. In an attempt to secure level 2, Rumble seizes what he perceives to be a gap in Riven's positioning, activating his third skill to drain Riven's health, while simultaneously unleashing his full power against the second wave of minions. Unbeknownst to him, this gap was deliberately left by Lu Yun. Maneuvering Riven with precision, Lu Yun retreats strategically, enticing Rumble to pursue deeper into danger. At 2 minutes and 51 seconds, Lanbo, leveraging his own prowess, was the first to reach level 2. In an effort to prevent Ruiwen from quickly attaining the same level, Lanbo bypassed the minion wave and targeted Ruiwen with a precise combination of attacks, intending to significantly diminish her health. Moreover, he sought to compel Ruiwen into using her abilities. However, to his dismay, his crucial missile failed to connect, as Ruiwen deftly evaded his assault, leaving him unable to force out any of her skills. Such agility left him feeling despondent once more. He was acutely aware of the dire situation. Undoubtedly, under Lu Yun's adept control, Ruiwen exhibited remarkable agility. From the outset, Lu Yun anticipated Lan Bo's aggressive play upon reaching level 2. Thus, he skillfully maneuvered Ruiwen to a precarious position, perfectly positioned to flank Lan Bo. The moment Lan Bo's missile missed, Lu Yun seized the opportunity to counterattack with swift decisiveness, having accurately gauged Lan Bo's rising heat. Indeed, at that moment, Lan Bo's heat level had escalated to 90. A single ability usage would plunge him into the perilous red state. All players familiar with Lan Bo understand that once he enters this state, he becomes silenced, rendering him incapable of casting ordinary skills or even summoner spells. This is undeniably a critical flaw in Lan Bo's design. Without hesitation, Lu Yun clicked on Lan Bo, signaling the ambush that had been waiting in the wings. In the frame, Ruiwen, wielding her broken blade, closed in, forcing Lan Bo to activate his ability. It was a desperate gamble. Despite the surrounding darkness obscuring the location of the enemy Rek'Sai, he promptly used the ability to slow Ruiwen, striving to create distance between them. Otherwise, he would be subjected to a full barrage of her rapid strikes, potentially resulting in his demise before he could even blink. Warning! Warning! The instant the missile was launched, Lan Bo entered the red state. At that precise moment, an unwelcome figure materialized on his screen. Rek'Sai? What the hell? The irritable Xiong could not refrain from expressing his frustration through the microphone. It was one thing to place a vision ward in the bushes, but to play Lan Bo and inadvertently trigger the red state at such a critical juncture was beyond comprehension. Did he think the jungle was empty? Xianghua felt his intelligence was insulted, and his pent-up fury erupted at that moment. It was over. In an instant, his spirits plummeted once more. Rendered mute by his own state, Lan Bo was utterly defenseless, becoming easy prey for Riven and Rek'Sai to mercilessly exploit. The dance of the broken wings shimmered as it struck Lan Bo 3 times, simultaneously dispatching a low-health minion to reach level 2. In a seamless flow, he learned the skill immediately after Rek'Sai had launched Lan Bo into the air, executing a flawless series of maneuvers without wasting a moment of potential damage. Although Lan Bo was undeniably doomed, Lu Yun did not relinquish the opportunity for meticulous micro-operations. He understood that such precision must become second nature if he were to lead his newly formed team to global victory. A kill was secured. A familiar, icy female voice resonated throughout the canyon, heralding the birth of first blood. Is he going to lose his composure? I don't understand why he played so aggressively. He turned red at level 2. If he plays Lan Bo, I'll eat my keyboard live. This Lan Bo feels like a forced pick. His temperature control is atrocious. Interestingly, the fervent barrage of comments shifted from praising the synergy of the top and jungle to an unrelenting critique of Lan Bo's recklessness. Who exchanges health at level 2 to turn red? Not to mention placing the last remaining vision ward in the lane bushes. These criticisms, while valid, were unnecessary for him, as they merely highlighted his limitations. Compared to the audacious act of placing a vision ward in the bushes, his numerous mistakes stemmed from his own unfamiliarity with Lan Bo. In the early game, he had only dealt half damage to Riven with 2 instances of yellow heat. A stark contrast to the fully effective Lan Bo from the previous match. Though some of this discrepancy was attributed to hero attributes, most was due to his lack of finesse in micro-operations. Despair. The heartbreak of first blood weighed heavily on him. He could not comprehend why the strategy had suddenly shifted to selecting a misfortune composition, with the jungle neglecting to support her development and instead targeting him. Lan Bo. During his respawn, he directed his focus to the bottom lane, hoping his jungle would reclaim some ground there. However, the state of the minion wave left him feeling hopeless. Misfortune and Morgana expertly managed the minion wave, maintaining it at a distance of 900 from the turret. This distance was meticulously calculated, effectively preventing the opposing team from accumulating minions and thwarting their intentions to dive. At that moment, he had to concede that the opposing team was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Setting aside those matters, how was he to confront the Riven who had secured first blood? It was crucial to understand that he was not proficient with Lan Bo, compounding the problem upon respawning. The minion wave was pushing toward Riven's side. This exemplified why Lu Yun was hailed as the God's Hand. A small miscalculation by the enemy in handling the minion wave would invariably play into Lu Yun's hands. This minion wave, upon respawning, he had no choice but to confront it head-on. Given the paramount importance of the first dragon, Lu Yun refrained from sacrificing it. Nonetheless, he would not suffer the loss of any minions. The timing of his return to base was executed to perfection. In the frame, as Riven made her way to the lane on foot, Rumble had already reached level 3, temporarily outpacing Riven by 1 level. As a former champion top laner, he understood that he needed to capitalize on this fleeting advantage. He began to aggressively whittle down Riven's health while swiftly pushing the minion wave. Regrettably, his actions had already been anticipated by Lu Yun. Consequently, Lu Yun had instructed his jungler not to return home, but rather to eliminate Rumble once more. At the 305 mark, due to his reckless wave pushing, Rumble entered a dangerously vulnerable state, unable to use his flash, and was subsequently slain by the combined efforts of Riven and Rek'Sai. Chapter 57. The Elegant Bunny Girl, smooth as silk in her combos. At 302. This opening prompted the audience to voice their discontent. Every time the jungler comes, Rumble is in a precarious state. Do you even know how to play Rumble? Pushing the lane like this, as if the enemy jungler doesn't exist. 3 minutes in, and the lane is blown apart. If I were anyone else, I would be considering smashing my keyboard. Why not just stay under the turret? Must you venture out to feed? Numerous comments flooded in like a tidal wave directed at this former champion top laner. In this era, fans were plentiful and could not fathom their top laner making such a grievous error. Each time the jungler arrived, Rumble was a veritable bank for the opposing team. What excited and intrigued the audience even more was the genius-level Riven, who, after gaining an advantage, would undoubtedly showcase her dominance. After all, compared to Rumble, Riven was a champion steeped in nostalgia, especially since Lu Yun was using the bunny girl skin in this match. Furthermore, they were eager to witness Riven's fluid movements in team fights. At 425, having returned home to acquire the brutal power, Riven re-entered the lane. With a significant equipment advantage, Lu Yun showed no mercy, immediately launching into a series of rapid combos. This sequence of moves forced Rumble to use his flash in a panic. The entirety of Riven's damage combo, under Lu Yun's precise control, was executed in a mere 32 seconds. Rumble, battered and bruised, resembled a wooden post, utterly immobilized. After being stunned and knocked up, he barely regained his bearings, only to find Riven blocking his escape route. The explosive damage once again ignited the audience's fervor. Amidst the excitement, the viewers felt a tinge of astonishment. The sole reason for their astonishment was that Riven had not used her flash. At this distance, had Riven opted to use her flash followed by an auto attack, she could have easily dispatched Rumble. She didn't even use her flash to secure the kill. How composed is she? Her use of flash is always so reliable. Such composure, she must be saving it for defense. Ultimately, this last comment struck true. Liu Yun's intention in conserving his flash was to guard against the enemy jungler. The minion wave was slowly advancing towards Rumble, and Liu Yun only needed to manage the wave slightly, allowing a massive tide of minions to reach the turret, thereby ensuring Rumble's demise. Once Riven accumulated a substantial wave of minions under the turret, combined with Rek'Sai's assistance, Rumble would surely perish beneath his own turret. Alas, trembling beneath the turret, Rumble was suddenly flooded with memories of the training matches. He understood all too well that he had completely collapsed. Riven's decision to refrain from using her flash was merely prolonging his suffering. It was crucial to note that the vision around him was utterly dark, and he had no idea where Rek'Sai was, while his own jungler was busy farming for level 6. Faced with the overwhelming minion wave before him, he knew he could not return to base. Otherwise, after losing 3 waves of minions, he would fall 2, if not 3 levels behind Riven. At 525, having amassed a significant wave of minions, Riven led her 17 minions aggressively towards the enemy turret. Still not leaving? Noticing Rumble cowering beneath the turret, Liu Yun understood his thoughts. The enemy jungler was in the lower area, and he believed he could rely on the turret to retaliate. The convergence of 2 forms of wishful thinking determined his line of reasoning. Regrettably, at that moment, a far more despairing figure appeared in his sight. This figure was not Rek'Sai, but Echo. His spirits plummeted to the depths. He realized that his wishful thinking was no match for superior strategic execution. Indeed, with Echo's formidable wave clear ability, after pushing the wave, he headed straight to the top lane. Lao Song fully leveraged his capabilities in lane, and after gaining lane control, he did not excessively pressure the opposing Zed, but instead sought opportunities to extend the mid-lane advantage to the side lanes. With no operational space, Rumble did not even get a whiff of experience from a single minion and was swiftly killed by the combined efforts of Riven and Echo. This moment marked a steep price for his earlier moment of false hope. He was slain. Liu Yun graciously allowed Echo to claim the kill. Undoubtedly, Rumble's demise had sealed the fate of the top lane. With a heart heavy with despair, the jungler was compelled to abandon the top lane entirely, resolving to assist in regaining momentum in the bottom lane. However, an unexpected figure appeared beside him. This figure was none other than Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai approached boldly, serving as a warning to his blind monk. Do not harbor any intentions towards my Jhin. Even though their Ashe and Braum held a numerical advantage in health against Morgana and Jhin, forcing the issue would only lead to self-sabotage. After all, the opponent had their summoner spells available. The mood plummeted as he never anticipated that this new team would exhibit such impeccable synergy. According to the operational rhythm of previous teams, at this juncture, Lei Kusai should have appeared in the top lane, continuing to tower dive and eliminate Lonbo, rather than being in the bottom lane. It is evident that this opportunity to potentially slay Nu Jing has been completely neutralized by the impeccable execution of the opposing team. As the first dragon fight at level 6 approached, they could only gamble. Observing the somewhat subdued atmosphere within the team, one player immediately stepped forward and declared that they had no choice but to proceed. As the support, Kui nodded in agreement. At 6 minutes and 30 seconds, the broadcast once again focused on the top lane. Recently revived, Lonbo returned to the top lane, while the blade-wielding Riven had already pressured near the defensive tower. Behind Riven, a legion of soldiers surged forth like a torrent of steel, advancing relentlessly towards Lonbo's tower. Seizing the moment when Lonbo was occupied with minions, the dazzling light of Zhiwu flickered, delivering a direct blow before following up with a basic attack. Before Lonbo could react, she struck again. Subsequently, she landed 2 more basic attacks, gaining a shield while absorbing the tower's damage. Just as Lonbo emerged from his stupor, the second segment of Zhiwu shone brightly, delivering the final blow, and the third segment launched Lonbo into the air while creating distance from the tower. This seamless and fluid display of Riven's towerside harassment was nothing short of extraordinary, exuding elegance and grace. Spectacular. Not only the audience, but even Liu Yun himself was profoundly astonished by his own gameplay. A sense of pride unique to the esports youth ignited every drop of blood within him. The barrage of comments flooded in, resonating with admiration for Riven's stylish performance. This was the pinnacle of what a top laner ought to exhibit. As spectators, they relished the visual feast provided by such elite gameplay, rather than witnessing a mere enduring pressure day in and day out. Chapter 58, Burn the Boats? Allow me to entice you. At the commentary desk, The elegance of Riven's combo left the commentators at a loss for words, unable to conjure further descriptors for the player's dexterity, exuding a sense of visual delight. This sensation is truly exhilarating. His extreme maneuvers are always refreshing, Miller exclaimed. What concerns me more now is Lan Bo, who currently lacks flash. He faces the dilemma of either perishing beneath the tower or returning to base, but if he chooses to return, he will lose 2 waves of minions. The flaw of Lan Bo as a champion is his susceptibility to being snowballed, particularly against Riven, Xiao Xiao remarked. As a former professional player, Xiao Xiao's commentary was incisive. The duel between Lan Bo and Riven never entertained notions of peaceful development. Once one side is breached, the bloodshed becomes unrelenting. To succinctly describe the conflict between Lan Bo and Riven, it delineates superiority and determines fate. Xiao Xiao's words had scarcely left his lips for 20 seconds when the unwilling Lan Bo, refusing to retreat, fell victim to another tower dive by Riven. Remarkably, Riven did not even utilize her ultimate. The stylish combo once again ignited fervor among the audience. Even those whose screens went black were struck by Riven's fluidity, evoking a sense of resignation that they would rather be vanquished by her. It can only be said that the suffering was quite exquisite. Alas, 0-3 had evolved into 0-4. This situation prompted the mid laner, unable to bear the sight any longer, to impatiently exclaim into the microphone, "What's going on, brother? Don't you have your ultimate? Use it to clear the wave." Were it not for the rigorous training he had undergone, he might have unleashed a tirade of expletives. I apologize, my mind went blank. Clearly, he had become disoriented. It dawned on him that he could indeed use his ultimate to clear the minions. In the professional arena, being outplayed to such an extent is a common occurrence. Without a resilient heart, one cannot survive in this brutally demanding domain. However, possessing such fortitude is often innate, with truly exceptional players being few and far between, even in the year 2023, let alone in 2015. Overwhelmed and disoriented, he dared not reappear before Riven. Upon respawning, he could only hide behind the defensive tower, waiting to gain experience. Yet, even then, the jungler did not relent. Crossing the tower, he was swiftly eliminated once more in the secluded brush. 0-5. At 7 minutes and 5 seconds, his record shattered the historical low. The last player to fall victim to Liu Yun's record-breaking performance was the top laner from the previous match. This is nothing short of a massacre. Another toy for the Avenger. I'm not joking. I'm serious. This is the champion top laner from 2 years ago. You truly are terrible. Is there a conflict? Just watching Lan Bo die like this? Whereas the jungler. Criticism erupted like a volcano, predominantly from fans of the team. Some fans even chose to unfollow. As members of the Sanxing Shitsi seemed to feel the weight of the audience's reproach, they managed to salvage a semblance of dignity in the bottom lane, laboriously securing a kill on the support, Imogan Na. This kill, however, was inconsequential, as Nu Jing had already cleared the minion wave, rendering it a rather dry takedown. This composition was the quintessential mid-game setup, yet as the game entered its mid-phase, the economic disparity had widened to a staggering 3,000. The path to either annihilation or rebirth lay before them, culminating in the dragon fight 2 minutes hence. This dragon encounter would see all players reaching level 6. It was a moment of either total destruction or a chance for resurrection. At 9 minutes and 20 seconds, both teams commenced their contest for the critically important dragon. At this moment, the Riven, boasting a record of 501, had already acquired her first orange item, the Yuming. Coupled with a blade of the Ruined King and a pair of Mercury treads, the sight of Riven's equipment left everyone astounded. How could I encounter such an exceptional top laner? It's utterly infuriating. The heavens seem most unjust. If I were to face such a prodigious top laner, I would abandon my mid lane entirely and serve as her loyal follower. In stark contrast to Riven's opulent equipment, my side possessed merely half an item. Nevertheless, they had a slight advantage, relying on the vision control provided by the Lee Sin, who managed to secure the lower jungle's site. Thus, they could initially claim the dragon's terrain. Little did they know, this terrain was intentionally relinquished to them, as both the mid and bot lanes had sacrificed a wave of minions in the process. In the game of League of Legends, occupying the dragon pit first is of paramount importance, especially when facing an equipment disadvantage. At 9 minutes and 30 seconds, after establishing control over the terrain, the blue team chose to initiate the dragon. The 4 members gathered at the dragon pit. Meanwhile, on the red side, the Caitlyn and Morgana were clearing minions in the bot lane, while Echo was doing the same in the mid lane. Riven was relentlessly tormenting the Rumble in the top lane, and Rek'Sai was in the blue jungle. Their formation was severely lacking. This move was bound to fail, as it felt like they were deliberately ceding control of the dragon pit. This sentiment was echoed by the coach, who, with a god's eye view, foresaw the inevitable outcome. They were already being flanked from 3 sides, Echo on the left, Caitlyn and Morgana on the right, and Riven and Rek'Sai poised to descend from above. Logically, Zed should have ambushed Caitlyn and Morgana in the bot lane, yet he opted to join the others in attacking the dragon. This was clearly a sign of immaturity. Furthermore, they had not completely cleared the vision in the dragon pit, rendering their every move transparent. It was now a test of the young team's coordination in team fights. And their use of blue trinkets was commendable, thought Abu. Abu's observation was astute. The reason they fell into a three-way ambush was largely due to the timing of the blue trinket employed by Crystal. As soon as Zed entered the dragon pit, his position was revealed by the blue trinket. Undoubtedly, the ability of this new team to be deemed strong hinged upon their handling of this formation. Chapter 59. This tactic is called the Wolf Pack strategy. If Caitlyn and Morgana advanced too far without waiting for Riven to descend, they would undoubtedly suffer a concentrated assault. This is a fatal mistake often made by many teams. Under the tutelage of this prodigy, it was eagerly anticipated how much teamwork they could exhibit. The camera captured Xiong while placing a trinket across from their blue buff, preparing for Riven's arrival. Over here, as soon as Riven descends, we will launch our attack. It must be executed this way. Upon seeing Rek'Sai place the trinket, he confidently directed his teammates through the microphone, predicting their strategy to encircle the enemies. Akin to wolves hunting sheep. With this thought, he felt an adrenaline rush, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the screen. Who is the wolf, and who is the sheep? The outcome remains uncertain. His confidence stemmed from the ultimate abilities of Ashe and Braum. He believed that if Ashe and Braum executed their ultimates effectively, combined with Zed's burst damage, Riven, lacking any defensive items, would surely not withstand the assault. Excellent. The response from the support was resolute and assertive. Undoubtedly, their decision was sound. Even though he knew that eliminating Riven was a lofty dream, it was a risk that had to be taken. At this point, only Riven posed a significant threat. Even though Echo had secured a kill, his damage output paled in comparison to Riven's. As for Caitlyn, who had failed to gain any lane advantage, her damage was negligible. If they unleashed all their damage upon Riven, she would not endure it. After all, Yuming and Blade of the Ruined King provided no defensive attributes. Just as the moment arrived, thanks to the vision granted by Rek'Sai's trinket, a red beam of light emerged behind them. Upon seeing the red beam, everyone immediately abandoned the dragon and rushed toward it, clicking signals furiously. Their singular objective was to eliminate Riven the instant she descended. I'm ready. I'm ready. The player controlling Ashe had already positioned the mouse over the trinket, poised to unleash her ultimate. However, just as they concentrated all their efforts on the red beam, others were already approaching from the river. In that instant, the situation swiftly reversed. Those who intended to ambush Riven found themselves caught in an ambush instead. If they failed to eliminate Riven instantly, the consequences would be dire. Ashe. The support, Lu Qingsong, keenly sensed the disarray in the enemy's formation. Originally positioned in the backline, Ashe now found herself at the forefront due to the current formation. The most vulnerable target, Zed, inexplicably chose not to ambush Caitlyn, much to his delight. Seizing this critical opportunity, Lu Qingsong maneuvered Morgana, delivering a precise prediction that forced Ashe to use her flash. Simultaneously, Echo initiated an ambush from the opposite side. In an instant, everyone resembled sheep driven by a wolf pack, huddled together. Undoubtedly, this formation provided Riven with the perfect stage. However, with an arrow knocked, it must be released. Ashe had drawn her bow, launching a magical crystal arrow towards the descending Riven. 2 seconds. 1 second. As Riven descended, a golden light flashed momentarily. The whistling magical crystal arrow passed right behind her. Undoubtedly, this was Riven's flash. This maneuver not only successfully evaded the icy magical crystal arrow, but also allowed her to converge with Echo from the flank. The marksman and Morgana had also cut off their escape route from behind. Surrounded on 3 sides, the 4 individuals had become trapped like fish in a barrel. It was over. Upon witnessing Riven evade the icy ultimate with her flash, a voice deep within the seasoned player's heart called out. With a fierce tiger ahead and a menacing dragon behind, there was no retreat left. They could only seek an opportunity to counterattack bravely. The day of the broken sword's rebirth, the knight's return. A familiar phrase echoed through the air as Riven's blade shimmered with a green glow. In a moment of urgency, the player controlling Braum pressed his attack towards Riven. A massive glacier fissure roared towards her, yet Riven effortlessly dodged it, simultaneously closing the distance to her foes. Her agile form resembled a soaring dragon, igniting the passion of all spectators. The icy ultimate, Braum's ultimate, all crucial crowd control abilities had been expended, leaving only the blind monk's ultimate. Lu Yun denied the monk any opportunity, maneuvering Riven to close in beside him. Transforming into a soaring dragon, Riven plunged into the enemy ranks. Seizing the moment as they bunched together, Lu Yun pressed the attack. A roar erupted like a dragon's cry. And before the watchful eyes of all, Riven stunned 4 foes. The blind monk, the blind monk. Lu Yun shouted furiously into the microphone while executing a seamless series of attacks, combining with Echo's damage to eliminate the greatest threat, the blind monk, in an instant. Stunned first by Riven and then sent flying by her winged dance, the blind monk could not even activate his flash before being obliterated. Even in such high-pressure moments, Liu Yun's team fighting strategy remained crystal clear. He targeted the blind monk as his first priority, rather than the icy champion. He understood that without her ultimate, the icy champion had become easy prey, while the blind monk, though lacking the power to alter fate, could still pose considerable trouble in the skirmish. Liu Yun's goal was not merely to eliminate the icy champion. He intended for all to perish here. Thus, he would grant the blind monk no opportunity to act. They were slain. Those who had hoped to utilize their ultimate to save their teammates found their spirits plummeting, staring blankly at the darkened screen. So swift. Such a rapid blade. Like all the players who fell to Liu Yun's slaughter, he felt this sentiment arise within him. He vowed that this was the fastest Riven he had ever witnessed. The blade's flash was as quick as lightning, and before he could react, the screen had turned gray. In 1 second, his full-health blind monk was completely melted away. Riven had achieved a true instant kill. Chapter 60, a complete rout, a thrilling teamfight feast. In the venue, everyone was profoundly shaken by Riven's lightning-fast maneuver. Blood surged, and in that moment, souls transcended. In the frame, the carnage wrought by Riven and Echo was far from over. At this time, Rek'Sai had also charged into the fray. The upper, middle, and jungle trio transformed into 3 rampant dragons, weaving through the enemy ranks. Without ultimates, the icy champion and Braum, along with an assassin with no crowd control abilities, had no qualification to hinder these 3 dragons' rampage. They were utterly ravaged. Icy champion. Icy champion. An excited Xianguo roared into the microphone. Under the exquisite coordination of the upper, middle, and jungle, they evaporated the icy champion's health bar in merely 1 second. Now, only the assassin and Braum remained. In a bid to minimize losses, they attempted to escape in the opposite direction. However, in that instant, Echo's time warp descended from above, landing precisely where the assassin's shadow fell. Stunned. A stunning duration of 25 seconds rendered the middle and support champions immobilized. The upper, middle, and jungle trio acted like a head-hunting machine, systematically eliminating their foes. The visual experience brought forth by their equipment advantage was vividly apparent at this moment. As for the rumble from 07, he found no opportunity at all. The team fight had already concluded. Slain. With each solemn announcement resounding through the canyon, this wave of team fight concluded with their resounding victory. Interestingly, while the upper, middle, and jungle enjoyed their slaughtering feast, the marksman had just arrived, firing only 2 shots as the 4 were entirely melted away. 3 seconds. In merely 3 seconds, the upper, middle, and jungle had dispatched 4 opponents. Quite formidable. I hadn't even arrived, and you all had already finished the slaughter. The Crystal Brother, who only managed an assist, scratched his head in disappointment. Had I known it would be like this, I would have traveled directly. The enemy formation was so poor. They actually thought to ambush me in our jungle. Liu Yun responded calmly. His words were quite pragmatic. They had made a critical strategic error, in a disadvantageous situation. Engaging in the enemy jungle was a grave mistake. While skirmishes can occur in the enemy jungle during disadvantageous phases, they must be small-scale, like 2v2s between the upper and middle lanes. However, large-scale 5v5 fights in the enemy jungle for the disadvantaged side are tantamount to self-destruction. The reasoning is simple. The supply line becomes excessively stretched, and this supply line is the distance between the team and their defensive towers. Once a team fight coordination falters, there is no time to retreat. This is what is called a perfect team fight, exceedingly fierce. The straightforward Xianguo candidly expressed his thoughts, only nodding and smiling foolishly. Though he temporarily did not comprehend what his teammates were saying, the sheer delight of effortlessly wiping out the enemy was unmistakable. At this very moment, the audience, having just regained their composure from the recent team fight, began to express their exhilaration and reflections through the barrage of comments. What a textbook-level team fight. Wow. This is the legendary perfection in team coordination. Such impressive synergy. I can only say astonishing. This team fight was simply dreamlike. It's like 4 sheep, timid to a fault. Various comments reflected a multitude of emotions, encompassing both awe at this flawless team fight and critique of it. In the game of Y Engxi Ingli NMing, as opposed to the solo kills and lane pressures during the landing phase, the magnificent synergy exhibited by the team is truly the visual feast that captivates the audience. Undoubtedly, the new team, led by LYN, has reached a level of team fighting that can be deemed world-class. This achievement stems from their targeted, high-intensity training and the profound understanding they share with one another. In the commentary booth, the perfection of this team fight was evident, particularly in their formation. Frankly, such a formation is rarely seen in new teams. Their synergy is remarkably strong. Even if the ADC had positioned slightly more aggressively, I believe they would have been able to counterattack. However, the bot lane duo demonstrated an exceptional grasp of the necessary distance in team fights. Praised sincerely by Xiaoxio, a former professional player. As a professional, his focus was primarily on team coordination, while Riven's individual prowess was entirely within his expectations. Having witnessed this prodigy's absolute skill firsthand, what truly astonished him was how the head coach managed to cultivate this group of young competitors into a cohesive unit so swiftly. This completely overturned his understanding. It is worth noting that during his time, it took them a full year of synergy to achieve a semblance of connection. He began to believe in the adage that a true genius is one who can nurture others into brilliance. This level of teamwork is precisely what we yearn to witness. Prior to this team fight, I was quite concerned about the bot lane, as their positioning was entirely disconnected from the top and mid-jungler. If ambushed, that team fight would surely have been disastrous. Miel took it a step further. ML nodded thoughtfully. In the spring competition, many new teams struggle with such coordination, often encountering situations where the top laner is absent while the bot lane duo inadvertently sacrifices themselves, leading to a complete loss during the landing phase. However, today, such a scenario did not unfold. This new team continues to defy our expectations, creating miracles. Xiaoxio chuckled and suddenly recalled a famous trope from contemporary web novels. I believe this team possesses the aura of a champion. With a few succinct remarks, the commentary once again elevated the audience's emotions to a crescendo. At this moment, the most astonished was not the commentators or the audience, but the professional player. CHNGZHing. He had not anticipated that the team, which had struggled with coordination merely half a month prior, had undergone such a transformation. Such seamless synergy is only exhibited by world-class teams. LYN is indeed formidable, truly formidable. CHNGZHing candidly declared, even with others present. His notion of formidable transcended mere unmatched landing prowess. In just half a month, he had transformed this group of casual players into professional competitors. Like Xiaoxio, he found this utterly bewildering. It is crucial to remember that when he transitioned from a casual player to a top professional, it took him an entire year, which was still considered a relatively swift journey within the industry. In comparison, this former casual player, when juxtaposed against these 5 prodigies, displayed a chaotic understanding of team fights, akin to a Teletubby, with erratic positioning and disorganized strategies. Who would expect a Zed to eliminate a top laner? One could only surmise that this individual was perhaps born for the game of Yangxi, Ingli and Ming. It left me genuinely perplexed as to how he accomplished such perfection without formal instruction. Be remarked, this statement plunged everyone into contemplation. For any professional player, operational skills stem from innate talent. However, the operational level of a team must be honed through professional mentorship, particularly for a new team. Moments later, CHNGZHing smiled slightly, the enigma of esports. Meanwhile, while the commentators engaged in lighthearted banter, the players enduring the match were suffering. Each of them wore a mask of torment, enduring the anguish inflicted by LNDL. Ultimately, they could no longer bear the suffering and chose to surrender. In this era, surrendering is not deemed shameful. After all, continuing would merely amount to a futile struggle. Choosing to surrender at the right moment can halt a collapsing mindset, as persisting could lead to a complete mental breakdown for the top laner, jeopardizing their participation in the upcoming regular season. It is essential to recognize that numerous matches await them. As the collective decision to surrender was made, the main crystal crumbled into ruins. The prestigious team has surrendered. As expected, it feels like a toy, utterly powerless. Prepare for destruction, the dog basket is not. In an instant, critical voices surged like a tsunami, inundating the entire club. Neither the team management nor the players could escape unscathed. On the other side, the opposing team felt overwhelmingly strong. As one player remarked while removing his headset, smiling helplessly. After taking a deep breath, he had come to terms with the situation. The disparity in skill was evident, and he accepted his defeat at the hands of this prodigy. Understanding his fans well, he recognized that they were currently riding the peak of their prowess. At this moment, numerous forums had likely expressed their condolences to his family 100 times over. Do not panic. We are merely the first to tread on a landmine. In due time, whatever it may be, even champions shall not stand a chance against this new team. Just wait and see. I am utterly overwhelmed. I almost shed tears. It is all right. The opposing team is indeed formidable. With a sense of relief, he stood and walked over, gently patting his shoulder, signaling him not to be too disheartened. After all, this is merely a replica of our training match. They had initially believed they could redeem their honor in the official competition, for it is inconceivable that a new team could entirely replicate the results of a training match. However, they have now come to accept the truth that in the face of absolute strength, miracles are non-existent. I apologize. My eyes nearly brimmed with tears as I stared blankly. His lawn bow not only set a record for the poorest performance, but also inflicted the least damage in history. 1404. It is essential to remember that this is lawn bow, not some colossal tree. All right, Let us bear this together, he consoled with a smile. Although he did not utter a word of thanks, he sincerely appreciated the comfort offered by his teammates in such moments. In victory, they celebrate together. In defeat, they support one another through thick and thin. During the handshake segment, he faced Lu Yun with a faint smile, and Lu Yun reciprocated with a smile of his own. Everything was understood without words. For Lu Yun, his identity transcended that of a mere professional player. He was also the owner of this team. Thus, it was imperative for him to cultivate good relationships with these players. Arrogance, an emotion devoid of value, would never manifest in Lu Yun. He would not be overbearing nor sarcastic. The future stretches long ahead, and all must be focused on what lies ahead. Any emotions that do not contribute to their quest for victory would never find a place within Lu Yun. Moreover, the opponent was none other than this domestic prodigy in the mid lane. Speaking of which, his rapport with Lu Yun was not poor, as they had duo queued together for an entire week during the spring season. Yet now, they were on opposing sides, filled with a sense of regret for not being able to battle together. This is the allure of esports. For the players, there are no elaborate conspiracies. Only the purity that belongs to the youth. Everything is settled on the battlefield, and once the match concludes, all grievances dissolve into mutual smiles. Why not come? Gazing at Lu Yun's receding figure, those who aspire to leave a mark in this realm found themselves reflecting thoughts akin to those of the factory manager. Players who truly understand this domain know that luck is a part of skill, and much of that luck stems from encountering talented teammates. In the commentary booth, let us extend our congratulations. Once again, with a thunderous might, they have triumphed 20-0, presenting us with a thrilling match. Let us congratulate them once more. Miller began his summary. It felt as though they were utterly powerless to retaliate. In truth, prior to the match, the top lane was bound to be overwhelmed. Yet the mid-game team fights lacked any coherence. I believe there was an opportunity during the first dragon fight, as at that moment, the AD carry and support were developing similarly to their bottom lane duo. Zed and Lee Sin had a genuine chance to eliminate them, yet Zed, after lying in wait for a while, inexplicably chose to attack the dragon. With the dragon's health halved, he attempted to focus down the descending Riven, laughing remarked critically. That team fight was indeed regrettable. From the outset, they lacked a clear objective. One moment they were ambushing the AD carry, the next they were attacking the dragon, and ultimately attempting to focus down a Riven who was 3 levels above them. I hope that in the post-game analysis, they can confront these errors, rather than operational mistakes. They should reflect on their flawed decision-making, Miller agreed. Keep pushing forward. The joys and sorrows of individuals do not resonate with one another, and the emotions of the fans present were a whirlwind. In this era, fans prioritize sentiment over reality. Thus, witnessing their beloved team being soundly defeated by a brand new squad evokes indescribable feelings. For those more pragmatic viewers, having enjoyed the visual feast, they have become loyal fans. Regardless of what the future holds, at least in this moment, their passion is ablaze, and their spirits are lifted. That is sufficient. Charge forth. Upon returning to the training room, the players embraced the familiar staff with enthusiasm. Well played, brothers. This was spoken by the tactical analyst invited by Lu Yun. Standing beside him were the team leader and manager, all trusted individuals in Lu Yun's circle. The significance of rebirth lies here. Although Lu Yun himself is an exceptionally talented tactical analyst, having predicted countless victories and defeats in forums, he would never allow it to devolve into a dictatorship. It is all thanks to the captain's adept command, Xianghua candidly stated. All right, I will reluctantly accept this praise, Lu Yun replied unusually. In an instant, laughter erupted among them. Chapter 62. Everyone must be a hero. Captain, what happened to the promised humility? What about maintaining your persona? The captain has dropped the facade and laid his cards on the table, Crystal Brother chuckled. At times, one must indulge a little. Lu Yun laughed. In that moment, everyone broke into hearty laughter, the atmosphere joyous and harmonious. After a brief moment, Lu Qingsong let out a resigned smile. I can only say that the opposing team was indeed quite poor. Their mid-game team fight lacked direction. They seemed unsure of their intentions. If Zed had remained in ambush in the brush, I wouldn't have dared to approach. The lack of a clear tactical goal, wanting this and that, ultimately led to nothing at all. Lu Yun stated candidly. The captain is absolutely right. The most critical error in team fights is wanting this and that, resulting in nothing to gain. Lu Qingsong repeated with a smile. For Lu Yun, he possesses an acute understanding of this era. The performance of the summer championship at the world competition is telling, not to mention the teams languishing at the bottom of the leagues. When reflecting on his most vivid impressions, it was not the iconic arrow but rather the moment when the jungler, despite knowing the opposing team was securing the dragon, recklessly charged in alone, leading to demise. Even teams positioned mid-tier in the 13th league find themselves with opportunities to seize the championship in this era. Regardless, the exhilarating 2 matches compelled all teams to regard this particular squad with newfound respect. Especially for the 4 teams aspiring for victory, Emergency meetings were convened overnight, meticulously analyzing the match footage frame by frame. Today, Lu Qingsong is the one scheduled for an interview. When Lu Qingsong first graced the interview stage, some female fans present felt their hearts flutter. After all, this historically handsome support exudes a gentlemanly aura that is undeniably captivating to young women. Throughout the interview, Lu Qingsong frequently mentioned his captain, eliciting laughter from the audience. He is acutely aware that without Lu Yun's guidance, his aspiration to become a world-class support would require navigating a long and arduous path. These two victories, while fostering anticipation, also invited considerable skepticism. Winning 2 matches does not equate to triumph. There will be tears ahead. The road ahead remains long. Only when defeating top 4 teams can they pop champagne. The premature celebration leads to ridicule about aspirations for the world competition, which is laughable. I have been waiting for the boomerang to return. Such skepticism is understandable. After all, the current 2 teams are indeed lacking in prowess. However, for certain tactical analysts, after a thorough examination of the match footage, they must concede that this squad is undoubtedly a formidable adversary. It is noteworthy that they had previously faced off in the spring season, with the matches proving intensely competitive and riddled with elementary errors. Their eventual victory was largely due to the opponent's team fight missteps, rather than a comprehensive domination from the lane to the team fights. In the esports villa, the captain is accustomed to browsing esports forums. The speaker is Shuetong Gu, who, while enjoying an ice cream, stands behind Lu Yun, observing the screen of Lu Yun's phone. If I wanted to, I could easily become a forum master, Lu Yun chuckled. I believe the captain is a recluse, uninterested in such matters, Shuetong Gu teased. Lu Yun's eyes twinkled. I am an indoor recluse, not an outdoor one. What is an indoor recluse? Shuetong Gu looked at Lu Yun in confusion. An indoor recluse is simply that, Lu Yun replied. Suddenly, Shuetong Gu understood. This cold joke is rather amusing. Lu Yun laughed heartily, reminiscing about the training match from the previous night. The benefits of the misfortune strategy had been exhausted. Yesterday's training match was quite strenuous. After putting down his phone, Lu Yun remarked. His assertion was accurate. The self-created misfortune strategy had undergone systematic scrutiny, rendering the formula for winning increasingly complex. Crucially, in version 509, misfortune is not the favored choice. Rather, Lu Yun has introduced a future-oriented misfortune strategy into this era, delivering a dimensional blow to the teams. Like the tactical analysts of these teams, who possess considerable skill, they gradually identified vulnerabilities after conducting systematic research on this new squad. As the saying goes, tactics are ever-changing, and only through constant adaptation can one evade scrutiny. Remaining stagnant in comfort leads to stagnation and ultimately failure. Shall we develop a new strategy? Shuetong Gu inquired while enjoying his choco pie. After we finish playing 3 matches with misfortune, we can consider developing a new strategy, Lu Yun replied. Lu Yun has always been one to prepare for the future. He has no desire to lose to any team in this era. His goal is eternally to achieve a flawless championship. After all, he possesses 10 years of gaming comprehension beyond this era, and losing any match would be a desecration of destiny. Thus, at the slightest hint of impending failure during training, he is certain to alter his approach. The calamities stemming from complacency are etched deeply in Lu Yun's memory. Teams unable to adapt to version changes ultimately become a source of ridicule in the eyes of others and a regret in the hearts of fans. Without delving into the dark ages of 5, 6, and 7, one can consider the 13th season prior to Lu Yun's first rebirth, where his preferred team serves as a quintessential counterexample. The prodigious mid laner, Xiao Nayo, faced with the overpowering champions of the external meta, such as Cassiopeia and Jace, stubbornly refused to select them, opting instead for his signature champion, Yone, resulting in a lifelong regret. Teams with limited champion pools seldom yield favorable outcomes. Lu Yun would never allow his supporters to experience any regrets. His team must become one that boasts a vast arsenal of champions. Regardless, I will heed the captain's advice. Whatever champion the captain instructs me to practice, I will diligently master, Shuetong Gu affirmed. This statement deeply touched Lu Yun, reinforcing his choice of Shuetong Gu, who lacks any shortcomings in champion pool. Likewise, it elucidates his decision to forego an all-Chinese roster in favor of Song Yijin. Pragmatism fuels his championship ambitions. Chapter 63, a magnificent 5-game winning streak. With champions such as Kog'Maw and Lulu, Ashe and Braum, Leona and Jinx, Thresh and Callista, Misfortune and Morgana, as well as Karma, you and Lu Qingsong should practice these combinations in pairs, ensuring not to separate these heroes. Lu Yun articulated. With 13 years of viewing experience, he understands the intricate ecosystem of the bottom lane in League of Legends. Regardless of the era, these combinations can be employed effectively as long as proficiency is achieved. For instance, Han Bing's support, Brolon, is significantly more formidable than Han Bing paired with the bull-headed Alistar. At first glance, Han Bing and Alistar appear to possess a more aggressive initiation, Yet in practice, whether during landing or team fights, Han Bing synergizes far more effectively with Brolon. The reasoning behind this is quite straightforward. Han Bing epitomizes a kiting style, while Alistar represents an explosive support archetype. When these two champions are combined, the outcome can only yield a result less than 2. Conversely, when Brolon, who similarly embodies a kiting support role, joins forces with Han Bing, the chemistry produced is undoubtedly greater than 2. This illustrates a unique charm within the duo lane of League of Legends. It feels as though the captain possesses an intricate understanding of our bot lane, as these champion combinations indeed yield a more formidable presence. Don't forget, I have also reached the pinnacle of the Korean server, Lu Yun remarked. Indeed, Crystal Brother was momentarily taken aback by this sudden display of bravado. After a hearty laugh, Lu Yun redirected his focus towards the recent updates in the North American server. Currently, the patch is 5.10, and Lu Yun calculated that by the time they engage in play, it will coincide with patch 5.11. The most significant alteration in version 5.11 pertains to Caitlyn, whose headshot damage will now ignore 50 of armor, greatly enhancing her overall damage output. However, despite such a considerable boost, Caitlyn has not become a favored choice among the major teams in this timeline. The explanation is simple. The current meta has fostered a habit of reliance on established champions, leading players to prefer those they find more comfortable from the previous patch, such as Kalista, Sivir, and Rek'Sai, which have already been nerfed in patch 5.09, yet remain popular in this era, even as neighboring regions have entirely abandoned them. This echoes the adage that transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, but the reverse is challenging. Astute professionals like the team leader understand the importance of adapting to the current meta. Yet achieving this adaptation across the entire team in a short time frame is a formidable task. Reflecting on the team that secured their first championship, it is evident that it was not a mere coincidence, as the champion pool for each position is exponentially larger. After browsing the patch changes on his mobile device, Lu Yun turned to Crystal Brother and stated, "The North American server has undergone revisions, and we have 2 weeks until our version catches up. Once the weapon adjustments are implemented, I intend to utilize Caitlyn." Crystal Brother responded, "I have heard that Caitlyn will receive substantial buffs, increasing her armor penetration by a full 50%. Soon, she won't be our exclusive trump card." His tone was tinged with regret, for such an immense enhancement to Caitlyn would undoubtedly lead other teams to adopt her as well. Under Lu Yun's influence, Crystal Brother gradually developed a fondness for Caitlyn, relishing the sensation of dominating opponents with her superior range. Should they secure victory, he would undoubtedly claim the skin for Katarina. "They won't practice her," Lu Yun succinctly replied. No one understands this era better than Lu Yun. Even those who might eventually acquire Caitlyn's skin are not particularly adept with her at present. Upon hearing such a response, Crystal Brother's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? Haven't we already set an example? After voicing this sentiment, Crystal Brother felt a disquieting sense that something was amiss. After all, they had only triumphed over 2 weaker teams and had yet to earn the right to act as mentors. Lu Yun interjected, "What about Kalista, who was already significantly nerfed in patch 5.09? Are they not still finding enjoyment in her?" Regarding the nerf to Kalista in 5.09, despite there being minimal numerical changes, one alteration was fatal: the reduction of her repositioning ability by 25. For Kalista, this mechanical adjustment was tantamount to a death sentence. Lu Yun's words prompted Crystal Brother to recall various moments from their practice matches, and he helplessly opened his hands, conceding, "That is indeed true. They were excessively reliant on her." Following their victories over 2 teams, under Lu Yun's leadership, they subsequently defeated 3 mid-tier teams. Each of these matches showcased a common theme. The teams struggled to contend with the Caitlyn-centric strategies, either allowing Caitlyn to escalate in power or being overwhelmed by her gameplay. Interestingly, a top-tier champion, who had secured 4 championships, did not exert significant pressure on Lu Yun, as he was clearly experiencing a low point in his career. This year was undoubtedly his darkest hour. Subsequently, he even sought the counsel of a psychologist. The 2 lesser-known top laners, whom they faced, were thoroughly dismantled by Lu Yun, with one of the top laners reduced to tears by Lu Yun's prowess. Setting aside the emotional state of these opponents, throughout these 6 matches, Lu Yun employed 6 distinct champions: Rumble, Echo, Jace, Riven, the smite-utilizing Fishman, and especially trained Yasuo to counter Gnar, culminating with a tree used to hone his skills with the mid laner Azir. 6 matches, 6 champions. Such an unfathomable depth of champion pool left his adversaries with little time to strategize. The necessity for a champion to possess an enigmatic champion pool stems from the desire to evade scrutiny from opponents. Should one consistently play only a handful of champions, they will undoubtedly be analyzed. Just as in the spring split of 2015, where a player maintained a 100 win rate with LeBlanc, it was of little consequence when, at a critical juncture, they were completely countered by Morgana and the tree. The once invincible LeBlanc became a laughingstock among viewers and transformed into a psychological burden for the player throughout his career. The next opportunity to play LeBlanc would not arise until patch 12, illustrating that even the most elite players are not exempt from mental struggles, let alone the average professional. Chapter 64. The Decisive Battle at the Stellar Sphere, a match of great anticipation. Furthermore, Lu Yun utilized his multifaceted skills to silence any dissent from the critics. The voices once heard on forums, proclaiming he only plays aggressive top laners, he cannot play tanky champions, have now vanished completely. Shu, a hero that remained formidable even before the World Championship, is a choice Lu Yun will never abandon. It is noteworthy that during the final match of the Summer Championship, the opposing team still utilized the Shu and Xiaohuang composition. In that game, they inexplicably allowed a solo kill in the early stages and faced an economic deficit exceeding 2,000 in the mid-game, yet they ultimately secured a resounding victory. Lu Yun will persist in his unwavering belief in winning championships. He can showcase his skills, but his primary desire is to triumph. As long as he can consistently outmaneuver his opponents, what harm is there in repeatedly selecting Shu, provided he remains a strong choice in the current meta? Furthermore, Lu Yun has consistently achieved over 10 kills in every match while only suffering a single death, a statistic that has deeply impressed all spectators. This marks the most exemplary top laner they have ever witnessed. On June 3, 2015, under a clear blue sky, following an impressive 5-game winning streak, they finally encountered a true powerhouse. Although this era has devolved from the peak of stellar brilliance into darker forces, there is one player of whom Lu Yun must remain cautious, the name that resonates with everyone. During this period, his mentality was not yet stable, relying solely on his innate talent to compete, resulting in subpar performance. As Lu Yun puts it, he is a genius but not a master. By the time he realizes his potential, his talent will have already dwindled. Lu Yun evaluates individuals without detaching them from their historical context. Between 2012 and 2017, the internet in Huaxia flourished, giving rise to esports, particularly team-based competitions. The nascent Huaxia esports scene lacked systematic and disciplined structures, failing to cultivate professional players comprehensively, particularly in psychological aspects. In contrast, Korean esports matured a decade ago, with coaches who were former champions of StarCraft, nurturing a plethora of esports prodigies. Under rigorous and systematic training, they emphasized teamwork and communication, eschewing individual heroism. In such an environment, players from Korea exhibited greater restraint against personal heroism than their domestic counterparts. Coupled with the absence of excellent tactical analysts during this era, their decision-making and operational strategies were riddled with flaws. Given the confluence of these factors, defeating them would require a miracle. In this historical context, achieving 2 runner-up positions is already commendable. To speak candidly, had their nationalities been swapped, their destinies would have followed suit. Is not Li Xianghe, in essence, another champion of personal heroism? Mid-lane Garen and other champions similarly play at their leisure, indifferent to their teammates' feelings. In one game, Lu Yun found himself overwhelmed by his 0-8 performance, ultimately forced to display a wry smile of resignation. He merely encountered a more exceptional mentor and a more mature team. Everything is a product of the overarching historical context. The price paid for Korea's flourishing esports scene has been exorbitant. They sacrificed their national sovereignty. Without sacrificing their sovereignty, they would lack the qualifications and opportunities to embrace industrial transitions early, thus advancing their internet infrastructure and refining the esports industry. It is essential to recognize that when their internet industry reached maturity, Huaxia's was just beginning. Disregarding these historical contexts to subjectively and fancifully judge a talented player, magnifying a professional player's shortcomings, is an act befitting a child of 10. At the very least, Lu Yun harbors respect for one aspect of this player. Like the factory manager, he has no scandalous news surrounding him, which is indeed a rarity. Gazing out at the retreating scenery, Lu Yun's thoughts returned once more to this era. All of this had become inconsequential to him. Since he had been reborn in this time, he must alter it, at least in the domains where he excels. A sense of mission and responsibility continually propels him forward. He aims for a perfect victory to demonstrate to all that Huaxia esports can indeed rise to prominence. "We have arrived, Captain," said Xianghua, snapping Lu Yun from his deep contemplation of the era. "What are you so focused on?" After disembarking, Xianghua inquired, thinking of something joyful. Lu Yun replied with a smile. "Care to share with us?" asked the straightforward Xianghua. Lu Yun's eyes sparkled. "Do you know the name of my favorite song?" "How would I know?" Xianghua responded. The player in front, Shui Jing, slowed his pace. "Oh no, the captain is going to play a riddle again." Lu Qingsong smiled slightly. "What riddle?" "This is called subtle pretentiousness, the most lethal kind." "Fine." Lu Yun patted Xianghua on the shoulder, choosing not to elaborate further. Speaking of this catchphrase, it was indeed learned from the factory manager. "Captain, you haven't revealed which song it is." Shui Jing continued to prod. I guess it's Kuaihua Baodian. Xianghua teased. Isn't Kuaihua Baodian a martial arts manual? Shui Jing retorted. Then it is Kuaihua Baodian. Laughter erupted among them. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Suzhou Esports Arena, a throng of eagerly waiting fans waved at Lu Yun. The vast majority were his personal admirers, alongside a few scattered supporters of other players. Lu Yun reciprocated their gestures, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Indeed, when compared to those fans, these supporters appear to be mere novices. A glance around reveals a sea of cheer items and banners. This is quite understandable, for last year, amidst widespread skepticism, they achieved an astounding victory with a record of 30. They accomplished something that transcended the era. How could it not be worthy of remembrance? It is essential to acknowledge that, in the current context, there seemed to be no hope of victory, yet they triumphed. The so-called miracle is the feat of surpassing the times. Chapter 65. The past glory has been inscribed in the annals of history, and the future glory is ours to forge. Moreover, they are a fully Chinese team. Lu Yun holds genuine affection for the all-Chinese lineup. Yet due to the constraints of the times, he is unable to assemble such a team now. Each time he sees fans waiting at the entrance of the esports arena for the players to enter, Lu Yun inevitably recalls this era. He hopes to engage in a well-fought battle. Lu Yun turned to the side and spoke to Shui Jingguo. I have watched all their previous matches, and I feel their resource allocation is quite irrational, especially concerning one player who consumes far too many resources. Lu Qingsong spoke candidly. As a championship support player, Lu Qingsong quickly identified the issue. In the prior match, the loss was due to an extreme imbalance in resource distribution, with the top lane champion absurdly consuming more resources than necessary. In the next game, the Frost Archer went on to claim resources from the Blade Dancer. This irrational distribution of resources clearly indicates the presence of significant internal discord. The top lane player seems to be harboring some resentment, deliberately allowing the opponent to consume resources. I want to see if you can deal the requisite damage after consuming those resources and determine who truly is the core of this team. Such insights are sufficient for us to know. Lu Yun chose not to delve further into the topic. As someone within the circle, he undoubtedly possesses a deeper understanding of the conflicts within these teams than the external audience. During this period, the top lane player's performance has drastically declined, with the spring split carousel serving as a prime example. Yet, refusing to admit defeat, he chose not to play as the front line. Internally, he is unwilling to cede resources to a teammate whose performance is rapidly deteriorating, especially since that player is a former rival. Most professional players are incredibly pragmatic. The ability to secure more resources grants the opportunity to execute more dazzling maneuvers, thereby elevating one's market value. Even if they do not clinch the championship, they will be eligible to join stronger teams in the following year. Consequently, the team's discord erupted. Well, we should focus on our own performance. Lu Qingsong chose not to pursue the discussion further. Many matters are understood among the players without needing to be voiced. Serving as a cautionary tale for others to learn from is still quite beneficial. The moment the crowd arrived at the Shanghai Esports Arena, it was already teeming with people. Everyone raised their glow sticks, igniting the fervor of the night. In this era, the cost of esports tickets is still relatively affordable, typically ranging from 1 to 200 yuan, which often results in full-capacity events. It can be said that the fan base has two significant turning points. One is upon winning championships, and the other is during the championship contention. Since their championship win, the popularity of the team has surged dramatically, rivaling the fervor seen in 2019 post-championship. Many viewers are aware that the team saved the situation during the 8th championship. Yet few realize that the championship win in 2015 also served as a rescue, particularly for those ancient fans who have followed League of Legends since its inception. This explains why these two teams boast the largest fan bases, with their combined followers constituting 2/3 of the total. Even though they triumphed over their opponents in 2023, claiming the championship, their fan base still comprises less than 1/10 of the supporters of these two teams. In the commentary booth, today's match is witnessing a full house, with one side representing the brand new Galactic Armada and the other embodying the magnificent submarine, akin to a collision of celestial bodies. As the lead commentator, Wawa first invigorated the atmosphere. This vivid metaphor immediately stirred the emotions of all spectators, both present and those watching via mobile devices. A significant portion of these viewers holds complex motives. They wish to witness one team regain its form, while simultaneously hoping that the undefeated squad can continue the miraculous streak they are creating. Alas, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Today, only one side can be the chosen one. The most captivating aspect of this match, I believe, lies in the top lane, where the veteran must withstand the pressure from this prodigious young talent, which is crucial for victory. Mila concurred. However, I feel it ultimately hinges on teamwork. The coordination displayed over the past two games has been truly astonishing, particularly their positioning in team fights. While they may not rival world-class teams, they certainly surpass our mid-tier teams by several tiers. Such synergy is, in my opinion, the true miracle. As a former professional player, Xiao Xiao continues to focus on team coordination. He understands that personal heroics are futile in the quest for championships. In ancient times, his own team was thoroughly outmatched by the teamwork of North American squads. Today's match will also depend on the choice of lineup. I find that the teams they have lost to have consistently deployed lineups that were utterly overwhelmed. Though I rarely use that term, it truly applies here, Milu remarked. In the brief exchange among the commentators, the 10 players from both teams have already taken their positions on stage. At that moment, the large screen transitioned from the game scene to the players' pre-game declarations. The first to appear was the senior player. Facing this team presents us with a brand new challenge. As they currently boast an undefeated record, to defeat them would significantly boost our morale. What we need to do now is to execute our strategies with greater synergy and make decisive operational decisions in the mid-game. The discourse was quite conventional, leaving one with a lingering sense of the absence of the fierce spirit characteristic of professional players. Next, it was time for Lu Yun to take the stage. At that moment, the eyes of all spectators began to radiate with anticipation. Their eagerness stemmed from the iconic phrases crafted by Lu Yun in the realm of esports. As a professional player, I refuse to be bested by anyone. I shall forever carry forth this belief in our championship victory. The sole reason we can triumph is that we are stronger than they are. Such memorable lines have become synonymous with this prodigious talent. This night, what new pearls of wisdom would this divinely favored genius utter? The player is a senior whom I greatly respect, and his performance in last year's World Championship is forever etched in my memory. Yet, as professional players, we do not wish to lose to any opponent, regardless of who they may be. The glories of the past have already been inscribed in history, while the glories of the future are ours to forge. Chapter 66. The Dimensional Strike of Madness. Wow, what a charismatic pre-battle declaration. The esports prodigy is truly exceptional. Wow, this statement is both resolute and powerful. This is the ambition and determination a professional player should exhibit. I feel as if he is the true leader. Indeed, the younger generation is surpassing the older. That resolute gaze is akin to that of a cinematic superstar. Wow, could this year's World Championship be tailor-made for him? Classic esports quotes. In an instant, a torrent of comments flooded the screen. With his handsome and spirited visage, coupled with a gaze imbued with wisdom and determination, alongside a pre-battle declaration brimming with ambition, all spectators were captivated by this 17-year-old prodigy. More pragmatic fans, in an almost premonitory manner, sensed within this young genius an unwavering belief in victory. Moreover, the recent internal controversies prompted those who initially sought to temper the exuberance of these newcomers to switch allegiance. The trio of commentators lauded this declaration filled with ambition and resolve. They could hardly fathom that such stirring words could emanate from the lips of one so young. Over here, today, our leader must hold steady. That opponent is indeed in formidable form, remarked Xiang, the mid laner, with a smile. I shall simply avoid engaging with him. Let us secure victory as a team, came the flat response. He acknowledged the prowess of this genius in their lane, thus opting to rely on experience for triumph. Those wearing headphones had not participated in team discussions. The outcome of the training match was already evident. Did they not know in their hearts whether they could prevail? You always say that, yet each time you are overwhelmed by a wave of minions that breach the tower. The top lane bleeds like a wound, and the snowball only grows larger. This era has left a psychological scar from past defeats over the last 2 years. The mid lane was continuously slain, trailing by 80 minions at the 20-minute mark. This is what teammates refer to as winning as a team. Frankly, regardless of perspective, one can comprehend his psychological state at this moment. As the bottom lane faced off, upon inspection, both the top and mid lanes had collapsed. It is precisely due to such sentiments that this era has chosen to go with the flow. The top lane will stabilize. I have noticed numerous errors from their mid laner. In this match, we are not without opportunity, stated Wu Zhuang. The confidence of Wu Zhuang stemmed from his results in training matches, being the only domestic mid laner capable of maintaining pressure. Brother, you must challenge him. Losing is inconsequential. This is the regular season, meant to hone our skills. After a long silence, he could no longer restrain himself from voicing this sentiment. What do you mean by I shall avoid engaging? Such timidity has no place in our profession. These words instantly chilled the atmosphere of the team, and it was only through the coach's intervention that the tension was somewhat alleviated. No worries. Our jungle and mid lane will hold steady. You just need to maintain your positions, Wu Zhuang reassured, continuing to ease the atmosphere. All right, he nodded. Accompanied by music, the match officially commenced. The blue side took the lead, promptly banning Will Mom and Callista. Clearly, these bans were specifically targeted. All actions were aligned with the training match results, with one objective in mind, victory. Meanwhile, they banned Echo and Nar, champions in which Liyun excels. indicating that both sides were keenly focused on countering each other's core players. Last time, with Wheel Mom, a direct push was achieved, as noted by Miller. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in laughter, recalling that match where a certain player suffered a 4-4-3 score against his opponent. It became apparent that the position was inadequate. The players' pool of champions was too extensive. They could only afford to concede certain picks. I believe they should concentrate more on other positions, particularly the spider and barrel. Commented Wawa. As the saying goes, the observer sees clearly while the participant is confused. The reason for banning these two champions was not solely due to Lu Yun's ability to dominate his lane, but also his capacity for flawless team fight execution. In contrast, champions like Riven and Renekton could be managed to a degree, unlike Echo, who could easily stun multiple opponents in team fights. Despite the recent nerf to Echo's base movement speed by 5 points, he remains an exceptionally potent champion. Such newly introduced champions often start as overpowered. It takes several rounds of adjustments before they lose their crown as the meta's darling. Ultimately, they banned, shun, and continue to restrict top lane champions, including the indomitable Rise. Despite Lu Yun never having showcased the brilliance of the Rise Demon King in formal competitions, his remarkable record of 24 kills in a training match is an experience he never wishes to witness again. The first pick was promptly locked in as Braum. Clearly, Lu Yun's strategy for this match was straightforward. Focus on the upper half of the map while the bottom lane absorbs pressure. Prior to the arrival of Tahm Kench, the most capable support to withstand pressure in the bottom lane is undoubtedly Braum. Consequently, Kog'Maw and Lulu were selected. Their intentions were equally clear. If you aim for the upper half, I shall dominate the lower half. To ensure the bottom lane could continue to endure pressure, Ashe was subsequently chosen, complemented by the formidable jungler Elise. It is evident that the coaching standards of this era are not on par with Lu Yun's caliber. Having chosen Braum first, why rush to select Kog'Maw and Lulu? Opting for the exceptionally strong jungler Elise would have compelled the opposing team to choose Rek'Sai, thereby securing a positional advantage in the jungle. Yet, the coach absurdly opted to wait, allowing the enemy to acquire Elise. Alas, they were swiftly overwhelmed. The newcomer, having been in the scene for merely 6 months, sighed in resignation. He chose not to elaborate further. It was what it was. One misstep led to another, and the ensuing proceedings fell entirely into rhythm. After several rounds of strategic exchanges, both teams' compositions were largely confirmed. Blue side featured a top lane, TBD, jungle Elise, mid lane Riven, Ashe, and support, Braum, while red side included a top lane, TBD, jungle Gragas, mid lane Yasuo, Kog'Maw, and support Lulu. It was now time to select the top lane champion, finalizing the last position. The ultimate choice was Vladimir. In the commentary booth, the analysts speculated that Riven in the top lane would necessitate the inclusion of a tank champion, although this diverged from the standard playstyle. However, if Riven could genuinely utilize a tank champion, it would be quite advantageous, Miller asserted confidently. While he was aware that any champion could potentially fall prey to the genius of the opposing player, it would not be as dire as Riven being perpetually outmaneuvered. After all, a Riven with an advantage in lane would hesitate to engage in any tower dives against a tank. Even for someone like Lu Yun, who relished playing on the edge, this held true. Indeed, exclaimed Wawa, nodding emphatically. What you say is entirely correct. Yasuo requires 2 champions capable of knocking up the adversary to truly shine in such a competitive setting. It was apparent that both commentators and spectators remained in the dark. What if Riven were the mid laner and Vladimir the top laner? Audiences of this era naturally did not ponder such possibilities. Undoubtedly, Lu Yun was transcending the norms of the current era. This was the essence of versatility. In this contemporary meta, Riven could function as both a mid and top laner, while Vladimir could also fulfill either role. Such adaptability constituted true versatility. If wielded effectively, it could not only dismantle the advantages of the red side, but also enable strategic positioning across both lanes. On the other side, the question lingered, would the opposing team anticipate this strategic model? Xiang was momentarily caught off guard by the sudden twist of versatility. As a professional player, he could discern nuances that ordinary spectators might miss. Lu Yun, you rascal, he thought, a mix of jealousy and resentment brewing within him. He could not fathom how a mere 17-year-old newcomer, having only recently joined, could innovate like an esports prodigy, conjuring new strategies in every match. More importantly, these fresh ideas not only captured attention, but were also exceptionally practical. Who knows, he replied coolly, somewhat dazed by the opposing team's approach. Is it really possible to play like this? It's my first time witnessing such a strategy, mused the jungler, scratching his head. This mode of play, even in their training matches, had never been observed. It stirred an inexplicable frustration within them. Why test such strategies in a formal match rather than in practice? Lu Yun, what is your intent? All the players were acutely aware of who was in charge on the other side. Did this individual harbor some grudge against them? For Lu Yun, There was certainly no animosity. His decision to experiment stemmed from the fact that previous opponents had proven too weak to warrant the inaugural application of such a versatile strategy against them. This was a form of respect, for Lu Yun, as a seasoned player ranked 59th, still held a deep appreciation for the game. It is worth noting that the miraculous sweep of the second seed, achieved 9 years prior, had only been replicated once since. Hence, Lu Yun was determined to give his all, perhaps awakening his opponents through this match. If he could substitute to compete in the World Championship. What am I thinking? With a sigh of resignation, Lu Yun reflected on the internal conflicts of this era, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss. Would the opposing team conceive of such a strategy? Suddenly, Shuijing asked into the microphone. Lu Yun flexed his fingers and smiled slightly. As professional players, they should be able to anticipate this. If they can't, they might as well not compete. Lu Yun did not believe this approach was difficult to grasp. He merely was the first to venture into uncharted territory. Not only professional players, but even spectators could quickly recover from their initial shock. I can sense the mindset of the opposing team from across the screen. Even if they realize it, they will likely remain bewildered, remarked the straightforward commentator. It all depends on what champion the elder brother selects, Lu Yun added. The captain respects him so much. He won't go easy on him, Shuijing noted, casting a glance at Lu Yun with a smile. It is precisely due to respect that one dedicates oneself wholeheartedly, as Lu Yun stated. I wholeheartedly agree with this sentiment, replied Xianghua, sensing that the captain is always one step ahead of the opposition. It is no wonder the captain often remarks that these coaches merely order takeout. Lu Qingsong, however, focused more on the composition of the roster, expressing his heartfelt thoughts. After hearing this, Lu Yun promptly responded, except for Hong Mi and Abu. Lu Qingsong quickly realized that his previous remark might have offended someone and quickly added, the captain is right. In his earlier days, he participated in the Urban League Championship, where he prioritized individual skill development. Yet now, under Lu Yun's guidance, he has grown increasingly fond of constructing team compositions. While they engaged in lively conversation, after a full minute of discussion, they ultimately chose to select Shi Ren. Undoubtedly, Lu Yun's innovative oscillation dismantled the advantage that the red side originally held. This illustrates the most immediate value of such a strategy. Of course, while these professional players discerned the new tactics with ease, the audience watching the match remained oblivious. It was only at the moment when the mid-lane champion and the top-lane champion were swapped that everyone finally grasped the situation. In their preconceived notions, they believed that the vampire belonged in the mid-lane and Riven in the top lane. Now, however, the vampire's icon had shifted. Astonished expressions appeared on everyone's faces, which soon transformed into excitement and ultimately into anticipation. What is this? The top lane and mid lane have swapped. Wow. This match is already thrilling before it even begins. This is simply perfect. The vampire counters Shi Ren, Riven counters Yasuo. Wow. This is what keeps every match surprising. You always manage to bring something new to the table. Amidst the surging barrage of comments, the trio of commentators at the desk were equally astonished by this novel approach. I can only say this is truly an innovative team, consistently delivering unique shocks and expectations, exclaimed Mi Lu with an exceptionally resonant voice. Chapter 68. Entering my domain from the very beginning. As a devoted fan, he secretly hoped to temper the audacity of this dark horse. However, the exuberance displayed in each match began to draw him closer to admiration. They always managed to create something fresh, always leaving you in awe. Who wouldn't be fond of such a team? This new mode is intriguing, rendering the choice of the last champion quite challenging. It's remarkably clever. Wawa excitedly concurred. No wonder the owner did not hire any coaches. If a mediocre coach were to disagree with the players, such an innovative strategy would never have emerged, Mi Lu remarked. This is the legendary youth. His understanding of the game League of Legends is exceptionally profound. Upon finishing this statement, he cast a deeply enamored glance at the handsome genius seated on stage. Of course, at this moment, the most exhilarated individual was Lu Yun's fiancée, Jin Min Na. Witnessing so many voices calling for her beloved, her heart surged with emotion. As a traditional woman, who wouldn't wish for their partner to be a heroic figure riding on clouds of glory? At least in this realm, at least tonight. Lu Yun is the hero of her heart, creating miracle after miracle. Let us go. In a few words, the game had already entered the loading screen, with the 10 champions appearing on the grand display. Blue side, top lane Vampire, jungle Spider, mid lane Riven, Ashe, support Brown. Red side, top lane Shi Ren, jungle Beryl. Mid lane Yasuo, Kog'Maw, support Lulu. From a roster perspective, this match was nearly a complete rout, despite the significant advantage they held in the bot lane. Breaking through the defense of Ashe and Brown proved challenging, even if they were. Moreover, Lu Yun had recently intensified training sessions focused on Water Crystal's Ashe. It was acceptable to be behind in farm, but unacceptable to be outclassed. As a coach, Lu Yun's training approach for his teammates is always gradual. He would never rush the process. The Ashe and Brown combination could afford to be 20 minions behind Kog'Maw after 20 minutes, which was entirely acceptable. Conversely, for the top and mid-jungle, the pressure they faced was far beyond what Ashe could compare. The Spider and Riven duo could easily dominate Yasuo and Beryl. Even in skirmishes after reaching level 6, the odds were 91-9 in their favor. As for the top lane, Shurtu Ren was merely a farm-enhancing guardian. All these factors combined created a significant advantage. The most fascinating aspect of the opponent is that they precisely cover all three lanes: mid-jungle, top lane, bottom lane, or top jungle. Mid-lane, bottom lane. Through clever maneuvering, they can achieve pressure on two lanes while absorbing pressure on one. This is the allure of their strategy. As the passionate music surged, the match officially commenced. We will invade at level 1, actively looking for a lane swap. I will absorb the pressure from Kog'Maw and Lulu. As the game transitioned into the loading screen, Lu Yun reiterated the tactical distribution for this match. After making this statement, Lu Yun performed his most iconic gesture, rolling up his sleeves and preparing for action. Some of Lu Yun's fans, upon witnessing this classic move through the camera, couldn't help but roll up their sleeves as well. "Let us go all out together." "Absolutely," replied Water Crystal with resolute enthusiasm. In recent matches, his performance has been less than satisfactory. In one particular game, his champion inexplicably moved into the line of fire of the enemy's champion, resulting in a disastrous sequence that led to the demise of all 4 teammates, creating the infamous moment of one fish taking down 4. Following this, he faced harsh criticism from his fans. However, unlike other hot-headed young players, he did not express a desire to prove himself. He believed that as long as he could secure a victory, the choice of champion was inconsequential. He felt no need to validate his superior landing skills. It is quite strange, indeed. Despite Lu Yun's rebirth and the many alterations he has made to various timelines, certain insignificant episodes that do not affect the main timeline continue to unfold as dictated by fate. When Lu Yun saw the infamous one fish taking down 4 moment, he couldn't help but laugh for a prolonged period. "We need to delay this game a bit, waiting for the vampire to develop. We shouldn't rush in the early game." Lu Qingsong remarked. "Against the enemy's stone man, I should be able to take down his first tower around the 10-minute mark, during the 3rd wave of minions. Make sure to protect me." Lu Yun continued to direct the team. The player who had already grasped some Chinese nodded in agreement. Upon entering the game, the blue team immediately opted for a strong invasion of the red jungle. Under the pressure from Braum, Elise, and Ashe, they had no choice but to relinquish control of the jungle. Clearly, from the outset of the game, the rhythm was set by Lu Yun. "Isn't this risky for the vampire?" Abu, who was intently watching the match, pondered. He understood the rationale behind the jungle swap, but questioned the choice of the upper jungle. The blue team's selection of the entire upper jungle meant that the pressure-laden vampire was left alone on the bottom lane, vulnerable to ganks from the enemy jungler. Was it wise to send a developing vampire to the bottom lane? As the coach, Abu was perplexed by this decision, particularly since he was well aware of who was directing the team. "He is pushing hard. He must have a plan in mind, perhaps looking to showcase his skills," remarked the adjacent team leader. "The vampire is showing off his skills in front of Kog'Maw and Lulu. Lu Yun's audacity is quite remarkable," the assistant coach added. "Let us observe for now and refrain from hasty conclusions," the team leader advised, having a deeper understanding of Lu Yun's tendencies. Others might not comprehend Lu Yun, but he certainly did. This individual always relished dancing on the edge of a knife. On this side, they aimed to engage in lane swaps, forcing the opponent to counter-swap and curtail the vampire's growth. The commander directed through the microphone, "Let us proceed." The response was subdued. He too harbored a surge of frustration, one he could not unleash upon his teammates, thus choosing to vent it upon this brilliant newcomer. The two sides immediately initiated a lane swap. The vampire found himself on the bottom lane, facing off against Kog'Maw and Lulu, while Ashe and Braum were tasked with suppressing the enemy's stone man. It was evident that such a lane arrangement was evenly matched. Chapter 69, an exquisite dance on the edge of a blade. The focus now lay on the critical wave of cannon minions and how both sides would manage it. Upon witnessing the decision to swap lanes, the audience's eyes brimmed with anticipation. What kind of sparks could emerge from the collision between a genius and an exceptional top laner? All awaited eagerly. At 2 minutes and 10 seconds, the minions entered the fray. To better manage the minion wave, Lu Yun deftly employed his signature technique, controlling the distance against the enemy's long-range champion. This opponent was not Kog'Maw, but rather Lulu. In this era of lane swaps, the bottom duo could never initiate an attack. It had to be the support who struck first, especially in the case of a combination like Lulu and Kog'Maw. Seizing the moment as Lulu prepared to last hit, Lu Yun moved forward a step. "You are playing with fire." The observer noted the vampire's risky positioning, unable to contain his desire as he controlled Lulu to advance. His anger was justified. The vampire was indeed flirting with danger, disregarding Lulu's presence entirely. In an instant, a dark magic missile surged toward the vampire. Yet, At that very moment, the vampire showcased exquisite footwork, dodging Lulu's crucial initial ability. This display of skill ignited a flame of indignation within the observer. Refusing to back down, he pressed forward, intent on landing a hit on the vampire. However, at the precise moment he attempted to execute his first basic attack, Lu Yun skillfully maneuvered the vampire to retreat. This swift reaction was a testament to his extraordinary reflexes. Then, an amusing scene unfolded. As Lulu's magic missile hovered momentarily in the air, her basic attack inadvertently drew the ire of the minions, causing a slight tug on the minion wave by the vampire. The observer's pragmatic thought process aimed to execute a combo, lowering the vampire's health and forcing him out of the experience zone. With a high slow effect of 80 from Lulu's ability, if the vampire were to be struck, he would face a barrage of follow-up attacks, with Kog'Maw undoubtedly joining in with 3 empowered hits. If this transpired, the vampire's health would plummet, potentially leading to an early demise. Yet, with Lulu's magic missile missing its mark, the vampire was granted the space to retreat, leaving Kog'Maw without an opportunity to inflict damage. Clearly, Lu Yun's strategy was an exquisite dance on the edge of a blade. Any misstep would result in significant health loss. Should his health be diminished by Lulu and Kog'Maw, he would lose the chance to gain experience from the crucial initial minion wave. But this was Lu Yun. He never played it safe. Instead, he pragmatically employed his extensive game knowledge to construct an incredibly formidable team composition, utilizing versatility to keep his opponents guessing about the true intent of their lineup. In terms of vision, he will undoubtedly venture out with a true sight ward mid-game, employing vision dominance to secure a decisive teamfight victory. However, in terms of execution, he will inevitably tread perilously close to the edge, an instinctual behavior for him. He understands well that only players accustomed to dancing on the knife's edge can fully unleash their innate talent. This embodies his championship belief, one that transcends the aspirations of mere blue-collar top laners. Beyond this conviction, Lyn's audacity to undertake such extreme maneuvers also stems from his itemization and choice of runes. For his initial item, he opts for Boots of Speed, while in terms of red essence, he selects 2 mobility enhancements. Such equipment and runes elevate his positioning to new heights. This is the very essence of the intrigue within League of Legends. After executing an impressive display of skill, Lyn wears a confident smile. He can vividly imagine the pained expressions of his opponents. Is it not the quintessential joy of a gamer to derive pleasure from the tribulations of others? The rewards for this dance upon the blade will undoubtedly be plentiful. After Lyn skillfully manipulated the minion wave, the situation began to tilt in his favor. The blue minions were engaged in battle with LL, while the red minions focused their fire on the blue minions. If this continues, the blue minions will perish sooner, allowing the red minions to push forward with greater swiftness. In this era, all players and spectators well-versed in the nuances of laning understand that the purpose of lane swapping is primarily to suppress the growth of the opposing top laner, with personal development being a secondary consideration. Therefore, the optimal strategy is to maintain lane control while significantly depleting the health of the enemy top laner. Ultimately, the goal is to ensure that when the 4th wave of minions arrives, the opposing top laner is at level 1, lacking the health necessary to remain under the tower to gain experience. It is essential to note that in a lane swap, the jungler typically shares the same quadrant as the duo lane. Consequently, throughout the first 4 waves of minions, the top laner will receive none. This encapsulates the objective of this era's laning phase. Presently, this goal has been partially thwarted by a particularly adept maneuver from the vampire. However, to gain the privilege of absorbing the experience from the first 3 waves before the arrival of the 4th and 5th waves, one dance upon the blade is far from sufficient. At 2 minutes and 20 seconds, LL's second ability is ready. Once more, Lyn maneuvers the vampire forward, baiting LL with a skillful position. The distance is exquisitely managed, granting LL the sensation of being tantalizingly close yet frustratingly out of reach. Witnessing the vampire's audacity on the screen ignites LL's fury anew. This time, he has learned from his previous mistakes, taking a step forward before targeting the vampire with his ability. In an instant, the Yordle sorceress unleashes her magical missile towards the vampire once again. I refuse to believe despite the fact that LL's magical missile is cast from a distance approximately 100 units shorter than before. It still fails to strike the vampire. Could this monster be employing some sort of script? After being outperformed twice in succession, thoughts of this nature unconsciously erupt in his mind, prompting a stream of curses. Thankfully, this is not the case. Otherwise, he would certainly call out the vampire's use of scripting in public. Just as he is left astounded by the vampire's movements, his actions become instinctively controlled. Almost instinctively, he strikes out. Clearly, as a professional player, he should not allow his anger to dictate his actions. Chapter 70. I adore development, it is over. Without needing further explanation, as a support player, he understands what the phrase farming signifies. The blue minions, previously attacking the opposing minions, immediately redirect their focus towards LL. Although LL manages to enter the brush and draw aggro away, this completely disrupts the output rhythm and formation of the blue minions. Clearly, this disruption marks the beginning of development for the vampire. I adore development. Lyn suddenly recalls the classic words of a certain man, unable to suppress a slight smile. Meanwhile, over here, the player controlling the big mouth sees his support miss 2 skills in succession, causing his mouth to twitch instinctively. If possible, he wishes he could instantly master the technique of shadow clones to take control of LL himself. Brother, can't you get a little closer and use your skills? This is a globally renowned talent. What do you take him for, thinking you can hit from this distance? Sighing internally, he understands that he cannot hold his teammates' mistakes against them and must instead focus more on his own execution. As a professional player trained in suppression, he knows well that without LL present, he absolutely cannot rush in to attack the vampire, as such an action would only further disrupt the minion formation. Lyn is pleasantly surprised by the calmness exhibited. It seems that his presence has rendered this legendary player considerably more composed. Lyn's original plan was to bait LL into using her skills before enticing her and the big mouth to engage. Unexpectedly, it is LL who falls for the trap. How intriguing. Another round is necessary. Lyn takes a deep breath, deciding to replicate his earlier maneuver. At 2 minutes and 37 seconds, LL's third ability is ready once more. At this moment, the vampire intentionally presents LL with a skillful position. Under the pressure, she has lost the rationality expected of a professional player and once again succumbs to the vampire's repeated provocations, targeting him with her ability. This time, she opts for a different approach, launching her ability first. Clearly, such presumptuous actions are even less likely to hit the vampire, whose movement speed reaches an astonishing 374. Moreover, LL's skills cannot reduce the animation delay of her basic attacks. All 3 abilities miss. The astute director chose to focus on the bottom lane for the entirety of the past minute. Under the watchful gaze of the audience, the vampire masterfully evaded 3 of Lulu's skills through impeccable positioning. This was indeed an extraordinary display of finesse. Lulu, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Referee, the opponent must be using scripts." The audience was electrified, their excitement palpable, as they witnessed the vampire performing daring maneuvers, dancing on the edge of danger, while others might have critiqued Lulu's missed abilities. In this unique context, her 3 critical failures did not attract excessive blame. After all, the talent displayed by this genius player had already reshaped their understanding of the game. Naturally, the viewers were left pondering why this prodigy would undertake such a perilous strategy. What was the significance behind it? This necessitated an explanation from the commentators. In the commentary booth, one could only marvel at the player's captivating style as they danced on the edge of a knife, executing such exquisite maneuvers that were a feast for the eyes. Miller passionately stated that the match's excitement stemmed from the genius showcasing his extreme skills from the very beginning. I can confidently assert that no other player would dare toy with Lulu in such a manner. Allow me to elucidate for the audience. If the vampire were to be struck by one of Lulu's abilities, the giant would undoubtedly advance, and the vampire would quickly lose 2/3 of his health, leading to a tower dive from the enemy jungler. The thought alone is terrifying, remarked Wawa. Upon reflection, some viewers began to grasp the true danger of such a tactic after Wawa's explanation. With a god's eye view, they understood that the jungler was currently securing the red buff. Should the vampire's health become precarious, a tower dive to eliminate him would be inevitable. At that moment, even the most skilled hands of the vampire would find it impossible to evade death at the hands of the turret, unless the enemy's attempt at a tower dive was somehow flawed. Moreover, with an initial movement speed reaching 374, it was evident that he had chosen 2 movement runes. Truth be told, few vampires would opt for such a risky build, indicating the player's profound understanding of the vampire champion, Miller articulated rapidly. Lulu's auto attack had disrupted the minion formation, making it impossible for the bottom duo to control the incoming wave, which explained the player's rationale behind such a dangerous maneuver. As Xiao Xiao noted with deeper game comprehension, Miller continued to build on Xiao Xiao's insights, analyzing further. Yet, I must say, this approach is exceptionally perilous. I doubt any other player would dare to execute such high-risk plays, although the potential rewards are evident. With a richer understanding of the game, Miller began to elucidate the reasoning behind this audacious strategy. Indeed, League of Legends possesses a unique charm characterized by high risks and high rewards. The camera returned to the bottom lane, where Lu Yun's risky play ultimately yielded the second wave of minions, which would directly approach the vampire's turret. Should he choose a more cautious approach, he would secure all 10 minions from these 2 waves, ensuring that his level would always be 2 tiers above that of the Rock Golem. The Rock Golem, facing off against Braum and Ashe, would never dare to showcase such skills in their presence. This epitomizes the challenge faced by top lane players in a lane swap, particularly for tank champions. It is safe to say that even if Lu Yun were to play as the rock golem, he would lack the privilege to maneuver in front of Braum and Ash, with no room for play. The reason Lu Yun's vampire had the space to operate was due to his choice of boots and the fact that he is a ranged champion. Should we dive? The jungler inquired through the microphone. We can dive. He has no vision and can only rely on you. Gragas, came the reply. This player was never one to relinquish an opportunity lightly. He was acutely aware that this window for a tower dive to kill the vampire was possible. The opportunity lay in Gragas's blind vision flash. With the vampire opting for boots, he lacked the 80 health and recovery from the more robust blue shield, making it impossible to withstand a full burst from Lulu and the giant. Conversely, if they were to miss this chance and allow the vampire to safely absorb that wave of minions, his level would consistently remain 2 tiers above the rock golem as the game progressed into the mid-game phase after the first turret fell. Typically, the rock golem would already find it challenging to contest the vampire during mid-game, and if he were to fall behind by 2 levels, one could easily imagine the outcome. Despite any disagreements, as professional players, they were not at the point of public fallout. The desire to win remained paramount. All right, was the succinct response that conveyed their determination. Every jungler eagerly awaits such moments to solidify their advantage as the team's cornerstone. The support chimed in, let me bait him a little, this time I'll go all in. His approach was pragmatic. Since controlling the minion wave was no longer feasible, they would forego that entirely. Once the giant reached level 2, he activated his skills. The giant's abilities, possessing substantial slow effects combined with Lulu's, created overlapping firepower, leaving the vampire with no room to maneuver. Whoever you are, I refuse to believe your positioning is truly that perfect. He felt a surge of frustration. However, to his surprise, the opposing vampire, after teasing Lulu thrice, suddenly adopted a more cautious demeanor. Regardless of Lulu's subsequent aggressive actions, the vampire remained unperturbed. The sudden stability evoked memories of training matches. He could not deny that this 17-year-old prodigy possessed a heart that completely subverted conventional understanding. He consistently found an exquisitely precise balance between unwavering steadiness and extreme maneuvers. To describe it in the most straightforward terms, he seemed to play the game from a divine perspective. What a monster! In those fleeting seconds, he was abruptly reminded of his own youthful exuberance, a profound sense of loss enveloping his heart. However, the situation demanded that he take a leap of faith. At 2 minutes and 52 seconds, all the minions from the blue side had perished, and the uncontrollable minion wave had encroached upon the red side's turret range. From the divine vantage point, the barrel had maneuvered around to the stone golem's lair, poised to strike at the vampire. However, the vampire seemed aware of the barrel's proximity, positioning himself at the farthest corner of the turret's blind spot. The minions, under turret fire, began to lose health rapidly. Action was imperative at this moment. Since the vampire had not provided the barrel with an opportunity, the first to act had to be Lulu. The fourth shot of the Yordle's dark magic dart surged toward the vampire for the 4th time. This time, Lu Yun did not reposition. Instead, he braced himself against the magical missile. An opportunity. Seizing the moment the vampire was slowed, he aimed his mouse at the vampire and swiftly pressed the key with his left ring finger in rapid succession. In an instant, the enormous belly burst forth from the vampire's flank. Accompanied by a flash of lightning-like golden light, the barrel's standard flash surged toward the vampire. At this critical juncture, Lu Yun had already poised his ring finger over the key and struck it decisively. Almost simultaneously, a golden light from the vampire caused the goddess of fate to once again favor this talented youth. The barrage of comments expressed the viewer's overwhelming astonishment. Despite Lu Yun having repeatedly showcased his extraordinary gaming talent in prior matches, witnessing such a visual feast continued to evoke immense excitement. Had his reactions never faltered? Did he not feel nervous during competitions? Up in the training room could not help but voice his skepticism. He even questioned whether this individual's nervous system differed from that of ordinary people, as he consistently achieved such remarkable reactions under high-pressure circumstances. If he were nervous, he would not be Lu Yun, the team captain replied with a smile. For him, the most anticipated moment was the first direct confrontation with Lu Yun, especially since his current record was flawless. In the game, the barrel that had flashed away had lost any chance of defeating the vampire. The player controlling the barrel could only sigh in resignation. Truly a monster. As a seasoned competitor with 4 years of experience, to have been outmaneuvered by the barrel's flash was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Once was forgivable, but the fact that this individual managed to evade time and again left the once self-proclaimed genius feeling like a mere plaything in the hands of this prodigy. Yet, moments later, he found an unexpected calmness, having grown accustomed to it. Turning his gaze to the top lane, the stone golem, also a tank, was not so fortunate. In the third wave of minions, the vampire was able to farm safely under the turret, while the stone golem was relegated to a distant position, lacking even the right to share in the experience. Witnessing the vampire's ability to farm during this critical period ignited a surge of anger within him. refusing to concede defeat. He decided to take on this group of youngsters. Unfortunately, his stubbornness only resulted in first blood. Compared to the aggressive plays of the ADC Lulu and the Barrel, he faced the formidable combination of Braum, Ashe, and Elise, leaving him with little opportunity to showcase his skills. There were no spectacular predictions, just a straightforward turret dive leading to his demise, as the spider skillfully evaded turret aggro with her hook. A voice, one that none of the teammates wished to hear, echoed from the top lane. Silence enveloped the team. In such moments, words seemed utterly superfluous. In the commentary booth, Miller remarked that the top laner had been overly presumptuous, facing Braum and Elise without reason to remain under the turret. His words were somewhat harsh, for he viewed this as an exceedingly basic error. The vampire's successful maneuvers were a result of the preparations made in advance, while the top laner had made no such groundwork, expecting to operate effectively under the turret. Perhaps he had hoped to capitalize on a miscommunication between the jungle and support, but the coordination was too seamless, leaving no room for the top laner to act. In Chapter 72, the theme of failure and inept rage emerged, while the victors basked in glory. Professional player Xiao Xiao did not concur with the viewpoint, gently countering. I believe it was overly forced. Not only were the champion compositions faced by the top laner and the ADC different, but the levels were also mismatched. The vampire faced a level 2 Barrel, a level 2 Lulu, and a level 2 ADC, while the stone golem confronted 3 level 3 champions. Xiao Xiao's words struck a chord. Lu Yun's vampire, through extreme positioning, forced the need for a level 2 turret dive. This granted Lu Yun additional room for maneuvers. At this moment, many attentive viewers began to ponder a crucial question. What would have happened if the vampire had not handled the first wave correctly and had been hit by Lulu's spell? What remedial actions would he have taken? Could it be that he truly licks blood from the blade's edge? Of course, there are remedies. This is the essence of the mid-lane Riven strategy. Even before the match commenced, Lu Yun had conveyed his instructions, urging him to aggressively push the Yasuo's lane at level 1, swiftly reaching level 2, thereby compelling the opposing Yasuo to farm solely under the turret. Unable to disrupt Riven's advance, Riven's effort to push Yasuo's lane was remarkably straightforward. Should Lu Yun falter, Riven's prowess could safeguard his vampire ally. Here, should they attempt once more? He lacked flash, and the jungler was still in the upper quadrant. Upon spotting the spider's presence in the top lane, he suddenly inquired into the microphone. After witnessing the vampire's impressive display of skill, he felt a surge of indignation. He must slay the vampire to alleviate this vexation. Resolutely, he replied, "Let us engage." Though he understood the peril involved, for once the vampire attained level 2, he would gain an additional ability, the blood pool. Should they forfeit this tempo, the top lane stone golem would be a futile loss. Very well. Despite the assertive response, an inexplicable sense of foreboding lingered. Regardless, he decided to take the plunge. At 3 minutes and 40 seconds, the fourth wave of minions entered the fray. Prior to this, the bottom lane duo had effectively contained the Ferrari. Upon leveling up, the vampire no longer executed the unpredictable maneuvers he had displayed at level 1, granting the bottom lane duo the opportunity to farm. At 3 minutes and 47 seconds, Ferrari ventured into the range of the enemy turret. A familiar figure once again materialized on Lu Yun's screen. The Barrel Gragas. Are they truly attempting to engage me? At the sight of Gragas, Lu Yun immediately comprehended the opponent's intent. His gaze, intensely focused on the screen, his nimble fingers calmly maneuvered the mouse and keyboard with precision. His heartbeat remained remarkably steady. This time, the Gragas player had wised up, choosing to move closely alongside the vampire before unleashing his skills. As the moment unfolded, Gragas's belly surged towards the Crimson Demon. In that fleeting instant, the Crimson Demon morphed into a pool of blood, successfully evading Gragas's crucial control. Despair, an ineffable sense of hopelessness, enveloped him in an instant. The nearly point-blank skill of Gragas was thus evaded by the vampire's blood pool, marking a first in his entire professional career. Damn this scripted anomaly. After a brief moment of silence, he couldn't help but voice his frustration. His emotions resonated with the adage, the defeated, in impotent rage, while the victors bask in glory. In that moment, short yet impactful messages representing astonishment flooded the screen like a dense spider's web. Following a brief shock, some viewers began to post longer comments. I see a reflection of myself in him. Wow, this maneuver could rival Riven's ultimate against the Serpent Woman. The latter comment held truth. Lu Yun's maneuver reminded knowledgeable viewers of that moment, immortalized in the annals of League of Legends history. It is worth noting that Gragas' skill and the Serpent Woman's ultimate share nearly identical animation durations, a mere 0.2 seconds. Currently, only these two titans could execute such exquisite maneuvers within that fleeting window. Although comparing the unremarkable Lu Yun to them may seem excessive, those who witnessed the preceding two maneuvers truly perceived the shadow of a master. Some spectators even began to envision the exhilarating clash should the two titans meet in this year's World Championship. The emotional turmoil of individuals varies greatly at this moment. The 5-player sentiments were the most muted. Focus on the jungle and mid, my brothers. Did we not agree upon this beforehand? The mid laner, Wu Shuang, lamented into the microphone, his tone growing increasingly intense. All right. The recollection of Wu Shuang's pre-game words filled him with immediate remorse. There remains an opportunity. Do not let that individual shatter your resolve, Wu Shuang reassured. It must be said that Wu Shuang's performance in the mid lane had been commendable, a perfect 50-50. This was precisely why he had strongly advocated for jungle-mid collaboration. Regrettably, any team facing Lu Yun's formidable squad, even if they attempted to rectify their mistakes, would find it too late. Had they focused on jungle-mid synergy from the outset, perhaps they would have had a genuine chance. Yet now, Gragas had fallen behind the spider by a full level, rendering any direct confrontation utterly futile. At 6 minutes and 20 seconds, the initial clash between the jungle and mid concluded with a definitive victory for their side. Gragas lagged a full level behind the spider, resulting in a marginal difference in damage. Damn it! The screen blacked out for Wu Shuang, who, filled with indignation, vented into the microphone. Now, he could only watch helplessly as Riven, with a mere 80 health points, slipped away right before his eyes. Were it not for their long-standing camaraderie, he would have been unable to restrain his ire. Would the outcome have been different had they engaged in jungle mid earlier? Chapter 73, Savoring a Taste, then Another. The Relentless Torment. This is Vladimir. Did they truly believe they could dive the turret to slay that individual? Was he so easily vanquished? We have triumphed in practice matches before. Do they not understand how victories were achieved? Was it solely through turret dives? The early game decision-making was somewhat flawed. My fault. At this juncture, he took it upon himself to shoulder the responsibility. If he had not coerced the jungler into attempting to dive the turret to eliminate the vampire, they would not have arrived at their current predicament. In a state of professional training, he could only suppress the anger swelling within. Our team still holds a glimmer of hope for the mid-game. It all hinges on that moment. This statement was clearly meant to comfort his teammates. The current situation is evident to all. Their top laner has been tower dived. The bottom lane is unable to contain the vampire, and the only beacon of hope, Yasuo, has been decisively eliminated by Riven and has been forced to return to lane. Undoubtedly, the rhythm of the game has completely collapsed. From the 8-minute and 20-second mark, both teams exchanged the first blood tower, leading the game into the mid-phase. At this moment, the most distressing thought is that due to a combination of factors, his champion, Malphite, is now 2 levels behind the vampire, rapidly approaching level 3. Over the past 7 minutes, he fought alone in the upper half of the map, where he fell victim to 2 tower dives by the enemy jungler and support. Meanwhile, the vampire remained unscathed. This has resulted in a significant disparity in both equipment and levels. His Malphite has completely fallen behind the vampire. How will he confront the vampire in the upcoming skirmishes? As he maneuvered Malphite down the lane, this grave question occupied his thoughts. With a sigh, he could only hope for a misstep in the enemy's rotation, allowing Riven to face his Malphite in lane. But how plausible is that? The moment he arrived at the bottom lane, the sanguine spellcaster clad in a red cloak appeared before him. Something ominous was brewing. With the vampire's devilish whispers, his Malphite was ruthlessly tormented. With each sip, Malphite lost 1/6 of his health, and with the final sip, the unfortunate creature was left with merely half of his vitality. Among the 108 champions in League of Legends, each possesses a unique allure. If Riven and Katarina embody a silky smooth charm, then the vampire's allure resides in his merciless torment of adversaries. There is an irresistible villainous charm akin to the vampire's own memorable lines. Harvest Moon, what a splendid name. Delicious veins. Your blood is flowing out. Observing the vampire's relentless torment, the barrage of comments surged like a tidal wave. Poor brother, pitiful Malphite. I relish the unyielding torment. Who told him to remain beneath the turret in the early game? Now he suffers. I can feel the brother's pain even through the screen. It is worth noting that the vampire of this era has not yet been reworked. There is no blood rage, and his mechanics are simple and brutal, relying on skill cooldowns to unleash his full potential. By the time the vampire reaches level 9, equipped with sorcerer's shoes and runes, his skills will enjoy a cooldown of merely 3 seconds. This implies that the vampire can unleash 3 skills within a brief span of 10 seconds. The unrelenting torment is causing his mental state to fray. With his current health, should he take another hit from the vampire, he would enter the execution threshold. Even though Malphite possesses an ultimate ability to escape, what of the next time? When the minion wave pushes to the turret and Malphite lacks his ultimate, how will he confront the vampire, who is soon to reach level 9? Sighing in exasperation, he yearns for a role reversal, to wield the vampire and torment Malphite instead. Meanwhile, the vampire, played by Lu Yun, exhibits remarkable patience, refraining from immediately striking due to Malphite's precarious health. He chooses not to squander his flash or ultimate on Malphite, instead focusing on the larger picture. He intends to use his first flash and ultimate in the decisive dragon fight to secure a victory. Unlike the elemental dragons of future eras, which can be stealthily claimed by junglers before level 6, the first dragon of this era possesses a formidable health pool of 1. This high health necessitates winning the initial large-scale 5v5 team fight to seize this crucial strategic resource. He must compel the enemy to expend their ultimates. After dispatching the last minion, Lu Yun's gaze sharpened. Without hesitation, he executed his plan, perfectly timing his skills to bring Malphite's health to the critical threshold. Those holding their breath likely surmised Lu Yun's intentions. This monster aims to bait out my ultimate. Yet even if he understands Lu Yun's purpose, what can he do? The minion wave has breached his turret, and the vampire has closed in. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. The moment his skills reset. The blood mage in the red cloak unleashed his blood magic, completely draining Malphite's health. Just as the audience anticipated Lu Yun to unleash his ultimate, he remained composed and refrained from doing so. Instead, in a panicked moment, Malphite attempted to retaliate. Seizing the instant the vampire raised his hand to cast a spell, he directed his mouse towards the blood mage and pressed the key. Frantic, Malphite abandoned reason and transformed into a colossal boulder, hurtling towards the vampire. In that fleeting moment, the vampire deftly manipulated his blood magic, morphing himself into a pool of blood. Malphite's ultimate struck only air. In that instant, Malphite lost all hope of escape. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. The final blood siphon completely drained Malphite's health. He was slain, with a familiar female voice resonating through the canyon. The victor of this confrontation was declared, marking the conclusion of the torment. At this moment, the audience's focus shifted predominantly to Malphite, and a deluge of merciless critiques crashed upon the once promising top-lane prodigy. Although these remarks may seem harsh and unfeeling, they nevertheless convey an undeniable truth. Chapter 74, The Perfect Team Fight, melted away. Indeed, even if the Stone Man's ultimate ability were to strike the vampire, what difference would it make? With the damage output of the Stone Man, could he truly eliminate the vampire in a single blow? However, as a seasoned veteran on the professional stage, he would not engage in actions devoid of purpose. His choice to advance boldly rather than hesitate was driven by the desire to draw out the vampire's ultimate ability. This sentiment echoes the classic words of AI Ku, I would rather err than remain inactive. Regrettably, to the spectators, his reasoning appeared overly naive, perhaps even foolish. Ruthless criticism, naturally, ensued. Over here, witnessing their comrade inexplicably use his ultimate and sacrifice himself to the vampire, no one uttered a word. Despite the internal discord, the match was underway, and all anger and blame had to be swallowed. Could they still fight? The opposing vampire had not activated his ultimate. Suddenly, someone inquired through the microphone, can we let the first dragon go? If they could not engage, they would still have to try. Wu Zhuang's tone reflected his displeasure. His statement held merit. In the 5th season, the strategic value of the first dragon was paramount. The attack power and spell strength boost it provided at level 8 were self-evident in the later stages of the game. Their selection of Dezue and Lulu was aimed at contesting the first dragon. The difference between having and lacking the first dragon for Dezue was monumental. Should I attempt to steal it? Our Stone Man lacks an ultimate, he asked again. We can only engage in a team fight. We cannot steal it. The opposing team has Han Bing and Bulong. If you go for the dragon, we will be caught off guard, Wu Zhuang responded. His reasoning was sound. The opposing composition was exquisitely balanced, capable of both initiating and countering. Should the barrel attempt to steal the dragon, disarray would inevitably ensue, leading to a disastrous outcome for their frontline in a 3v5 situation. During this time, no one voiced any dissent, tacitly accepting Wu Zhuang's decision. Once consensus was reached, they resolved to engage in this decisive team fight. It was a matter of either rebirth from despair or total annihilation. At 9 minutes and 40 seconds, both teams positioned themselves around the dragon pit, leveraging their mid-jungle advantage and the previous single kill by the vampire. They had firmly established control over the terrain of the dragon pit, while denying all vision to the opposing team. Conversely, their opponents had lost both terrain and sight, forfeiting the initiative in battle, now forced to advance in darkness. With vision obscured, they were unaware of the lurking vampire and Riven, who could emerge from any direction. Under the global spotlight, the blue team once again showcased their remarkable team fight positioning. The spider stood at the forefront of the dragon pit, transformed into a diminutive tank, absorbing damage. Han Bing positioned herself on the spider's left flank, deliberately drawing fire from the barrel and Yasuo. Bulong occupied the critical brush near the river, ready to either attack or defend, poised to initiate a counterattack. Riven took her place above the spider, prepared to strike the moment Han Bing was engaged by the opposing barrel and Yasuo. The vampire lay in wait within the shadows of the blue ramp, ready to coordinate with Riven to eliminate Dezue in one fell swoop. Lu Yun, as a top-tier professional player, had perfected the art of vision control. From his vantage point as the vampire, He could obscure the vision of the entire opposing team, and before they realized it, he surged like a dragon into their formation. Such impeccable positioning left spectators like Chang Zhang and Abu in awe. They could scarcely fathom that this was a display from an emerging team. It's over. Despite the camera still panning across the action, Chang Zhang unreservedly declared the outcome of the team fight. Abu nodded in full agreement with his assessment. Support. Be a bit braver. Just dance in front of them, and let them engage you while Riven and I reap the rewards, Lu Yun calmly commanded through the microphone. Lu Qingsong completely understood Lu Yun's intent. In League of Legends, there exists an immutable law. Should the disadvantaged team engage an advantageous Bulong, it marks the beginning of their demise. This adage was etched in Lu Qingsong's memory. Thus, he resolved to deliberately tease the opposing team. At 9 minutes and 50 seconds, a chunk of ice from Bulong flew toward the team groping in the dark. At that moment, the blue trinket illuminated the group at the dragon. Riven, Han Bing, the spider, and the already visible Bulong were revealed. But where was the vampire? He remained oblivious to the vampire's position. Find the vampire. The instinct of a professional player compelled him to exclaim through the microphone. We are searching, replied the player at the forefront. As he spoke, he maneuvered his barrel forward, entering the river brush. However, he never anticipated that Bulong, stationed within the brush, had no intention of retreating and boldly struck his barrel. A support daring to attack his barrel in front of 4 opponents ignited an inexplicable fury within him, prompting him to unleash a skill in an attempt to drive Bulong from the brush. Yet, Bulong showed no sign of yielding to his assault, activating his defensive ability and continuing to strike his barrel. Having already been marked by Bulong's earlier rock, he was at a disadvantage. Under immense pressure, he committed an utterly fatal blunder. Instinctively, he pressed the key. His ultimate was aimed not at HNB Ying, but at BL Ying. Upon witnessing the moment when the barrel hurled its ultimate towards BL Ying, W Zhu Ying was left in a state of utter bewilderment. Now, he found himself trapped like a sow in a narrow passage, caught in a dilemma. Engaging the ultimate was not an option, yet refraining from it was equally untenable. Any professional player familiar with Wai Suo understands that granting an ultimate to a tank support guarantees defeat in a team fight. Even with a 3,000 gold lead, victory would slip away, let alone when one is already at a disadvantage. With a face reflecting despair, W Zhu Ying had no choice but to accept this hopeless ultimate. Just as Wai Suo cried out HLYK2, the ever-impulsive Su Gu erupted from the flank. Like a sharp dagger piercing through the formation, it struck straight into their hearts. Chapter 75. Enjoying team fights with BLing? The price of insanity. With merely half an item build, Dizu stood no chance against the level 10 Su Gu. Moreover, another sharp blade, Ru WN, closely followed Su Gu. The pincers formed by these two blades were about to obliterate any space for maneuver, regardless of who he was. As BLing was sent flying by Wai Suo. Upon landing, he immediately directed his ultimate towards the eager Dizu. The colossal ice fissure sent both Dizu and LL hurtling into the air, followed by a piercing arrow from the magical crystal bow, rendering them both stunned. Ru WN and Su Gu swiftly followed up with their onslaught, utterly decimating Dizu. The pivotal damage dealer had barely a second to output before collapsing to the ground, while the others fell like meat on a chopping board, slaughtered at will. With the familiar voice of a woman echoing throughout the canyon, it was as if autumn winds swept away leaves, sending all 4 opponents back to the fountain. 3 seconds. 3 seconds. In just 3 seconds, the annihilation was complete. Although this team wipe overlooked the tardy SHTURN, such an oversight was even more disheartening. Whether or not you were present made no difference. All the comments expressed awe at the breathtaking team fight. This newly formed team displayed decision-making and coordination in team fights that transcended those of mid-tier teams. When one speaks of a perfect team fight, it is a term that emerges only from extraordinary circumstances. Swift as lightning and heavy as Mount Tai. An indescribable visual feast compelled spectators to label this team fight as perfect. Some female fans in attendance could no longer contain their excitement. The hormones within their blood boiled under such visually stunning stimuli. In the commentary booth, oh my heavens, it was simply flawless. This team fight was executed to perfection. Not only did we, the audience, fail to process it, but even they themselves probably did not realize how 4 players were instantly obliterated, Miller remarked. This is the essence of teamwork. It allows us to feel their connection, as each player knew precisely what they were doing, wasting not a single second of output time. Wawa added. Wawa's observation struck a chord. Achieving the effect of a perfect team fight is challenging because all 5 players must synchronize in that split second. Even if one player hesitates, such a stunning effect cannot be achieved. Xiao Xiao was the first to adopt an analytical perspective, stating, this team fight sought to engage in a disadvantageous 4v5, and before the SHTURN could even arrive, they charged straight into the brush. Such miscalculations in team fight coordination have occurred far too often in the spring split. It feels as if they have completely forgotten how to fight as a team. In reality, the probability of winning this team fight was nearly zero, as their positioning was exceptional, and they had established excellent vision, controlling all the choke points. They could only approach from the corner brush in mid lane, allowing Su Gu to enter with perfect vision, followed by Ru W delivering explosive damage, Miller continued. Meanwhile, the victorious team displayed triumphant smiles. Only LYN maintained a calm demeanor. To eliminate ABL Ing in a disadvantageous situation is utterly foolish. Such stupidity is unworthy of professional play. They should be in a factory, tightening screws, LYN candidly criticized. Those familiar with LYN knew he was not genuinely affable. He had a sore spot. This sore spot was his disdain for a particular type of player, those who lacked coherent strategies in team fights. LYN could tolerate operational errors from opponents or teammates, but he could not accept strategic failures in the game. To put it simply, insanity is 1,000 times more terrifying than a mere mistake. A mistake might lead to a few hundred gold deficit, but insanity could cost the entire game, ruining a year's worth of expectations, or even the lifelong efforts of a professional player. They're all focusing on me, and I have no idea why, Li QNGSing stated calmly. That's why they are foolish, LYN replied with a smile. It feels as though our composition counters them perfectly. BLing is too formidable against their aggressive initiation, and the captain Su Gu can retaliate. As long as they attempt to eliminate me, the captain and LOS Ing can wreak havoc on their backline, Shu Ing G remarked. LYN suppressed his anger and teased, not bad. You're even using idioms now. Of course, Shu Ing G chuckled. I will never allow you to suffer disadvantages in composition. LYN, after retracting his smile, spoke with unwavering conviction. This wave of team battles decisively established the trajectory of the entire match. The composition that needed to exert force in the mid-game has already seen its dreams dashed in WGing. At 24 minutes and 24 seconds, they lay in ambush at the Baron Pit, relying on an equally flawless formation to achieve a final team wipe. Upon reviewing the statistics, there were only zeros. The kill count was 0, the tower count was 0, and the dragon count was 0. This kind of performance is adorned with a beautiful name, LNGL-ing-T. The perfect LNGL-ing-T dominance heralded the end of an era and the dawn of a new one. Until the game's conclusion, they did not even manage to secure 2 items. Chapter 76, The Sea of Heroes. The perpetual advantage of being a step ahead. The team that took the first victory displayed confident smiles. In the commentary booth, I can only say that this game was thoroughly dominated in terms of operations, landing, and collaboration. This match should be the first instance of a LNGL-ing-T since the summer season commenced, commented Shio without reservation. As a person of strong emotions, he was filled with a sense of disappointment akin to not forging iron into steel. How could the once brilliant star of the cosmos perform so poorly? Some fervent fans in the audience were already shedding warm tears. The majority of them were female supporters, who, in contrast to their male counterparts focused solely on skill, tended to place greater emphasis on sentiment. Some even found themselves inwardly cursing LYN. You've done nothing but harm. As a dedicated fan, Emil also felt a pang of disillusionment akin to not forging iron into steel. However, as a commentator, he restrained his frustration and dutifully analyzed. I believe they were simply too far behind in terms of composition. Yet, we should not be overly harsh. They were outmaneuvered by a new strategy, and it must be said that their opponents are indeed formidable. To defeat them, reclaiming last year's form is essential. WW nodded in agreement, expressing a sense of the new waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward the old, hoping both teams could continue to deliver an exhilarating match in the next round. In the preparation room, we were thoroughly defeated in the last match. It's my fault. My fault? Don't blame you all. The coach willingly took on the responsibility. This statement somewhat alleviated the players' hearts. I didn't perform well either. I shouldn't have attempted to dive under the tower, said the chief culprit, lowering his head. We can certainly find rhythm from other lanes. This is a game for 5 people. The carry from the last match still needs to withstand pressure. We will focus on the mid-jungle tempo, W. Zhuing stated. After suffering a setback, he finally chose to accept the situation, nodding in agreement. I'm fine with it. Remaining silent, they kept their thoughts to themselves. In this version, the tree is still viable. If we initiate rhythm in the mid-jungle and then assist the bot lane, we can neutralize that player as champion, forcing him to face off against the tree in pushing lanes. I believe we have a chance, W. Zhuing continued. This remark completely awakened the despondent group. But can 3 positions truly target that anomaly? At this point, there was little choice but to proceed as planned. After a brief respite, the 10 players once again took their seats, embarking on their respective journeys of fate. Having previously discussed strategies in the preparation room, both sides proceeded swiftly. Choosing to secure the blue side, they allocated all positions to LYN, banning YOJ, LNB, and NR. YOJ was banned in preparation for acquiring SH Huing, While YOJ may not fit perfectly into this version, the potential with this support is undeniably strong. LNB is no longer merely the father of the tree, he is now its ancestor. NR, in the hands of others, serves as half of the tree's lineage. But in the hands of that man, he becomes the tree's two fathers. Each band served a clear purpose. Thus, they targeted KLST, IK, and LL. Although KLST has been weakened, she remains formidable in the early game with this support. IK is W Zhu Ying's premier specialty. If LYN is the world's topic, then he ranks at least among the top 3. The champion he once solo killed was indeed IK. It is worth mentioning that W Zhu Ying is the most promising domestic mid laner, with the only regret being that he is now older. Banning LL aims to lessen Xu Jiaying's pressure and reduce his impact in team fights. This player, equipped with champions like LL and WNGN, could undoubtedly be considered the best in the world. His greatest weakness lies in his synergy with hard support champions, which is significantly lacking. A point often overlooked by many viewers. The first pick was ZHCH. The second pick was HNB Ying and BL Ying. The second set featured DSH and SH Ying, while the last set chose YSU and GT Ying. Finally, they selected LX and NITU. Once again, LYN manipulated the game with ease, deliberately allowing the spider to be picked. He exchanged it for HNB Ying and BL Ying. In this version, BL Ying is exceptionally strong, as evidenced by the summer season of July 2015. For them, foregoing the spider to select BL Ying indicates a continued selection of the spider Riven, replicating the previous match's flexibility. They chose the spider, immediately securing BL Ying and HNB Ying to ensure the strength of their bot lane, undermining the spider's early game dominance and preventing them from breaking through. Once the game reaches the mid to late stages, the spider will inevitably become BL Ying's progeny. This reasoning is quite straightforward. The spider is a typical burst champion. Her cocoon, if unleashed in the mid-game, is bound to secure a kill. As the saying goes, the sword remains sheathed until drawn, and once drawn, it must claim a life. However, BL Ying's defense will always render the spider's damage a tad insufficient. Once the spider weaves its cocoon, the counterattack from Brolin will surely overwhelm the spider. This is the advantage bestowed by a sufficiently deep hero pool, capable not only of dismantling the final advantage of the red team, but also of neutralizing the blue team's first pick advantage. In a swift manner, both sides have essentially finalized their compositions. Blue team, top lane Shu, jungle Spider, mid lane Xiaohuang, Lucien. Support, Neo 2, red team. Top lane, to be determined, jungle Jiogua, mid lane Yasuo, Han Bing. Support, Brolin E. At this juncture, the audience eagerly anticipates the selection of the final hero. According to prevailing sentiments, the last hero must undoubtedly be the vampire. The vampire, having triumphed in the previous game, radiates an aura of invincibility. How could one possibly refrain from selecting him? However, when one considers the genius seated upon the stage, known as Lu Yun, no one dares to make a definitive claim, for he has become synonymous with the ocean of heroes, including the vampire from the previous match. This prodigy has utilized 10 different heroes on this very stage. Chapter 77, The Mightiest Rise, the World-Destroying Demon King. It is noteworthy that this is merely the 11th match. 11 matches, 10 distinct heroes, 8 of which are vampires. Stop hiding. Vampire. Is the vampire truly capable of contending against Shu? Must we really select him? There is no reason not to select the vampire after last match's performance. My goodness, have you not noticed that one hero has been left unpicked? The last comment holds merit. Until now, it appears that one hero has seemingly been forgotten. This hero is none other than the strongest in the current version, the formidable Rise. The reason for his omission lies in Lu Yun's rapidly declining form, rendering him incapable of wielding this hero, despite it being his signature champion. Furthermore, following last year's World Championship, Rise underwent a comprehensive rework. For those accustomed to the first iteration of Rise, such a rework can be fatal. To reiterate, professional players under intense pressure can only rely on their subconscious, which is shaped by habit. As for why this version's prodigy was left unchosen, it is because Lu Yun has yet to utilize this hero. At least, during practice matches, Lu Yun has not employed him. Additionally, the coach of the opposing team has confidently determined that their last pick will indeed be the vampire, and thus, they deliberately allowed Rise to be available. On the other side, they firmly believe that the last pick must be the vampire. Lu Yun chuckled and remarked, "Is the vampire truly effective against Shu?" "It is not easy," Lu Yun replied succinctly. The current version of Shu possesses remarkable regenerative capabilities, with double Doran's rings and a small cloak, making it exceedingly difficult for the vampire to sustain himself. "Stop hiding, Captain, select Rise. Let us crush them 20 times and set a record," Lu Qingsong encouraged, with the cursor hovering over Rise's icon. Little do they know, he is still unaware of Lu Yun's prowess with Rise. The Rise from practice match 2604. How did he achieve such a remarkable feat before the high ground tower? It is already etched in his mind. Alright. Ultimately, Lu Yun was compelled to choose Rise. Let us go, let us go. Accompanied by a familiar and urgent phrase, a well-known icon appeared on the large screen. Rise, my goodness. His hero pool is still expanding. This marks his 11th hero. My goodness, is he truly this audacious, daring to select any hero? This is the realm of genius. His hero pool resembles the deepest trench in the world, unfathomably vast. In an instant, the barrage of comments surged like a tide, with all expressing awe for one singular reason, the boundless ocean of heroes. At this moment, when Lu Yun genuinely selected Rise, the opposing coach was thoroughly taken aback. Although neither he nor his team had witnessed Lu Yun's Rise in action, there are no walls that do not let whispers through. There is a saying, his strength is merely something you have yet to witness firsthand. I am curious to see just how formidable his Rise can be. Mused the frustrated Wu Zhuang, harboring a myriad of grievances within. Why should a newcomer be met with such a claim? Should we target him this match? In contrast to the emotionally charged Wu Zhuang, the jungler raised a more pragmatic question. Let us first focus on mid and jungle, then seek opportunities to ambush bot lane, replied the typically taciturn player via the microphone. Very well. Wu Zhuang nodded, his response concise. Speaking of Rise, he has undergone 5 systematic revisions. Let us first discuss Rise's passive ability, Arcane Mastery. Last year's Arcane Mastery was exceedingly straightforward. Using a skill would reduce the cooldown of other skills by 1 second. However, this year's Arcane Mastery is somewhat more intricate. It is a charge-based skill. Each time Rise uses a skill, he accumulates a layer of Arcane Mastery. After 12 seconds, if no skills have been used, the passive resets. Once Rise accumulates 5 layers of this passive, he enters Overload mode. In Overload mode, Rise instantly receives a shield based on his maximum mana, and each time he uses a skill, he can reduce the cooldown of other skills equivalent to the cooldown of the skill used. For instance, if a skill has a 3-second cooldown and another has 8 seconds, then after using the skill, the cooldown of the 3 skills can be reduced by 3 seconds. This revamped passive has given rise to 2 significant phenomena. Firstly, in charge mode, skills are effectively limitless, whether in the early or late game. Unlike the first iteration of Rise, which required late-game equipment to achieve limitless skills, thus creating a unique output mode known as the Spell Machine Gun. In this era, once Rise enters Overload mode, even a single item allows him to achieve limitless skills, facilitating seamless transitions between various abilities. Secondly, this passive is particularly effective for Rise's ultimate ability. This signifies that in any skirmish, Ruizi possesses his ultimate ability. Expert Ruizi players will consistently enter Overload mode while last-hitting minions, utilizing flawless skill combinations to perpetually reduce the cooldown of his ultimate. For instance, if Ruizi's ultimate has a cooldown of 50 seconds, with a reduction of 2 seconds per usage, then after executing a skill rotation, the cooldown will diminish from 50 seconds to 32 seconds, and then to 14 seconds after another rotation, within merely 2 waves of minions. Ruizi's ultimate is ready for use once more. This is merely a facet of Ruizi's passive ability. Beyond his passive, Ruizi's skills inherently grant him percentage-based magic damage, a 1-second immobilization, scalable spell vamp, and an increase in movement speed, with a skill projectile range of 550 and a control distance of 400. In summation, what kind of hero is Ruizi in this era? He possesses an infinite ultimate, augmented movement speed, continuous crowd control, spell vamp, magic penetration, and can be likened to a mobile spell turret with an attack speed of 25. A truly versatile hero. Compared to the original Ruizi, the current iteration is the genuine embodiment of a demonic overlord. Even after the adjustments at the World Championship, which increased the required stacks for Ruizi's passive from 5 to 6, he remains one of the 4 most formidable heroes of this version. The other 3 being Jinjia, Xiaowang, and Chuanjiang, whom I will elaborate on later. The omission of Jin Dao is straightforward. In the eyes of top-tier players, Jin Dao's potential is too limited, merely serving as a means to dominate the inflated. Despite this hero not being an absolute necessity in the current meta, the constraints of execution limit players to only harnessing half of Ruizi's true power. The true demonic overlord has yet to descend. Chapter 78. He truly enjoys farming. Amidst the roaring cheers of the audience, the match officially commenced. Here, do not concern yourselves with me. With my magic resistance runes, I will manipulate the minion waves to ensure that the Treant and Spider cannot eliminate me. For the early game, we merely need to hold our ground until I can make my move. While the game loaded, Lu Yun took a moment to outline the tactical approach for this match. Although these strategies were well known during practice matches, Lu Yun found joy in revisiting them. For these internet-addicted youths, the pressure of a formal match far surpasses that of practice games, and in such a high-pressure environment, one's thoughts can easily become muddled. As the calm presence among the 5, Lu Yun felt compelled to extend this tranquility to his teammates. No problem, against the opposing spider. I will reach level 6 on my barrel, while the bot and mid lane stabilize. Xianghua stated. I relish this tempo. Once our invincible captain emerges, it's 15. Shuai Jinggu clenched his fists, responding with a smile. The first dragon? Lu Qingsong inquired. Once I farm up, it equates to 10 dragons. Lu Yun replied with authority. Excellent. That's bold, Captain. Xianghua laughed heartily, instantly filled with confidence. Lu Qingsong followed suit. Captain, you make a valid point. The sudden surge of bravado instilled a sense of inner confidence in everyone, igniting their fervor. Despite their undefeated record, Lu Yun remained unclouded by past victories. A composition centered around Ruizi that neglects his farming is futile, engaging early against the Spider and Lucian, champions that excel in the early game, would be tantamount to abandoning professionalism. 2200 warning. As previously stated, a team with flawed strategies, regardless of individual prowess, will ultimately face defeat. Upon entering the game, both sides adopted a linear formation, indicating a mutual disinterest in early aggression, even with the presence of Ashe and Braum. This match showcased standard lane dynamics, with no attempts to ambush. At 1 minute and 21 seconds, all players entered the fourth nest to prevent the Treant from using 3 saplings to demolish the minions. Encountering the Treant. This is the most fundamental operational protocol. Although this attempt resulted in a miss, as the Treant did not learn a skill, such standard procedures are essential. At 2 minutes and 10 seconds, the minions clashed. The director focused all early game cameras on the top lane, as it was the most likely area for sparks to fly. If it were another team, the top lane would undoubtedly be overlooked, but today's South match spotlighted this lane. Unexpectedly, however, the top lane exhibited an unforeseen display. Following the second wave of minions, both sides remained at full health. What is happening? How has the top lane suddenly stabilized? Has he been possessed? I cannot believe this. I cannot accept that this is him. It is quite miraculous. It has suddenly become stable. In an instant, the lively comments expressed their confusion. Indeed, Lu Yun did not forcefully diminish the Trent's health, but rather controlled the minion wave while calmly last-hitting. Lu Yun sought high-risk, high-reward maneuvers, and he would never engage in high-risk, zero-reward actions. Had he attempted to chip away at the Trent's health at level 1, it would have inevitably led to an early push of the minion wave, consequently inviting the opposing spider. The audience observes the match from a divine perspective, aware of the spider's jungle route. However, Lu Yun is not privy to this information. Any top lane player facing a spider must conceal their brilliance. This is an unwavering tenet for League of Legends top laners. What of dual junglers? Ruizi cannot contend with the Treant and Spider until he has gained sufficient levels. If ensnared by the Treant's flash, followed by the Spider's cocoon, even with magic resistance in the early game, it would prove ineffective. Even if he is not immediately slain, he would inevitably succumb to a slow, agonizing demise. All of the aforementioned elements illustrate the risks of suppressing the Treant. As for the rewards, 0 returns. Elimination of the Treant? No matter how one's personal skills may decline, it is inconceivable for a professional player of the highest rank to be slain by a level 6 Ruizi while controlling Deshu. It is essential to recognize that as Ruizi chips away at Deshu's health, Deshu simultaneously accumulates his passive ability. Once Ruizi employs his 3 skills, Deshu's passive will have cooled down, and even if Ruizi unleashes his full combo, it may not suffice to overcome the healing provided by Deshu's passive. Even should Ruizi deplete his mana, a solo kill on Deshu remains an impossibility. The moment Ruizi exhausts his mana, the spider will arrive. Lu Yun has always been a pragmatic individual. He is acutely aware of the consequences that arise from disregarding his champion's mechanics and underestimating his opponent. Currently, he pays no heed to external evaluations of himself. He is singularly focused on one thought: to develop, and once more, to develop. In facing Ruizi's unexpected steadiness, he initially found it somewhat disconcerting, but gradually acclimated. After all, as last year's host for Ruizi, he fully understands the characteristics of this champion. It appears that the opposing team possesses a profound understanding of Ruizi. Despite being adversaries, they hold Lu Yun in high regard. This assessment extends beyond the champion Ruizi to encompass Lu Yun himself. This genius, whose style remains inscrutable to him, consistently navigates seamlessly between steadiness and ferocity, always discerning which champions require unwavering steadiness and which demand a tempestuous assault. The essence of mastering a diverse array of champions lies not merely in executing their maneuvers and combos, but also in recognizing the optimal timing for their power spikes. The calmness of the top lane has left audiences accustomed to tumultuous battles feeling rather uneasy, as they find themselves drowsy. After a minute of focusing on the top lane, the broadcast shifted its attention to other lanes. However, no sparks ignited elsewhere either. Teams typically adept at establishing an early advantage were now exhibiting a surprising degree of steadiness. In the commentary booth, one analyst remarked that this match appears to be a developmental phase, as all 3 lanes are exhibiting extraordinary steadiness. Another commentator concurred, expressing approval for such strategy, noting that they understood the spider's early game strength, hence opting to concede a few minions across all lanes. They preferred to stabilize their health and gradually diminish the spider's potency, waiting until mid-game, when Jiogor reaches level 6, to confront the spider. Another analyst asserted that this operational approach is precisely what has been lacking, noting that they not only possess their own insights, but are also learning from their opponents, indicating that their coach has undoubtedly studied neighboring competitions. The phrase gathering the strengths of many to forge a champion team perfectly encapsulates this squad. They play with remarkable composure, aware of their power spikes and advantageous points in every match. Their strategy is akin to a deluge when needed, yet they can remain as steadfast as a mountain when required to avoid conflict. This style resonates deeply with the audience. While spectators revel in the thrill of explosive confrontations, professional players remain singularly focused on one objective: victory. The method of achieving that victory is of little consequence. Since the inception of the concept of operational play, the majority of teams have leaned towards a more cautious approach. Ignoring one's champion's attributes and playing too aggressively in lanes invariably opens avenues for the jungler to exploit. Conversely, if a jungler plays recklessly in the early game and falters, their jungle will be ravaged by the opposing jungler. Even if they secure a kill, they may return to find their jungle entirely depleted, leading to an economic deficit. The essence of operational play lies in minimizing all high-risk, low-reward pressures, and ineffective interactions, securing a decisive victory through managing one's champion composition and controlling vision. After a full 7 minutes, neither side had ignited any conflagration. From the divine perspective, the spider had traversed to the bottom lane thrice, yet had failed to seize any opportunity. The sole outcome was the removal of Han Bing's flash. Yet, bolstered by a health advantage and the defensive prowess of Brolin, Han Bing trailed only 10 minions behind Lucian. Such a deficit was entirely manageable. As another 4 minutes elapsed, the kill count remained at 0 for both sides. This Shakespearean stalemate had rendered the audience weary, with some spectators resorting to their phones out of boredom. Clearly, under this rhythm, both teams were competing in terms of their developmental capabilities, which hinged upon their last-hitting proficiency. In the bottom lane, Lucian had amassed a lead of 20 minions over Han Bing, a deficit that was entirely acceptable given the spider's early game dominance. As long as Han Bing maintained parity in experience levels with Lucian, all remained well. In the mid lane, both sides were evenly matched in terms of last hits. However, upon returning to the fountain, Water Crystal was astounded to see his tally: 110 minions. What was happening? Indeed, by the 11-minute mark, he had secured 110 last hits, whereas the opposing Deshu had managed only 70. The captain truly favored development, Water Crystal remarked while clicking on Ruizi's last hit count, unable to suppress his teasing. Immediately aware of the situation, another chimed in. You just noticed? Captain, you didn't miss a single minion, did you? Just 4, Lu Yun replied calmly. In League of Legends, the standard number of minions at 11 minutes is 114, including 5 cannon minions. This is fundamental knowledge for professional players. Achieving a mere 4 missed minions is a feat that surpasses the historical record for last hits at the 10-minute mark. Water Crystal's astonishment stemmed from the sheer improbability of such an accomplishment. It is essential to recognize that this is a professional arena, not a gold or platinum match. And certainly not against AI. Audiences who relish live streaming are invariably aware that many elite streamers exhibit remarkably high last-hitting skills in lower-tier games. However, once they ascend to higher tiers, their last-hitting proficiency often plummets. This phenomenon can be attributed to the distinct pressures encountered in high-tier matches, which starkly contrast those in lower tiers, not to mention the professional arena. To the untrained eye, last hitting may appear as a mere task of dispatching low-health minions. Yet the reality is far more intricate. Deciding when to engage for trades, when to push lanes rapidly, when to do so slowly, when to return to base, and when to secure vision in the river all necessitate an exquisite understanding of the game to achieve perfect last hitting. The timing of one's return to base is particularly crucial. Knowing what actions to undertake prior to returning to minimize the number of missed last hits demands extensive experience. Yet, how can one expect this from a player who has merely played League of Legends for half a year? What grounds do they have? Each team member's mind is filled with thoughts of defeat. However, after a moment of astonishment and puzzlement, everyone inevitably chuckles inwardly. This is the realm of genius, a height that mere mortals can only aspire to reach. Thankfully, fighting alongside such a prodigy is a boon. The thought of facing them is daunting. On this side, witnessing their own support being outmatched by the opposing Rise, who has accumulated an astounding 40 last hits, the teammates feel a sense of helplessness. Yet, recalling that their adversary is a formidable monster, they quickly find solace in the realization that not being solo killed is the best outcome possible. For the one trailing by 40 last hits, the burden is undeniably heavy. His deficit stems not from missed last hits, but rather from Rise denying him opportunities during crucial moments. He is acutely aware that if he recklessly charges into last hit during those critical junctures, he would undoubtedly fall prey to a solo kill by Rise. On the surface, it may seem that Rise is less aggressive, yet this is merely the calm before the storm. In several key skirmishes, he continues to exhibit unparalleled dominance, albeit tempered by consideration for his jungler. Particularly when the spider reveals herself in the bot lane, Rise's mastery of skill range and his unique spellcasting rhythm are utterly captivating. 3 consecutive times, he deftly reduces the support's health to below half. Although Rise lacks explosive damage before level 6, upon reaching that milestone, he undergoes a transformation capable of executing a support with merely 2/5 of his health under the tower, a feat that is almost trivial. Thus, the support must retreat to replenish resources. The first return to lane, and what of the second? With the deficit growing to 10 last hits, then 20. The gap in last hitting continues to widen. On this side, the captain is questioned about his return. Lu Qingsong, feeling the pressure in the bot lane, inquires, "When will the captain come to our aid?" "Just hold on for 4 more minutes. Stay steady until I return." Lu Yun reassures with unwavering determination. For professional players, withstanding pressure is no easy feat. This difficulty largely hinges on one's mental fortitude. It is essential to acknowledge that youthful exuberance is a common mindset among every professional player. Why should I be under pressure? Am I weaker than him? At such moments, it is vital for someone to step forward and utter words of comfort, which may seem trivial to onlookers but serve as a balm for players ensnared in high-pressure situations. In Chapter 80, to eliminate you, it truly only requires 1 second. The prolonged 13 minutes of pressure has left Lu Qingsong feeling fatigued, prompting a lapse in vigilance that allows the spider to seize an opportunity, resulting in a double kill. It is evident that this is unwelcome news. Everyone understands the capabilities of that formidable opponent. Mine, Lu Qingsong hastily accepts responsibility over the microphone. "It's all right. I can eliminate him later as easily as drinking water. Just wait for me to return." Lu Yun immediately responds with a smile, comforting him. For errors that fall within an acceptable range, Lu Yun always prioritizes stabilizing the team's morale. Eliminating him is as easy as drinking water. Such a composed demeanor rescues Lu Qingsong and Brother Shu from self-reproach. "All right, the invincible captain, that's exactly what we needed to hear," Brother Shu exclaims. For any team, it is imperative to have a core player who instills unwavering confidence in everyone, whether it be the factory manager, the future star, or the esteemed Zhongmen. Without a doubt, that individual is Lu Yun, akin to an anchor in turbulent seas. Finally, the game time has reached the momentous 16-minute mark. With his unparalleled last-hitting skills, Lu Yun has successfully assembled the Rod of Ages, complemented by a fully stacked tier and a level 2 ultimate. Undoubtedly, this grand sorcerer, steeped in the history of the Rune universe for millennia, is finally beginning to reveal his prowess. It is time for everyone to witness the true might of Rise. Upon leaving the base, Lu Yun does not immediately head towards the top lane. Instead, he sets his sights on the mid lane's Azir. After glancing at Azir's last hits, Lu Yun, with his profound comprehension of this champion, knows that Azir requires 200 gold to return home and craft Nashor's Tooth, leading him to conclude that Wu Zhuang will surely choose to remain in the lane. More critically, Wu Zhuang's Trinket Ward has just gone on cooldown. With the focus on the lower half of the map, it is impossible for the upper half to possess any vision. To maintain the passive of arcane mastery, Lu Yun stealthily maneuvers while casting spells. At 16 minutes and 20 seconds, Rise silently approaches Azir's left flank, executing an impeccable vision denial that leaves Azir oblivious to the impending calamity. Simultaneously, Xiaogu's barrel positions itself to Azir's right. Without circumventing any vision, Xiaogu deliberately destroys a control ward, allowing Wu Zhuang to see him on Azir's right side. Fearing the threat posed by the barrel and Yasuo, Wu Zhuang instinctively maneuvers Azir upward, precisely as Lu Yun had anticipated. With a decisive press, an overwhelming force of lightning erupted from Rizi's body. He initiated the attack without allowing the SHUing a moment to react, unleashing a devastating series of blows. The torrential lightning surged upon the SHUing, and in a flash, he was almost completely obliterated. The entire sequence took Lu Yun a mere 18 seconds, and throughout this time, SHUing remained utterly motionless. What on earth just happened? He was eliminated in an instant? Is this real? The fully healthy SHUing has vanished? What just happened to my SHUing? All the spectators were left in stunned silence, their eyes wide open like copper bells. After a moment of shock, they began to awaken from their stupor, hurriedly rousing their nearby friends who had nearly dozed off. Those awakened felt the surrounding tumult and realized they might have missed something monumental. Wow, what just transpired? The SHUing, fully healthy, was evaporated without a chance to move. The astonished audience could only exclaim. Xiao Xiao scratched his head and drew a sharp breath. Sensing that something extraordinary had occurred, as the player appeared to have created an unbelievable miracle. It was so exaggerated. I only saw the Shuing's health bar vanish in an instant, akin to being struck by Nunu's ultimate. It's simply astounding. He vividly illustrated. I can only say that this player consistently brings us shock and awe. It is truly remarkable. Since I began competing professionally, I have never encountered a player like him. Everything he does exceeds all expectations, leaving one utterly unable to predict his actions, Xiao Xiao continued to praise. When you think I might continue to develop, I suddenly strike, catching you off guard, much like the heroes in ancient tales who appear at the most unexpected moments and deliver a fatal blow. The culturally rich ML metaphorically compared. One metaphor after another elevated Lu Yun to unprecedented heights. Yet, amidst this celebration, the one who bore the heaviest heart was the player whose screen had abruptly turned gray. He still could not comprehend what had just transpired. Upon seeing Ruizi, he frantically pressed his skills, but in the end, his game seemed to freeze, leaving him to watch helplessly as his Shuing's health bar instantaneously evaporated. What just happened, brother? He could not help but ask, unable to contain his frustration. How would I know? Came the disheartened reply. Clearly, his emotions were not in a good state. It's fine. We have an advantage in the bot lane. Let us keep our emotions in check, he said, trying to steady himself. As the victim, he felt somewhat dejected. Everyone knew that one of Lucian's greatest fears was the mage hero Ruizi. If he positioned himself even slightly forward during a team fight, he would be melted away by Ruizi in an instant. Suppressing his frustrations, he could only press on with determination. At that moment, the director slowed down the previous footage to 4 times its speed, the ultimate limit of slow motion. It was only through this slow motion replay that the audience could discern the sequence of Ruizi's combos. In those brief 18 seconds, Ruizi executed 3 spells. Each binding lasted 1 second. Thus, the total control time was 3 seconds, meaning the Shuing was melted away in less time than he had endured control. What kind of logic is this? If you like to let Ruizi through, keep doing it. The speaker was none other than the coach who had been practicing with them recently. After speaking, he could not help but reveal a grin. Relishing the sight of his best friend dominating the battlefield, his satisfaction evident. However, after that fleeting moment of joy, a sudden wave of regret washed over him, prompting a sigh within. This was a calculated strategy. They knew you had vision in the bot lane, so the barrel purposely appeared there, forcing your Shuing to move up and granting Ruizi the space to eliminate him in an instant, Ub remarked. As a top-tier tactical analyst, Ub perceived strategic nuances that the audience could not see. I noticed that as well. This approach is indeed quite novel, the coach responded confidently. This monster. Ub chuckled wryly before continuing, with such command and talent. The championship this year is going to be tough. Although he intended to finish his thought. As a coach, he swallowed the last part. It's all right. Their bot lane still has room for improvement. There is still a chance, the coach asserted with great confidence. Chapter 81. A fatal strike. The Shuing's connection severed. As a top-tier player, the coach's tactical vision was undoubtedly world-class. While the commentators and audience were still immersed in the shock of the display, he had already discerned something far more valuable, a revolutionary tactical system. Indeed, this tactical system was uniquely crafted by Lu Yun and could rival the future strategies of the 4-pack-2 bot lane. Lu Yun had given this system a simple name, 3 bread sandwiching cheese. This tactical system was primarily designed to counter the player known as W Zhuing, serving as a form of respect towards him. Every tactical system requires rigorous practice, so Lu Yun was unconcerned about revealing his strategy. Just like the future 4-pack-2. Even if one knew of it, there would be no way to counter it. Most importantly, this tactical system was achievable only by Lu Yun, as he alone could stabilize lane control and consistently suppress all top lane players on a global scale. Just as the audience cheered for this wave of momentum, W Zhuing, now a mere backdrop, suddenly sensed something amiss. After his demise, he could not secure Nashor. This was indeed fatal. The timing was impeccable, even in his utmost reluctance. Wu Zhuang had to concede that the monster facing him possessed a comprehension of the game that far surpassed their own. It was neither early nor late, but at this most critical juncture that he chose to strike. Was it mere coincidence? Wu Zhuang was unwilling to console himself with such meaningless rationalizations. For this time his adversary was a once-in-a-decade prodigy. This individual truly understood the emperor, even predicting the moment Wu Zhuang would return home to acquire Nashor's tooth. Reflecting on past encounters with the formidable emperor, he grasped the entire situation. Undoubtedly, Wu Zhuang's awakening was accurate. Lu Yun delivered the most devastating blow at the most opportune moment. To speak of Lu Yun, he possessed a remarkable trait. He exerted effort only where it truly mattered. In this 21st century, relentless striving had become the norm for the youth of society, giving rise to a unique term, Najuan. Yet, why were the ultimate outcomes so drastically different? The direction of one's efforts. As for other professions, Lu Yun dared not judge, but when it came to professional players, he held in disdain the senseless late-night grinding. Such endeavors, being commonplace, rendered them rather trivial. In contrast, Liu Yun dedicated himself to cultivating the team's tactical framework, expanding their hero pool, enhancing vision training, and refining mental fortitude. These endeavors were far more intricate and challenging than mere practice. However, once accomplished, the rewards were incomparable to mindless efforts. Embracing this belief, Liu Yun sought to explore aspects that other teams would never contemplate, countering the key positions of the opponents. For instance, in this moment, he discerned from the Emperor's last hits and game time that the Emperor was approximately 200 gold short of returning home to acquire Nashor's Tooth. Thus, should he succeed this time, he could effectively expel the Emperor from this match. Such calculations were infinitely more valuable than simply eliminating the Emperor once. Frustrated, Wu Zhuang could only mutter a few curses at Liu Yun to express his inner discontent. Undoubtedly, his current equipment was stifled, lacking a mere 170 gold to complete Nashor's Tooth. He couldn't just wait idly at home for the gold to accumulate. After a deep sigh, he forced himself to log in. Now, the predicament arose. With no Nashor's Tooth ready, and the opposing Yasuo already equipped with a gale force and attack speed boots, it meant that he would forever lag behind Yasuo in wave clearing. Yasuo would always be the first to provide support, the first to establish vision. Even if Yasuo chose not to assist, he could amass a substantial wave of minions at the Emperor's turret, rendering the Emperor sheltered under the turret, seemingly safe alongside the barrel and rise. This was impossible. The mid lane position resembled the ancient Chinese battlefield of Pingcheng, Shuzhou, offering numerous avenues for attack. Yet it was equally easy for opponents to encircle him. The key to this lay in lane control. Thus, unless one wielded specific champions, like Azir, lane control in mid lane was tenfold more crucial than in top lane. In the subsequent 4 minutes, Wu Zhuang's Emperor fell victim to a series of tactical blows, suffering a total of 5 deaths, a record low in his professional career. The root of this calamity stemmed from that pivotal moment when he failed to return home for Nashor's Tooth, triggering a cascade of detrimental effects. Wow, is Atai still asleep today? How did he get beaten so badly? This is the worst state I've ever seen from Wu Zhuang. Today, he truly seems to be out of sorts. Oh no, even the usually stable mid lane is now in trouble. The opposing team employed a strategy that Wu Zhuang had often dismissed. It wasn't until his final death that he suddenly recalled something, unable to resist speaking into the microphone. He scratched his head, his expression one of helplessness. Those who played strategically often harbor darker thoughts. Clearly, as a professional player, his admission revealed his shortcomings, his tactical understanding. If his mechanical skill ranked among the finest of his generation, even in the years to come, his tactical acumen was merely average. In simple terms, he was a skilled fighter, not a strategist. This explained why, in future years, despite strong statistics from every position, Wu Zhuang, Xiao Wu, Ali's debut, their overall performance remained subpar. I see it now, but it seems, there's nothing we can do, he stammered, his composure cracking. Despite his attempts at ambushing, they bore no fruit. In a 2v2 scenario against the enemy's Beryl and Yasuo, he and the Emperor could not possibly prevail, at best managing to deter an aggressive dive on the Emperor. However, the moment he departed, the Emperor would soon find himself in peril. The advantage in top lane had completely permeated his jungle, with Rise and Beryl illuminating his entire blue zone. Chapter 82, An Unassailable Dominance, Forced to Surrender. Stay steady. I've pushed down the bot tower and will be there shortly, he finally spoke, breaking his silence, a testament to his instinct as a professional player. In this era, his mindset remained relatively stable. Once he gained an advantage, he would still seek to comfort his teammates. All right. Wu Zhuang, dazed from the onslaught, could only acquiesce, feeling a twinge of gratitude. He hadn't anticipated that someone would still step forward to reassure him, especially given his own record of 0-5. At 17 minutes and 25 seconds, the bot tower succumbed to Lucian, who claimed the 600 gold bounty for First Blood Tower. For Lu Qingsong and Shui Jingguo, who bear the responsibility of withstanding pressure, reaching this point is indeed a commendable achievement. It is noteworthy that during this period, the Spider has ventured to the bottom lane a total of 7 times, while they have only succumbed once, and even in that instance, they managed to push the minion wave, resulting in a situation where they could secure kills but failed to effectuate a meaningful advance. For Liu Yun, the long-awaited destruction of the bottom lane turret has finally been realized, marking the commencement of the main event. At 17 minutes and 50 seconds, he set forth, maneuvering Lucian directly towards the mid lane. Initially intending to push the turret in the top lane, he reconsidered and ultimately abandoned that plan. The entire vision in the upper area had been completely locked down, and reclaiming control over the upper half of the map would be exceedingly perilous, especially considering the opposing Beryl, who possesses both flash and his ultimate ability, alongside the formidable 600 AP Rise. However, venturing to the mid lane posed no such issues. The Emperor, Azir, serves as the best example. The support should refrain from venturing into the upper half to establish vision. Instead, we will maintain our focus on the lower half and engage in combat there. I will position myself slightly forward so that Ryze cannot find an opportunity. Once their jungler and support reveal themselves, only then will we establish vision in the upper half. While guiding his team through the microphone, he deftly maneuvered Lucian along the route. Without a doubt, the strategy for gaining an advantage was crystal clear. Since the vision in the upper half had been compromised, they would rely on the vision in the lower half to contest the mid lane, gradually seeking opportunities. I understand, was the concise reply from the support. He was acutely aware of the opponent's prowess in lane, and thus, he held a genuine admiration for this prodigy. However, what the bottom lane duo did not anticipate was that the opposing Ashe and Braum, after their turret was toppled, chose not to return home for supplies, but instead seized the opportunity to clear out the vision in the lower jungle. This directive was issued by Lu Yun. Although this decision would delay the bottom lane duo's return to base and consequently their acquisition of equipment, such a sacrifice was warranted in preparation for the impending storm. At 18 minutes and 20 seconds, the bottom lane duo arrived at the mid lane, where Ashe and Braum had also converged. From their perspective, the vision on both sides was shrouded in darkness, and the Ryze, whom they feared most, had vanished from the lane. With Ryze absent, they dared not advance, helplessly watching as Ashe and Braum returned to base. It was crucial to recognize that had he charged forward to strike at Ashe and Braum during this wave, he could have thwarted their return, thereby establishing an insurmountable equipment lead in the subsequent skirmishes. Even if Ashe and Braum had forced their return, they would have lost an entire wave of cannon minions. Yet now, he found himself paralyzed by indecision. Any attempt to advance might result in a sudden ambush from Ryze and Beryl, leading to his demise. Just as Braum and Ashe completed their return, Ryze unexpectedly materialized in the top lane. In that fleeting moment, the seasoned player was abruptly reminded of his dark era. He had been outmaneuvered. This phrase, which he had uttered countless times in previous matches, resurfaced as his inner monologue. At this instant, he could not deny the impeccable synergy exhibited by his opponents. Such subtleties, imperceptible to the audience, embody the essence of elite teams. Even the timing of a return to base is meticulously calculated. In the face of such cohesive teamwork, individual skill becomes secondary. At 19 minutes and 10 seconds, following a brief period of tranquility, a crimson beam of light erupted from the nearby brush. Due to Ashe and Braum having cleared the vision in the lower jungle, they remained oblivious to this occurrence, still focused on farming. Meanwhile, his guardian, Titan, had ventured into the top brush to establish vision, as the opposing jungler Beryl had recently revealed himself. In that instant, a magical crystal arrow hurtled toward him. With remarkable agility, he evaded it using his slide. Just then, Lu Qingsong, who had been lying in wait, immediately locked onto Lucian. A colossal fissure of ice surged forth like a torrent towards Lucian, forcing him to use his flash. With all of Lucian's abilities expended, the runic mage, Ryze, loomed ominously behind him. A standard, overwhelming display of runic power shot forth toward Lucian like a barrage of bullets. Lucian's health bar evaporated in an instant, and the screen turned black. A similar scene unfolded, yet this time the protagonist was Lucian. What on earth is this, he gasped, unable to comprehend the events that had transpired in that moment. Before he could even ascertain Ryze's position, he was simply gone. The explosive damage ignited a fervor among the audience. Although many professional players had previously selected Ryze, none had witnessed such a spectacle as today. A genuine instant kill. I just glanced, and he disappeared. Poor little dog, who raised Ryze. What an exhilarating display. The top lane plays like a jungler. The flurry of comments expressed the tumult of emotions within. Interestingly, countless fans in attendance switched their allegiances, waving support devices in encouragement. No amount of sentiment could withstand such a display. It was far more gratifying to support and experience the thrill of esports. After eliminating Lucian, Titan, who had just ventured into the brush for vision, was also met with inevitable demise. Accompanied by an exuberant female voice, Lu Yun's Ryze had attained a godlike status. The remainder of the match held little suspense, as Lu Yun became an unstoppable force, vanquishing all who stood in his path. To preserve morale and prevent Ryze from surpassing the highest kill record, the opposing team opted to surrender at the 20-minute mark. After all, they had heard tales of Lu Yun's epic 14-kill performance with Echo. No one wished to become mere background fodder in such a narrative. As the final mouse click confirmed the surrender, the audience erupted in cheers, heralding the emergence of a crystalline spectacle. With the heartfelt cooperation of all team members, they once again secured a resounding victory. Chapter 83. The Spirited Youths. Their legend continues. It was a pity how the opposing team surrendered. At the moment Shui Jinggu removed his headphones, he smiled like a blooming flower. The opposing team did not wish to see their captain break the record. It is quite unpleasant to be a mere backdrop for someone else's achievements, Lu Qingsong remarked. If one were to empathize, who would want to be such a background figure? Does one truly lack dignity? It matters little. It is merely a league record, Lu Yun stated. These league records are of no concern to Lu Yun. His pursuit lies in making a name for himself on the world stage. Creating irreplicable legendary moments on such a grand stage is the true essence of fame. I understand. The captain's intention is to fast forward to the world championship, Shui Jingge said. You managed to uncover that, Lu Yun chuckled. Regardless, winning a match is an event worthy of celebration for every professional player. During the handshake segment, Lu Yun smiled and nodded at each person. His style is to give his all on the battlefield while remaining humble off it. He truly possesses quite an appealing appearance. While tidying up his keyboard, he remarked to his closest companions with a smile, their current form surely secures the championship. This is indeed a step further. He fully acknowledges the prowess of this emerging team. The sense of pressure from the start of the game to its conclusion is incomparable to engaging in back-and-forth skirmishes, let alone the training matches where they often fell short against them. No worries. Soon they will have the opportunity to feel our current sentiments. Those two top laners better wish for their own fortune. As long as he doesn't acquire the killing sword, that would be a success. After releasing his previous frustrations, he spoke the truth from his heart. This sentiment instantly uplifted the mood of the team, as it is common for individuals in the depths of despair to harbor such thoughts. As they reached the stage for their curtain call, the atmosphere peaked. At this moment, they witnessed the vibrant energy emanating from these 5 young individuals, saw the spirited determination reflected in their eyes. Such youthfulness deserves applause. In the commentary booth, let us congratulate them for once again sweeping the competition with a score of 20. Their form is truly exceptional, and their methods of winning are intriguingly diverse. Continuously offering novel experiences, whether in tactical approaches or team compositions, they consistently showcase their unique understanding of the game. Miller exclaimed excitedly. I can only say their legend continues. I hope they can maintain their momentum. Their performance in the spring season has indeed been subpar, not comparable to last year's form, Wawa concurred. With a smile, Xiao Xiao added, what I now anticipate is the clash between our 3 strongest teams. If they can exhibit perfect competitive form against these 3 teams, it would be even more exhilarating. Regardless of what the future holds, tonight should bring joy to the fans of the team, especially for the fans of the player. As he employed 2 new heroes today, expanding his repertoire, Miller commented. Meanwhile, among the spectators and players watching the match, there were a few special attendees. This included Zhang Hyuk, who inquired, how does your rise compare? I have not faced him, so I cannot say, came the curt yet candid reply. Without waiting, he continued. What I am more concerned about now is their tactical systems. If they truly can claim the championship, then understanding and countering their strategies is key rather than focusing solely on their top laner. This statement reflects the significant growth he has undergone following his defeat. He accepted his loss with grace, recognizing that he was bested by a strategy he had previously undervalued. In his earlier championship years, he relied solely on personal skill to dominate, believing that tactical strategies were futile against top-tier individual talent. Now, however, he places greater emphasis on tactical systems. They execute these tactical frameworks with remarkable proficiency. I heard their coach is the genius who has reached the pinnacle of our server 7 times, someone beside him remarked. We are aware of this, but is it not too early to study them? They have yet to face a strong team, and I believe it is unnecessary. Another pragmatically suggested. True, it is better to focus on one's own performance than to concern oneself with others, came the agreeable nod. Wait until you qualify for the World Championship before discussing this. In the lounge, a jovial atmosphere enveloped the room. For those familiar with Lu Yun, they were not as excited as the audience. After all, Lu Yun's performance was entirely as they had anticipated, a mere replication of training matches. It would have been abnormal had he not produced results akin to those in practice. Despite the popular saying that if the results of training matches were useful, one would have already become a world champion. Those truly acquainted with the competitive scene understand that training matches can indeed determine over 90% of outcomes. Players, prepare yourselves. The interview will commence shortly, announced a young lady in work attire at the door. Good. After nodding in response, Lu Yun stood to prepare for the interview. The captain should speak more boldly, exuding the aura of a leader, Shui Jingge jestingly suggested. Absolutely. Upon stepping onto the stage, Lu Yun once again felt the overwhelming cheers of the crowd. Though he had experienced such scenes many times on grander stages, each occasion stirred his heart. For Lu Yun, who once earned a mere few thousand in salary, he understands the struggles of an ordinary person better than any professional player of this era. For many ordinary individuals, their aspirations in life are often entrusted to heroic figures. In this flourishing era of electronic sports, elite professional players frequently embody this spiritual reliance. Understanding their expectations, Lu Yun would never disappoint any of his supporters. The interview was conducted by a remarkably beautiful host, Xiao Yu. Today, she was adorned in a blue evening gown, exuding elegance and grace. Each time he was interviewed, Lu Yun could not help but direct his gaze towards the most significant person in the audience. With a smile, he winked at her, as if to convey the unspoken question of when she would stand on this stage to interview him. Speaking of which, Jean May had been diligently preparing for her Level 4 Chinese examination. Seated in the front row, Jean May returned Lu Yun's gesture with a radiant smile and a thumbs up. Everything was understood without words. Love, when found with the right person, does not require excessive flattery. Romance exists in every detail. Let us extend the warmest applause to today's dual champion, Xiao Yu announced in her most resounding voice. In an instant, applause erupted like thunder, deafening the atmosphere. When the excitement in the venue subsided slightly, Xiao Yu turned to Lu Yun and continued the interview. Please greet everyone. Lu Yun smiled and nodded. Hello everyone. I am the top laner of the team. Chapter 84. Indulgence and Humility. Firstly, congratulations on securing the victory in the 6th match. Congratulations to you all. Upon hearing this, the audience burst into another round of thunderous applause. We all know that this team lacks a coach. The players themselves manage everything on stage, yet the results are consistently impressive. Today, we witnessed a novel approach, allowing the mid laner and top laner to switch roles before the match, enabling both lanes to face their opponents. Who in the team devised such an outstanding strategy? Xiao Yu, with her fluent and professional demeanor, inquired. Without a doubt, this question struck at the heart of the matter. Every audience member was eager to understand how a team without a coach managed to achieve such feats. The understanding of this game among the 5 of us far surpasses that of any other team's coach. Thus, we all made prior arrangements, with no coaching interference, allowing us to be incredibly flexible, which is why we consistently overpower our opponents, Lu Yun replied with a smile. His words sharply criticized those ineffectual coaches of this era. Once, he could only vent his frustrations on forums, condemning these incompetent coaches who mishandled their teams. Now, he stood proudly on this stage, delivering a resounding slap to the faces of these ineffective coaches. Winning is a form of vindication, and if it offends some, so be it. To live life freely, one must inevitably ruffle some feathers. Moreover, Lu Yun did not claim all the credit for himself. While exuding pride, he also displayed a clever humility. Some audience members detected the underlying meaning in Lu Yun's words, and the barrage of comments surged. Understood, other coaches are detrimental. Nothing more to say. He truly has the right to be arrogant, having crushed the opponents twice. Why is it that the lineup always instills confidence while other coaches cannot reflect on their choices? So arrogant, yet I admire him. Indeed, those coaches should reflect. Why can others innovate while you cannot? I am not targeting you. I am saying all the coaches present are incompetent. The sudden outburst of boldness left the interviewer, Xiao Yu, somewhat taken aback. However, as a professional host, she quickly regained her composure and continued asking. It is evident that the 5 new players in your team possess a unique understanding of this game. They collaborate well, forming a very united team. For the next question, today you are facing an exceptionally skilled top laner who plays with great confidence. What special preparations have you made? Lu Yun nodded emphatically. Certainly, we have made preparations. My opponent is an extraordinary top laner, and to defeat him, we must be flawless. It is truly unfortunate that I have not been able to face him at his peak. Had he been born a few years later, he would undoubtedly be a strong contender for the World Championship. Upon hearing this, the audience was momentarily stunned. Why had he suddenly become so humble? Confusion filled their expressions. Yet, moments later, most of them smiled with appreciation, waving their support items in approval of his words. All right, criticize the coaches. Praise the players. He knows how to play the game. This is intriguing. He seems well prepared for this. The comments flooded in, and even those who were not previously fans of Lu Yun began to take an interest in this complex young man. For Lu Yun, he would not criticize any professional player who has fought hard, especially not in such a crucial moment. After all, losing due to personal skill is understandable. Everyone has their off days, much like when they lost to a team. No one blamed Coach Hongmi for the lineup, which was indeed top tier. However, failing to win due to a poorly understood lineup is not something that evokes sympathy. Every time he thought of this, Lu Yun recalled the infamous moment at the World Championship when a mid-lane Vel'Koz faced a malfight, a disaster in the making. The worst part was that he had wanted to select Diana and LeBlanc, yet the coach insisted he play Vel'Koz. Such a coach is surely deserving of criticism. Furthermore, Lu Yun genuinely felt sorrow for his opponent. When the carousel incident occurred in the spring split, he faced a barrage of insults from fans, much like countless others would in the years to come. As the saying goes, the descent is as tumultuous as the ascent. The cacophony of personal attacks, even invoking parental curses, rendered Lu Yun unable to bear it any longer. Thus, he sought opportunities to vindicate his elder brother. He was not weak, he had merely aged. His decline was not due to laziness, but rather to exhaustion. It appears that the evaluations among players are exceedingly high. What must it feel like to triumph over a former idol? Xiao Yu continued her interview. In terms of feelings, I would say I am quite excited. I truly wish to encounter such an outstanding senior at the World Championship, so we must all strive harder, Lu Yun succinctly replied. His emotionally intelligent responses garnered admiration for the young man. He exhibited a certain audacity, yet it was grounded in reason, an air of pride rather than arrogance. In the subsequent interview, Xiao Yu inquired about several pivotal aspects of the game, and Lu Yun patiently provided answers. However, when it came to tactical matters, he could only speak in vague terms. The news of their overwhelming victory soon soared to the top of trending platforms. After all, they had reached the semi-finals of last year's World Championship and, more importantly, had triumphed over the reigning world champion in the group stage. Unfortunately, the semi-finals succumbed to a tactical counter by the royal family. Expressions such as, "I hope to carry your spirit into the World Championship after defeating you. I will continue with your resolve. I acknowledge your strength, but that is merely a relic of the past. You are formidable, but you have aged. Do not be too proud. If you fail to qualify for the World Championship, it will be quite amusing. Beware of the boomerang. And is it necessary to boast about defeating one in decline?" became the waves of excessive interpretations. Some viewers even concluded from these interviews that Lu Yun was a cunning individual, intent on sowing discord with his coach. Each time he encountered such comments, Lu Yun found their reasoning amusing. For Lu Yun, who currently possesses no accolades, he fully comprehends the fans' sentiments. After all, the influence he wielded last year has become an unparalleled miracle. In the absence of any honor, any rebuttal appears insipid. Thus, Lu Yun has never engaged in these discussions, nor has he countered his detractors. In this realm, mere words hold no value. Furthermore, Lu Yun received friend requests following the post-match interview, expressing a desire to practice together. This left him somewhat astonished. To set aside past glories and seek guidance from an up-and-coming talent is a mindset not commonly possessed. Lu Yun gratefully acknowledged this, imparting some non-extreme techniques for hero combos, such as those for Rumble and the Fishman. Lu Yun's identity has transcended that of a mere professional player. He has now become the owner of a team. It is imperative for him to cultivate numerous friendships, especially with professional players, even those like his elder brother who are on the brink of retirement. Reputation is paramount in this circle. Much like when the factory manager invited players to Korea, his call was met with attendance. Yet, one must remember that during the 10th season, the results were utterly dismal. Yet he chose not to pursue a higher offer. Undoubtedly, the most talked about aspect was Lu Yun's display of Rise, showcasing a combination of moves that defied conventional logic. Various video bloggers meticulously dissected Rise's combos by slowing down the footage. Subsequently, eager players attempted to recreate such legendary moments in custom games. However, regardless of their efforts, they could not achieve the feat of melting a 1200 HP Shurima Emperor within 15 seconds under equivalent equipment. While Rise's combo may appear as mere button mashing, mastering it is akin to scaling a daunting peak. This series of keystrokes must be executed with such speed that not a single error can occur, not even a 0.5-second delay between presses, to have any chance of unleashing this extreme combo. Among those capable of replicating this operation, Lu Yun is aware of only 4 individuals. These 4 players can perform such feats because they are geniuses among geniuses, possessing a visual perception that differs significantly from the average. They perceive the game in a slowed-down manner. Now, Lu Yun has joined their ranks. In the training room, one audacious player exclaimed, "Captain, how do you execute that combo? I cannot replicate it." This was uttered by a proud individual who had practiced for 3 full hours, yet still could not match Lu Yun's skill. He refused to believe that such execution was exclusive to Lu Yun. Lu Yun, seated nearby, patiently offered guidance, but such mastery is not easily acquired. It is akin to the legendary martial arts techniques found in wuxia novels, where only a handful of individuals throughout centuries manage to reach the 5th level of mastery. "Stop trying. This operation can only be performed by the captain," remarked Shui Jinggu with a smile after observing for 10 minutes. "Let us give it another shot." The tenacious Xianghua continued to persevere, but ultimately, after 10 more minutes, he chose to concede. Resigned, he requested Lu Yun to demonstrate once more. Upon resuming his seat and switching to his own keyboard, Lu Yun patiently showcased the combo again. The rune mage on the screen seemed to respond to a soulful call, once more displaying the grandeur of a hero that commands the entire realm of runes. Within 18 seconds, Lu Yun executed 3 combinations. When pressing the keyboard, do not apply too much force, just a light touch will suffice. If you press too hard, it will take too long, Lu Yun explained with meticulous care. "I believe it's the keyboard's fault, Captain. May I use yours?" Xianghua stammered in his request. For a professional player, the significance of a keyboard cannot be overstated. Once a keyboard becomes accustomed to an individual's unique keystroke style, it develops a form of electronic memory. Should another person use it, overly heavy keys may lead to permanent injury. This explains why, since the 8th iteration, he has consistently utilized his pink keyboard. Naturally, preferences may vary among individuals. Lu Yun responded quite candidly. Never mind, if it gets damaged, our world champion will be lost. I still desire the spider skin. Ultimately, Xianghua chose to concede. Then allow me to demonstrate using your spare keyboard, Lu Yun suggested. Absolutely. The obstinate Xianghua remained unwilling to admit that he was incapable of executing such extreme maneuvers, firmly attributing the issue to the keyboard. It must be. After nodding in agreement, he connected Lu Yun's second spare keyboard. Following a demonstration, Lu Yun distinctly sensed the unfamiliarity of muscle memory. The sequence of moves took him 22 seconds. Although his mind did not operate with such precision, his innate talent allowed him to intuitively feel the delay in the execution of the combo. Of course, this discrepancy was perceptible only to Lu Yun, while Shuijinggu and Xianghua remained oblivious. Impressive. Xianghua once again gave a thumbs up. Indeed, it was a bit slow, Lu Yun admitted without reservation. Really? Xiang was heart-jolted. Could it truly be the keyboard's fault? I can assist you in adjusting the parameters of that keyboard later, Lu Yun offered. No need. I'm accustomed to it, Xianghua declined. That made sense. Discovering that the combo indeed lagged slightly, Xianghua felt immense satisfaction, as it validated his perspective. Yet, even so, he found himself unable to achieve this series of moves within 18 seconds, requiring at least 25 seconds. At that moment, a figure suddenly entered from outside, the ever-enthusiastic Lao Song. I did it, he exclaimed, his voice resonating with excitement. The four Chinese characters flowed effortlessly. Wonderful. Lu Yun felt a tinge of surprise and promptly rose from his chair in exhilaration. For the past month, he had been teaching Lao Song this particular combo for Rise. Yet Lao Song had struggled to replicate it in under 18 seconds. For elite professional players, such millisecond precision can be felt through innate talent. Furthermore, Lu Yun possessed a unique method to substantiate this claim. Seriously? Xianghua's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, I can demonstrate it for you, Lao Song replied with confidence. Indeed. As Lao Song showcased his skills, everyone nodded in approval with smiles. How was that? The spirited Lao Song inquired in somewhat halting Chinese. That was incredibly impressive. Xianghua thumbed up, overwhelmed with mixed emotions. After a brief moment, he resigned himself to acceptance. For him, it was merely a desire to experience and not an absolute necessity to master. Fulfilling his own role was what he truly sought. I suppose I shall return to my jungle. The talent of the captain and Lao Song is indeed unattainable, he said with a wry smile. After uttering this, he couldn't help but glance back at Lu Yun, who was seated and engrossed in his reading, a profound admiration welling up within him once more. He could hardly fathom how such extreme combos could be replicated on the battlefield. It was akin to the blind monk's flash he had practiced tirelessly, which he could wield with ease in training matches. Yet when he first stepped into a competitive game, the experience was utterly disheartening. Captain, don't you feel nervous during matches? Xianghua could not help but inquire. Nervous? Why would I feel such a futile emotion? Lu Yun replied succinctly. His words resonated deeply. What value does nervousness hold? For someone who has been reborn twice, if they still feel nervous, they might as well be remade from scratch. Impressive. All I can say is impressive. Xianghua immediately directed a thumbs up towards Lu Yun. Do you know who my favorite anime character is? Lu Yun suddenly asked. The group exchanged glances, pondering, until Shuijinggu spoke up first. Could it be Aizen? I think the captain resembles Aizen. You might as well say Uchiha Madara. Xianghua teased. Lu Yun smiled and shook his head. Aizen ultimately fell to arrogance. My favorite character is Takahashi Ryokai. This statement evoked knowing smiles from everyone. Indeed, the man before them bore a remarkable resemblance to Takahashi Ryokai. With an eternally calm demeanor, an insightful gaze, an instinct for data analysis, and an unassuming attitude, he embodied many of Ryukai's traits. Indeed, he resembles him, but I find the captain to be far more engaging. Takahashi Ryokai is rather serious, remarked Xianghua. Well, you've caught on. The unexpected humor prompted laughter from all. The atmosphere was warm and natural. Regardless, Lao Song's proficiency in mastering Rise's extreme combo was a boon for this emerging team. Consequently, Lu Yun could devise a multitude of strategies for mid-lane dynamics. Although Rise had been nerfed for the World Championship, the champion's prowess remained undiminished. Its operational complexity had rendered it a unique hero. Now, with Lu Yun's inherent talent and the advantage of knowledge from another world, this hero could once again reclaim its eternal glory. How do we prepare for next week's match? Water Crystal Gu redirected the focus to the upcoming contest. Despite the challenges that lay ahead, the results of the training matches had led him to choose to disregard any distractions. If one were to aptly describe the outcome of the training match with a single term, it would be nothing short of disastrous. Despite the presence of Xingqianggu, ever since Lu Yun lured Shuijinggu to their side, relying solely on Xingqianggu has proven to be an insurmountable challenge. It is worth mentioning that Xingqianggu possesses commendable skills in lane, making it exceedingly difficult for Lu Yun to secure a solo kill against him. particularly when Xingqiang wields his signature heroes such as the Vampire and Echo. This is precisely why world champions are deemed as such. Their extraordinary talent allows them to rise above the multitude, a gift that cannot be compared to those who linger in mediocrity. However, League of Legends has never been a solitary endeavor. The disparity in mid-lane prowess is vast. Each time Xingqiang faces an opponent, the jungler often ventures to assist in the top lane. After reaching level 6, this becomes commonplace, with incursions occurring even at levels 4 and 5 to trouble Xingqiang. As long as he is restrained, the rest of the team becomes mere decorations on the battlefield. Setting aside these concerns, what captures everyone's attention now is the formidable team that is currently undefeated, having triumphed with a score of 20 in the regular season. Defeating their mid laner is akin to crushing their opponents without exertion. Luyan knows this all too well, although he harbors some disdain for the individual's methods. As a professional player, the prowess of this golden-haired competitor must not be underestimated. This player, who has been experimenting with the bot lane 4-pack-2 strategy since Season 5, faced challenges during the spring split due to insufficient team synergy, resulting in less than ideal outcomes. However, once the team achieved harmony, they surged forward triumphantly, establishing themselves as formidable contenders in the regular season. The version of the game that allowed a single warrior to dominate was fortuitously revised just as the playoffs commenced, suggesting that their performance may plummet thereafter. To put it succinctly, he is a version-dependent player, not a versatile one. When the meta favors him, he can wreak havoc in any match, reminiscent of the prelude to the World Championships in Seasons 9 and 11. Yet, when the meta turns against him, no amount of effort will yield significant success. Despite this understanding, Lu Yun regards this regular season with utmost seriousness, for his ultimate goal remains a flawless championship victory. A week has swiftly passed. During this week, they once again obliterated their opponents with overwhelming force, achieving a remarkable record of 4 wins and 2 losses, with 3 matches concluding in a surrender from the opposition. Their splendid achievement of an 80 win rate places them at the forefront of the league. Moreover, the total duration of their matches is the shortest, merely 2/3 of that of the second-place team. This statistic is particularly alarming, indicating that each match has been a consistent display of domination. Such absolute power stems from the plethora of heroes available in every position. As the saying goes, only teams with an extensive hero pool need not fear being thoroughly analyzed. Otherwise, once their strategies are understood, defeat becomes inevitable. Numerous examples abound, such as Team 5, whose expertise in the combination of Diana, Kog'Maw, and Lulu allowed them to reign supreme, yet after being studied during the World Championships, even their early success of 30 victories faded into disappointment. Recently, with their momentum soaring, they unleashed their mid laner, the enchanting LeBlanc, to steal the spotlight and showcase the prowess of a golden tier instructor. While the title of the top LeBlanc in the national server may be too grand, claiming the title of the foremost LeBlanc in the provinces and regions is indeed well-deserved. Chapter 87, Sniping Desai Ma, Preparing to Fish with Tang Sung. A streamer known as Desai Ma is accustomed to uttering playful banter. After winning his previous match, he brimmed with confidence. His ambition today is to ascend into the top 100 of the national server, demonstrating to his audience that he remains a formidable force. His live stream has garnered an array of gifts, as viewers eagerly await the unfolding of this match. At this juncture in his career, he has recently entered the world of live streaming, boasting impressive skills that have kept him consistently among the top 100 players in the national server. Long before he became a mere entertainment streamer, his gaming talent and understanding of the game run deep, but alas, age has not been kind. It is a case of being born at the wrong time. Had he arrived a few years later, he might have had the opportunity to pursue a professional career. Given the circumstances, both teams selected their heroes with remarkable speed. Blue side, red side, top lane Gnar, Renekton jungle Nidalee, Lee Sin mid lane, LeBlanc, Azir, Jhin, Caitlyn support, Rumble, Yasuo, in this era of the national server. The role of support has become increasingly abstract, making the selection of champions like Rumble and Yasuo as supports rather unremarkable. With the opposing team opting for a Yasuo support, we have chosen Rumble as our own. After making this remark, Desai Ma couldn't help but chuckle. It matters not. As the foremost LeBlanc in the provinces and regions, I require no overly strong teammates. Our composition is satisfactory, yet we must avoid dragging the game out, as the opposing Azir becomes increasingly formidable in the late game. Therefore, the crux of this match lies in my ability to suppress the development of the opposing Azir. If I can stifle his growth, victory will be within our grasp. Playing LeBlanc, once I reduce Azir's health, I must seize opportunities in the side lanes. Players of LeBlanc must remember that if certainty of a kill is not 100, they should refrain from attempting solo kills and learn to seek opportunities to roam. Today, I shall demonstrate a masterclass in playing LeBlanc, showcasing what it means to be the foremost LeBlanc in the provinces and regions. As Desai Ma gestured animatedly, he continued to share familiar banter. In terms of game comprehension, Desai Ma possesses a wealth of knowledge. As the barrage of comments filled the screen, the game swiftly transitioned to the loading interface. Upon witnessing the opposing Azir, Desai Ma furrowed his brow slightly, noting, this mid laner from the opposing team seems rather interesting, coming to the first district to fish. The small boss's choice of champion is a clear sign of his disdain for me, Ionia. Brothers, it is time to demonstrate the prowess of the strongest region in the national server, exclaimed Decima with fervor. The individual in question is none other than Lu Yun, who has come to entertain himself in the first district of the national server. Naturally, no one is aware that this is Lu Yun's newly created account. For Lu Yun, spending half a day each week in the first district of a national server to relish the thrill of fishing is his preferred method of relaxation as a professional player. It is akin to a divine being in a fantasy novel competing against a group of lesser cultivators, savoring the exhilaration of playing the fool to vanquish the strong. Every time Lu Yun visits the national server, he opts for a strategy known as reverse. This entails observing the champions selected by opponents before choosing a hero that counters them. Such an overload of excitement in fishing is truly delightful. For instance, in this match, upon seeing the opponent select LeBlanc, he swiftly locked in Azir. The small boss, brimming with confidence, remarked, "The fishing monk is quite amusing." Hee. As he spoke, Decima emitted that peculiar, eerie laugh. Once the game commenced, the classic scenes of the national server unfolded, leading directly to a level 1 team fight. Due to the inherent weakness of his team's early composition, Lu Yun's side suffered a swift defeat in this initial skirmish. Although he did not perish, LeBlanc had already secured 2 kills. 2 kills. Quite satisfying. I'm about to showcase my extraordinary skills, chuckled the triumphant old horse. Observers noted the old horse returning home to purchase a Doran's ring, eliciting sympathy for the opposing Azir. Clearly, the pressure was now on Lu Yun. Familiar with such openings, Lu Yun remained unfazed. In fact, he relished the chaos of this disastrous start. At 2 minutes and 10 seconds, both minion waves clashed. He planned to gauge the opponent's lane strength and, if the opportunity arose, demonstrate his prowess with a solo kill. The old horse, having secured kills, exuded confidence, feeling as though he had everything under control. At this moment, Lu Yun's Azir sported only a Doran's ring and a single health potion, while old horse's LeBlanc, having garnered 2 kills, had opted for a double Doran's ring build. As a versatile player, Lu Yun's preference for Azir in casual matches extends beyond mere preparation for the finals. He genuinely enjoys the elegance and regal presence that this champion embodies. Speaking of Azir, he is the most formidable version of this champion. As Uchiha Madara from Naruto famously declared, "This is my prime." The reason Azir is celebrated among the 4 great kings of the World Championship lies in his abilities. During this period, his spell range measures 600, and his ultimate extends to an impressive 650. When considering the attack range of his soldiers, Azir boasts a staggering effective range of 750, reaching up to 800 during gameplay. Even after a nerf in the spring season, Azir's skills still possess innate crowd control effects. The meaning of having long reach does not solely pertain to spellcasting distance, but rather to sustained combat effectiveness. For example, while the range of Ziggs' ultimate is indeed remarkable, it pales in comparison to Azir's sustained combat reach. Within the vast realm of League of Legends, only Xayrath can exceed Azir's range. Yet, Xayrath bears a significant drawback, his lack of mobility. When pressed by opponents, he is effectively rendered helpless. In contrast, Azir possesses both an ultimate and 2 mobility spells, allowing him to engage or retreat with ease, truly embodying the essence of a versatile champion. With just a slight enhancement to his attributes, he could easily ascend from being an underappreciated pick to a must-have champion in competitive play. In the game, as both sides met, Lu Yun expertly maintained the perfect distance, keeping LeBlanc at bay while creating the illusion of vulnerability. This dance of proximity is one of Lu Yun's signature skills, requiring an intimate understanding of each champion's ability ranges, a testament to his dedication. His finely tuned muscle memory allows him to navigate the intricacies of every champion's capabilities. At 2 minutes and 14 seconds, the old horse initiated the assault. Leveraging his advantage with 2 Doran's rings, LeBlanc charged at Azir, attempting to land a hit before committing to a confrontation. It was evident that the old horse possessed a solid understanding of LeBlanc. Many LeBlanc players fail to pressure Azir for a singular reason. At level 1, they hesitate, waiting until level 2 to engage after acquiring their abilities. This is a grave error. A level 2 Azir, armed with 2 soldiers and an ability that slows, possesses a significant advantage over a level 2 LeBlanc. Even if LeBlanc were to trigger her mark, she would be unable to trade effectively against Azir. He merely refrains from exhausting his mana to avoid being countered by the enemy jungler. Therefore, if LeBlanc wishes to dominate Azir, she must act decisively at level 1. Such decisiveness is crucial, fearlessly exchanging blows and not shying away from minion damage. By approaching, LeBlanc not only deals damage to his ear, but also chips away at the minion's health. The purpose of all this is to secure level 2 first. The old horse was well aware of this strategy. In the scene, just as Decima mistakenly believed he had a guaranteed hit on his ear, the distance between his ear and his shadow was a mere 20 units, exceedingly close. It is evident that Lao Ma has missed his step. This young boss exhibits quite the skillful maneuvering. After perceiving the exquisite positioning of the opposing Sha Huang, Decima realized that the situation was far from straightforward. However, instead of retreating immediately after his misstep, he audaciously advanced to confront Sha Huang. There seems to be a misunderstanding, Lao Ma. Naturally, Lu Yun was aware of Lao Ma's rank as a king, given that the opponent was so stubborn. Choosing to engage despite the misstep, Lu Yun would not show leniency. He swiftly began to command Sha Huang to counter the opposing Yao Ji, while exchanging blows. He also maneuvered forward. Furthermore, maintaining his composure, he did not hastily summon his sand soldiers. After striking 3 times, Lao Ma finally pressed the button to return to his original position. Seizing this fleeting moment of opportunity, Lu Yun instantly directed his cursor to the starting position of Yao Ji's shadow and summoned his first sand soldier. Yao Ji, who had just returned to her original position, was immediately met with an assault from the sand soldier. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. The somewhat sluggish Yao Ji was punctured 3 times by the sand soldier. Lu Yun positioned himself at the very limit, placing his soldier behind Yao Ji's starting point. This was made possible because Lu Yun did not remain stationary to trade blows with Yao Ji. Instead, he advanced while attacking. This extreme maneuvering allowed Lu Yun's Sha Huang to operate an additional strike from the sand soldier. Such is the advantage of meticulous execution. Although it may seem like a mere extra hit, League of Legends is inherently a game where small advantages accumulate over time, and a single detail can often trigger a powerful butterfly effect in subsequent skirmishes. In this exchange, Yao Ji was the aggressor, inevitably suffering from attacks from the ranged minions. Conversely, Sha Huang only faced strikes from 2 melee minions. Sha Huang's level 1 magical damage is 600, and accounting for Yao Ji's own magic resistance. Those 3 hits reduced her health by 150. Along with the previous 3 auto attacks and the minion damage, Yao Ji's health was depleted by 2/5. In contrast, Sha Huang's health only diminished slightly over 1/5. Thus, Sha Huang undoubtedly emerged victorious in this exchange. In a battle of the strongest kings, a single detail can determine the outcome of an exchange. This young boss possesses considerable prowess. Quite impressive. The loquacious Lao Ma, upon observing that the opposing Sha Huang had not summoned sand soldiers, immediately discerned the true strength of his opponent. Not a local, quite formidable. This Sha Huang is not representative of this tier. He could very well be a professional player. Lao Ma candidly articulated his perspective in the live stream. If you can't win, they must be a professional player. How dare you act tough when you're losing? 2 Duran's rings cannot triumph over 1. The audience clearly did not endorse Lao Ma's viewpoint, as they were well aware of what constitutes a professional player. In the realm of League of Legends, the fundamental skills for mages during landing boiled down to 2 essential aspects: reaction time and spatial awareness. With these foundational elements in place, one can then progress to advanced techniques such as positioning, skill sequencing, and wave management. In essence, reaction time and spatial awareness serve as the foundation of a grand edifice. If the foundation is unstable, everything else becomes futile. This distinguishes it from the duels between top laners, where the need for spatial awareness is less pronounced, placing greater emphasis on understanding minion waves and skill sequencing. Decima's keen insight into the opponent being a top-tier professional player stems from his understanding of these principles. The opposing Sha Huang intentionally created the illusion of an attainable strike on Yao Ji, showcasing his spatial awareness. Reacting instantaneously, he countered her attack. Upon returning to his starting position, he summoned sand soldiers and struck her 3 times, demonstrating his quick reflexes. A classic self-inflicted error. While the opponent is a professional player, acting tough while losing. If you can't win, just claim they're a professional player. The opposing Sha Huang indeed possesses finesse. In a flurry of comments, diverse opinions emerged. Higher-ranked viewers recognized the exceptional skill of the Sha Huang, while those of lower ranks were more inclined to believe that Lao Ma himself was inadequate. After all, how could Yao Ji have missed such a straightforward opportunity? Let us write a few chapters about entertaining fish fry matches to relieve the tension of the competition. Chapter 89. The Yao Ji who was infinitely slain. The overwhelmingly skilled Decima. In the scene, having gained a health advantage, Lu Yun showed no mercy. Maneuvering as Sha Huang, he pressed forward, compelling Yao Ji's position. At this moment, Yao Ji was in cooldown, and faced with the pressure from Sha Huang, Lao Ma had no choice but to retreat. Although the sand soldiers could no longer reach Yao Ji, Lu Yun took advantage of the final moments to continue attacking the minions. This strategy was intended to balance the health of both minion waves. Despite Yao Ji's previous missed opportunity, she had inflicted damage on the minions. After securing a slight health advantage, Lu Yun did not rush to establish a second Sand Soldier. Once he had cornered Yao Ji into a particular position, he halted his advance. Despite Xia Huang's versatility, he possesses a critical flaw. His skill combination has a high mana cost. Xia Huang's initial mana pool is a mere 320. With a growth attribute of 20 and a paltry mana regeneration of 16 per second, while his skills consume 40 and a staggering 70 mana. Relying on a reckless strategy early on would undoubtedly lead to mana depletion for Xia Huang. Should his mana be exhausted too quickly during the third-level confrontation with Yao Ji, he would inevitably find himself unable to cast his spells. Moreover, once his mana runs low, the opponent's jungler would be alerted to the situation. The opposing Xia Huang played cautiously. He had the opportunity to summon another Sand Soldier to further deplete my health, yet he opted for a more stable approach. As Decima skillfully maneuvered the enchanting Yao Ji, he provided commentary. Wait for my next move. The initial setback did not dishearten Lao Ma. He resolved to attempt once more. At 2 minutes and 29 seconds, Yao Ji's second cooldown concluded. Seizing the moment, Lao Ma directed his mouse toward Xia Huang and pressed the button for a second time. Accompanied by the familiar seductive voice, Yao Ji dashed past the minions, resembling a fleeting specter as she lunged toward Xia Huang. Regrettably, this time, Lao Ma's aspirations remained unfulfilled. The attack radius of Mo Ingmizong narrowly missed hitting Xia Huang. In the realm of esports, there is no such thing as almost. A near miss equates to an insurmountable distance. The quick-witted Lu Yun, while evading Yao Ji's assault, had already summoned the first Sand Soldier at Yao Ji's initial position. Anticipating Lao Ma's intentions, Lu Yun executed this maneuver a mere 0.5 seconds before Yao Ji's arrival. The cooldown for Xia Huang's Sand Soldiers was a mere 15 seconds, ensuring that Lu Yun would undoubtedly summon 2 Sand Soldiers in succession. Frustrated by his miss, Lao Ma, emboldened by his dual Doran's advantage, engaged Xia Huang fervently once more. Under Lu Yun's deft control, Xia Huang retreated strategically, showcasing Lu Yun's exceptional movement prowess. After 3 strikes, Yao Ji returned to her original position. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yun targeted her feet and summoned the second Sand Soldier. Instantly, the 2 Sand Soldiers began to relentlessly assault Yao Ji, striking her thrice. This exchange left Yao Ji at a significant disadvantage. The little boss has excellent positioning. Dodging my attack once again, Lao Ma, feeling the sting of defeat, gritted his teeth in frustration. This sensation of being overwhelmed by superior skill was intolerable for him. In his view, upon Yao Ji's advance, the traditional Xia Huang should have retreated. Yet, this obstinate newcomer not only stood his ground, but also engaged him aggressively. Did he not realize he was at a disadvantage of a Doran's ring? This brash newcomer, the audacity of this little boss, undeterred by danger, allowed him to counter Lao Ma twice. Gritting his teeth, Decima muttered under his breath, eliciting laughter from the audience before the screen. No worries. Although I missed hitting Xia Huang, I struck the minions. There are only 2 on his side while I have 3. As long as I execute my next move flawlessly, I am certain to reach level 2 first. After regaining his composure, Lao Ma devised a new strategy. Given the recent skirmish, both champions were left with critically low health, barely exceeding 200. Whoever reached level 2 first could easily eliminate their opponent. Thanks to Yao Ji's 2 skills, which struck numerous minions, and her proactive approach, it was evident that Yao Ji would be the first to reach level 2. At 2 minutes and 43 seconds, Lao Ma achieved level 2 ahead of the competition. Stepping forward decisively, to execute a surprise attack and catch his opponent off guard, he momentarily retreated. However, such a feint could not deceive Lu Yun. The instant Yao Ji approached, Lu Yun used his flash to evade the burst damage. He swiftly summoned the Sand Soldier, striking down the last remaining minion. Golden light cascaded down, signaling the rapid ascension of his skills, yet he refrained from releasing them hastily. Upon witnessing Xia Huang reach level 2, Lao Ma keenly sensed the gravity of the situation. However, it was too late for retreat. 15 seconds later, he maneuvered Yao Ji back to her starting position, where a Sand Soldier awaited her return. Without hesitation, he pressed the skill key, clustering the 2 Sand Soldiers together to commence their relentless assault on Yao Ji. The substantial slow effect from the skills left Yao Ji with no avenue for escape. With a familiar feminine voice resonating through the valley, the victor of this confrontation was proclaimed. The little boss truly does not belong to this tier. His reactions are swift, dodging my attack and summoning the second Sand Soldier upon my return, striking me twice before executing his skills. Although I am not well versed in Xia Huang, I can discern that this little boss possesses remarkable skill, and his positioning is quite astute. I wager that even if he is not a professional player, he is undoubtedly an adept Xia Huang specialist. As the screen faded to gray, Lao Ma began to meticulously explain the situation to the audience. Can two Dorans be slain by a single Dorans? How quick was that flash? The opposing Xia Huang played exceptionally well. In no time, various comments flooded the screen like a web, connecting the entire display. The premier Yao Ji from Shenggang AO had been solo killed, a minor embarrassment. The opposing Xia Huang exhibited formidable strength, prompting Lao Ma to reconsider engaging him and instead leverage Yao Ji's roaming capabilities. He began to formulate a new tactical approach, seeking opportunities to roam. However, such a strategy proved futile against a top-tier player like Lu Yun. The mid-lane position undeniably emphasizes roaming, with the crux lying in the mastery of minion waves. In this regard, none could rival Lu Yun. With his recent solo kill, Lu Yun saved a crucial moment. At 7 minutes and 20 seconds, Lao Ma voluntarily relinquished 2 waves of minions to roam towards the bottom lane, aiming to create an advantageous rhythm. Yet, this attempt culminated in a disastrous collapse, as Xia Huang successfully executed a counterattack, claiming 2 kills. With his newfound prowess on display, Lu Yun exhibited extraordinary personal talent in the ensuing lane phase. Each time Yao Ji aimed to execute her chain, Lu Yun's impeccable movement skillfully evaded her. All players familiar with Xia Huang and Yao Ji understand that if Yao Ji fails to land her crucial chain in a duel, the consequences are dire. She risks losing half her health at best or facing an outright solo kill at worst. Lao Ma's Yao Ji, unfortunately, fell into the latter category. Between the 8th and 12th minute, his chains missed repeatedly, failing to strike Xia Huang even once. Once it was half a tube of blood. Twice it became a single kill. In a mere 4 minutes, Lao Ma's Yao Ji was slain twice by the Emperor and once by the jungler. The score transitioned from 20 to 25. Chapter 90 heralds the imminent 512 version, a complete reshuffle. It was evident that the opposing team was there to wreak havoc. They were undoubtedly among the top 10 of the strongest kings in Hanfu. The 4th time the screen went dark, Lao Ma couldn't help but chuckle at the audience. I couldn't suppress a relieved smile. First stunned, then brought to tears, and ultimately laughing. A classic scenario. The classic truth remains. If one cannot surpass the opponents, they are indeed the strongest kings of Hanfu. The adaptive Lao Ma. The anticipated ascent seemed to have taken a nosedive instead. Lao Ma's remarks evidently did not resonate with the audience. They merely perceived him as lacking skill. Had they been in his shoes, securing 2 Doran's rings at the start would have ensured that even if they couldn't suppress the Emperor, they certainly wouldn't have been slain by him. After acquiring 2 pieces of equipment, Lu Yun shed his previous defensive style, opting instead for a proactive approach. In the frame, the Emperor approached the bottom lane, initiating a standard assault, leveraging the slowing effect of the ice staff to relentlessly pursue Yao Ji, forcing him into engagement. Indeed, Lu Yun chose the ice staff as his second piece of equipment instead of the Morlanomican. Competitive matches have their own strategies, while casual games possess a different approach. This distinction sets Lu Yun apart from other professional players, allowing him to excel in casual settings. Whenever he enters a casual match, he humbles himself as a professional player, keenly learning from the unique itemization strategies of the adept players. This itemization concept was not originally Lu Yun's. It stemmed from a skilled Emperor player confronting Yao Ji. After experimenting with it, Lu Yun discovered its considerable advantage against Yao Ji. In the frame, Yao Ji, ensnared by the ice staff, found himself in a dire predicament, compelled to confront the Emperor, even with just 1 orange item. With no time for explanation, the focused Lao Ma immediately invoked Mirror Flower, Water Moon, to replicate his previous move. At that moment, Lao Ma faltered, retreating unexpectedly, playing directly into Lu Yun's hands. With an elegant and swift second dash, he caught up to Yao Ji. The speed was so astonishing that Lao Ma was utterly unprepared. Upon catching Yao Ji, the Emperor utilized the slowing effect of the ice staff to commence a relentless assault. 2 seconds. 1 second. In the final strike, 3 sand soldiers converged at a single point. Under the Emperor's unified command, they began to pummel Yao Ji. The slowed Yao Ji had no room for maneuver, and the great commander could only watch helplessly as his health steadily diminished. Ultimately, Yao Ji was methodically slain by the Emperor. The little boss exhibited exceptional skill, likely a professional player from some team, demonstrating commendable understanding. The screen darkened once more for Lao Ma, who no longer dared to boast, having to concede that the player opposite surpassed him by an entire dimension. The ensuing match devolved entirely into a one-sided massacre by Lu Yun. In the wake of Lu Yun's slaughter, Lao Ma achieved an extraordinary 280, directly resulting in a series of breakthroughs. In terms of equal equipment, Yao Ji in the mid to late game stood no chance against the Emperor, especially considering the latter's significant equipment advantage. As Lao Ma's base exploded, this entertaining match concluded with Lu Yun claiming 24 kills. Feeling utterly outmatched, Lao Ma remarked, "The opposing Emperor maneuvered exceptionally well. He reminded me of the strongest top laner. His positioning was impeccable, his reflexes swift, and his understanding of the champion profound. Every time I attempted to roam, he anticipated my movements. Before the audience, Lao Ma expressed this sentiment, chuckling to himself. Though reluctant to admit it, there was indeed a tier of skill above his own. A disgraceful departure. A disgraceful departure. Unlike other streamers, Lao Ma did not resort to accusing his opponent of scripting. In the training room, seated comfortably, Lu Yun beamed at his flawless performance, unable to stifle a triumphant smile. The thrill of outplaying opponents is ineffable. One must recognize how many gaming enthusiasts sacrifice their nights striving for the pinnacle of the national server. Lu Yun once belonged to this group, only to later acknowledge his own limitations and choose to focus on his studies, stepping away from League of Legends. At this moment, a complex swirl of emotions lingered within Lu Yun. Is the captain off to the first district to wreak havoc again? Lu Qingsong, just entering, inquired upon noticing Lu Yun's screen. Observing the score of 24-15, Lu Qingsong couldn't help but chuckle. For him, had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have believed someone could achieve such a remarkable record in the strongest kings match of the national server. It is worth noting that the strongest king in the national server is merely a shade below that of the strongest king in Hanfu. What astonished him most was that the hero Lu Yun was controlling was the Emperor, a champion with a notoriously low win rate in casual matches. In League of Legends, champions are categorized into two types: competitive champions and casual champions. The Emperor undoubtedly belongs to the former. In casual matches, teammates seldom consider protecting the Emperor or creating an environment for him to deal damage. It often devolves into individuals merely seeking their own glory. After the initial frenzy, they look back to find the Emperor overwhelmed and the team fight in ruins. To secure 24 kills in such an environment, with only one death, can only signify one thing. It is a realm of strength beyond ordinary comprehension. This feeling is quite unique. Lu Yun swiveled his chair and replied, I killed 24. Why were they so weak? Lu Qingsong laughed. Perhaps I am simply too strong. Lu Yun responded with a grin. The unspoken arrogance is truly lethal. With a resigned sigh, Lu Qingsong replied with a wry smile, I also wish to wreak havoc, but alas, my abilities do not permit it. As long as we can wreak havoc together in matches, that is sufficient. Lu Yun, demonstrating his emotional intelligence, replied. Lu Qingsong nodded in satisfaction, feeling a sense of ease each time he conversed with the man before him, allowing him to forget all his fatigue. Tomorrow's match will commence. What strategies does the captain intend to employ? We can utilize Tahm Kench. Should we consider trying him in the top lane? Lu Qingsong inquired. A transformation loomed on the horizon, as the version had transitioned to 5.12. Numerous changes were introduced, but two aspects captured the most attention. Firstly, the introduction of Tahm Kench, and secondly, the epic enhancement of Jace. The arrival of Tahm Kench was undoubtedly a momentous development. Although a unique misfortune strategy had been devised, its overall win rate in scrimmages paled in comparison to the top lane clearing system. After calculations, Lu Yun found the win rate of the misfortune strategy to be approximately 84, while the top lane clearing system boasted an impressive 100. Chapter 91. The Clash of Two Undefeated Teams. In previous matches and scrimmages, achieving the top lane clearing effect necessitated the inclusion of Braum and Thresh in the bot lane. If the opponents secured these two champions, the win rate would diminish significantly. While this decline was not catastrophic, Lu Yun, aspiring for an unblemished victory, was unwilling to forego any opportunity to enhance their win rate. Now, with the addition of Tahm Kench as a resilient support in the bot lane, the opponents would struggle to devise effective countermeasures. This champion cannot perform in the top lane. Facing Rumble, Renekton, and Jace is exceedingly challenging, relegating him to a supportive role. Lu Yun remarked. The recently reworked Tahm Kench indeed had the potential to function in the top lane, albeit merely as a novelty. Lu Yun was not an entertainer. Although his pool of champions was vast, he was not so presumptuous as to believe he could succeed with any champion in the top lane. While such notions were romantic and would undoubtedly attract a significant audience, imagine using a jester in the top lane, which would surely result in a surge of viewership the following day. Lu Yun's objective was to win the match and secure skins, not to perform tricks on stage. Every endeavor must adhere to objective principles. Forcibly altering these principles would only invite backlash. The captain truly exemplified practicality, Lu Qingsong thought, giving a mental thumbs up. With an imposing momentum, even a couple of losses would not adversely affect their final score, allowing for some creative experimentation under such circumstances. For Lu Qingsong, this notion was exhilarating. The thought of effortlessly defeating opponents using unconventional champions was enticing. For instance, he was eager to attempt using Lux as a support. However, upon hearing Lu Yun's words, he promptly dismissed this idea. This champion is straightforward for you. If you can excel with Braum, you can master this hero, Lu Yun stated. His assertion was indeed accurate. Tahm Kench and Braum shared a lineage of champion design. Resilience and counterattacks were their common strengths. Which champion do you believe suits him best? Lu Qingsong inquired. Jinx, Kog'Maw, Sivir, these hypercarries, as well as Ashe. After all, Tahm Kench is best paired with supports that can push lanes early, Lu Yun replied. Every mention of Tahm Kench reminded Lu Yun of the era's unique interpretation of this champion. His fondness for critiquing the coaches of this time stemmed from their flawed understanding of the game. What sort of comprehension led one to select such an abysmally weak bot lane combination as Tahm Kench? Yet, in the 5-7 era, such nonsensical combinations occasionally graced the stage. I concur with your assessment. It was evident that Lu Yun's perspective aligned perfectly with Lu Qingsong's. This future world champion support had previously voiced his disdain for the coaches. He possessed a fierce spirit. What about misfortune? Lu Qingsong continued to inquire. Despite the future champion support already having reached a conclusion in his mind, that misfortune and this champion were ill-suited, he still sought Lu Yun's validation. Misfortune requires a support with lane-pushing capabilities, but Tahm Kench's pushing ability is non-existent. How can he synergize with misfortune? The aforementioned hypercarries possess formidable pushing strength in the early and mid-game, Lu Yun elucidated. Lu Qingsong nodded in agreement, just as I suspected. Lu Yun smiled faintly. You ought to say that great minds think alike. Indeed. Lu Qingsong could not help but laugh heartily before continuing. Shall we duo Q? You should continue to duo Q with Shuang Jin. Lu Yun waved his hand dismissively. Very well. The discussion thus far had revolved around Tahm Kench's perspective. Once Lu Qingsong departed, Lu Yun shifted his focus predominantly to the enhancements bestowed upon Jace. Overall, these improvements resulted in Jace becoming a non-negotiable pick over the next 2 months, significantly boosting his late-game capabilities without detracting from his early-game prowess. The most tangible impact was that following this series of enhancements, a level 9 Jace could unleash a burst of damage exceeding the previous threshold by 10. In the realm of League of Legends, a difference of 10 is exceedingly significant. Unlike the rapid tempo of Honor of Kings, League of Legends places great emphasis on kiting. A single instance of damage exceeding 10 can translate to a 20 reduction in health over 2 exchanges. On June 24, 2015, the summer split regular season had reached its midpoint. Today, they were set to face their first formidable opponent, a team with an impressive momentum. Unlike the superficially strong but internally flawed teams, this squad was undeniably formidable. Although they ultimately did not qualify for the World Championship. This was primarily due to shifts in the meta. In the current 5-12 version, they possessed substantial strength. Notably, they had triumphed over the Spring Split's runners-up with a score of 20. In contrast, Lu Yun's team had yet to defeat any strong contenders, sharing a similar score of 16 points, albeit with a clearly greater intrinsic value. Today, the commentators remained the same 3 heavyweight analysts, Hua, Mi Lu, and Xiao Tsong. Every time he stands at the commentary desk alongside Xiao Tsong and Lu Yun, a peculiar sensation envelopes him, a sense of time intertwined, making it impossible to forget this era. Scanning the venue, he notices that it is nearly filled to capacity. Ever since clinching the championship, the fervor surrounding them has experienced exponential growth. From a mere 5 to 8, this fervor follows a parabolic trajectory, with each point representing a pinnacle. Following the setback at 9, the resurgence to seize the championship at home during the 10th period would have been thwarted had they not managed to salvage the situation once more, potentially leading to another drastic decline in popularity. This elucidates why their fanbase commands such a substantial presence. Today's match is abuzz with excitement, and I can already sense the enthusiasm radiating from the audience. As the primary commentator, Hua is the first to invigorate the atmosphere. This match is indeed a decisive clash, one that determines both supremacy and fate, as both teams have previously dominated the league with undefeated records. This is no mere collision of meteors. It is akin to 2 Jupiter-sized entities colliding, as Miller vividly illustrates. While Miller's analogy is striking, I find myself leaning towards one team today, given their demonstrated dominance. Although their previous opponents were mid-tier teams, they have yet to extend a single game beyond the 25-minute mark. Xiao Tsong commences her data analysis. Chapter 92, The Game of Strategy, I am always a step ahead. In order to uphold her team's reputation, Xiao Tsong refrains from delving deeply into the match statistics. In truth, the data for their team is rather dismal, despite their undefeated status. Take the match against the opposing team the day before yesterday, for instance. They fell behind by a staggering 4-0 gold in the early game and lost their outer turret, ultimately clinching victory only due to a fortunate mistake from their opponents during a barren attempt. Such an undefeated record is rife with inconsistencies, especially considering that their opponents are at the bottom of the league. Xiao Tsong is acutely aware of this. In her view, teams that cannot consistently dominate weaker opponents ultimately yield unsatisfactory results. I believe you have articulated this perfectly, Hua nods emphatically. Furthermore, their hero pool is the largest among all teams, particularly highlighted by the emergence of this extraordinary top laner, who has utilized a total of 18 different champions, setting a record for the most in history. His champion diversity is remarkable, in addition to frequently employing warrior champions like Rumble and Ryze. He also excels with tanks such as Malphite and Gnar, and even Shaun. I think if they wish to triumph today, they must devise a strategy to target the top lane, rather than fixating solely on the bottom lane as other teams do, allowing the top lane to become an insurmountable challenge for them mid-game. Miller continues. Undoubtedly, Lu Yun has become the absolute focal point of this match. Whether through his razor-sharp mechanics or his profound champion pool, everything about him captivates fans of League of Legends. I believe we must pay close attention to the champion Braum, as he counters their strategy effectively, yet fits well within their own framework, Shoutsong asserts. Amidst the commentary, the 10 players have taken their seats to the cheers of the audience. This match undoubtedly represents a pivotal turning point in each of their lives. As an undefeated team, none of them wishes to concede this battle. The blue side, seated firmly, immediately bans Braum. Clearly, they have conducted a systematic analysis and recognized that rather than targeting Lu Yun's champion pool, it is more prudent to focus their efforts on defensive supports. Lu Yun responds by banning Echo. The second ban continues to target supports, eliminating Thresh. The next ban focuses again on the top lane, removing Shun. Finally, they begin to address Lu Yun directly by banning Ryze, followed by another ban on Rumble. Why so many top lane bans? Could it be a new strategy? It's intriguing. They always manage to surprise us. The barrage of comments floods the screen. The audience is perplexed as to why a team centered around the top lane would ban so many top lane champions. The reasoning is quite simple. Lu Yun must leverage his extensive champion pool. It is analogous to a duel between martial arts masters. For a swordsman like Dugachiobai, he has achieved a state where any object can serve as a sword. In such a state, if he restricts his opponent from wielding legendary swords like the Tion sword, then a single move will suffice to defeat them. Conversely, should the opponent gain access to the Tion sword, Dugachiobai may require 2 or even 3 moves. In the current meta, champions like Rumble and Echo are akin to the Tion sword. Even if wielded by a less skilled fighter, they still present a challenge. As for Shun, he is a unique system champion, and one that has proven particularly troublesome for Lu Yun during training matches. This is a targeted strategy. This innovative approach leaves Wawa somewhat bewildered, prompting an involuntary gasp. It seems they have come equipped with a new tactic today. They are unveiling a fresh perspective that is genuinely exciting, with a deeper understanding of the game. Shoutsong perceives the underlying strategy. I believe the rationale behind banning so many top lane champions is to compare the champion pools of both top laners. This statement immediately enlightens the audience watching the match. Entering the next phase, the champion selection stage begins. The first selection is Kalista. This choice aligns perfectly with Lu Yun's expectations. In patch 5.12, aside from the comprehensive enhancements to Tahm Kench and Jace, the most significant change is Kalista, whose bonus has been reduced from 10 to 8, and her attack speed growth has also been nerfed. Therefore, Lu Yun opted not to target her. Kalista has been nerfed so severely, and they still dare to use her, Lu Qingsong scoffs dismissively. This is our first place in points. As the captain eloquently stated, they remain ensconced in their own comfort zone, said Xiangwu calmly. The captain truly has them firmly in his grasp, fully aware of the heroes they would choose today, remarked Crystal Gu. After 4 years of watching matches, I have simply come to understand them better, Lu Yun stated. Immediately following Lu Yun's words, they promptly locked in Jinx and Cardmaster. With the recent nerfs to Frost Archer and Will Mother, Lu Yun was wise not to stubbornly select a hero that had already been weakened, as previously formidable champions were successively nerfed. Jinx emerged as the new favored child of the meta. After much contemplation, the second round saw the selection of Victor and Lee Sin. One is a signature champion. The other is a beloved choice. In this era, Victor stands as his most adept hero. He was once thwarted at the World Championship because he had his Victor snatched away 3 times in succession. The reason Lu Yun did not opt for a counterpick was that he had superior alternatives. The moment the heroes were finalized, he instantly locked in Jace and Spider. The fervor of the rapid selection invigorated the spirits of all spectators. It is noteworthy that such swift decisions are exceedingly rare. The overwhelming confidence in this immediate lock-in resonated with the crowd, who began to cheer. When it comes to these two new teams, neither has a strong fan base. The audience merely supports whichever team performs well. Given that they had already lost in momentum, their cheers were only natural. This demonstrated an unprecedented confidence, declaring that he would dominate with these champions, regardless of the opponent's choices. Seated in his chair, Lu Yun absorbed the ambience of the venue, perpetually fueled by the energy. He yearned for this applause to continue unabated until his retirement. Meanwhile, the coach of the opposing team inquired about which hero Jace would be used. Recognizing the stakes of this match, since Lu Yun had repeatedly ridiculed their coaches in post-match interviews, The club's owners were contemplating a significant decision for the following year, whether to continue hiring coaches at high salaries. Even if they did hire, a pay cut would be inevitable. Capitalists are always driven by actual returns. If you fail to demonstrate your worth after being hired at a premium, what use are you to me? For the coach, this match represented both a challenge and an opportunity. If he could prove his understanding surpassed that of the 5 young opponents, not only would he avoid a pay cut, but he might even receive a raise. Faced with the inquiry, he gazed at the block champions, Echo and Rumble, feeling a pang of disappointment. He had anticipated that the formidable top laner would indeed select the revamped Jace, initially planning to counter with Rumble and Echo, only to be thwarted by their immediate ban. He had observed enough matches to sense that the players he studied seemed to possess a sixth sense, always aware of what champions their opponents would choose. No wonder they didn't hire a coach. Let us go with Tree, he said in somewhat halting Mandarin. Tree. Upon hearing the suggestion to utilize Tree as the jungler, his tone shifted to one of urgency. He understood his opponent all too well. Every time they faced Tree, they seemed to excel, as if wielding a unique set of tactics against him. His intuition was not misplaced. Indeed, Lu Yun had developed a specialized strategy to counter Tree, meticulously crafted to ensure a perfect victory. For a prodigy like Lu Yun, devising a comprehensive strategy against a single champion is relatively straightforward. However, he lacked extensive specialized techniques against tanks like Shun and Xiaon, as human energy is finite. After all, Tree is exceedingly popular in this meta. Brother, don't be so excited, Ijia remarked with a smile. Upon realizing his exuberance, he candidly expressed his opinion. We should engage. Riven can hold her ground. He longed to exhibit the spirit of Jian, which embodies the most admirable qualities of Huaxia. Even if the opponent is the world's best top laner, one must not concede. Even in defeat, one must stand tall. Give me Gnar. Ultimately, he made a fateful choice, opting neither for a tank nor to confront the mighty Jace directly, but rather selecting a balanced option. Coming from a cultured family, he adeptly embraced the principle of moderation inherent in Huaxia philosophy. Once consensus was reached, they finalized their selection in the last round with Gnar and Alistar. On the other side, how could he choose Gnar? Has he lost his mind? Lu Qingsong's tone was even more agitated than that of the opponents. Any player with a modicum of game understanding knows that Gnar is perpetually outmatched by Jace. As a support player, he was aware of this, let alone the opposing top laner. What kind of game logic could conceive using Gnar against Jace? It makes perfect sense. He neither wished to engage head-on nor concede before such an audience, thus opting for a compromise with Gnar. Lu Yun discerned the thoughts of the opposing top laner with ease. In these times, a saying has resonated across eras. With a frown, Gnar engages. From the perspective of these coaches, whenever one is uncertain about which hero to select, choosing Gnar is always a safe bet. It seems Gnar truly is a versatile choice for the top lane. Gnar, are they not aware of the recent changes? Jace has been significantly buffed. How could he dare select Gnar? Xianghua chuckled bitterly, a smirk laced with a hint of arrogance. Since he has chosen Gnar, I shall surely shine in this match, declared Lu Yun. Even at Gnar's peak, Jace is capable of handling him. However, the previous version of the Shurelia's Reverie was too formidable, necessitating a frontline presence from the top laner. Now it is time for the final selection of heroes. Disregarding the landing phase of the top lane, the composition, when viewed in isolation, is indeed commendable. Gnar, Blind Monk, Victor, Kalista, and Alistar form an undeniably perfect lineup, achieving a remarkable score of over 95. This composition possesses split-pushing capabilities, team control, strong initiation, and counter-initiation, exemplifying a standard championship roster with a primary core, a secondary core, and a support champion. In the realm of League of Legends, every champion eligible for competition, excluding support champions, can be classified into 3 distinct attributes: supercore heroes, blue-collar heroes, and white-collar heroes. Supercore heroes are those that must be cultivated as central figures, absorbing at least 35 of the team's economy and experience. Even in challenging situations, the development of all other heroes must be sacrificed to ensure their healthy growth. Notable examples include Vladimir, Kassadin, Victor, Azir, Orianna, Ryze, Jinx, Kog'Maw, Master E, and Kennen. Blue-collar heroes, often referred to as utility champions by the audience, are capable of sacrificing their own development to assist other heroes in acquiring resources. After securing their essential items, they can afford to go without further growth. Examples include Twisted Fate, Kalista, Ashe, Lissandra, Galio, Shun, Makai, Xiaon, Gragas, and Elise. White-collar heroes occupy a middle ground. In advantageous scenarios, they can continue to gather resources, while in disadvantageous situations, they may sacrifice themselves to allocate resources to supercore heroes. Champions such as Gnar, Rumble, Echo, Renekton, Trundle, Blind Monk, Nocturne, Gragas, Lucian, and Varus fall into this category. In any game, be it League of Legends or even Honor of Kings, there exists a structural principle of team composition. Specifically, it is imperative to avoid selecting a triple core composition, a trio of blue-collar champions, for protecting one, or even a tri-white-collar arrangement. While 3-core compositions and 4 protect one strategies may frequently appear in regular seasons, they are often merely for show. Any team venturing into the world stage with such transgressions is doomed to failure. For instance, during the 8th season, the champion lineup was composed of Xiao, Camille, Lissandra, and Kaisa, featuring 2 blue-collar and 1 white-collar champion. The second game showcased a lineup of Akali, Gragas, Syndra, and Lucian, comprising 3 white-collar and 1 core champion. The third lineup included Aatrox, Camille, Galio, and Kaisa, with 2 core, 1 white-collar, and 1 blue-collar champion. Except for the second game's tri-white-collar composition, the other 2 did not violate the principle. The second lineup, however, violated this rule, resulting in the longest match despite having the most significant advantage. The early game Gragas, with a 50 score, faced off against an opposing 0-5 Urgot, but needed to contest 2 Baron objectives to conclude the match. In contrast, the first and third matches, despite not having as large an early lead, concluded swiftly with a single Baron around the 20-minute mark. The reasoning behind this is straightforward: the rhythm of the game. Without blue-collar heroes to sacrifice, an excess of white-collar and core champions can easily become equipment-starved. Equipment starvation leads to a halt in the pace of the game, resulting in the loss of vital neutral resources. In a 3-core composition, during crucial neutral resource engagements, the core champions often find themselves unable to secure their essential items, while the opposing team, bolstered by utility champions, ensures their core champions are adequately equipped. This creates an equipment disparity, making winning team fights nearly impossible. When team fights are lost, neutral resources are relinquished, followed by the loss of vision and ultimately the Baron. This illustrates the inherent flaws of a 3-core composition. As for the reasons against selecting a 4 protect 1 strategy, countless classic cases have already proven the futility of such an approach. This understanding of composition theory is not exclusive to Lu Yun. Opponents are equally aware. Despite his disdain for the flamboyant style of one particular player, Lu Yun holds great respect for their understanding of the game. It is precisely this knowledge of composition theory that enabled that player to lead victories, even in the face of overwhelming odds. The reasoning is simple. They employed a rational composition specifically designed to counter a tri-core lineup. Here, we have chosen a highly reasonable composition, and as long as we maintain stability in lane, victory is within our grasp. I began to reassure my team in intermittent Mandarin. Although he was acutely aware of the pressure Nara faced against Jace, he did not believe a single player could master every champion to such an extreme level. His skepticism stemmed from the fact that Lu Yun had not previously utilized Jace in his matches. I understand, I nodded. Do not be too fierce. I will come to assist you, I replied in somewhat halting Mandarin. Now, it was time to select the final hero, one that must perfectly complement the strengths of the red team. This choice is particularly captivating, especially when the last selection can be pivotal, impacting not just one position but the entire enemy composition. Lu Yun vividly recalled the impactful selection of Time during the 11th season, which effectively countered an entire lineup, as well as this year's choice of Morgana. Such a lure is something Lu Yun must fully comprehend. The world is akin to a flowing river, and I am its king. With these profoundly unfamiliar words, a hero that took the audience by surprise appeared on the big screen. The River King, Tom Kench. The cheers from the crowd surged as this line echoed, creating an overwhelming wave of excitement. Wow, a brand new hero. This champion can assist. They are truly daring to make such a selection. This team is invigorating to watch. The barrage of comments surged, weaving a dense web across the screen. Regarding the newly introduced hero, Tom, when he first emerged, every team endeavored to experiment with him, yet such attempts often yielded disappointing results. For top-tier teams, if the training matches with a new hero do not surpass 70% effectiveness, it is implausible to utilize him in official competitions. The first person to consume the mushroom may achieve everlasting fame, but more often than not, they succumb to the mushroom's poison. The decisiveness to swiftly lock in the new hero is indeed commendable, a testament to their stature as the best. Miller expressed his excitement candidly. Wawa remarked that such confidence and audacity are certainly worthy of the faith from every fan who supports them. Xiaotsong noted that as a support, Tom seems to synergize well with Jinx, potentially creating a delightful chemistry, yet she remained hesitant to make any definitive claims, hoping instead for an exhilarating match. Amidst the commentators' accolades, the final lineups were confirmed. Blue side, top lane Nar, jungle Lee Sin, mid lane Victor, Kalista, support, Alistar. Red side, top lane Jace, jungle Elise. Mid lane, Twisted Fate, Jinx, support, Tom. From a lineup perspective, it is indeed quite impressive. However, Every composition must be evaluated comparatively. Their formation is undeniably strong in a positional battle, yet both top and bottom lanes, alongside the jungle, will be scrutinized from a global perspective, revealing that Twisted Fate essentially mirrors Victor's role. Although Twisted Fate can maintain parity with Victor in lane, upon reaching level 6, Victor will be entirely immobilized in the middle lane, rendered incapable of any action. The 4 lanes are being meticulously analyzed, as articulated by the captain. The subtleties that escape ordinary spectators are immediately apparent to him. On the surface, the lineup appears reasonable. However, in reality, it has faltered to an extreme degree. He has never witnessed a team capable of winning a match while being outplayed across all 4 lanes, especially against an opponent like Tom and Alistar. Abu jotted notes while speaking, uncertain about the specifics but sensing that in the early game, Tom's lane damage was excessively high, leaving Alistar hesitant to engage. The captain acknowledged this, and Abu conceded, albeit with some reluctance, that Lu Yun's understanding of the game indeed surpassed his own, consistently demonstrating sound judgment. Chapter 95. The dominance of level 1 and elite psychological warfare. Upon entering the game, neither side opted for lane swaps. For the blue side, they sought to establish their unique system and would generally refrain from lane swaps unless their composition permitted it. Conversely, Lu Yun was averse to lane swaps unless absolutely necessary. To ensure Lu Yun achieved a definitive advantage in lane, everyone rushed to the top lane at the outset. Lu Qingsong placed the first vision ward in the brush of the top lane, specifically in Nar's territory. Consequently, the opposing Nar was precluded from utilizing the brush to outmaneuver Jace. "Captain, it's your time to shine," Lu Qingsong teased into the microphone after placing the ward. "If you don't perform, prepare to write a reflection." Lu Yun chuckled in response. "I look forward to your reflection," Xianghua quipped. Laughter erupted among the team, creating a lighthearted and amiable atmosphere. In terms of itemization, Lu Yun aimed to showcase unparalleled dominance by purchasing a long sword at the outset, accompanied solely by a health potion. This audacious approach to itemization conveyed an undeniable sense of resolve to the audience. In the top lane, at exactly 2 minutes, Lu Yun targeted the Nar hiding in the brush with a cannon shot. The bewildered Nar immediately clicked on the brush, pondering whether the opposing team had vision. Unbeknownst to him, a vision ward lay beneath him. After a brief moment of confusion, he chose not to retreat and remained in the brush, a decision that would bear dire consequences. At 2 minutes and 12 seconds, shortly after the minions clashed, Lu Yun once again aimed at Nar in the brush, landing another cannon shot. This prompted the audience to erupt in laughter. Nar is truly adorable, so adorably foolish. The tactics are indeed well crafted. Interesting. This is what a match should be. The strategies are truly intricate. Those who play tactically are exceptionally cunning. The barrage of comments reflected the viewer's delight. Clearly, this small tactic had successfully captivated the audience, as well as the professional players observing the match. However, for some dedicated fans, the rationale behind employing such tactics in a regular season match was perplexing. Wouldn't it be more meaningful to save such strategies for the World Championship Finals to catch the opponent off guard? Yet for Lu Yun, he possessed specific tactics designed for his opponent. Thus, there was no need for haste. In-game, Nar quickly recognized the presence of the ward. "Damn it. They are targeting me with such tactics," he thought. "Fine, you prefer placing vision wards in the brush, do you?" He immediately reported erroneous information, mistakenly believing that Lu Yun had placed the ward. This revelation proved far more damaging than having been struck by 2 of Jace's abilities. His words completely disrupted Nar's train of thought. "I'll stabilize my health," Nar nodded, feeling disgruntled, and reluctantly maneuvered out of the brush. Having already taken 2 cannon shots, Nar's health had plummeted by a significant 140 points, a critical loss. Just as he emerged from the brush, he was met with another basic attack from Jace. Lu Yun, controlling Jace, did not hastily switch to hammer form to engage, but continued to whittle down Nar's health in cannon form. Despite his current usage of Sanxiong Jiyu to ascend, and landing 2 consecutive basic attacks that could instantly deplete a significant portion of NR's health, it would inevitably frighten NR away. A solo kill? Unlikely. At most, he might force NR to use his flash, with the cost being the minion wave pulled by NR, leading to an early engagement under NR's turret. Such mindless exchanges of health were not something LYN would entertain. A more definitive strategy would be to stabilize the minion wave, gradually draw NR in, and methodically lead him to the abyss, allowing him to experience a fate worse than death. The champion JISI, at level 1, does not possess formidable burst damage, despite having 3 skills at his disposal. In fact, players who truly understand JISI recognize that his strength at level 1 lies in his ability to manipulate the lane rather than in his burst potential. Furthermore, like SH Huing, JISI suffers from a lack of mana in the early game. Reckless usage of skills not only depletes his mana pool rapidly, but also excessively pushes the minion wave. since Lyn began his rampage. Many top laners have devised strategies to counter him, making it increasingly difficult for Lyn to secure solo kills, especially at level 2. Professional players are not naive. Knowing that Lyn's level 2 power spike is formidable, they opt for a more cautious approach in the early game. Consequently, if Lyn wishes to maintain his dominance over these top laners, he must employ greater precision and foresight. Patiently, Lyn awaited the next skill cooldown while deliberately granting NR space to farm. A strategy of feigned retreat. Although JISI, with his 500 range advantage, could prevent NR from last hitting, Lyn clearly had more intricate plans in mind. Forcing his opponent out of the experience zone is not merely a matter of desire on the professional stage, it requires a psychological game. If NR does not pressure him, the player controlling NR would be perplexed to see JISI retreating. Were he to control JISI, NR would have lost all opportunity to farm, at best landing a skill hit on a single minion. To secure a level 2 kill on him? As a leading top laner, he quickly discerned JISI's intentions. Upon realizing the situation, he promptly leveled up his skill while taking advantage of JISI's momentary lapse to advance. However, he remained cautious, staying well clear of JISI's attack range. His thought process was simple. Since JISI aimed for a level 2 kill, he would merely retreat as JISI approached that threshold. Only those foolish enough to be solo killed would be so naive as to engage when they knew their opponent sought level 2. Quite prudent. Lyn silently commended his opponent's steadiness. Many of his previous solo kills stemmed from opponents' unwillingness to back down. In truth, were the adversaries to choose a more submissive approach, Lyn would find it challenging to secure solo kills at level 2. Observing his opponent's composure, Lyn immediately adjusted his tactics. A solo kill was no longer feasible, but he could employ an alternative method to suffocate his opponent. At 2 minutes and 25 seconds, as he dispatched a minion, his mouse swiftly targeted NR, landing a perfectly angled dragon's cannon shot that pierced through the space between two minions. Who says only JISI can employ cunning shots through minions? All 3 shots struck true. Following this successful hit, Lyn did not retreat. He instantly switched to hammer form and unleashed a series of blows. Although the player controlling NR maintained an impeccable sense of distance, he overlooked a crucial detail. JISI's transformation grants him a significant speed boost of 40. Sanqiongjiyu. With a roar, JISI brought his massive hex-deck hammer crashing down upon NR. In hammer form, the skill's inherent acceleration rendered NR sluggish as he hurled his boomerang towards JISI. In a moment of panic, he made a fatal error. Habituated to extending his mouse distance when using the boomerang, he found himself unable to retrieve it. As the strongest top laner at present, Lyn immediately recognized NR's blunder. NR's mistake was one thing, but more critically, he had chosen to level up his skill in front of JISI. Lyn's fury ignited the moment he witnessed NR throw the boomerang. Although the boomerang successfully slowed JISI, NR was simultaneously subjected to a considerable deceleration. In this scenario, JISI, empowered by his acceleration, easily closed the distance to NR. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. With expert maneuvering, Lyn landed 3 decisive blows on NR. Though NR immediately began to retreat, his health diminished at a visibly alarming rate. After landing 3 basic attacks, Lyn swiftly retreated into the brush to evade minion aggro. 2 seconds later, he switched back to cannon form, positioning himself in the brush to deny NR any opportunity to gain experience. In that instant, NR realized he had been outmaneuvered by JISI. He mistakenly believed JISI's retreat was an attempt to secure a level 2 kill, when in fact, it was merely a ruse to bait NR into leveling up his skill. Should have leveled up. Regret consumed him as he could only merge with the turret, helplessly watching his minions fall while he gained no experience. His remorse was warranted. The champion NR, when facing a top-tier JISI, can only ever hope to level up. Any attempt to learn skills while hiding and last hitting will be met with punishment from his opponent. On the surface, NR may seem able to farm from a distance. But is that truly the case? A top-tier JISI, upon witnessing NR's attempt to last hit, would undoubtedly execute Sanqiongjiyu to strike, ensuring NR could not retrieve his boomerang. Indeed, at the precise moment when GS ascended into hammer form, NR could have utilized his abilities to hinder GS's advance, thereby inflicting a minor setback. However, in reality, did NR possess the qualification to retrieve the boomerang under such circumstances? Absolutely not. Should NR audaciously attempt to reclaim the boomerang, he would undoubtedly suffer additional blows from GS. Once NR forfeits the chance to retrieve the boomerang, he finds himself devoid of any abilities for a full 20 seconds. It is imperative to understand that NR can only diminish the cooldown by 45 if the skill is successfully executed. Chapter 96. The Warden GS. In this moment, despair enveloped him completely. The experience from the preceding 3 melee minions slipped through his fingers entirely. Witnessing the minion's demise helplessly is an excruciating experience for any professional player, let alone him, who had recently ascended to the secondary top lane. Such formidable prowess. Having been thoroughly outmaneuvered, he now truly comprehended the profound despair that resided in the hearts of the top laners. Every single detail was executed to perfection by this top lane prodigy on the opposing side, particularly the psychological pressure he exerted, unmatched by anyone else. Initially, a tactical retreat granted NR the illusion that he could safely farm the minions. Yet, should he dare to do so, all would come to an abrupt end. Goodness! He had never witnessed GS's capabilities before. How utterly monstrous. Now, all he could do was swallow his grievances. He needed to concentrate even more. While it was acceptable to miss out on experience, he could not afford to be solo killed. Yet, driven by a sense of reckless optimism, he took that step. He aimed to stealthily claim the distant minion as his skill came off cooldown. His intentions were immediately perceived by Lyn. Dare to approach. Lyn swiftly switched to hammer form, positioning himself directly in front of NR, denying him the opportunity to utilize his skill on the minion. Recognizing GS's unreasonable tactics, he was compelled to abandon that notion. The health advantage accumulated in the early game rendered his NR exceedingly precarious. Although he had managed to recover some health through potions, another full combo from GS would spell the end of the top lane confrontation. The operational difficulty of GS, second only to KINN, stems from his possession of a total of 7 skills, leading to an ever-changing sequence of skill combinations. Executing the perfect combination at the precisely opportune moment is the essence of mastering this champion. Take the current situation, for instance. Were GS merely a casual player, he would undoubtedly switch to cannon form, lurking in the brush for an opportunity to strike NR. However, the superior approach is to switch to hammer form and occupy this position. Should NR dare to seek the experience from that minion, a swift combination of C, Enki, Ing Zhu followed by a transition to cannon form would allow GS to unleash a flurry of attacks on NR, compelling him to exhaust his flash. Conversely, if NR chose to forego the experience from the 3 ranged minions, he should maintain his composure and refrain from engaging. Adaptability and fluidity are the hallmarks of GS. In every match, his skill combinations are not fixed. The opponent's response dictates the nature of his skill usage, presenting a challenge for GS and showcasing his allure. Sigh. Gazing upon this affluent and formidable figure from PCHing, he once again felt the suffocating weight of despair. GS stood before him like a warden, while he felt akin to a prisoner in a celestial dungeon, uncertain if he would face execution the following day. It must be noted that his grasp of distance was remarkably precise. He understood that his current position was the limit, as it lay within the range of the turret's attack. Should GS dare to approach, he would surely incur the turret's wrath. At 2 minutes and 40 seconds, the second wave of minions entered combat. Although it did not afford Lyn many opportunities for trades, he was deprived of the experience from a full 7 minions. This was tantamount to dying once. It is essential to recognize that 7 minions equate to an entire level's worth of experience. Furthermore, as the enemy minions arrived, Lyn intentionally guided their path, ensuring that the blue minions from NR's side focused their fire on the red minions of GS's side. This strategic maneuver prevented the minion wave from prematurely pushing to NR's turret. 7, 8, 9. Through these meticulous maneuvers, Lyn effectively deprived NR of 9 minions worth of experience. This spectacle was broadcasted live to the world, leaving the audience profoundly astounded by such an unreasonable strategy. The heavens do not give birth to top laners. They endure an eternal night. What an imposing GS. Goodness. How does he make every champion seem so formidable? Such a dominant strategy. What difference does it make for NR if he dies once, in an instant? A deluge of comments flooded in, expressing the viewer's genuine admiration and shock. Why doesn't NR flash? Amidst these comments, one stood out. Clearly, this notion was based on a misunderstanding. Let us not forget that GS's jungler is a spider. Should NR dare to flash at this moment in front of GS, the spider would certainly come sniffing around. Even KIPI might make an appearance. Therefore, NR absolutely cannot afford to flash at level 1. In previous matches, many mid to lower tier teams have attempted to trade a life for one with Lyn, only to face disastrous outcomes. As a top laner leading the tide of the current era, Lyn, upon witnessing an opponent's attempt to exchange a life with him, would invariably stockpile the minion wave, never entertaining thoughts of securing a solo kill. Once the minion wave reached the turret, he would promptly summon Xinggu, launching a direct assault on the opponent's top laner beneath the turret. Even if the jungler and the opposing top laner traded 1 for 1, the outcome would still result in a catastrophic avalanche for the enemy top laner. Then, the top laner on the opposite team realized that the game had become unplayable. With blood flowing incessantly, At 2 minutes and 45 seconds, Jace effortlessly reached level 2. At that moment, a high monk, eager to rescue Na-Er, appeared in the bush at the top lane. It was none other than Li Qing. Due to an erroneous call, he had failed to farm his level 6, having only cleared a red buff before heading to the top lane. Level 2 gank incoming. It was either death for you or for me. However, unbeknownst to him, his movements had long been observed by Lu Yun, who had placed vision in the bush, rendering all his actions visible. The classic scene of ambush from vision once again graced the eyes of viewers around the world. From the divine perspective, while the blind monk lay in wait at the top lane, the spider had already fully invaded his red area, clearing his level 6. The player controlling the spider, Xianghua, returned to his own red area after reaching level 6 to prevent the opposing blind monk from counter-invading his jungle. Yet, what Xianghua did not anticipate was that the opposing blind monk was still lurking. Chapter 97. Everything was within his calculations. I'm heading to his jungle now. Can the top laner come? Xianghua said into the microphone. Why not just come directly? Lu Yun retorted. What the heck? Why is Na-Er so low on health? Upon glancing at Na-Er's health, Xianghua immediately altered his initial thoughts. Since Lu Yun had not employed Jace in the practice match, he had initially harbored some concern. But now, seeing Na-Er being pressured to the point of not even qualifying for experience, he felt completely at ease. Is this the realm of genius? Carelessly pulling out a champion capable of creating moments that others could never surpass in a lifetime. Impressive. Make sure not to cocoon. Just bite directly. Save the cocoon for when the opposing mid laner uses a heal, Lu Yun instructed through the microphone. Even at this moment, Lu Yun's thoughts remained remarkably calm. He was fully aware that this situation could be resolved, and it involved using the mid laner Victor to save Na-Er. For that, he needed to prepare in advance. No problem, responded Xianghua, transformed into Lu Yun's devoted follower. In the top lane, after controlling 3 waves of minions, Jace reached level 3. Taking advantage of the gap between the minion waves, he unleashed a Hex-Deck-enhanced particle cannon, instantly depleting nearly a third of Na-Er's health. Although Na-Er twisted and turned, without minions as a shield, he could not evade Lu Yun's 2-hit combo. Lu Yun's Jace was perpetually 2-hitting. This sequence was evidently faster by a full 0.3 seconds compared to the standard 2-hit, leaving no room for the opponent to maneuver. Of course, such execution was exceedingly demanding, as even a slight flaw in the 2-hit could result in failing to achieve the enhanced cannon effect, instantly rendering him a spectacle for the audience. Thus, for the average Jace player, to ensure steadiness, they typically only employed the 2-hit combo. Even the so-called World's #1 Jace had never utilized the 2-hit in an official match. The only man capable of consistently executing the 2-hit was the one who had elevated Jace to the top tier among the 8. For Lu Yun, he was perpetually in pursuit of such extremes, for only by embedding this extreme execution into his subconscious could he realize the legend he envisioned. Damn, being struck by the particle cannon, Na-Er had no choice but to recall, then return to lane. Let him go? Lu Yun decisively decided against interrupting Na-Er's recall. Clearly, he wished to deprive Na-Er of even more, rendering him utterly miserable. Alright, Captain, Xianghua immediately grasped Lu Yun's intent. The return was merely to fetch a few potions. There was no alternative. His economy was exceedingly poor, with a last hitting count of 0. Meanwhile, the blind monk, still lying in ambush in the corner bush, had already devised a plan. As soon as Na-Er finished this wave of minions, he could safely reach level 3. At that point, the two of them could kill one without fearing a counterattack. 2 fists could hardly contend with 4 hands. He did not believe that this genius could truly be so formidable. At 3 minutes and 15 seconds, Na-Er illuminated. Electric energy surged, accompanied by Jace's furious roar. He aimed at the descending Na-Er and unleashed an enhanced particle cannon. With no room for evasion, Na-Er was struck down by nearly a third of his health. After dealing explosive long-range damage, Lu Yun pressed forward and swiftly switched to hammer form. Skyward leap. The massive hex-deck hammer crashed down upon Na-Er's head, followed by 3 rapid shots of particle cannon with 25 attack speed, culminating in a death bite from the spider, and then a basic attack from Lu Yun, causing Na-Er to collapse instantly. With a familiar female voice echoing, Na-Er fell beneath his own defensive tower. The precise damage calculation allowed Lu Yun to effortlessly secure the kill. This scene left the player controlling the blind monk utterly bewildered. In a mere instant, Na-Er had perished before his very eyes, and now he found himself powerless to intervene. This dramatic moment reignited the audience's emotions, transforming all viewers into jesters. The audience cared little for the details. They only knew that Na-Er had been so brutally slain before the blind monk. Undoubtedly, he instantly became the target of scorn, even though he was innocent. After vanquishing Nar, Lu Yun and Xianghua did not become overly excited. Upon seeing the late-arriving blind monk, they promptly retreated. Lu Yun's JYC was under siege from the turret, and if he continued to assault the blind monk, he risked being eliminated in return. This prudent strategy left no opportunities for the opponent, forcing him to assist in AR with a heavy heart while farming minions. The audience's emotions flared once more as the blind monk's actions incited their ire. After all, such behavior was undeniably infuriating. Little did they know, the one farming with sorrow harbored his own grievances, feeling so frustrated that he could hardly express himself in Chinese. He was acutely aware that everything he had done moments ago was laid bare to the enemy's vision. Such a humiliating spectacle was unacceptable for any jungler. And the instigator of it all was that singular moment when he placed a ward in the brush by the lane. In the scene, while the blind monk tearfully farmed minions, Lu Yun and Xianghua had already cleared his entire blue jungle. Catastrophic. For the blind monk, his jungle had collapsed. Blue, may I have some? Lu Yun inquired into the microphone. Of course, Xianghua replied succinctly. Thank you, Lu Yun acknowledged. You can still express gratitude? Xianghua scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Isn't that what I should do? In the commentary booth, after passionately narrating the recent clash, Wawa began to share his thoughts. I believe this entire sequence was meticulously orchestrated. They were entirely unaware that there was a ward in that brush, and the blind monk had been lurking there for nearly a minute. This was utterly explosive. With this wave of minions, the blind monk can only farm with tears, causing NAR to fall 3 levels behind JYC. Mi Lu remarked. I have long asserted that targeting the top lane provides no opportunities, as the player possesses exceptional defensive awareness, always utilizing the minion waves to deny the opposing jungler any chances. Each time the enemy jungler approached the top lane, he had already whittled down the enemy top laner's health by half. Mila continued, now, let us observe the bottom lane in the bottom lane. The bullhead was caught in a 2-man combo by the Tahm Kench, unable to escape. He could not even use his flash in time, and was slain by the minions. Jinx activated her abilities. Can Callista eliminate Tahm Kench? Tom activated his gray shield and survived, but Callista was pursued by Jinx. Can she take down Jinx? She cannot. Callista has perished, and the bottom duo has been obliterated. Chapter 98. Dual lanes blooming. Facing collapse with Mi Li's commentary, the bottom duo delivered a double kill. The slain Doomsday Plague gazed at the gray screen, unable to refrain from asking into the microphone, why is Tom's damage so high? Clearly, as a support. He underestimated Tom's power, failing to regard him as a threat. Tom deliberately offered him a double opportunity, and he could not resist the temptation, charging in recklessly. For any bullhead player, witnessing the opposing support flaunting their prowess indeed provoked impulsiveness. How was I to know? AIGI retorted with annoyance. The sensation of being slain by minions is unpleasant for anyone, especially for a team that was ranked first in the regular season. The immense psychological disparity caused their youthful spirits to become increasingly restless. They were unaware that this was the price of residing within their comfort zone. Had they possessed even a modicum of understanding regarding Tom, they would have refrained from recklessly engaging him. In this era, Tom is the epitome of a counter-hero. His counterplay is not merely limited to team fights, but is also profoundly demonstrated in the landing phase. Unlike Braum, who has little landing capability, Tom's skill set shines when facing off against champions like Bullhead, Titan, and Leona. As long as the opponent dared to initiate against him, he would undoubtedly retaliate. With the top lane crumbling and the bottom lane suffering a swift demise, the atmosphere within the team grew increasingly oppressive. During this time, their mindset was fragile, and they failed to embody the demeanor of a leader, opting not to console their teammates, which ultimately led to the subsequent rift between the mid and jungle players. Silence proved to be the most potent poison. In stark contrast to the despondency on one side, the atmosphere on the other was jubilant. This damage is truly explosive. The captain was indeed correct, Lu Qingsong said with a smile after securing 2 kills. I have always stated that as long as the opposing bullhead dares to initiate, you can engage them, and victory is assured, Lu Yun remarked. How does the captain understand this new hero so well? Lu Qingsong pondered with great curiosity. Lu Yun smiled without answering. Xianghua interjected on Lu Yun's behalf. That is why he is the captain, and we are merely the team members. That is acceptable. Lu Qingsong laughed heartily, evidently pleased with the response. Shui Jinggu added, however, it was somewhat perilous. I was left with only 20 health points. Had it been the prairie work Callista, the outcome of that exchange would have certainly been a 1-4-2 trade. It was precisely due to Callista's lack of certain attributes post-rework that she failed to eliminate Jinx in that skirmish. As the classic saying of mastery goes, the patch is the best weapon. Choosing heroes that have been nerfed in the current version often yields dismal performances, especially considering that Callista has been nerfed repeatedly. The 5.12 patch marks her 3rd round of reductions. Following a brief exchange, everyone focused their attention, preparing for a comprehensive slaughter. After obtaining first blood, Lu Yun returned home to assemble the tyranny of the fallen. Concerning Jace's itemization, Lu Yun would never opt for the Muramana, as it would significantly delay their tempo. JYC can be played as either a mid or top laner. The mid lane JYC requires the mana augmentation from the tier to withstand long-range mages, while the top lane JYC emphasizes absolute pressure. Choosing to build a tier would result in a complete loss of half of that pressure capability. Upon acquiring the power of brutality, Lu Yun immediately altered his level 1 strategy. Upon spotting Nar, he activated his ability and executed a swift leap into the skies. Subsequently, with a thunderous momentum, he unleashed 3 melee strikes infused with a 25 attack speed boost while positioning himself adeptly. Just as Nar prepared to leap, Lu Yun pressed his skill, instantly interrupting Nar's movement. The interrupted Nar was subsequently struck by Jace's Hextech hammer, landing him amidst the minions. In a display of instinct typical of professional players, he attempted to retaliate with a basic attack against Jace. Alas, this was his undoing, as his attack drew the ire of the minions, causing his health to plummet rapidly. In a mere 2 seconds, then 1, Jace switched to his cannon form, delivering 2 decisive strikes that claimed Nar's life. The familiar exclamation reverberated through the esports arena, reigniting the fervor of the spectators. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, singing praises for Lu Yun's exceptional performance, a visual spectacle previously unseen in their earlier matches. Only Lu Yun could execute such aesthetically pleasing maneuvers in an era where top lanes were often filled with lackluster players. Throughout the encounter, Jace never once utilized his ranged particle cannon. The precision of his damage calculations, coupled with an impeccably executed combo and the dominance of the item brutal force at that moment, rendered Lu Yun's Jace the center of attention. For Lu Yun, dismantling Nar with Jace was as effortless as a deity vanquishing a mere foe, highlighting the disparity in their capabilities. 2 pivotal reasons underscore why Jace counters Nar so effectively. Firstly, the disparity in attack range. The level 1 Nar possesses a mere 450 range, while Jace in his ranged form boasts an impressive 500 range. As the adage goes, an inch gained is an inch strong. Both are dual form champions, yet in ranged form, Jace can initiate attacks, create distance, and manipulate the engagement, leaving Nar helplessly watching. Secondly, Jace possesses the ability to interrupt Nar. While this requires remarkable reflexes, such prowess is ingrained in Lu Yun's very being. Beyond these 2 crucial elements, factors such as itemization, burst potential, and sustain further contribute to the dynamic. Notably, Nar is hampered by his inability to adopt more affordable tank items, being confined to warrior gear, resulting in a protracted developmental cycle that affords Jace ample opportunity. Jace finds it quite challenging to contend with other tank champions like Shun, Xiao, or Makai, who possess robust healing and shielding capabilities, along with inexpensive core items. A prime example being the 6th-minute scenario where Jace, despite securing 2 kills against Poppy, ultimately faced defeat. In stark contrast, should Jace manage to secure a kill against Nar, the top lane's fate would be effectively sealed. Importantly, Jace is not deterred by Nar's jungler. The synergy between Nar and the jungler is insufficient to overpower an advantageous Jace. Thus, as long as Jace maintains control over Nar's rage, even preventing him from accumulating it, summoning the jungler would merely spell doom for them both. Meanwhile, the fallen player's spirit sank to an all-time low. He never anticipated that his expertise with Nar would lead to such a dire outcome against Jace. Caught off guard, he was swiftly eliminated without even the chance to flash away. Stay composed, my friend. After a brief silence, he finally attempted to console his teammate. I understand, he stammered, clearly shaken by the events. Should we swap lanes? Suggested the support player, Apocalypse. No lane swap. Let us endure a bit longer. Wait for level 6, he promptly countered. The reasoning was straightforward. Even if they changed lanes, what could they achieve? Moving the summoner without Flash, Callista, and Alistar to the top lane would only invite disaster should they be ambushed by the spider. Moreover, sending Nar to the bottom lane would only expedite Jinx's development. Chapter 99, The Suffocating Pressure, a Living Nightmare. After reaching a consensus, they decided Nar must continue to bear the burden of pressure. Clearly, this decision weighed heavily on the player controlling Nar, akin to a thunderclap striking from above. He was at a loss for how to confront the formidable Jace, who had acquired brutal force just 4 minutes into the match. Those 4 minutes constituted the most excruciating period of his professional career. At the very least, he understood that facing Jace as Nar felt like imprisonment, utterly futile. Yet, with the team's decision solidified, he had no authority to object as the designated player for the top lane. He could not simply propose a lane swap. That would be unbecoming of a professional player. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to brace himself for the impending storm. After all, it was merely enduring pressure. Who couldn't he do that? Such a swift kill. Incredible, Captain, exclaimed the first to offer sincere praise. With such an invincible top laner, I could afford to ignore the lower half of the map. Just let me dwell in the top lane, Another commented, chuckling. Captain's Jace is simply a force to be reckoned with. Shui Jingge had to concede that there exists a significant disparity between geniuses. The champions he rarely encountered in his routine suddenly emerged to unleash devastating power, a talent that utterly shattered his understanding. On the other hand, Lu Qingsong maintained a remarkably composed perspective, expressing concern over a potential lane swap by the opposing team. Xianghua can come to the bottom lane. We need to apply pressure and prevent their support from assisting Nar in the top lane. If their jungler shifts to the top, we will dive the bottom lane regardless of the consequences. Undoubtedly, Lu Qingsong, as the support most esteemed by Lu Yun, possessed an awareness that transcended the comprehension of other supports in this era. He consistently outthought the opposing support, a rare quality in the role. What does the captain think? Should I head to the bottom lane? Xianghua instinctively sought Lu Yun's counsel. No problem, said Si Xiao. You go to the bottom lane while I handle the top lane alone, Lu Yun declared. All right. Xianghua instantly grasped the intent. As the adage goes, great minds think alike. Lu Yun and Lu Qingsong were undoubtedly the most knowledgeable about this game. Rather than continuing to assist Jace in eliminating Nar, it was far more prudent to shift focus to the bottom lane and incapacitate Kalista. This champion, if given another opportunity to be neutralized, would become utterly useless. Perhaps even less effective than Nar at level 3. This is our most familiar strategy, targeting the first. Lu Yun's tone resonated with determination. Targeting the first. In that moment, the confidence of all teammates surged. This familiar phrase, though simple, encapsulated a profound truth. Despite possessing numerous strategic compositions, the most familiar approach remained the top lane clearing mode. This strategy does not imply that the jungler should merely camp in the top lane. Rather, the jungler should first establish an advantage in the top lane before swiftly transitioning to the bottom lane, thereby posing a dilemma for the opposing jungler. If one neglects this top lane prodigy, he would inevitably evolve into a formidable force, leading to perpetual solo kills. Should one engage him, Xianghua would directly assault the bottom lane. This is precisely why Lu Yun had a particular fondness for the champion Twisted Fate. A 3v2 engagement may result in a trade, but a 4v2 scenario would guarantee the demise of the opposing duo. This strategy, not even the recent practice matches could counter. Therefore, whenever Lu Yun uttered the phrase "this is what we are most familiar with," it was as if all teammates were rejuvenated. That innate confidence required little verbal communication. Such profound synergy stemmed from rigorous targeted training. This is the elite team Lu Yun aspired to create, rather than merely relying on individual success in the top lane. Unbeknownst to them, the game time had swiftly reached 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Upon respawning, Nagar could only grit his teeth and confront his nemesis, the towering Jace. Devoid of options, he could only watch helplessly as his turret methodically eliminated his minions, a torment that felt worse than death. The reason for this predicament was Lu Yun's prior conservation of a skill, the enhanced particle beam. By saving this ability, Lu Yun intended to swiftly clear the minion wave after dispatching Nar, ensuring that Nar would suffer the complete loss of this wave. At 5 minutes and 48 seconds, when Nar returned to the top lane, the minions he so ardently desired had all been obliterated by the turret. These were not merely minions, they represented his professional career, the future of his life. Now, perched precariously on the edge, if this match were to be lost due to his performance, one could only imagine the wrath of the management. They could tolerate him being solo killed, but never the humiliation of being repeatedly outmatched. The minion waves in the top lane once again reached a stalemate at the middle line. Clearly, this positioning was highly unfavorable for Nar. It is crucial to note that Jace had a commanding lead of 3 levels over him. The player controlling Nar faced 2 choices: either charge forward to farm the minions, risking a swift loss of 4/5 of his health to Jace, or remain in this familiar position, helplessly watching his minions perish without gaining any experience. In despair, he felt an unprecedented chasm between himself and Lu Yun. It was as though he existed in a 3-dimensional world, while Lu Yun operated in 4 dimensions. So difficult, he muttered, standing motionless, operating Nar. This scene was broadcasted live, eliciting laughter from the viewers, who could palpably feel Nadra's anguish. Classic, denying the opponent experience. Wow, this strategy is simply insane. Such madness, it feels exhilarating to watch. He is indeed the most pragmatic professional player in the world. As soon as Jace was buffed, he was the first to utilize it. He is so dominant, even the jungler dares not confront him. All the viewers empathized with Jace, relishing in the thrill of tormenting their adversary. The essence of competitive gaming is, after all, derived from building one's joy upon the suffering of opponents. This is precisely why Lu Yun's fanbase has grown exponentially. This was the true embodiment of the versatile top lane player they yearned to witness. At 7 minutes and 40 seconds, Jace finally amassed a substantial wave of minions to assault Nadra's turret. It was as if he glimpsed the dawn of hope, finally releasing a sigh of relief. To secure this wave, He had summoned the blind monk for protection, fully aware that if he did not call for assistance, he would undoubtedly fall victim to Jace's prowess. Keep in mind, he was merely at level 2, while the opposing Jace had reached level 6. This level disparity had surpassed all records in League of Legends. Emboldened by the presence of the blind monk behind him, he grew audacious, targeting a minion with a boomerang. You truly have some nerve. Lu Yun would not indulge him. As he operated the hammer form of Jace, he leaped into the fray with a fierce determination. Skyward leap. With a thunderous roar, Jace, the affluent and handsome champion of Piltover, brought his formidable hextech hammer crashing down upon Gnar. The overwhelming disparity in equipment and levels manifested starkly at that moment. Chapter 100. A solo kill on Gnar, unmatched power. This strike of Skyward Leap severed a third of Gnar's health instantly, prompting Gnar to hastily unleash his abilities. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Gnar was interrupted once more by Jace. Committing the same error, Gnar used his skills prematurely. He could have flashed away but remained obstinate, convinced he could withstand Jace's onslaught. To preserve his life, Gnar had no choice but to use his flash immediately. However, he hesitated for a mere 0.5 seconds. Pride rooted in his very essence preventing him from relinquishing his escape too soon. Two beams of golden light shimmered almost simultaneously, and Jace followed suit, unleashing a rapid succession of 3 strikes with his full attack speed. Finally, he unleashed a small particle cannon, and the dashing champion of Piltover successfully claimed Gnar's life. Accompanied by a resounding roar that echoed through the arena, the atmosphere ignited once more, with some enthusiastic female spectators unable to contain their excitement. Wow, how stunning is his Jace! Such a handsome Jace. This is what a wealthy and stylish champion looks like. Once again, Jace, in the presence of the blind monk, had mercilessly dispatched Gnar. The scene was reminiscent of a previous encounter, albeit this time it was a solo kill rather than a joint effort with a spider. Gazing at the fallen Gnar, his mind went blank. He had anticipated Jace's impending strike and had been preparing for it. Yet, he never imagined Jace would be so swift. He could not even close the distance with his golden bell shield before Gnar collapsed before him. Everything transpired too rapidly, utterly shattering his logic. Was Jace truly capable of such damage? He could not comprehend it. His lack of understanding stemmed from his past encounters with Jace, who never possessed such a pronounced gap in levels and equipment. My. As the screen faded to black once again, he choked back his emotions, feeling a deep sense of shame. What now? The support player, Apocalypse, could not help but inquire. Let us switch lanes, he replied, a hint of reluctance in his tone. If we change lanes now, we'll lose experience in the bot lane, AIGI attempted to counter. We have no choice but to switch lanes. What else can we do? Allow Jace to keep solo killing Gnar? Apocalypse's voice was tinged with agitation. His resentment was justified. Who could accept witnessing Gnar being toyed with by the opposing Jace? A glance at the last hits revealed a deficit of 40 compared to the enemy, and a check of the levels showed they were 4 levels behind. Although their bottom duo had been slain, at least they had maintained parity in last hits and levels. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe this was the caliber displayed by professional players. It resembled the performance of a mere casual player. All right. It's fine. There will be other opportunities, he offered in somewhat halting Chinese. Gnar, come to the bottom lane, Apocalypse said. He nodded but offered no response. His mind a blank slate. In the commentary booth, the emotional spectrum of human experience felt disconnected, as the 3 commentators were thoroughly captivated by Lu Yun's demonstrated prowess. This is truly terrifying. It feels like a horror game. Just a fleeting glance, and you're done for, exclaimed Wawa, filled with excitement. In this match, the player Lu Yun has once again showcased his extraordinary talent, a talent that others can hardly fathom. He meticulously accounted for every detail. I can only say that having such a top-tier player in our midst is a great fortune, especially considering he is only 17 years old. His future is boundless. Shout Song echoed similar sentiments, equally animated. Miller, however, focused more on the hero. It seems Gnar is genuinely countered by Jace. Every time Gnar attempts to act, he is interrupted by Jace, effectively rendering Gnar devoid of a mobility skill. Yet, it cannot be denied that only a player of Lu Yun's caliber can exploit this counter dynamic to its fullest. Others simply cannot replicate it. As a mature man from the Northwest, Miller particularly admired Lu Yun's pragmatic spirit. Possessing such exceptional talent, as long as he plays on the red side, he never engages in reckless actions, always opting for heroes that utterly dominate the opponent, leaving them gasping for breath. More important than talent itself is the mindset to harness that talent effectively. This is the true essence of a kingly disposition. In contrast to another gifted player who relishes going against the grain, always seeking to prove himself as the embodiment of the meta, he has a greater affinity for this particular genius. However, due to Lu Yun's lack of accolades, he refrained from boasting too boldly. Of course, Lu Yun was not solely reliant on conventional wisdom. He too could defy expectations. While playing on the blue side, he would sacrifice himself for the team. Although it was not his preferred approach, disregarding the meta is tantamount to disregarding oneself. In the game, after Naur fell, the blind monk could only mournfully farm the minions. Faced with the weeping monk, Lu Yun harbored no murderous intent. He simply observed as the monk claimed the minions. Lu Yun never engaged in futile actions, conserving his mana for another potential kill on Naur. However, to his astonishment, the enemy bottom duo opted for a sudden lane swap and managed to eliminate one of his flashes. Lu Yun, being human and not a deity, had not anticipated the enemy abandoning 3 waves of minions in the bot lane to pursue him in the top lane. Damn, he didn't even die. Watching as the barely surviving Jace escaped right under his nose, Apocalypse felt a bitter pang in his heart. He now harbors doubts regarding the coach's decision to select Nima's Callista. If it were anyone else, would it have unfolded this way? Even if it were Xiao Pao, the opposing Jace would have perished. It was merely a fraction of damage short, just a minuscule amount of damage. Fortunately, he survived. Gazing at his critically low health bar, Lu Yun let out a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that he refrained from toying with the minion-eating blind monk earlier. Otherwise, he would have surely met his demise in this engagement. In this moment, Lu Yun once again recognized the advantages bestowed by his pragmatic principles, resolutely avoiding any actions devoid of significance. I never anticipated they would dare to play this way, Lu Qingsong remarked. It turned out that Lu Qingsong had not reported the disappearance of the enemy's duo in the bottom lane. As the saying goes, a chaotic punch can fell a seasoned master. He had not expected the enemy to truly execute such a strategy, abandoning the minion wave to suddenly shift to the top lane, a tactic colloquially referred to as the self-explosive strategy. Should they fail to eliminate Jace, they would suffer a loss of 3 entire waves of minions, just like the current situation. No worries, with Callista playing this way, she is rendered ineffective. You all can dismantle the bottom lane while E comes to clear the top lane, Lu Yun commanded through the microphone. Alright. Lao Song responded promptly. At 8 minutes and 10 seconds, thanks to a flawless rotation strategy, they completely dismantled the sudden shift in playstyle. While it is true that a chaotic punch can defeat a master, it can only do so against those lacking in intellect. Lu Yun was already well-versed in this strategy of sacrificing several waves of minions to concentrate forces in the top lane. It is no exaggeration to say that even if he were to fall at the hands of Callista in this engagement, it would not be a significant loss. Upon returning home, Lu Yun promptly acquired the Boots of Swiftness and headed towards the mid lane. Regarding the itemization of Jace in this era, Lu Yun held a unique understanding. After acquiring the Duskblade of Dragthar, he would invariably opt for the Boots of Swiftness. This approach would enable him to reach the lane more swiftly, with the aim of relentlessly pursuing Na and preventing the enemy from repeatedly alleviating Na's disadvantages through rotation.